welcome to today's Adobe live stream together with Tony.
Hey!
I'm Sinja, and today we're streaming live with the very exciting topic of Adobe Firefly. Because as you all might have already seen, Firefly has been out there for quite a while as a beta, and as of now, as of today, it's released, officially released, and we can start working with it and doing magic with it, right?
We can, absolutely we can. So if they've refreshed Photoshop today, or even in fact last night, they'll have access to all the good stuff we're showing.
So what are we doing today? First of all, maybe Tony, introduce yourself. I already said something about myself. My name's Sinja, I work for Adobe. And Tony?
I'm Tony and I work for me. And and I'm a long-time Adobe live host and guest and all sorts of things and general clown about town.
Perfect. So Tony, you've got lots of stuff prepared, but important to say a couple of things before we start off, actually. That's not the only stream today. So we're just starting off. We have in total 11 hours of streaming live today. So lots of stuff to cover. Here's the schedule for you to look at. So we have 3 streams now happening for the EMEA time zone, and that's 6 a.m. in the US. So right now we are having generative AI with a focus on Photoshop as a topic. Next up will be Illustrator and generative AI. And last but not least, for the EMEA sessions, we also have Ask the Expert sessions for Photoshop and generative AI in general. So after that, we will continue with the US streams, and I'll have lots of content, lots of inspiration to cover. And I'm excited for the stream.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
We've got roughly an hour, and most importantly, we're here to answer your questions. So put your questions in the chat if you have any. Give us your comments, what you love about it. If you've tried it, ask Tony everything you want. I'll make sure he'll answer it. So yes. Go ahead. We're excited. Maybe type us in the chat where you're watching from. I'd love to know where you're based. And let's kick it off, Tony.
Right, let's do that indeed. Now, interestingly, I've just opened an image right here, and it's not the right image. As you can see, it's called Chicken JPEG at the top there. And we've had this weird, there we go, that's better. We've had this odd thing going on just on my machine today, but there we are. Right, so if you've not seen this before, then, and many of you have, of course, used the beta here, we know that from the streams that you've seen. But if you've not seen this before, we're going to look at everything we've got here. So, of course, we've got the lovely, lovely content-aware bar just down here, or content-specific bar here. And I'm going to start off with some simple things here using generative AI to maybe exceed, in some ways, what you would do perhaps with content-aware fill. And, of course, photo crashing is a thing that happens all over the place. And you can see even these chickens here, we've got one chicken that was quite ready to have its picture taken, and all of a sudden there's another chicken who wants in on the act. So I'm going to just get my lasso tool here and fairly crudely, mainly because I'm on my trackpad just at the moment, I'm going to drag around that chicken, and the content taskbar at the bottom here is showing generative fill, and I'm going to click on that. Now I'm not going to prompt anything here, and we'll get to that shortly. All I'm going to do is hit return and let it do what it does. So it'll examine the image, okay, and then it will go ahead and give us some suggestions for how the content might be replaced. So it's just going to take a moment to do that, and look at that. Now there's a lot of things to take in there that this has been able to do, because we've got here the perspective of the fence behind. We've also got things here that are out of focus, so it's recognized those things and managed to replicate them on there. And we have 3 choices. Now we can go through those using the bar down at the bottom here. You can see we can just go ahead and use the arrows to move through the different choices, and also taking your eye over to the side here, and I can just highlight this for a second. Okay, just down here we've got the variations just there, so we can click on those and see the different variations on offer, and we can either choose one of those, or if we're not getting what we want from there, we can click generate again. Let's use another image like that, again with some out of focus content here. So I'm just going to bring up this one of a swan that was having its LinkedIn profile photo done at the time, and then this guy just comes walking out from behind the bushes there, and starts looking at his phone. Orcs. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab this here again with the lasso tool. Plenty of room around that. Now I could use the other selection tools, of course, to work with this, but I think this is the best one here. And just again, no prompt. I'm just going to hit generate just there, and away this goes. And let's see the results that we get from this one. Very cool. And if you examine it and compare it, I'm not going to compare it today with content aware fill, but it is worth doing that because we've got too much to cover here. And I'm also going to pin my bar here to the top of the screen. So there we are. Let's just pin that there. So that way it's not following me around.
Yeah, we had another question, or one question. By the way, Bart's watching, and he said,
Bart.
"Hi, Senior. Hi, Dad."
Yeah, hi, son.
So Bart's a colleague of us, also working at Adobe. What I just wanted to quickly mention, we're in Photoshop right now, so the focus for this live stream for the next couple of minutes is going to be in Photoshop, but somebody asked about how does it work in Illustrator. Stay tuned. The second stream today will cover exactly that, what you can do. You can do lots of stuff in Illustrator, also working with vectors, recoloring them, and that's extremely exciting as well, but not the topic for now, but stay tuned and you'll get all the information.
Yes, special stuff coming up with that straight after this one. Again, we've got some variations there. Now look at the difference between those two. That second one there looks almost perfect to me. That one, there's sort of a halo around. There's a bit Predator-like just there, I think. But that one works perfectly. So that, of course, is a really great addition because these things happen all the time.
Yeah.
Right, when you're working with images like this, that something happens, something flies in. In fact, we've got an example of that. We've got two. Let's do just two more of these. I'll open both of these at the same time, just here. So let's get these open. So just about to take, this is a drone shot, this one here, and this bird has flown in front of the drone just there. Now there's a few different competing things here with the skyline, and then we've got some of the actual terrain itself and the sky. So they're things that content aware fill might actually struggle with that to determine what exactly is going on there. But we'll try it here with generative fill. And again, just a simple hit return. I've always got extra things in my images, Sinja. Always. There's always something that creeps in, or someone.
I had actually, I think you're going to show that, so I'm not going to take the magic away, but there's also other workflows where you previously had to throw away pictures, literally, because they were not the right formats.
Yeah, not the right aspect ratio or the right orientation, all of those things. We'll get to all of that. Now, have a look at that. That's the first of those three choices.
That's amazing.
And that is pretty good. That has managed to replicate, there's slight tonality there in that cloud, perhaps if I wanted to be really picky. And the other thing is here, of course, this isn't damaging the work. This is non-destructive. Okay, so you can see here that whatever you're choosing in generative fill here, that it's actually on another layer with a mask. So you've got the chance to edit that to your own needs just there. We'll just do one more with this chipmunk because there's another thing here that's worth taking. Well, I think it's a chipmunk. If it's not a chipmunk, I hope it's not offended by me calling it a chipmunk.
What is it?
I don't know.
Maybe somebody in the chat knows.
Oliver Andrews in the chat. You know what this,
Tell us.
What this thing is.
Tell us what it is.
I'm just going to remove just a little bit of that selection. I want it to be slightly tighter than that, and we'll go ahead for generative fill, and again hit return. It's so fast.
Yes.
As well, I'm not having to access a menu or anything like that, but with that content aware bar there, or context aware bar there. So it's just going ahead and analyze it, boom, and it's gone. Now, the things that I'm interested in here, right, are the way it's actually dealt with the shadows, because if we just turn that layer off, we can see the shadows that were here with the, so there's an awareness, there's intelligence there that's looking at that creature and understanding that that creature is generating a shadow itself. And then in the result, okay, it's dealing with that. And so we can try to see that one there, maybe not quite as successful, that one. And this is why you get choices. Okay, so between those three things, I think the first one there, pretty good.
Yes.
Now, what you mentioned a moment ago in terms of aspect ratio, let's take a look at that very quickly. So this is basically Generative Expand. I think that's what we're going with this one. So let's have a look here. Let's have a look at this chameleon. just there. So we've got this chameleon, but what we'd like to do is we'd like to actually turn this into a postcard maybe, and have a little bit of a heading at the top and maybe some copy space down the side. So we want to change quite a bit about this image. So I'm just going to go ahead and tap C here for my crop tool. Now you can determine, okay, at the top here how this is going. If you wanted to use content aware fill, you could use that, but Generative Expand, okay, is there in the choice. So I'm going to just zoom out a little bit here, okay, and then I'm going to make some changes. Now sometimes it helps, as with most of these operations, to do things a piece at a time, okay, but I'm just going to go ahead and work with that like so. And what I'm looking at here is the chameleon's position in that, okay, and then I'm just going to hit generate.
So while we're waiting for the results,
yeah,
we just had two inputs. It's either a squirrel or a chipmunk.
Squirrel or chipmunk. Let's call it a squeamunk. So it's
amazing.
Or a chiprel.
Yeah, that's great.
There you go. Look at that. So the background here has been very well replicated there. It's done. I'm not entirely sure about that branch just there. Let's see, and it's given us some other suggestions there. So that's carrying on just there, and that's terminating in a slightly different way. I think that looks really good. Let's do it again. Let's actually resize this. Let's say that, you know, this maybe isn't quite the right size for this postcard and it needs to be slightly wider. So let's do that. Go ahead and hit generate there. And it's going to go and examine it. This is where we need some like elevator music in between. Yeah. We need exciting music, really, not elevator music.
We need to tell some jokes.
We do. And but look at that. You know, it's really, really good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fantastic. It's not just really, really good. Now, another thing, I'm going to undo both of these steps because essentially it's the generation and the adding there. But what we can also do, because it's not just a matter of resizing just the canvas in that way, we can do other operations at the same time. So if I go ahead and get my crop tool this time and just reselect that whole image there, and again zoom out just a bit here, because maybe what I also want to do is rotate the canvas like so, and even this in itself in generating those other elements there. Now I'm much happier with the position of that chameleon there in that way. Just hit return and it will go ahead and start analyzing it. And so I'm doing both operations there at exactly the same time.
Dun, dun, dun,
Oh,
dun,
no,
dun,
that was good. And the music there is provided by the amazing Singer Ninja.
Yeah.
Check that out.
Great. I love it. I'm a real
So
fan
good.
of this feature because it works so well. So, and because we had the question in the chat, you
Yep.
don't need the beta version anymore. It's in the GA version of Photoshop, just the newest release, 25.0.0. If you go to your Creative Cloud desktop app and update Photoshop just to the newest version, it's called Photoshop 2024, you'll be able to access all these features and you'll have that contextual taskbar, as it's called, where you
Thank you.
type that in.
Yeah.
And then you can access it and play around with it.
So good. Yeah, and there for everyone. And also, because it's out of beta, you can now use this work commercially. So this is free for commercial purposes. So if you're actually generating work for clients and working on client work, this is now, whereas before it was watermarked and there were restrictions on its use, it wasn't intended or wasn't provided for commercial use. Now it is. So now it's a real part of your toolbox to work with. Fantastic results from that. Let's try something else then with another. So I've got another undesirable just here in this image. Let me just come away from the crop tool just for a moment. So we'll do a couple of different things. Let's go ahead then and first of all remove this runner from this lovely beach shot here. So let's just try this just to start off with. So you'll notice I'm only highlighting the runner just at the moment. Let's see if it might give me a result there with the reflection. If not, we can go ahead and work on that. But I know that if I add something in, it will be capable of adding reflections for me, something we can look at perhaps in a wee while. Ah, it's actually seen the shadow just there, so let's just improve that then. We'll try, but I was just going to see if it did work out. That, but we'll get both things just there and try that again. Whoops. Generative fill, hit return.
So I'm looking at the chat again, and actually Oliver Andrews said it's a striped ground squirrel, and chipmunks are part of the squirrel family.
There we are.
So we learned something today.
Wow. Well, you can see I had a few choices there. Now, the first two here weren't my favourites. The interesting result just there. But the third one, pretty good. But even again, if I wasn't happy, all I need to do is hit generate. It will just give me another row of these three options here. So I can scroll down in the panel there if I do decide I want to go back to one of the earlier choices. And the layer that it's generating is a smart object, right? So all it's doing is populating from that smart object. And that's pretty good. Just there, I like that one. I'm going to go with that one for now. But what I've also decided here is this angle. That's not a great angle for any sort of landscape shot, really, sloping off, especially when it's the ocean that's sloping off into there. So let's go ahead and do a couple of things here. I'm going to zoom out just a tad there, and let's go ahead and level that. So bring that around like so, something like that. And of course, I've got tools to help me level there as well. But do you know what? The thing is with this one wasn't meant to be landscape.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know it's a landscape, but it wasn't meant the intent. What my client actually wants is something in portrait orientation.
Oh, okay.
So let's go ahead and make some changes to that then. So let's bring this in maybe on this side. I'm going to use it for that sort of quadrant there, I think. We'll go there. And then let's go outwards.
So classic Instagram story format.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, exactly that.
Probably.
See, this is why we've always worked well together, Sinjay. Let's go ahead.
Generate.
And do that, yes. Make it so. Off it goes.
Yeah, and of course we don't want the ocean on a tilt because it'll flow off this side of the Earth.
It's true. It's
100% true.
Check that out. Look at that.
And another question around Firefly and availability. It's out of beta for everything, all the touch points, the website, Photoshop, Illustrator, and Adobe Express. And it's available inside your apps, so everybody can use it. If you have a Creative Cloud subscription, you can use Firefly. It's included.
Yes. I've actually got a little Firefly thing, actually, which we can go to maybe a bit later on, something to look at in terms of things in Firefly. So I've got something open. I'll make a little note to remember that. There you go. Note made. Right, we can have a look at something very interesting just there. So we've got these different versions here. Again, if I want to crop them, okay, maybe this is a tad narrow for that. Then let's go ahead and just bring that out a bit here and maybe a bit here, like so. And once again, let it do its stuff. So changing orientation like that. How many times do you get that where you have a client who provides you an image in the wrong orientation for the project they want you to use it on, and you have to go and do all of this extra work, probably not in your original quote as well. So, you know, it's great that that's actually working well for you like that. That's a really good one on the end there. If you look at that one and then follow the M one, that's much nicer just there. And of course you can continue working on these if you want to. Yeah. And again, completely non-destructive. The original content is still there. You've got all of the different layers for the edits that we've done throughout there. So there we go.
That's a really nice result.
It's a great result. I think really cool. Let's try changing a background, I think. So we've got another reptile just here. I've got an iguana. I like iguanas. Let's use one of the selection tools here. Maybe let's try the object selection tool and let it do its magic, examining the image, which it should be doing right now. It appears not to be playing ball. Let's have a quick look. Oh, there we are. And let's pick up a couple of extra bits just here. And then I might actually paint some of this in. I'm just going to tap Q to go into quick mouse mode and have a look at that. That is pretty good for now. I think I'm going to just switch to the quick selection tool and just pick up maybe some of this thing. I don't want to replace what it's standing on. What I do want to replace where it is. And just do that for now. And if I need to make any edits to that, we'll do that in a second. Actually going to have to now because I've over selected. There we go. Let's go ahead and do that. It's good to see Bart in here, by the way.
So you're generating, I'm answering a couple of questions in the meantime.
Yeah.
So some people asked if it makes sense to maintain the beta version. So that's always a good idea. If you have access to it and want to test stuff, you'll always be able to test other things in the beta versions. For Firefly, you don't need the beta anymore because it's in the GA version of Photoshop and all the other apps, as I just said. But still, it does make sense, and they coexist next to each other. So you could have Photoshop and Photoshop Beta installed at the same time. And there was another question.
We ought to just let people know, by the way, that GA is general audiences, so that means it's available to everybody. That's the thing.
Yes.
So, the mainline build.
Okay, let me check the other questions. Just go on.
Right. Well, what I've done then here is I've very, very loosely, and in fact, I'm just going to tidy up a couple of little bits here just with the lasso. I've very, very loosely. I've got some small gaps here which I could deal with, going to select and mask and work all of that stuff. But just for the moment, this is exactly what I need just here. So I've gone ahead and selected the iguana. Then I'm going to go ahead and invert that selection. I'm using the shortcut here, Shift Command I. That would be Shift Control I if you're on Windows. And of course, you can always go Select Inverse just at the top here. So now I've got the background selected. And let's go ahead and go for Generative Fill. But this time, we're going to add a prompt.
Okay.
It's time to type.
What prompt?
Slowly, because that way I made so many typos this morning. So what we should have asked really is thank you. You can be my proofreader for my prompts.
I will.
I think New York City at night with taxis and people and bright city lights in the distance. Let's try that one. This is much longer than I've typed this before, so this is very, very good.
No typos.
No typos, because I did it really slowly. The thing is here, don't just type things like fill this area or things like that. You really need to get in there and use those nouns so it's got something to work with. And
we do have prompting guidelines. So if you look for that, just Google them. You'll find a short explanation of how to best prompt to get the best results.
Yeah, because you can add things on like photoreal, hyper-realistic. We can do all of those things perhaps in a bit. So let's see what we get just here. Generating away. And of course, you're getting tips all the time with the progress bar that you've got here. You're getting little tips all the time as well that help you. Wow, that's pretty good actually.
That's pretty good. Just the colors are a bit off, but you could easily change that.
Oh yeah. I mean, pretty simply modified.
He was definitely photographed with a flash.
Absolutely.
And then the city lights in the background.
Tonally, it's not too far off really.
No.
There, it's.
The perspective matches quite nicely.
Yeah, and that's something else that it's really, really good at, is matching perspective and things like that. But yeah, I like that. Again, if I didn't, I could modify the prompt, so I could go back into the prompt here at night. So if I do at night with dark sky in here, so let's just try that one here. So let's go to that. Come on. Give me an insertion cursor just there. Dark sky and taxis. And I've punctuated that, but I don't think that's going to matter too much. Imagine having to do this otherwise. All the things that you'd have to do otherwise to get a piece of reference imagery to make it match. Content, and that actually doesn't New York like. There's a couple of things there that it's struggled maybe just a tad with the underside of that, but.
You could always just you could do like different iterations. So you choose the photo, even if it's not 100% perfect, you could still always say, okay, now next step is to just lasso this specific area and then generate that area again. So
Yeah.
that also works. It doesn't have to be perfect for the first generation.
No.
It can be. It
Yeah.
doesn't have to.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's getting you quite a way there without too much effort,
Yeah.
or any effort really on your part. It makes it very, very easy. And it's a very good way to ideate quickly. I mean, imagine if you were putting something together that was essentially a pitch for the work for your client or customer or whatever, and you wanted to give them some rough ideas of your thinking. If you had to composite all of this in the very first place, you'd have to spend all that time doing that work, possibly for little or no reward in that regard. Whereas here, you can ideate very, very quickly, and you could take, you could send this across to your client and say, this is what I'm thinking. What do you think of this? And provide different versions of those, which of course you could export out at different points as well. So you have all of those, and it just gets you on the way there, which I think is really, really good. Let me just have a quick peek at what else we've got here. This is another one we could generate a background just here with another. This is actually a generative AI iguana. It's not even or chameleon. In fact, I'm not even sure what that is. I think it might be something prehistoric. Let's have a look at a couple of other things here that we can generate. Let's go with maybe this one here. Let's try this one. Okay, so this one's going to be for a little bit of fun here. So what I'm going to do is, I saw on the U-Bahn yesterday over here in Munich, I saw a poster of a woman dressed as an astronaut looking at a tablet. I thought that would be a cool thing to try and generate, and so I thought I'd do that today. So let's give it a go. And so what I'm going to do is, loosely here, I'm going to basically try and draw more or less the shape I'm after. Now I'm getting down to this point here. I'm going to hold down the Alt key or Option key so I can go into straight lines just around that. Not that I think it matters too much there. And then I'm going to release that and continue drawing around there like so, and then just move away up here. Let's go around that, and you can do interesting things with hair as well. So imagine what this would be like to retouch if somebody said, I like the picture, but can she be blonde? Yeah, that is something can actually attempt.
That's like customers from hell.
I know, yeah. But they exist.
Yes.
And there are many of them.
No, but it's really good. And what I mentioned before is that you would have to reshoot the whole thing in that particular case. But now with Photoshop, you have with Firefly and Photoshop, you have plenty of different variations where you can choose from and where you can edit an image and it will still be usable, as opposed to if you have to throw it away or you just have to do the whole shoot again. So absolutely. And we've got and that again is saving you time and money, making your work more profitable and so on. Just while we're here, actually, in the taskbar itself, you'll notice how, because it's context based, right, that it's changing everything you do. But we've got options here, right, to go ahead and change our selections, so we don't have to search in other parts of the interface. The interface is right with us the whole time here. So all of these things that otherwise you might seek out in the top level menu system, here you've got them right to hand. So all of these different things relating to the selection, inverting the selection, switching to quick mask mode, all of that, filling the selection, creating new adjustment layers, and then you can do other things here as well with the bar, or indeed deselect. But let's go generative fill. So what I'm going to do is I want to go with an orange and white spacesuit with large metallic, well, not metallic, it's going to be metal, with large metal collar and patches. Actually, let's not have and patches just to start off with. I'm just adding that in because I thought it'd be fun. Tony, I'm impressed.
Well, I've managed to type no typos.
No typos.
I'm impressed too. In fact, I'm amazed.
Okay, let's see what it does. We had another question in the chat to answer for me in the meantime, is what is this AI trained on? So somebody already answered it in the chat, so we actually care about copyright, and it's not possible to create something in the style of this and that. Or, for example, put in Mickey Mouse. That's always my favorite example. If you put in Mickey Mouse on the Firefly website and say generate something, it wouldn't work, and that's a good thing because that will violate intellectual property, and it's only trained on public domain content that's out there, that's safe to use, and also on Adobe stock database that's over 355 million images.
Wow.
As a base to train on. So that's on purpose, that it doesn't work with in the style of an artist or Mickey Mouse or whatever it will be. And by the way, did you know Mickey Mouse, the first version, Steamboat Willie,
Yeah.
that will be out to public domain in 2024.
Of course, because it's
copyright
100
expired.
years old. Yeah.
Or will expire. Yeah. Yes, I think they extended it to 95 years. So theoretically, we could use that for training then, but now it doesn't work.
Yeah. Wow. Right. That's nice. This is it's nice. I like the color. I like the way that it's worked out that hair should be falling around there like so. Let's have a look at the other options we've got here. That's too big for her neck. She's got a very elegant neck. Great spacesuit though. Really like it. And that's on here. Oh yeah.
That's nice.
Now see, if I was just getting that together as an idea to start this off, even if I was going to actually shoot this later, I've got the idea. I've got something that
inspiration.
Yeah, for somebody who maybe spends more of their life around spreadsheets and plans and doesn't have maybe the vision to be able to visualize things like this. It presents something to them that they can work with. Yeah, that they understand your vision again without too much effort there. So that's a lot of fun. What any other suggestions on what we might dress this young woman in?
Yes, please. Come up with some suggestions. We'll just let the chat decide on what we should do.
Yeah, drop us.
Let me check.
In the meantime, I'm going to say suit of medieval armor. Let's try that. I think I saw Paul Trani do this the other day, or somebody was putting Paul Trani in medieval armor, I think, with the beta.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're generating. Okay.
Yeah.
So I just saw a question. Somebody mentioned that the question got skipped, but it already got answered. Sorry for that. I didn't see that. The current resolution is
1024. 1024 on the longest edge.
1024. Yeah. So if you have an image, I had that. I did something for a magazine actually where it was like 3000 pixels, and I just did it in pieces. So to make sure that the resolution is working, you can do that, and it's pretty easy. That's not much of an extra effort. So that's the current resolution. If it goes up, I'm sure you'll be the first one to notice and to know about. So we'll announce that. But yeah. Yeah,
that's if you do notice things that aren't of a sufficient resolution for that. That is the best suggestion. Is to do that. Is to segment it. So if you were cropping something, for example, and building that in manually. Without using Generative Expand, then you could create that into blocks. By the way,
that looks really good.
I like it. And it actually looks realistic, and the hair is falling in the right places.
That's amazing.
That is quite believable. Did we have any suggestions from the chat on other things? Let's dress her in one more thing, I think.
Let's see.
Before we go and look at some extra cool stuff.
A helmet.
Yeah, well, I've got a body selected. I mean, we could do that. We could try.
Actually, yeah, space. But would it mess with the face? I don't know.
I'm just going to go back to this minute. I'm going to turn off that.
Or maybe you can go around the face or somehow. Let's just try.
I wonder if
I'll see if we have another suggestion.
The object selection tool is going to pick up. That's because I haven't got it in. I'm going to go with the lasso mode just here, and let's see if I can get this hair. Go on.
Make her a chef on a TV show.
Oh, now I'm going to have to do that now. Hold on. Let me deselect that. And let me undo the deselection. Whoops, there we go. And we'll go back to that layer. Let's do TV chef. I suppose any chef, they don't have to be on TV.
Yeah. It was just a suggestion we got. Let's see.
That's not from my wife, is it? Because her cousin's a TV chef. Whoa, look at that.
Oh, that's really nice. That's,
Whoa, that is really good.
I like that it maintained the colors.
Yeah. This one, again, with the fall of the hair.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Fantastic. I mean, very little additional masking work there, if any, to get that result.
Yeah. And even if you could always reiterate and just do another round,
Yeah.
generating minor bits and pieces.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and do something else here. I'm going to create something from scratch. So I'm just going to use this 1080p document here. I am going to get a rectangle. Right, so let's make it about that deep. I think that's fine. Then I'm going to go to Generative Fill. Let's have a stormy sky in the early evening, just to see if it makes it darker. Let's try that out and let it generate that. So this is from nothing. So this is me ideating live using generative AI in Photoshop.
What did you type in?
I typed in stormy sky in the early evening. I think I said early evening, or did it? Yeah, early evening. There we go. Let's have a look at the variations there.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, that's crunchy.
That's also nice. Well, which one?
I think I'm going to go with the third one here. Then I'm going to just create another rectangle just here, just for the moment. I'm going to start out with a rectangle. Then I'm going to switch to the lasso tool and hold down Shift to add to it, and then draw some shapes here, like so. So I want just a few things. Yeah, I think I'm going to try for some mountains or land. So let's give this a go. Let's try mountainous land. Shall I try land? Oh, I've gone caps lock. Shall I try land mass or mountainous land? Let's just see what it generates for us with mountainous land.
Now I'm excited.
Yes.
So you're building the image in 3
Building
parts,
it from nothing.
From nothing?
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Okay. Didn't expect that, to be honest. That looks amazing.
That does. That's just the first one of the 3. That's
like
groovy. Look at that. Ooh. Drama over there. I'm just going to highlight that for you. Drama. This is the drama that I'm seeing just there. Drama. Ooh. That's dramatic as well.
Yeah, but the first one.
The first one really worked. Yeah.
Come on. That's amazing.
Ooh. Now then. Rectangles are great to start with because they're very quick. So I'm just going to start with a rectangle.
So what now?
I am going to I'm going to switch into quick mask mode here. My quick mask is set for selected areas. So normally it's set for masked areas. I'm doing mine selective areas. I am going to make myself a smaller brush just here, and I'm going to dab in some stuff around there. Oh, I've got an active selection, so let's tap Q first, go into quick mask mode, and then start to paint stuff in. I've got that at a low opacity just there, so you can see here I'm at 30% opacity. I could have done with using one of Kyle's brushes. Kyle, if you're watching, I acknowledge I should be using one of your brushes right now to do some of this stuff, but I'm making splodges. I'm going to make my brush slightly larger, just in case you're wondering how I'm doing that. I'm holding down Control and Option on my Mac. That would be Alt right drag to change the brush size dynamically like that. It's a super useful little tip. That's starting to get a bit regular there. I am going to tap 0 to go to 100% here. And what that will do, this variance in opacity is going to actually change the intensity of the generative result. So there's going to be other things that go on there. So I've got stuff that's getting nice and fully rendered, as it were, at the front there. Now, when I switch out of quick mask mode, you'll notice that some of the marching ants aren't there. That's because Photoshop doesn't display things that are less than 50% selected there or opaque. So now we've got that. Let's try fantasy forest with magical. I'm asking it to do quite a lot here. I don't care, and it doesn't care either. It loves a challenge. I've heard that. Firefly was talking to me just this morning.
People are laughing about how excited we got about the mountains.
I know, but it's so good though.
Yeah, I love it. I might be biased, but I love it.
I mean, you know, when we started doing all of this stuff years ago, wow. It's even
What
put
did you
some
type in?
I typed fantasy forest with magical castle.
Okay.
That's not hard. That's not half bad. No, it's even put some little flying dragons in there as well, and there's some
Bats,
stuff.
maybe.
I think it's a bit Mordor-like over there. Avoid.
Let's have a look at the others.
Yeah. Oh man, I could follow.
Oh, that's cool.
Ooh.
That's funny. Yeah. Well,
I'm going to write a children's book by tea time. Fantastic. Oh, I actually like that. Oh, you know, up here, this could be the Sinister Twins castle up on the side there. Really good. Yeah, so, but you can see I've generated all of this good stuff just here from this. So what we could do, this is at the point, of course, where you've always got, I don't know what's quite going on there, but again, I could make another selection here. So if there's something I don't particularly like, I can just go ahead. I'm not going to add anything to it. I'm just going to get it to analyze the image around it. Okay, so I'm going to go for generative fill, hit return. Okay, and let that generate, and then I'll get on to my next point just here in a second. Okay, so we'll let that just go ahead. It's fixed.
that was easy.
That was very, very easy. But it's at this point where your client turns around and goes, oh, Tony, sorry. It's not a wraparound cover. It's just a book cover. So I've got to just change it and make it a bit taller. Yeah. So I'll just go, okay, that's fine. It will be ready by let's say next Wednesday. Is that all right? And it's going to cost you no. That's unethical. Right. But anyway, let's just go ahead and do that and say, yeah, okay, this is what it needs to be now. Let's just hit return.
Yes, and there you got the answer to one of the questions that Susan just asked. You don't have to type in remove, just add a blank, because it will analyze what's around and what's the most relevant answer it could give, which would mostly be remove then in these cases.
Yeah, just leave it completely blank. Don't need to put a space in or anything like that. It just does it.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that.
Regarding the languages, well, Tony prefers to generate prompts in English.
Yeah, but there's 100 languages.
He doesn't know German. Do you know German?
A little.
So you could prompt in hundreds plus languages. Firefly knows all these languages, and because we got the question whether there is a change in quality with the other languages, I didn't notice the quality change of the prompts. So you could just try it yourself and try to come up with different prompts in different languages to compare it, but I didn't really notice a difference.
I'm going to try for another thing just here. Oops, let's just go back to where we were. And then we're going to look at another important aspect of this. So let's go for some lightning. Actually, I ought to put, be more specific, forked lightning. Let's see what we get just here. And then we're going to save this, and then we're going to look at another very, very important aspect of working with generative AI in general. So it's just going ahead and generating me some results from that. Ooh. Oh, I like that one.
That one's best.
Yeah, I think we'll go with that one. Right, let's save this. Now I'm just going to save this out onto my desktop as Fantasyland. There we go. There we are. Let's do that. So I'm saving that. Okay. Right, so a couple of things here. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to just open, okay, this content credentials beta just here. Now, if I've got mine already parked here as a panel there, if you don't know whether it is otherwise, here it is in the window menu. This is where you find content credentials. Okay, and so this is going to do a few things for us that we're going to take a quick look at. So I'm going to enable content credentials just here. Okay, there's a bunch of things that you can do around this. You can connect various accounts here. You can see Behance just there. You can also do it if Instagram is on there, a couple of other things as well, which you can find out about by following that link. And it's going to include the producer here and the edits and activity just there. I can preview that, and this will show me what will be the content credentials that will be generated along with this. So you can see it's been produced by Tony Harmer. It's at Tony Harmer on Behance. So there we are, just there, because I've already added that one on. It says that some things here, and the generative AI stuff that's been used here, it's recognized as generative AI stuff. It's been done in Photoshop 25.000 here. The system used to build it was Adobe Firefly, and it's certified by Adobe Incorporated, just there. So that's the information we've got. Now, whenever you're using generative AI inside of your work like this, the metadata for that is hard baked into the image, and it's tamper proof. You can't do anything with it to remove it or edit it or change it. It's baked in. So as soon as you use the generative AI stuff, that goes in as well. And there's more you can find out about. There's a whole bunch of things that will be appearing throughout the day today on the Adobe website to answer any of your questions around that. And it's worth looking at the content credentials here. So what I'm going to do is I am going to export this. I'm going to use export as. So let's take this out like so. So here's Fantasyland as a JPEG just there. Now you can see just down at the bottom here, I'm going to zoom in for you there. Publish content to content credentials cloud. Now this is a good step to do just here, right? So it's going to publish a copy up to content credentials there, and you'll see what the upshot of that is in just a moment. So I'm going to go ahead and export there, and let's drop this out onto the desktop just there. Okay, and we'll do save. Okay, I'm not going to share for review just right now, so let's just send that to Nights. There we go. And I'm going to then go out to, okay, the Content Authenticity Initiative. And specifically, the URL I'm after here is verify.content-authenticity.org. And I'm going to choose to inspect this file. So I'm clicking through to that. And then I'm going to upload that. So here we are, there's Fantasyland JPEG just there. Let's bring that in. And you can see that it has all of that information in here. It tells me this image combines multiple pieces of content. At least one was generated with an AI tool. It says that the AI model was Adobe Firefly, produced by me. Again, now this is actually promoting me as well. Yeah, so if you came across this image on maybe Instagram or in some other place, you can actually push this in to inspect this file, and it's actually promoting me at the same time. It's also showing that I am timestamped as the creator of this work. So there's a lot of real positives around this. And one of the questions you're going to ask is, yeah, but what if someone does something naughty, like, this is me being sinister now, this is naughty face Tony, right, in which what I'm going to do is just zoom out a bit here. I'm going to screen capture this image like so. Okay. So
that would probably be something where you could trick metadata. But
trying to be naughty.
Can you actually, Tony? Can you trick Firefly?
Let's see. So it's going to go out to, so that's been saved onto my desktop. I'm going to go back to this. I'm going to inspect another file. So let's go ahead and do that. There's the screenshot just there. Now let's have a look at it. Excuse me. Okay, it tells me the file name. At the moment, it's finding there's no content credentials in there. But if I go, okay, let's find possible matches, this is where it's going to search the Content Authenticity Cloud or the Content Credentials Cloud just here. So it's having a look and examining that. It's saying, there you go. Possible matches are fantasyland.jpg. And then I can click on that and then I can find it. It's because all of that information is baked into that file. So I have all of that there. So that's super, super useful. Now, while I'm actually in a browser, because I think we've got about 5 minutes left, I think is about right, something like that. So let's have a look at something else while I'm in a browser. Let's go ahead then. And we'll go to Firefly. So what I'm going to do is I've actually got that open in another browser just here. So here's Firefly, which of course has also had things added in today, loads of exciting things going on at all of the different places where Firefly surfaces. Yes.
I need to add something before you show it because it matches perfectly.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, how likely is it that somebody will generate the same image on a prompt? And
it's not terribly likely. There's
Yes.
so many different variables that go into that.
But if you want to,
Yeah.
for somebody to have the same image that
Ah,
you prompted, could
well.
you do that?
We could. I'm going to use text to image just here. Let's do that. What shall we prompt? Well, I mean, we could use one of these. Oh, in fact, look at that. There was an electric sort of bear there. I love that. I'm actually going to view that as a sample. So one of the new things, you've got this image here. Love it. I want to see how that was generated here. And if I go to the share arrow at the top right of that, when I'm hovering over these, you see I get all of the other bits of the interface that sit on top of that. Now, if I go ahead and click that, I can now choose to copy that link. I'm going to switch to yet another browser just over here. In this particular instance, I'm using Brave just here. I've just pasted that link into the address bar at the top of the screen. I'm going to hit return. And so it takes me to that image, and you can see here exactly how that was generated. The prompt was generated. So bear with sunglasses in the woods, but it's using the cyberpunk style there. So if I thought, cyberpunk's cool, but what about if I wanted to maybe do it like synthwave? Let's try that. Try that prompt.
So I have another question here
Yeah.
from Sandrine, because she is talking about
Hey,
the photographer, how there is a way to get the owner of the photography or of the photo in there. And actually, with the Content Authenticity Initiative, we do have a cooperation with Leica and Nikon,
Yeah.
that they implement the content credentials right into the camera, so that the content credentials in the future will be able to capture that right when you click the shutter. So who has taken the photo, and then obviously, like we do that now in Photoshop, who has edited it and how. So this is something we're working on right now. It's not in place yet, but it will feature the new M11 from Leica, and I'm not sure about the Nikon camera. But that's something exciting to come, which takes that content credential topic a lot further, like from the beginning of creating something until the output, the final edited output.
Yeah. So we've got a whole thing around it.
Yeah.
I mean, at the moment, the using and sending things at Content Authenticity Cloud and all of that stuff, or Content Credentials Cloud, all of those things, that's smart usage at the moment. But if you think about it, in the not too distant future, the more this is used, and I can't remember how many, Rufus was in here earlier and said about how many images, something like 90 billion images have been generated using Adobe Firefly since the early beta was released. They don't quote me on that number, but I'm pretty sure that's what he said. As this becomes a thing, clients are going to want this. Clients are going to want to be able to show, okay, that's an authentic. If you see your image somewhere else being misappropriated, you're going to have something that says, hang on a minute, that is my image. This is, using that initiative and a way to track back on that. So there we go. We've got these different variations just there. Again, we can share that if we want. But that's it. That's the edited highlights there from a little bit of Firefly thrown in there, but using the new generative AI features inside of Photoshop, bit of Generative Expand. Good fun.
Yes, amazing. Thank you, Tony.
No, that's cool.
That was really great to see.
Thank you.
I mean, there's lots of stuff to show on the website. Like we just saw, you could also use text to image and then generative fill on the website. But you could also use, like we just saw, Photoshop and create something from scratch, edit images, expand images. Just get creative. You can literally do anything you can imagine, I would even say. Right. So we have lots of other exciting streams coming up right now. I mentioned it in the beginning. Just stay tuned for the next stream starting in a couple of minutes. Here we have the agenda again. So the next one up is Illustrator and Gen AI, with the opportunity to ask the expert and see lots of exciting stuff in the other applications as well, because Firefly is not only in Photoshop, but also in Illustrator and Adobe Express as of today, out of beta. Have fun with it.
Thanks.
Bye.
And welcome back to Adobe Live. It's so great to see so many of you joining from all over the world. For some of you, it's very early morning. For some of you, it's the evening. For us, it's the afternoon, because today I'm here with Margherita Innocenti, who came directly from Florence. And she's an amazing illustrator and graphic designer who's going to show us a little bit about the new features in Adobe Illustrator 2023. The latest release that was released just today, right? Today is a great day because so many things changed. If you remember, in March, we introduced something called Adobe Firefly. And Adobe Firefly is a family of AI generative tools that help in your creative workflow, that help you create images, that help you in Photoshop, like we've just seen with Tony for the past hour, with Generative Fill and Generative Expand. Some of you are asking, how do I access these new features? Well, all you need to do is to go into your Adobe Creative Cloud app and check the Updates tab and see if there's any updates. If you don't see the new versions, make sure to click the button that says Check for Updates, because they will certainly pop up there, all right? And I've also heard some people lamenting in the chat that the beta has some limitations now. Yes, because we're out of the beta. Don't use the Photoshop beta anymore. Use the version 25.0.0 of Photoshop, and you will get all of the cool features that Tony has just shown you. In the next hour, we're going to be talking about Adobe Illustrator, which is a completely different type of app, right? In Photoshop, we talk about pixels. In Illustrator, we talk about vectors. And basically, the beauty of vectors, and correct me if I'm wrong, Margherita, the beauty of vectors is that they are resolution independent. Basically, you can zoom into a vector illustration 64,000% and still have crisp and sharp graphics, right? And that means that you can use a vector illustration and make it as big as you want, to make to print it as big as you want, or to save it as big as you want, or like I said, to zoom into it as much as you want. Again, this is a new version of Adobe Illustrator, and this new version, you will see, and we will be talking about that extensively during the next hour, includes Generative Recolor, which is one of the ways that we've applied Firefly to the Creative Cloud workflows. The Adobe Firefly website has also been updated, so make sure to check it out, because on the website you can also do Generative Fill, Generative Expand. You can use the tools that we're going to be looking at with Margherita in a second, the Recolor artwork of vector art. So the Firefly website is a great place to get started with AI, to see how things work, to upload one of your pictures and expand it or retouch it with the web experience. And if you're ready to make the next step, well, get Creative Cloud and start using Photoshop and Illustrator. And of course, never forget, all of these technologies are also available in Adobe Express, because in Adobe Express, you can now generate images that you can use in your designs, and also generate text effects. The main new thing about today is that, during the whole beta phase, all images were watermarked, and we made very certain that, we were clear about the fact that these images that you created, or artwork that you created using those technologies, was not safe for commercial use, that you actually couldn't be used for commercial use while in beta. Well, as of today, you can use all of those tools for commercial purposes. So now, if you create an image using Firefly, or retouch an image using Generative Fill, or recolor artwork in Illustrator, well, you can use that work to, for your profession, and sell your artwork that way, right? So there's a whole bunch of other news that we'll go over in the next hour while we talk with Margherita. But let's get started with you. Tell us a little bit about you. What's your background?
So I've been a graphic designer for about 10 years now. I went to college for it, and then I just got a corporate job. Wasn't feeling too creative, so I decided to start my Instagram page and TikTok page and all my social media just to get that hour in a day of creativity. And I started by just posting daily designs. So I still post every single day. I'm at like almost day 800 of posting every single day.
Perseverance.
But it's just, it's good for me to get that like hour of creativity out because I'm not really that creative at my job. So I post graphic design content and tutorials, short videos, 30-second videos on how to use all the Adobe products. And
how will
that's
people
it.
find you?
They find me on Instagram at Margherita Vox. It's my username is the same across all platforms, so Behance, YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram, and all that stuff.
And then you decided no more corporate. You made your own path, and now you do graphic design.
Yes, exactly.
Perfect. Now, you're also an Illustrator user, and yes, tell us a little bit about how you use, these new generative features inside of Adobe Illustrator.
So my main use for it is to change the colors of my artwork. If I'm not really much of a color person, so I'm not really good at choosing color palettes and all that stuff. So that's what I mainly use it for. I usually just create in grayscale because I can understand what are the darker parts of my image, what are the lighter parts of the image, and then I can use Generative Recolor to fix up my color palettes. I can tell it the mood I want or the season, or if I want a more Halloween themed, it'll give me like all my color palette. So that's what I mainly use it for.
All right, and we'll have a look at that right away. But this is a very interesting, concept about generative AI. Generative AI is not, it's not like creating stuff out of, like for the sake of doing things. I think generative AI becomes super interesting when it's actually part of an existing workflow where it makes things faster. Like you mentioned, Generative Recolor, and basically in Illustrator to recolor artwork, that was something that was pretty time consuming in the past. And, to have various ideas and iterations, that would take time. So normally you would just stop with, your 3 ideas, right?
Exactly.
Now you can create dozens of ideas almost, at the click of a mouse and then choose the one that works best. And this is what I love about the application of Firefly technologies to things like Photoshop and Illustrator and Adobe Express. Let's move to your screen then and see what you're working on right now.
So we're going to start off by recreating this little illustration. It's not going to take up too much time. It's pretty easy and straightforward, but we're going to use some pretty little cool tools that maybe not everyone knows about. And then we're going to play around with the colors and using the Generative Recolor tool to change up the colors of this illustration. So I'm just going to jump right into it, and we are going to start off with, in the toolbar over here, I'm going to grab the rectangle tool, just make a rectangle shape. Now I'm just going to by pressing I on my keyboard, I'll grab my eyedropper tool, and I have my little color palette over here. I can just click on it and it will apply it to my shape. I'm just going to then round off the corners by using the direct selection tool that's over here in the toolbar. And you can select whichever points you want, and by clicking and dragging on this little round dot, you can round the corners of your illustrations and whatever you want. Also of your text, anything vector. Next
Do you have
up,
a name for that character?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay.
We should ask.
We should ask the chat.
The chat, yes, exactly.
Who is this character? It's a brain inside of?
Inside of a little cup, I'm thinking.
Okay.
It doesn't have a handle, but I didn't make a handle for him, but we're then making an ellipse tool that stretches out all the way to the end, and choose our color. Just place it on the edge here. And we are going to make a duplicate of it. And here I'm going to use the shape builder tool. I don't know if any of you use this regularly, but it's a lifesaver as well. You can just intertwine two different shapes and remove the overlapping parts, which is really, really a lifesaver sometimes. Next up, we're going to go to the sunglasses. These are pretty easy. It's just two circles. And the first circle is going to be this goldish color. I'm going to make a copy of it and make the second copy black. That way we have this kind of like 3D look to it. Next up, still by using shapes, the rectangle tool, I'm going to make two lines, a bigger one and a little thinner one. And we're going to make these white, and they're going to be the sunglass reflections. And I'll rotate them a little bit and select all my shapes. And with the shape builder tool again, I'm going to remove the overlapping parts. We have our first part of the glasses. Duplicate it.
Fab RDG is asking, why is nobody using a mouse? Ha ha ha. Like, but you typically typically use a mouse or the trackpad or?
I'm a trackpad person.
Yeah, I'm a trackpad person too. Like,
I don't use a mouse.
I have like an external trackpad, like next to my keyboard.
Same.
So, it's not necessarily the trackpad on the laptop, but yeah, I'm a trackpad person. I've been for years now, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
And Marta, your question about if I retouch an image in Firefly, will it be accessible to other users or is it private? Anything you create, is of course private to you. There are some instances when we collect the prompts and some of the results that are created to continuously train the Firefly model, of course. But anything global, and the image is yours, and and also another thing that is important to remember is that anything you save to the Creative Cloud is yours, and we will never use that that content to train any AI, right? Like we said, we train on Adobe stock, on openly sourced content, and on content of which the copyright has expired. So this is a way for us to guarantee that the machine learning, the algorithms behind Adobe Firefly actually only use content that is copyright free. So that's one way to look at it. But yeah, anything you do is yours, of course.
I went ahead and placed the little brain in here. This was done with the brush tool, so I just made a bunch of little mountains to get that effect. If you want to have straighter lines, you can just double click on the brush tool and adjust the smoothness of it. That way you get real smooth lines. You don't have to necessarily have a mouse, and you can do that on your trackpad. So whenever you're done with your little brain, I just filled it in with a pink.
And this functionality has completely revived the pencil tool for me, for example.
Exactly, yes. Pencil tool is great as well. I use it all the time just to also fix some like messy lines and all that stuff. So it's really good. We're going to just duplicate our glasses, and I'm going to right click on them. You can actually reflect to the other side, make it smaller just to fit the brain's head, and maybe tilt them a little bit.
Sin Lagos says the sunglasses are a must.
They are.
Of course.
Next up, we're just going to add a little C for the nose and a little smiley face in there. I'm going to add a smiley face on him as well.
That's actually a genius thing, like to change the settings of the brush or the pencil tool, and to get these very nice lines. It saves so much time instead of the click and drag and click and drag. Yeah. Like you can really draw the shape that you want, and Illustrator automatically will smoothen the shape and make sure that it a beautiful shape.
Exactly. We're next gonna go off to the background, and I made this by just making a straight line. And then again, really useful tool, if you don't know about this, is the width tool. So I made a regular line. I can just click on one end and drag, and it will stretch out the line so that we can have this cool cone shape. And next we're grabbing the rotate tool. I'm gonna hold down the Alt or Option key and then click at the end of the point where I want the center point to be. So I'm just gonna click there, change the angle of it, click on copy so it will make a copy and not change the position of our original one. And then I can just repeat the same process by pressing Command D till I go all the way around. And there we have our rays. We're going to change the color of them. Oops. First of all, very important, when you're done, expand it and then change the color. We're going
I like how you say whoops. Like what do people in the chat say when they when they mess up? Yeah, like because I say oops as well. So
Maybe,
I
yeah.
find that weird. Yeah. So, and I thought I was alone saying oops. Hopla. Okay.
Hopla.
Hopla.
So we're making our background now. And we're going to send it all the way to the back.
So Eddie, all of these videos will of course be available for replay at your convenience after we finished. We're actually streaming a whole 9 hours today. We are streaming 3 hours here from the Munich studio, and then at 6 p.m. Central European time, we're gonna pass it over to our studio in San Francisco for them to pick it up and stream another 6 hours. And you learn everything about Firefly and all of the announcements that we made today.
So I'm using the shape builder tool again here to remove the excess part. And we have our background ready. We'll group this together and place our little guy, arrange, bring to front, place them in the middle. Final step is to add the text. And we can do that simply by making the shape with the ellipse tool, because I want them in a circle. And I'm just going to get the type tool, and by holding down the Alt or Option key, you can see this little symbol. And by just clicking on it, you can type on the path. So you can do that with any shape. In this case, I made a circle, but you can absolutely choose the shape you want or draw it out yourself. And then you can just write your...
There's a lot of hearts in the chat.
Just write your text in there. You can rotate it and then change all the settings, the font.
Patty's Creation says that you love the shape builder just as much as they do. Yep. The shape builder tool.
It's a great tool, yeah.
It's a lifesaver as well.
Many of us love it. So we create our text, and then just to add those little stars, I just grab make a circle, and then...
Do you know that my first use of Illustrator was Illustrator 88? And it came, and that was in 88, in 1988. And it came with a videotape.
Oh, wow.
That you had to watch to understand how the pen tool works and things like that.
Yeah,
you know?
because no internet tutorials.
There was no internet tutorials. There was nothing. And well, you know, now we're talking about artificial intelligence in Illustrator. So,
yeah, it's pretty crazy. The pucker and bloat effect, also a really cool one if you want to make little sparkles like these, and then just expand everything. And you got
Can
your
you
little...
tell us a little bit about this box that always appears there?
So this is the conceptual toolbar, and you might have seen it in Photoshop as well. It basically suggests the tools you might want to use after. So if I selected this star, it's suggesting I might want to edit the path. And so depending on what you're doing and what items you're selecting, it will suggest different actions for you to choose from. And we'll see that later with the generative recolor.
And I know that some people hate all of these new things that come into your onto your artwork, and some of you love it. But those of you who don't like that little box popping up, which I find super helpful, no worries. You can turn it off if you need to. Okay.
You can turn it up. You can also pin it somewhere in the corner if you don't want it in the middle of your artboards and all that stuff. You can just pin it on the top
with
corner.
the little dots there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So hide bar. Maybe you can pin it in Photoshop. I don't know if you can pin it in Illustrator as well. So we're basically done with our illustration. I'll grab, for the sake of time, I'll grab these from the other illustration.
That's right, Imaginary. The photo, like all of the applications came in big boxes, super heavy boxes, with lots of books, manuals that I read through. Like I needed to know everything, and I read through them. Now you have a question, you just Google it, and you have the answer. That like
it's faster, I'm guessing. Yeah. So there's our finished illustration. Now let's say we don't really like our color palette that much. We can definitely change that with the Generative Recolor tool. You can just select the items you want to change color of. So let's say maybe we like the color of our illustration, but we don't really like the color of our background. As you can see here, it's suggesting to recolor our image. We only selected the background, so just click on Recolor, and then we're going to click on Generative Recolor here on the top, and this is the window we're going to use. There are some sample prompts like dark blue night, midnight, or a bunch of others that you can use. So you can start by just playing around with these, and the cool thing is as soon as you click on it, it applies it to your illustration, so you can actually see how it looks with the other elements of your design. I think it looks pretty nice, but for the sake of here, let's duplicate it and let's try different color variations.
And that's exactly what I was saying at the beginning. It gives you the ability to do color variations, at the click of the mouse, and choose the one that works best for your design.
Yes, exactly. So maybe you've designed a poster and you want to make, let's say, a variation for each season of the year. So this kind of gives me more a wintry vibe since of these like icy blues. But let's try and write out a prompt, maybe just the word Halloween, and see what it will give us. So I'm guessing it'll probably give us some orange tones and some bright spooky colors, and that's what it did. If you don't really like the colors, it
out of curiosity, like Ratliff Consulting is asked, can you use your own hex values to recolor?
No, I'm not sure yet you can do that yet, but it would probably be cool to like insert a hex value in the prompt.
Have you tried?
I've tried.
Okay, so not yet.
But maybe soon. If you don't like the color variations it generated, you can just generate again, or tweak the prompt a little bit as well. So here it's giving us more orange, and kind of not mad about this. It's giving pretty Halloween. Another thing you can do after you generated your variations and you've changed the colors of your artwork, you can go to the advanced options over here, and you can.
And these have been around for a while.
Yeah. You can actually change the color order. So let's say I want my background to be darker and I want this little light brown to be somewhere else. You can just click on this and it will keep the same colors but invert their position and placement. So that's really nice. you could go on forever and just
Yeah.
click through these the whole
Yeah,
day.
I mean, I remember that button is one of those buttons that I kept clicking, 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 clicking,
Exactly.
clicking. But yeah, and basically that's like, think about that before Generative Recolor. It was just clicking and hoping that, you know, you get the right color combination. With Generative Recolor, you can just say what it is you want, and it'll make it for you. But these tools have been super useful also to reduce the number of colors in in an illustration, because sometimes, you know, they say, oh no, you can only print 2 colors,
Yeah.
you know, or things like that. And this panel right there is a lifesaver.
Yes, it's really nice. Another cool thing is that you can, let's say you generated a color palette that you really enjoy and you really like. Well, you can, just by clicking on this folder over here, you can save them and you'll find them in your swatches panels with all your other colors. So if you ever want to reuse this same color combination, you can definitely do that. Super easy now. Another fun thing I've noticed with the Generative Recolor is that not only you can write in a season or weather or summer by the sea, like in this prompt, but you can actually also tell it if you want a monochromatic or if you want duotone. So let's try monochromatic blues. And it will probably give you a design that is all on like blue shadings. Not always,
Yeah.
but sometimes, most of the times it does.
And if it doesn't give you the result you want, just hit refresh.
Exactly. So
regenerate.
these are better. Also, if you don't really like, you can color palette it generated. You can say it's a bad result or remove it from there if it's really bothering you. But otherwise, just keep generating, and it will understand eventually what you mean. Maybe try and tweaking out your prompt a little bit. So I wanted to show some other examples of how you can use the Generative Recolor. So not only in standard illustrations, but as I mentioned earlier, I usually create my vectors and my illustrations in grayscale because I'm not that good with color combinations. So I make them in grayscale because I'm pretty good at understanding where a shadow's supposed to be or where a highlight is. So I can do that. I can create them in grayscale. Now let's make a copy of it. And now we can use Generative Recolor to colorize actually our design.
And Unicorn Browers asks, you know, wish we have a favorite button and it saved the color combination. Well, in theory, you can, because you can create a color group inside of the swatches panel simply by selecting all of your graphics and creating a new swatches group, and basically you're done. Yeah, like maybe you can show, like there, like this little folder there.
Yes. So as you can see, this one is the one I saved a couple minutes ago. So you can definitely reuse it, and it is in a sense kind of in your like favorites because you have it here in your swatches. It's so super accessible to use. So over here, we've turned a black and white illustration or grayscale illustration into a color one. I'm pretty sure that this doesn't work with full black or full white, but if you have any other color, it does work. If you go to the Recolor tab, which has been here forever, you can also tweak and change the colors or the palette you just generated just by spinning these around if you want a different hue, or by pressing over here these little dots. You can adjust the brightness of the colors and the saturation as well. So these are pretty nice things to have. You can also choose a color theme. So you just click here and click on a color palette you have, and it will try to insert those colors in the color palette into your design. So that's also pretty interesting. So let's try.
So that was one question that that came up here. How about matching branded color palette? And that's exactly how, right?
Yes,
Maybe,
exactly.
do you want to show it again, like just quickly? Like you
Yes.
have these colors, and on the white artboard, and then you apply them to.
Yes, so you'll find it in the recolor window and not in the generative recolor window. But you can just click on this little eyedropper tool, color theme picker, and you can select the color palette, and it will try to put those colors in there. You can see this little bar down here is really interesting as well. You can move these around, and it's basically telling you what weight the color has on your artwork. So we have not too much blue, but if I slide that over, we get a lot more blue into our illustration. So you can just play around with these settings to essentially place your color palettes in every design you want. So it's really cool. So it works with color palettes as well. We're going to try here with the generative recolor. And let's try some sample prompts. Lavender Storm.
Sinking hard. There we go.
There we go. Pretty lavender stormy colors, I would say. So you can actually also, maybe before starting a design, you have a color palette in mind. You can generate like 4 or 5 different ideas. So you can pick one of those later on. But it's super helpful to see them all side by side as well, so that you can choose the one you prefer later on and not.
And then remember that your color themes and palettes can be saved in Creative Cloud libraries and used across the Creative Cloud, whether it's in Photoshop, and Adobe Express, etc. Madame Fire Eagle, yeah. I was wondering what you could do with the Illustrator beta. This is not the Illustrator beta. This is Illustrator, new version that came out in the past 24 hours. Just hit the refresh button, or the
Update.
The update button. I'm already losing my words here. The update button in your Creative Cloud app, and you will have access to all of those features.
Next up, we have a pattern as well. It works with patterns too. So I have this pattern. It's saved up in my swatches somewhere right over here. This one. And it still works. It's really mind-blowing sometimes. If you don't see it in the contextual toolbar, the recolor thing here, you can just go to Edit Colors, and Generative Recolor will be here. So just click on it and the window will pop back up. Let's say Terracotta Desert.
And while that's happening, Swarali, you're asking about the Photoshop beta, but you know, this is not in the Photoshop beta. This is now in Photoshop 25, which is the new version of Photoshop that came out in the past 24 hours. And it's the same thing for Illustrator here. This is the brand new version that includes those Firefly powered tools.
So as you can see, it works really well with patterns as well. And another really nice thing is that you can generate basically till infinity and beyond. And you can leave them here. So if you change your mind, you can always scroll back down or scroll back up and change the colors or tweak your prompt a little bit. And next up, we have also, it really works well with pretty complicated illustrations. So if I were to finish this illustration and then decide I wanted to change the colors of it, it would be a big pain, to say the least. So I have it locked here, but let's...
I would have used completely different words, but yeah, that's just very nicely said.
So this is what I would do before. So I would click on the color I want to use. First, let me ungroup all of these, because they're all grouped together. So this is what I would do before. I would select one color and then go to select, same, and click on fill color. Now this works kind of well if you have a lot of the same colors, but if I had like different shades of yellows in here, it wouldn't work. And I would have to do this with all of the colors, which is crazy to think about. Till a couple months ago, that's what we would do. And now you just click on one button, and it's crazy how helpful these
How quickly you can
and how
do that.
quickly you can do it.
There's an interesting question from Ivan Alejandro Olvera Garcia. So basically, you're asking about the credits. So there was a blog post from Ashley Still. Maybe Tim can post the link in the chats here. That explains all of the things that were announced today. And one of those things was the notion of generative credits, or think of them like tokens, right? And basically, when you're a Creative Cloud subscriber, you can see inside of the blog post or the FAQ that comes with it, a Creative Cloud subscriber gets gets 1,000 of these generative credits, right? And basically what that means is you can hit that button 1,000 times. What happens afterwards in that month, right? Because you get 1,000 credits each month. Each month, at the end of the month, it'll reset and start over with a new set of 1,000 credits. At the end of those 1,000 credits, it's not that you will stop working or that we will make you pay more. What may happen is that the prompts that you're sending to the Firefly servers will get a little bit deprioritized, and it'll work maybe a little bit slower to give the possibility to others who haven't used their credits yet to get faster access to their results. So, like when you think about it, it's essentially unlimited access to these generative functionalities in Photoshop, in Illustrator, in Express, right? If, on the other hand, you feel that, oh no, this is getting a little bit too slow for me, there will be solutions for that too, like buying a pack of other credits that you can use to get faster access again. But in any case, your workflow will never be stopped. And that works, that's for, for various types of subscriptions. Various types of subscriptions have different numbers of credits that come attached with them. And there's also some limitations on the free users, for example, of the Firefly website, where the artwork that is created there by free users is still watermarked, for example. And that actually brings me to a very good point. Anything you do in Firefly now as a Creative Cloud subscriber doesn't have the watermark anymore. And it does have, on the other hand, and that's in Photoshop, in Express, in Illustrator, on the Firefly website, now any generation that you created with Firefly will have content credentials attached automatically. And this is something that we will be looking at with Margarita in a second. You saw it in Photoshop together with Tony. The same thing works with Illustrator, of course. And anytime you use AI in your image, these content credentials will be attached. And think of these content credentials a little bit like, a nutrition label on the food that you buy in the supermarket, right? So this nutrition label will actually follow the image and have like a history of what happened to this image. What was created with AI, what was then done to the image, etc. And this is something that we can go into a little bit more detail in just a second. And I hope that answers your question, Ivan.
Right, so we were looking earlier that with the eyedropper tool, you could select a color palette and change your artwork colors. Here we have our palette that we made earlier. You can just actually click on it and it will apply it to the entirety of your illustration, which is really, really time saving. and then you can obviously change the color order and all that stuff, but you can just click on a color palette you have saved in your swatches and it will apply it to your illustration, which is really nice. Another thing I wanted to talk about, which works really well, is with gradients, which I didn't think it would do such like a really good job at, but it actually does. So let's say we have a text here, and each letter is not a single full color, but it's a full gradient growing across it. So we can try it over there as well. Edit colors, Generative Recolor, and you can just click on a sample prompt just to see how well it works. And it actually just changes the full gradient of it. But if you want to know exactly the colors you used, you can just go to the advanced options and you can see them every single color over here, and as usual you can add it to your swatch if you like it, but these are the single colors used and it automatically just place them in a gradient for you, which is mind-blowing.
And you'll probably also find them in the gradient tool, like
Yes.
all the little color stops, right?
Yes, exactly. So if you don't have Illustrator for some reason or whatever you want, you can use Firefly. And so this
And
is
as you can notice, the beta wording has gone. Anything you create on Firefly now, you can use for commercial purposes.
So you go on to the Firefly website and you can see the Generative Recolor here. You can just click on Generate and you can either select one of the pre-made illustrations just to play around with it. Otherwise, you can upload your SVG directly, and we have one over here that we saved earlier. You can just drag it in and describe the color palette. So let's just write hippie 70s, generate, and like Illustrator, it will generate different color variations for you to use. The really awesome thing about this is, apart from the number of generations that you can make, which is unlimited basically, you can save this and download this, and it will maintain the SVG file. So
You can
later
also
on,
you can also go into that same menu. Oh no, yeah, that same menu, and you say copy image, and paste it into Illustrator.
see
And
that
it's still vectors.
there it is. It's really amazing the things that AI can be able to do.
So basically that workflow, you wouldn't do that anymore because, of course you can do it directly in Illustrator. But those of you who, who maybe don't have a Creative Cloud subscription just yet, you can, use the Firefly playground to try these things out and try, what happens with a vector drawing that I maybe did with some other program and try to recolor it that way. So a lot of stuff to try out, to play with, and to experiment also on the Firefly web experience.
So I opened the SVG we just saved. It's still fully editable, every single layer and every single shape, which is really cool.
Let's talk a little bit about these content credentials. What do you think?
Yes.
So like I mentioned, these content credentials, like this nutrition label that gets applied to anything you do with artificial intelligence in Photoshop and Illustrator on the Firefly web experience, get attached to the image. So let's see how that works. Let's start the workflow in Illustrator and export one of those artboards, one that you've recolored as a JPEG, for example.
Yes. So let's save this one. We're gonna go to File, Export, Export As, and we're saving this as just random thing. We're saving it as a JPEG, and it was artboard 4, I believe. We're gonna export it.
I don't know.
Maybe.
We'll see.
We'll see. Yes, so correct. It was the 4th artboard. We can go on the verify.content-authenticity.org, and you can click on Inspect New File, you can just drag and drop the image we just created earlier. And as you can see, we have all the data and info.
Let me move away a little bit so we can see all of that information. There we go.
There it is.
So basically, this image was generated with an AI tool. What model was used? Adobe Firefly. It was produced with Adobe Illustrator 27.9. I don't have my glasses. Is it 27.9? Yes.
Yes.
Other edits were made. Made other changes to the image as well. So all of that information actually follows, that JPEG that you've just exported. So basically, this nutrition label is really our solution to this problem of like trusting an image. Like, how much can you trust an image? Well, we think that once you have that nutrition label about any type of content, you can then trust the image because you know how it's been made, right? So our vision around that is first verify your content, and that comes in the form of a little. If you go back to the Verify website a second, just there, you can go down a little bit. You see that little eye on top of the image? That's where the content credentials can actually be viewed, and this is something that we're trying to find more and more partners to work with to actually have that information, that nutrition label for any type of content that you see online, right? Verify and then trust. If you, like, for example, this image, if you click on it for a second, just as an example, view more, we can see more information about that image, and you see that this is made out of a social media PNG, and then Adobe stock image, and the PNG is probably what's in the screen, and the social media PNG, yeah, and that's basically a fake news image because these two images have been put together, right, to create a new image, right? Of course, we're not saying everyone has to use those content credentials. Of course, everyone is free, to use those, to start thinking about content credentials, or not to use them. If you don't feel comfortable leaving any trace of how your images were created, that's fine too. The only thing that will be missing is that nutrition label that allows people to trust and verify your image. So basically, it's a new way of thinking about how we consume content and whether we have the information or we don't have the information. And it's great to see that this is also available in Adobe Illustrator. So content credentials get applied automatically now whenever you do a generation in Photoshop, in Illustrator, on the Firefly website, and use generative image creation, text to image, or text styling in Adobe Express, right?
So another thing I wanted to show is that when you download or update the Illustrator, you can go over to the Help tab on the top and click on the What's New tab. And if you're interested in looking what's new in Illustrator, you can just click here and it will basically tell you about all the different little updates that they have. So the Generative Recolor and different updates that they made. You can also just click on it and it would take you, I guess, to the
Help X page to
help
show you
page.
how that works.
And they have various videos and tutorials explaining how to use the different tools.
And Colleen, is this like metadata in photo files? Yes. Think of it as, raw metadata or XMP metadata that goes into photography. The thing is that content credentials are tamper-proof. So basically, it's not code that you can open and type in a new date or a new owner of the image or things like that. It is all scrambled, and basically the information that's attached to the image is then tamper-proof. In Photoshop, it's a little bit more advanced, where you can actually open the content credentials window in Photoshop and actually see what's happening while you're working on the image. And when you export out of Photoshop, there's also a possibility to when you export a JPEG out of your Photoshop file, for example, there's the whole part about content credentials, and which allows you to also upload the image to the content credentials cloud, right? This is kind of important because it means that your image, the one with your content credentials, is now also present in the cloud. What does that mean? If tomorrow I see your image on Instagram, for example, and make a screenshot of it, of course, that screenshot will not include any of the metadata or content credentials that you've put in it. But if I then go to verify, and maybe you find that I just screenshotted your image and is using it for, nefarious purposes, well, you can then go to verify and upload my image and compare it to your image. And you'll see that your image has the data, mine doesn't, right? And that is some sort of a proof. It makes you the owner of that image, which is pretty cool. So let's start working with this optic in mind and start thinking about this nutrition label for any type of content that we're creating in our design workflows.
So we could make another couple variations right over here.
We have 4 minutes left.
So maybe we can make another 4.
Okay.
Right. So let's try and go for single colors or like duotone. So let's monochrome. Let's go with red and see what it will generate.
Mission to Mars.
Exactly. I feel like it should need some red in here. There it is. So pretty nice if you don't want your illustration to be too complex or have too many colors on there. You can also give it indication of like maybe just a couple colors or just shades of one single color, which is really, really amazing. Since it's so like you can actually tell it what you want. So it's super useful. Another thing you can write, let's try Chrome. I'm guessing it will change the colors back to a grayscale maybe.
Maybe.
And so maybe grayish tones. And yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah.
This looks more goldish than Chrome, but it's still pretty interesting how it can understand and put together colors in this way. For this one, let's just try and write out space. I wouldn't know what colors it can come up with, but let's try with space. Yeah, maybe keeping it apart from this one. This one, strange, but we can go to the advanced options and change the order of them and see if we get something a little better. This is kind of more like Barbie themed than space, but it's not that bad. And for the last one, I want to try and start off with a sample prompt and then maybe try adding a word or two to the prompt to see what it can come up with. So we're starting off with the dark blue midnight, and we're getting some pretty good dark blue results. Let's try and change the color over here and put maybe a green. And let's see if it's going to understand that, or if it's maybe going to confuse it. No, see, it gets the green. Another cool thing about, I think, AI and across all Adobe products is the language. You're not necessarily you don't necessarily have to write in English.
No, we've been using English all day today because we're speaking in English, but we support over 100 languages that you can use as a prompt in Adobe Firefly.
So I sometimes use Italian as well.
And
maybe,
it works.
Yeah.
Let's do that as the last thing. And then we're going to have to say,
This means a green forest in Italian. Let's see
what happens.
But I've done this before. I've used Italian
there we
before,
go. Mm-hmm.
and it's super nice that you can communicate with AI in your own language and not necessarily in English. So we have all our different options over here. None of that gets canceled. So you can just click and delete ones that you don't want to keep in there. Otherwise, you can just still select all of them and obviously save the color palette over here as we did for our other ones, and just reuse it for other designs.
And Margarita, our time is unfortunately over. It was great to have you with us, and thank you so much for sharing your workflows and using our generative AI with Firefly. And Holly and Andrea are next, so stay tuned. In 5 minutes at the top of the hour, we will go on with the live stream here, live from the Adobe Live Studio in Munich, and it's going to be all about Photoshop and photography. So stay tuned. Thank you, Margarita, and see you soon. Bye.
Amazing, and we're back. So hello everyone, and welcome to another one of our Adobe Live sessions, where we're basically having a full day of a marathon of Adobe Live today with some really exciting news and some releases that we want to share with you today. So today we're actually joining you from our Munich office. We both travel from the UK today to basically join our stream today. And we will, as mentioned, going to be sharing some exciting news. I'm particularly going to be focusing on Photoshop today. So just want to, before we jump in, do a quick intro. So my name is Andrea Palau. I am a product marketing manager for Photoshop and based in the UK. And today we are joined with Holly. So this is Holly Rose-Stones.
Hello,
Thank you for
excited.
joining us, Holly. And I think we're basically going to jump in a second. We're going to start. But before we get started, I just wanted to let you all know what we're going to be covering today. So today we have a full hour where we're going to be going through some very exciting projects that Holly has been working on. And she's going to walk us through some of her processes. And most importantly, we are going to be looking at some of the latest releases, which are now on the general availability of Photoshop. So that's right, we have officially come out of beta, which is super exciting. And we will be looking at how Holly uses some of these features from Firefly. So some of our Firefly tools that have now officially come into the Photoshop product. We're going to be exploring some of those as part of the workflow, more specifically Generative Fill and Generative Expand. So Holly, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm really excited to be here. I feel like I've been using Generative Fill and Expand for like the past few weeks now, and it's just been so exciting to like get it all into my workflow. So yeah, I'll jump into it, shall I?
Sure, yeah.
Yes, so my name is Holly Rose-Stones and I'm a self-portrait artist, and I work primarily with self-portraiture, but I also do a lot of prop making. I've got a studio where I create all my props and make surreal, oversized props and make them in my studio, and then I shoot them in there. But I've been using Generative Fill as like a bit of an add-on tool to like leverage our word of the day the tool in Photoshop alongside like my creative process. So yeah, so I've been doing a lot of shooting recently and then taking it into Photoshop and adding in all different little elements. So I'll just show you a few of my like work so you can see what I do. But I create self-portraits and just create colourful worlds. I like to go really big and bold. That's kind of like my motto when it comes to creativity.
I mean, how amazing that is. The amount of colour, it just pops.
Yeah,
so
I'm going sort of through the rainbow at the minute. I've done like the pink, yellow, I think green and blue, and I'm going to do orange next. So if you want to follow along, then I'm doing my orange project. But today I wanted to sort of focus on the big telephone, as you can see it there. I spent 3 months making this in the studio and documented it all, so you can go have a look at all that. But I actually reshot it outside because I felt like it needed to go out into the wild. And I'm going to use the Generative Expand and Fill, and just we'll go over it as and when I use it. But yeah, this was the base image. I kind of wanted me to be laid across it. I'm not sure why. It kind of just happened on the day. We shot this at real like sunrise, so it was like 6 o'clock in the morning, and
you made this prop.
So this took 3 months to make. It's basically made out of styrofoam, cardboard, paint. It got a little bit dirty because I've had it stored for a few months, but so I originally shot this in the studio, and now I'm gonna edit it outside. And I kind of like wanted to test myself a bit because a lot of my work is creating a prop in the studio for a few months and then I'll shoot it and edit it. And I think with Generative Expand and Fill at the moment, I'm kind of like enjoying that like added element of process.
And I think it's so perfect because you can see that the brand that you have very much built is about having that element of sub-real that you actually brought to real life as part of your process,
I think for a long time I was just editing Photoshop and kind of like just using all the elements that I could and like stock imagery and a lot of like I'd take my own stock imagery, but I just felt like I wanted to just create something. I kind of, because I do a lot of like miniature things and like oversized. I just wanted to create a massive telephone. It was basically an idea that just popped into my head in the middle of the night. I'm just going to start that one again. So I'm just going to Generative Expand. So obviously we're now in the main Photoshop app, which is great.
So if you obviously shot your picture on vertical.
Yes, I tend to do that because I like the aspect ratio of that. And then majority of my work is it's like almost like Instagram size, like is it 4:2? I think it is, or 4:5. But this time I kind of wanted to challenge myself, and I feel like that's what Generative Expand and Fill and all the AI tools are doing. I kind of feel like I'm just, expanding my creative process.
And I think it's great because one of the elements is obviously, as you said, you have a very planned idea.
Yes.
But yet you're able to then, once you're executing, if you ever change your mind as well, you can adapt as you see fit and based on that ultimate goal that you have for your creation, right?
Yeah, and I think the exciting thing is like just not knowing what's going to come next, and then that's the creative process for me. Is like, it's just exciting to see how I can use this tool to leverage my creativity. So yeah, we're just going to expand it now, and we'll see what happens. It's going to take a little bit of a while just because it's going to be quite a big image now because it's going to be landscape.
Yeah, it's basically looking in all of the internet as well to just find.
There we go.
What will suit best.
So I did shoot this in with the idea that I was going to expand it because I was doing this today, but I think knowing that I can expand it or expand any images that I've created in the past, like make them this size, or I think it's just really interesting to see how it works.
And I mean, how amazing is the color matching and the shadows and really understanding that there's different patches that may not be as green as others.
Yeah.
I think that's...
So originally, I think on the one that I've actually pre-edited, I changed it to a bit more of like an orangey yellow sort of tone because I wanted it to look a bit more like dead, and I think with the tones of the blue, I wanted it to have like the match of like the orangey yellow tone. So I will actually just go into, I think I'm going to go into, in fact, let's have a look at selective. In fact, where is not that one, that one. No, not that one. I think it's because it's changed a little bit. I think I've downloaded it today, so I feel like I need to go. So we've got, where's the saturation? I've lost it. But anyway, we can do that on the other one. So I think with the telephone added in, so I actually shot the telephone and I've just cut it out for ease and for quickness today. But I have just selected it with the select subject, which I'm absolutely loving at the moment. Select subject, it's great.
Oh, makes it
it's just so much easier. And I'm going to just drag it and drop it into the image. And I just want the telephone. So I'm going to mask the big telephone out of this image because it's actually put it on top. Let's...
Amazing. Whilst you do that edit, just answering some of those questions. So Ivan, that is right. So today we have launched basically all of the features that had been on the beta app of Photoshop have now gone into the general availability product. So you can now officially use those again for personal as well as commercial use. So they both for Photoshop as well as Illustrator.
So I'm just cutting my image out at the moment. But it's just I'm so excited that it's now gone into the main Photoshop because of the tools that I had, obviously in my toolbar, my workspace and things like that. It's just nice to have it all back in one place.
Yeah.
So I'm just cutting this out very quickly. But I would love
save the going back and forth.
Yeah. So I would love at the moment to see what it would look like if we added in a chord. So on this one, I'm gonna skip ahead.
We have added a chord.
Yeah, we have added a chord, but only for ease and time. But I will show you how I did that. So I'm just going to go into the lasso, and I think I'm going to do it from here actually. So I'm going to connect the phone or the handset to the actual phone body, and I like to do like a random like squiggle just to see if that fits somewhere. So I'm just going to generative fill and put in blue. Telephone chord, and I think I put vintage just to see if that would work, and then we're just going to generate and see what happens. Man, I really like just like testing it over and over again to see which one works the best. I think this is the exciting part. I'm like, oh,
you never know what's going to come up. So it's exciting because like you mentioned, if you don't get the perfect output that you want the first time, then you can always obviously
Do it again.
continue.
So
Testing and trying
let's have a look. So that's quite small, but still looks quite realistic from what I can see. But I feel like that's what I've been using generative fill. Well, how I've been using it is kind of like filling it in and then editing on top of it.
Yeah.
So I'll open up. So I'll do a generative fill expand or whatever, and then I'll go in and like color it a little bit, or shadow, or change the color. Like for this one, I'd want to change the color to more of a blue. But if I go back to the other one that I actually used, I did it on the floor just to see what it would look like, and I feel like that one actually works really well.
And the color match again. So you played
Yes.
around with the colors, right?
Not on this one. This one actually
wow.
came straight out of yeah. So it's interesting.
That's amazing. I think that's
This is actually these. So telephone cord and plug I put, and it came up with this one first, which obviously I didn't need the phone, so I skipped through and it came up with the color match, and I was like, that's quite impressive.
perfect. Yeah.
Um,
And that's the thing, you can obviously continue to play around.
yeah. So
Sometimes
exactly, I always just play around with it. With this one as well, if I just pop that back on, I'll just go back down to that layer that I used. Yeah, so I wanted to add in, because on the day that we shot this, there was a lot of birds flying around. We didn't actually capture any in the images, so I was like, I really wanted to sort of try what would look like with a bunch of birds flying.
if only there was a tool that you can play
Yeah.
around.
So I actually did a sky replacement first. So I added in this little bit of a sky, and then did the birds. Let's just try that one. And it created it blue, which I was quite happy about. In fact, originally I wanted to see because obviously my images are more like surrealism and adding in elements that are not necessarily going to be there. I mean, a giant telephone is just not in the middle of a field, and I quite like that contrast. So I was thinking maybe if I add in like a jellyfish, or just to see what it would look like. But the tones that it actually created.
Yeah. It did a match of like the darker color blue.
And then
the
we had
of the telephone.
the three, so it did three different options, which I quite like that first one. I mean, not necessarily for this image, but I just kind of like had a bit of a play around. But then I was like, right, I'll actually add in the birds. So it did add in a couple of these kind of birds, but I felt like it was a bit too dark. But then this is the beauty of it. You can go again. And you can go again after.
It's a process.
Yeah,
see
so
what
you've
looks
got
better.
like all different birds. Some of them not necessarily looking like birds, like this one's a little bit off, but even I might have wanted a bird that looked like that.
So as part of your process, do you normally always have a final vision, or do you really like to play around and see what output comes from?
I sort of like have an idea in my brain, and then it sort of evolves onto a piece of paper. So I'll have like a sketch out, a very quick sketch, and then like I have an idea, but I don't tend to try and I stick to it to an extent. But then I always know that there might be a bit of an element where I'm like, no, I could add more or less. I did sort of like the attachment image. So I did an image a few weeks ago in the studio. I'll just click on it now, and
Wow.
I knew exactly how I wanted this image. And if you can believe, I mean, I don't know where the generative fill is, but part generative fill, part studio shot. So, I mean,
take a guess.
yeah.
Pop it in the chat. Where do you think that the generative fill comes in?
I have spoken about this already, obviously on my socials, but I feel like this is just my favorite example of generative fill, because I can't tell like I can tell because obviously I know where I've put it, but I feel like it's very like surreal. So I'll just remove them. So I did shoot this in the studio. I did expand the frame, and then I added in the ribbons. So I knew exactly what I wanted this image to look like, but it wasn't hitting the mark. When I got to this point, I was like, it's just
so
not
at this point
quite...
there hasn't been any AI added to the picture.
No AI. It's all it's composited. So all these are obviously composited in, but from the images that I've actually created. So I added them all in. And then I was like, it's just not quite where I wanted it to. I wanted it to be more ribbons. Yeah, I wanted it to like come out a little bit more. I wanted all these gaps to be filled, and the images that I shot didn't fill it. It just wasn't hitting the spot. So I was like, Right, I'm just going to test the generative fill. So I will add them back in of where I actually used it. So if I just go off. So as you can see, I've circled this area, and I'm actually going to do a few and see what happens now, because obviously every time it's different. So this was a generative layer. This is when it was in beta, so I'm not sure if it's actually going to come up as the layer that I can switch, but I'll add them back in.
Perfect. And just while you're doing that edit, just answering some of the questions on the chat. In terms of the limitations on the free plan, this is actually part of the Photoshop paid product. However, you can actually test generative fill within the Firefly website. So if you want to have a go and give it a try, that's something that, again, you can test the feature specifically within the Firefly website. However, of course, being able to edit it as part of the process really takes things to the next level when, to your point, you're able to actually add to completely take things to the next level within your existing process.
I think that's what I enjoy about it, is that you can just keep going. There's no limits of it. There is limits in terms of like what it's creating, but I think even when like I create, like, I'll just go back to the other one. Like, let's say I needed the chord, and I wanted to see if the chord worked in the image. I could always go, and this is what I've previously done, is I'll go back into the studio or back outside and reshoot the chord, because I've got the chord. I mean, I've got a phone that I actually created an image with before, so I've got, this is what the phone is actually based on,
which is normally what you would have done as part of your process.
So
right?
I'll just quickly show you from previous. So I've got this phone here on the blue one. That was the phone the big phone was based on.
The inspiration.
Yeah,
the OG.
exactly. But so I've got this chord, and I've actually got photos of this chord. But obviously, when I've been outside, obviously I've not got pictures of it outside, so I need to go back outside, get the right lighting.
And that's the thing with shooting outside, right? Like, at least when you have a controlled environment, it's a lot easier to just go back and make a few changes, a few edits. But when you're outside, obviously catching that same lighting might be very challenging and very difficult. So
exactly, and I think this is why obviously adding this chord in, it's just matched all of the lighting, the shadows. I mean, I don't even really have to do much to this. I would probably go in, because some of it is a little bit like questionable, like here. But to be honest, if I really wanted to add this into the image, and what I was going to say is that I could go out and shoot it, and then I never feel limited now, because I feel like I can use this tool.
So you can decide whether you want to ideate or whether you actually want to use it as part of your final image.
Exactly.
But I think the nice thing as well is that you don't have to just stick with what the output was, but then you can further edit it and, again, really bring your vision to life.
Exactly. And I never feel like I'm limited to just leaving it as that, because I know when I've got the tools now, and obviously using Photoshop for a long time, I know I can go in and put in more shadows or change the color. But I'm just going to do a quick example of what I did when I put in more of these ribbons. So I'll just get rid of those ones.
I mean, it's amazing to just think that this is your original picture, by the way. This is my original picture. Let's go from here.
I think this, I'm not sure if I've got the base image on me actually, but this was, I attached this ribbon to the camera. So minus all these ones around, that was the original image. And then obviously I've edited them in. But yeah, again, it's from a composite. But to say that, well, the generative fill has added that in, and it's matched the lighting, the tone.
Almost
even like this one, I love like how it's, because obviously with the lighting in my studio, I use quite a big octobox, like it's huge. And obviously if you think about it logically, that piece of ribbon there would be right next to the light. So it's overexposed it. And I just think, wow.
It's so clever. I've seen this so many times, and it doesn't cease to amaze me every time that I see an output. I'm always excited, just waiting to see what's going to come at the end of the loading bar.
I'll just go to this one as well. Like here, if I click that one on and off, you can see where it actually joins. So what I must have done is lassoed right round here. In fact, we'll try it again, see what happens. In fact, I'll just add a little bit onto that end bit, because I know it. I'll just zoom out and see. So if I press generative fill now, and I think I put yellow ribbon, and that's all I posted in the box.
And it's able to not just look for a yellow ribbon, but it must identify as well, seeing what's already in your picture. So it's actually a mix of understanding new elements that don't exist in the picture mixed as well with what is actually part of your existing picture. So it really does a really fantastic blend.
And the colours, I mean, I've not had it. I mean, look at that. It's just added that in. And you couldn't even like...
And you
how
can tell from
tell?
a depth
Yeah.
perspective as well how it's done the
added
actual, So you can see the sharpness of the ribbon is slightly different to that other one that is also
it's
done with
joined,
generative fill. So
so if that one, is it? No. Or has it added a new layer? Yeah, so you can see before and after.
so amazing.
It's just amazing. Love it. So then let's have a look. We'll go back to, in fact, I have another image that I'd quite like to look at, which is a very base image that I'm kind of like toying with like what I'm doing with this image. And I think what I usually do is I'll get all my elements into the image. So all of these that I've, apart from the bees, which I'm going to take off now, because actually that would make more sense. Let's have a look.
So now this is the orange project that we've jumped
So this is not the orange one. This is kind of like
in
interim.
between.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've what I usually do is I'll do the orange or do like, and then I kind of, or like the blue project, and I'll kind of do loads of blue images after it because I'm just in that zone. So I'm on the borderline of like creating this big orange project. And this is kind of like maybe it's like a case study, like what I want to do, because the orange project is about my gardening. So
slowly going
from
one to the other.
So I have shot all these images. All these images are actually mine. So I've just obviously pulled them in. Again, this is quite a rough. I've not finished it yet. I need to like go in and like untone that, and what I'm doing is I'm joining my fingers to the sunflowers there. But what I tend to do, and I think this generative fill helps with this, is that I kind of like get everything into an image and then I'll go in and fine tune everything so that I know that composite wise it works. So when I've been obviously looking at flower imagery and I've done images before, I'm not sure if it's on here. I'm not sure if it's on my website, but with my other Adobe Alive, I did an image where I've got like bugs in the images, and I've just been really interested in like adding in bugs.
The different elements.
So I decided for the sunflowers, I mean, obviously when I go into my garden, I see sunflowers with covered in bees. So I kind of just wanted to play around with like, let's have a look. So I think
all of these are actually from your garden.
Yeah, so I grew these. I love growing.
These are beautiful.
So I added in a bee, and that has just matched so well. I think it's even caught, like even the bee wings have caught the tone and the light.
It's the perfect mix of the colors as well that you have. It just perfectly matches what you have in your picture.
And even with like, if I wanted to go in, because if I zoom in, I mean, look at that. That's just amazing. If I zoom out a little bit, I do feel a sense of like a bit like cartoony. So I'd like to go in and I'll let's have a look. If I just go in and like add some noise, but you probably won't be able to see much on here, but if I add some noise a little bit, just sort of match the tones.
Make it bring your actual vision to life by editing what came out from the prompt.
Yeah, so it just kind of like blends it in a little bit more. But again, like I was saying, I think I use generative fill at the moment to sort of add to the image without having to like search for a stock image, or like, you know, if I change my mind on anything, I have to go get another stock image, or reshoot.
Like, how do you even shoot
the
perfect bee, right? So it's about finding that balance of having that. Obviously, you're working with a lot of surreal elements, but you obviously take that pride in really bringing those elements from your ideation into actual prop making, even your own flowers from your garden, right? But some elements like the bee, it's just the perfect.
Exactly. And I think as well, I think I did a huge one. Let's have a look.
So Jen, if you missed the name of our artist, we are here with Holly Rose Stones today. Hello. In case you missed it. Holly, do you want to share some of your platform types?
Yeah,
you can find you as well.
You can find me on, Holly Rose Stones, all one word, on everything pretty much.
Oh, that's
easy as that. But yeah, mainly on Instagram and TikTok. So, and I like doing a lot of behind the scenes of all my images. I think that's something that I really enjoy. It's kind of another part of my creative process.
And we've just got as well your website that's just been posted on the chat as well, on the YouTube chat. So you can go and have a look at some of her great work. And
So
the color project.
Yes, the colour project is what I'm working on at the minute. I do obviously all my little portraits in between. But again, the colour project is sort of my main focus. And I've actually not used Generative Fill on the colour project yet. So I'm excited to go ahead and especially with the orange project, just see where it takes me. But yeah, as you can see, I've added in a huge bee. But look at is it a what? Yeah. I think let's have a look. I think this is what I got on I just kind of was thinking, shall I just circle an area and see what it creates?
So depending on the size of what you select, obviously you will get a result which matches the
size.
selection.
Yeah. So let's say I will just do an example. So if I just create a.
By the way, Holly, people are loving your work.
Thank you.
You're getting a lot of compliments.
Thank you, everyone.
Truly magical.
But yeah, so let's say if I zoom in fact, I'll show you what I was going to do. So again, going back to the ideation and like creating the ideas and how I move forward. I've got all these images, all the elements into the image, and then now I'm thinking, how am I going to make this a final image, or how am I going to create and what elements do I want to add? And instantly I was like, oh, maybe I should have some like sunflower seeds, like dropping down just to see, and I never would have thought about shooting that in the studio. It's something that I've thought after.
And sometimes it's difficult to capture as
exactly,
well. Like there's certainly like pollen. How do you capture pollen as well?
Yeah. In fact, that's a good point, because I was going to show that in a minute.
While you're at as well, we do have one question from Lively Waves. So asking around, let's say you want to change or fix the lighting on your photos. Is that possible with Generative Fill?
I'm not sure if that's something that I've not tried it myself. I don't think you can select a whole image and change your lighting, but that's something that obviously can be explored, I suppose. But the only, I suppose, experience that I've had with it is that it matches everything that you Generative Fill matches the lighting that is already there.
Yeah. So as a reminder, with Generative Fill, you can either expand, subtract, or add to your image. So anything that then comes and basically joins your image, or anything that's new within your image, you will automatically match the lighting within your image, right? Which is amazing.
Yeah. The good thing about the sky of like an image. Let's just quickly go back to this. It might give us a good example. And then we'll go back to the seeds, because I really want to show you what I'm going to do with the seeds. But like earlier, I was playing around with like the lighting and the sky and seeing what I kind of make from being outdoors. I mean, at the moment, I've added in the replacement sky. I'll just delete that one.
And what I love as well is that every time that you generate something, it will create a new layer, which means that obviously it won't actually affect your original image, and you'll be able to continuously continue editing within that without actually being disruptive.
Yes, and you can remove, because it's on a layer, you can just, erase it or add it back in, which I absolutely love, because sometimes it'll generate an image, but I want to not have the whole thing generated. So I just want like a little section. So I'll just, let's say with the seeds that I was going to create, I can just cut them out a little bit and just have them so I can move them anywhere I want in the image.
Yeah, so you have full control of that layer and can continue.
So just going back to the changing of this, let's say scenery, we were playing around earlier and we were saying about making a stormy, dramatic sky. And I know Tony was working on that earlier. So I kind of just added in dramatic, stormy sky. That's literally all I put. And it's obviously not changed the whole colours, but I could go in knowing how to work with the shadows and the curves. But it can add in the sky at the back, and that's completely changed the tone, the vibe.
And you obviously made that very specific selection at the top part of your image, right?
Originally, let's just 1 second. Yes, that was one of them. That was the first the fill that happened. So I basically just popped on a selection, and this will obviously be a layer, but it will remove anything that's sort of in the image, or it might keep that foam. But I think we established that I'd have to mask the foam back in, or I could mask around the foam. But because of demonstration purposes, it's just easier to select it all.
while we're doing this, and we can revisit, I think we had a question around the image that you were just showing, which is the in-between yellow and orange one, which is around the bee. So it's around how realistic the outputs are sometimes. And the point was that it's not always very realistic.
No, some of them are, well, I'll show you in a minute once this is generated, but some of them are questionable. Oh, it's changed me into a... See, I've actually not put anything in here. So it's just given me the sea.
Different options, yeah.
And what else have we got? Well, I like that.
The sky,
I really like that. That's kind of how the sky was looking, but because we were shooting at sunrise, and as the sun was coming up, the camera settings, because I was obviously laid across the thing, my partner was helping me shoot this. And we weren't changing the camera settings, so it kind of blew the sky out, and that is kind of what the sky looked like. So that's really interesting. Yeah.
I am familiar with
it. It was shot
Very
on the warm days this year, but
I think it's exactly what you're mentioning. Like obviously here you're just generating and using generative fill to just see what it would best fit the image. But I think to the point that Ivan just raised, I think it's very dependent on the prompting that you use, right? Like using the right prompting and continue to play around with prompting.
I think that's the really nice thing about this, is that it's always learning. It's always taking your generative process and using that to learn again, which I like about this. And I think as well, like just going back to like masking, what I would probably do is just go in and mask my leg back in. Is that right? Yeah, so I would probably just go in and mask, spend a bit of time adding that back in. I might even use select subject, but just whilst we're quickly doing this. And like obviously my arm here, I would mask that back in. And I might use like clone stamp and just play around with this bit here, just to fill it back in.
This is basically of the difference that we saw when we integrated that new part of the image, that it does need a little bit of retouching.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And I think that's really the exciting part about it, is that it's not just a final piece, and that me as a creative and as the artist who's creating the art, I just feel like I get a lot of satisfaction in adjusting it and playing with it. Yeah.
I think that's the really nice thing, because I think normally a lot of times when we think about AI, it's very much like an output, right?
Yes.
But it's not just, you're using it as completely part of the journey and like continuously optimizing it to really fit what you want it to see, right?
And that's what I kind of am promoting essentially when I'm using this. I mean, I'm using it because I absolutely love just seeing what happens. I think that's just the exciting part. But I was just going to go back to the seeds very quickly, because obviously we spoke about it very briefly. But these are the ones that I kind of made earlier. And again, they are obviously, this will need some editing. So if I just click on that, and I'll probably just take the background off a little bit, or select it. But that was just like sort of a byproduct of what I would do anyway, you know, adding in, I'm already saving time by creating this because it's matching all the lighting.
Would you have normally, so you would either shoot it or you'd actually go directly to Adobe Stock and then edit it from there?
Yeah. But what I'll do is so because of the size of a seed, because I know what a seed looks like, they are very small. So I would always create like a very small selection. Sunflower
Yeah,
seed.
so you can be as generic or detailed as you want.
And at the moment I'm trying, when I'm doing the, like typing in what I want, I try not to put in too much information, because I'm just very interested to see what comes out. But if then I'll need a bit more, like, you know, I need extra words, and I'll just add it in after and see what it creates after that.
So instead of going straight into a very specific output, you start broader and then kind of
just because then, just time-wise, I think it's easier to think of something very quickly, like sunflower seed. But if I needed like sunflower seed, which is XYZ, then I would just go back in. But that, I mean, that matched pretty well.
The art of prompting is definitely definitely something very interesting.
Yeah.
It's actually something that we're obviously using English prompting here at the
Yes.
moment, but we now, since going out of launch and even as part of the beta, we have available prompting in more than 100 languages, which is great. So wherever you are joining from, I've seen there's people joining us from all over the place today.
Yeah.
So you can actually do prompting in your local language as long as Photoshop is available in that particular language. It's also
Yeah, that's great. I think it's, love that we can just, it's available everywhere.
Oh, that's a newbie.
Yeah, so this, a newbie. So when I was obviously, again, looking at this image and seeing what I could do with it, I mean, again, it's very much in its raw stages. I've not got to the point where I'm finishing it off or anything, but I'm doing sort of like the idea stage where I want everything, where I want the elements. And I, again, we've got a bee and they're going flying to the sunflowers for the pollen. So I'm going to add in a bit of pollen. This is the first prompt I actually did. I don't think I've saved the prompt from when I first did it, but I'm just going to
see this kind of prompting right here is where, because sometimes
anything can happen.
sometimes you have an idea of what is possibly going to come, but there's other times like this one that it could be anything.
Yeah, and I think you get to know as you're doing it as well what might require a bit more more words or more description. But I'm just going to go yellow pollen, and I know when I did it the first time didn't quite work, but there was one that came out. I was like, I don't think I've saved it on here. I think I might have deleted it, but yeah, we'll just see what happens. But as we were saying to like Margarita earlier, feels like a little bit like honey.
Yeah, I cannot tell you. Cannot tell you what it looks like.
This is kind of the thing that came out the first time. I think it was more of like it was matching the sunflowers petals.
Because I wonder whether it thinks of like, what does pollen look like very close up, right? So I almost wonder whether it's like floating small particles of.
Yeah,
I
like that though. I think
floating.
it's very interesting to see. But yeah, either way, I know. I know that I quite liked the idea of having pollen there, so I've tried it with Generative Fill. It might not have worked, and now I want to go in and obviously try and edit it in. But I think that's the beauty of it. I can just test it, and if it doesn't work,
and that's one of the things, right? Like maybe you came here for pollen, and you ended up with honey. And it worked great. So now we have honey.
Exactly, creative process. Yeah. I'm thinking, how can I add in honeycomb? That's all I've gone for now. Like in my head, I've gone, where can I add in, maybe a nest or I don't know. I think that's the beauty of this tool, is that it just takes you somewhere.
And you can
I'm
decide
getting a lot
whether
of satisfaction out of
stay
that.
with the output or whether perhaps again you use it as
just
ideation and then you go
stay.
back and create it. But either way, I think it's about having that flexibility
Exactly.
of choosing how you want to use the tool, right?
So going back to let me just double check where we are, because I feel like this bit here, this stem actually was Generative Fill there, and I'm just going to try and find it and show you very quickly.
So what, you had part of the stem,
Yes,
but then you continued it.
yes. So when I was shooting this, I'm just going to see. I should have I have labelled. There we go. Sunflower 2, I think it was. Yeah.
I do not have my glasses.
There we
I'm
go.
partially blind, but I believe you know you've labelled them.
So this was the original image. Let's just delete that. Delete the layer mask. This was the original image that I shot, and obviously where my hands are. Let's just zoom out. I mean, I had up until that area there, so I've cut it out and just add it back in.
Those leaves are beautiful.
Yeah, it's such nice
I
colour.
need to
This was my
come in with
favourite colour. I love that. Anyway, so I was like, it's a bit annoying. I could probably clone it back in, add a bit extra down here. I am eventually obviously going to attach them to my fingers so they blend in. But I added in a sunflower stalk. I think what I've done now is obviously I've rasterized and I think the layer. Yeah, so when I've I think I edited on top of it. In fact, let's just try it again. Have we got time? Yeah.
And it's interesting because you've actually put a prompt. You're not actually asking it to continue
Now I
the
just put
image. You're just asking it
sunflower
to
stalk.
have a stalk. Yeah.
So if I circled the area, if I can remember what I did, and then I put sunflower stalk generated. Let's see if it does it again, because I was quite impressed with the first outcome and I was like, that'll do. So I'm interested to see. Yeah,
sometimes it works. Sometimes you're gonna.
So I'm interested to see if it'll. Is it gonna do it? I think this is literally the most exciting thing for me. Like this bit, the waiting.
And I think, well, the very interesting thing with this one is that we've done we looked at a few different use cases that you can do, right? Like obviously you started by just expanding and wanting your same image, but in a different format
yeah.
a different size. But this is more specifically again about adapting what you already have
Yes.
and adapting it a little bit, extending it, but still using generative fill and not expand, which is interesting.
Yes.
That's
Oh, we normally use expand. Or like the content aware fill. I've tried it and it's just not a patch on generative fill now. So, but yeah, like I think I might have, if I even get to this this one. So what I did, I mean, it's matched my finger quite well. Let's just turn it on and off and see. You can see it's matched my finger. It's changed the shape.
You actually changed the top of your finger, yeah.
But I mean, I don't want that to look like that. I want it to just be one stalk, and then I'm eventually going to blend it together. So if I just
How do you not zoomed in? I would not have
no.
Even though there is obviously a separation between the two, it looks like it's still part of the same stem, right? Like the color match is great. It does have that kind of blending from the bottom of the part of the image that then connects with
even with the original one that I'll just quickly show that one it was. I think I might have, let's just see, let's take that layer mask off. There, that was what came up with.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
So that was the original one that it came up with, and I was like, that is nailed it.
And I think we had a couple of questions around the amount of times that you can generate images, and I think obviously
I'm not sure how many times per. Not sure. I don't know if I've ever got to that stage yet.
So yeah, we've just basically had mentioned around the creative credits in the previous stream, but this is basically we've introduced the system where per generation, so every time that you basically click, you have a credit.
Yes.
So with your Creative Cloud subscription, you have 1,000 credits that you can use, and really it's almost, you could say, unlimited, because the amount of times you get 3 prompts per time that you use your click. But I think the really interesting thing on how you're using it is that you would find the one and then you will continue editing it.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of whether you actually prefer to continuously generate until you get the perfect one.
Yeah.
Or you want to kind
work
of tailor it and work with the one you
the
have.
first one you've got. Yeah. So even with this, I mean, what I was suggesting was that I don't know how many times you can generate per layer. So I think, I'm not sure if it gets to as in not the credits, but just the actual generative fill.
So I believe, and we can, we'll also have the link in the chat as well to see more detail. But generally speaking, you can, even once you've used all your credits, you can still generate images. So it's very much unlimited, and you can generate as many as you want. It's actually more the speed that comes with those generations that might be affected, but.
So yeah, that's kind of like where, I mean, even there, I could even change like I could change anything of that image, but I mean, it's just knowing that I can add in a little bit of an extra stalk if I need one, or I could add in a sunflower if I needed one, or, but yeah, again, it's kind of just, I can do what I want.
The world is your oyster, and it's the same with the one that we were looking at previously, right? So I think of course, and this is what is so amazing about your work, that obviously, yes, is something that is surreal, but you go through that process of creating it yourself, but then having to change something so small. Say, for example, you took the end of the stock and it didn't match what you wanted. It could have, from a time-saving perspective, you would have had to go back and reshoot it, right?
Yeah, or use the clone stamp and maybe not create quite as what I wanted. But I think that's, it's limitless on the possibilities of creativity, and I think that's what I want to promote, especially with knowing that I can reshoot things if I needed to, or go back in. But yeah, like obviously, like I said, I'm starting the orange project next, so I'm kind of already thinking like, what am I adding in later? Like with this, I kind of have like a theme of butterflies going through my images. So I'm just going to go back in and see. Let's turn off the sky and put on the sky that I kind of chose. In fact, we'll turn that off and just see what happens. I'm just going to add in, because of the size of a butterfly, I want to just try really small. Blue butterfly. Let's see. And yeah, I'm kind of like open to what's going to come in front of me now. I'm not interested in it being perfect at the moment. I'm just kind of like, well, let's see if this works. If it works, then
I think the difference between spending hours editing because you have to have the perfect selection and because you have to get the colors right, or you're editing as well just because you want to play around with the different elements until you get a perfect one.
So that, I mean, I'm happy with that, but it's kind of noticed it and thought, is this a white background and it need a bit of a shadow? But again, I could go in and I could edit around it, you know, and just take away the shadow if I needed to. Or I could just try again, just see. Let's have a look. We'll do another layer. In fact, I might just try an extra large butterfly.
You can always expand. If, say, you started with a small selection, right, and you had, it's a tiny little butterfly, but say you really liked it, you can always, again, just edit that one layer and size it however you want.
I'm going to go for just for fun. And for the end of the stream, we'll see what a big butterfly looks like on top.
Is it resting? Is it going to be flying?
I think on my other ones that I've used, I've had to put like flying butterfly. Oh, interesting.
Flying butterfly.
See, I quite like that one. I think that one looks really cool. But then you've got like different elements. That one's got a million legs.
I like the Oh yes, it does. It's a spider
Or
fly.
if I thought that was okay, I could edit some of these legs out.
That is a really nice combination of all the different colors that you have there. We do have a couple of questions in your edit, actually. So when it comes to the outdoor lighting, for example, how do you get the outdoor lighting to match so perfectly with the phone handle?
With the phone, so this, what do you mean?
So the phone handle isn't part of Generative.
No,
you didn't use Generative Fill. Did you actually have
the
this
handset?
program?
Yeah. So this was actually this image. I think it's this one.
So you manually corrected it so that it would match the light, or it just so happened that it looks great with the lighting that you have outside?
So this one actually was shot outside. So this I've edited me out because
on the same day.
Yeah, I held it up. I'd rather not show me there because I think I was look a bit tired. It was like 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, it's
so
a big one.
yeah, so I'm holding.
I'm
so
here like,
no. So this is actually like a large telephone handle that I created. So this is actually matching because it was shot in the same area. In fact, I literally held it up just on the phone.
Okay, so the color matching and the lighting matching was actually because it was shot in the same day and in the same kind of space.
So that wasn't to do with like any generative AI. It was literally just because I shot it on the same day.
And it's the same as, again, it fits perfectly. And actually the fact that you have your own prompts that you're bringing in match perfectly. But say, for example, you hadn't shot it and you wanted to bring it in.
I do actually have. So very quickly, if I just go on to, I added in just to see what it would look like. Let me remove the phone. I think that one's it, yeah. So I added in just to see what it would look like. Let's move that. And this prompt was giant blue telephone handset vintage.
Vintage. I was going to say that looks like a very vintage.
I just wanted to see what it would look like, and then this was one of them.
Interesting.
That was another one. But you can see it's kind of like trying to match. It's not got the same textural materials, but it's trying to match the lighting, which is very above, outdoor lighting, blown up from the back a bit.
So somehow we are almost at time. We have 5 minutes left. But we've just gone through some amazing part of your workflow, I guess. And to be honest, it seems like you could continue here all day
I
and
could, yeah,
continue
we
to play
literally could
around
talk
with
all
some of
day.
these elements. But just wanted to do a quick recap of some of the things that we have seen today. And I think something that we haven't touched, but actually looking at all the different edits that you've done and all of the different AI elements that we've been playing around with the Firefly tools that have come into the product. Obviously, one of the big questions that often comes up is, but how do you know what's AI and what's not AI? And then how can we actually make sure that we have authentic work and that is attributed to you?
Yes, so the content credentials is now automatically in Photoshop. And I think you have to allow it to, obviously, I think that's the case.
Yeah, so in case you can't see it, actually, if you, I think it's on the Windows panel at the top. So if you don't have it turned on,
click on Windows and then it's content
credentials.
And you can connect all your Instagram accounts, social medias. It's a place where obviously you've got all the, I mean, there's more information obviously about this, but it will show that this image now has got AI included in it.
I think the way that we were looking at it is almost like a nutrition label. So, you know, when you go to the supermarket and you just look at the back of your cereal, whatever you're eating. Just
I think that's a great way of describing it, the nutrition label.
Yeah, understanding exactly what has gone into the picture. So with it being automatically turned on, I think that's very specific for being able to track what part of your picture had AI as part of it. But also you have the option that if you really wanted to, you can actually track your entire editing process as well. So that I think as well, it's something that is super interesting. And what you mentioned is that it's not just about the final output, but the process of experimentation adds so much to that final masterpiece, really. So having the content credentials being turned on,
it's you can see that, it's your work and where it's used AI.
Exactly. When it comes to just, again, transparency around AI and the work that is authentic to you, right? So being able to show that is a great plus. I'm just going to have a look at the chat before we wrap on and while you finish the project. So if there are any final questions or any additional things that you'd like to bring up in conversation or that you'd like us to ask Holly about her process, feel free to pop it in the chat and we will cover those before we wrap up. So while you're finishing that, look. I think someone asked if you can type remove shadow from
I haven't tried that yet, but I think because of the nature of generative AI, it's not necessarily removing anything, it's always adding to the image. So it might add like a white patch where that shadow was. But personally, I find taking away is better. I feel like getting the image, getting the shadow, and then just removing it a little bit. That's just personally how I've used generative AI and the shadow removing.
Yeah, I think we had a couple of questions around, again, whether this is free access. So again, this is part of the paid Photoshop subscription. So you can use the Firefly features that are now come into the product as part of your workflow. However, you can actually test some of these features directly on the Firefly website, which again is already live and you can experiment with it directly there. You will have a watermark when downloading it. And you have limited amount of times that you can play around with some of the prompting and the results. But it's a great way to really see how you can bring your own images in and be able to edit and interact with Generative Fill and Generative Expand as well. So we have just about a few seconds left of our time here.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been amazing. I love using this tool. So
thank you. Honestly, we could sit here the entire day.
We
already have.
Yeah, we have.
So we've been playing around with this all day, and it's been absolutely fabulous having you. So thank you so much. But please stay around because we're only on session 3 out of a full day marathon. So get comfortable, get popcorn, and we will see you very shortly in about 5 minutes, where our colleagues from the US will be joining us and continuing the great conversation about the release. So thank you all again.
Thank you.
We will see you all later on the next stream. Have a nice day. Bye.
Hey everybody, that's right, the new era of creativity is here. Your imagination's best friend is released out of beta, set free. Firefly is here. Nice to see you all. Today, we have a very special guest who is here to answer all of your questions about Adobe Firefly. Who are you, mystery guest?
Kasten. I am the Vice President of Generative AI and Sensei, our AI platform. And over the last year, I've been working with my team and many Adobe partners to create Firefly, our family of models that we plan to integrate in all creative tools and make your life easier, more creative, more productive.
Yeah, so if you are writing a tweet, if you are making a post and are confused about anything in Firefly, if you want to see something in Firefly, this is the guy. This is the guy for that. So we are here with this exclusive interview here on Adobe Live. If you have questions, go ahead, drop them in chat. We'll answer everything that we can in the next hour or so. And we're live all day, 9 a.m. all the way up till 5 p.m. Pacific time with creatives just like you, helping you level up your creative workflows with Adobe Firefly as your co-pilot. So Alex, let's talk first. What is Firefly and what's new about today? Why are we having a stream today?
Yeah, as you, I hope, know already, since March, we've been piloting our beta of Adobe Firefly on both firefly.adobe.com, our new web application for your creativity's best friend, on the Photoshop beta and inside Illustrator and inside Adobe Express. So it's already in a lot of places, but until today, it wasn't available for commercial use. So today we're announcing the general availability of Firefly, meaning that you can actually take it, use it for commercial use, use it in your ads, use it on social. We removed the watermark if you're entitled Creative Cloud subscriber, and you basically can use it everywhere. So we're looking forward to see how this capability will be used by you all to integrate it in your creations.
And something that I think is maybe a question that a lot of people have right now is why can we use this for commercial use? Why is it cleared? Why can we not have worries about that? How is Firefly trained?
Yeah.
How do we have that?
So since we've started to work on Firefly, we've been partnering with the Adobe design department, folks like Eric Snowden, Samantha Warren, that are creatives themselves. So they create the tools you guys use day and night, but also they come from a freelancer background and they did creative professional work themselves. So since the beginning, they told us, look, we as creatives, we don't want to infringe somebody else's IP, generate recognizable characters when we generate something. So if we are to build a generative capability integrated into Creative Cloud, we need to make sure we cannot, even by mistake, generate something that would put not only me, but most importantly, my customer at risk. So this is why we've decided, and for many other reasons that I'll maybe touch on today, we've decided to make sure that Firefly outputs are usable commercially, and we reduce the risk you might get if we would have trained Firefly on random internet images. So this is why we've decided to train Firefly on a curated, high-quality Adobe stock database of images and illustrations that are moderated both using machine learning, but more importantly by humans, are moderated to guarantee they don't contain brands, logos, IP, trademarks, or recognizable characters. And this is why I saw some of the chat questions, what happens if I put in a Disney character? We don't generate those because in our training data, we never saw Mickey Mouse, so you cannot generate Mickey Mouse. If you put in Mickey Mouse, and I'm sure some of you might trying this today, you will get a mouse. It will be a cute mouse, hopefully, but it won't be the Mickey Mouse that is the IP of the Disney Corporation, which we think it's a feature, not a bug.
It's interesting to think that it doesn't even know that any of those exist. Has no context for any of that. And I know that it's been a talk in the past of everything kind of being trained on this Adobe stock model. Adobe, again, we're trying to put creators first. And with that, we are compensating the stock contributors, right?
Exactly. That's another thing we're announcing today. So as we've decided to rewards the contributors to our training data set with a stock contributor bonus, which is going to be announced today. So all of the contributors that have participated and contributed assets from June 3rd, 22 to June 2nd, 23 in our Adobe stock marketplace, they will receive today a bonus that is proportional with the number of assets they have on Adobe stock and with the number of downloads their assets, the licensed assets they have in our marketplace, meaning that we take their existing success as a proxy of the quality of their assets. So you have more downloads from commercial Adobe stock customers, you will get a bigger bonus today.
Sweet. So, again, creatives first. We're here to help you guys. And we want your workflows to be faster, easier, take kind of the ditch digging out of the creative process and help you just lessen your clicks. So we're going to show you all the places that it is available. Again, if you have questions, drop them in chat. And I'm going to do a quick rundown. You correct me if I miss anything. We have Generative Fill and Generative Expand in Photoshop live today. We have Generative Recolor in Illustrator. We have text effects in Adobe Express.
And text to image.
And text to image
Yes.
in there. And we also have a standalone firefly.adobe.com that is the web app as well, right?
Exactly.
Cool. So let's start with the web app because that kind of is a good overview of everything that Firefly has to offer. So let's start with text to image. What is text to image? What's happening here?
Text to image, we've created an ideation/inspiration tool that enables you to put in any prompt, and the prompt can be in 103 languages. But of course, you can try it in your native language, you can try it in English or any language you master. We understand that prompt, and then we generate 4 images that will try to match your prompt. And there is a lot of innovation we brought to text to image because some of the other solutions that exist out there, they force you into typing in maybe complicated prompts to stylize your output. Because we know for our customers, the most pixel perfect creative community on earth, control on how the image looks like is very important. So we've started to innovate with bringing some of the style engines, some of the understanding of style we have in Adobe into this property panel on the right-hand side. So you see that once you put in a prompt, you get the images, but on the right-hand side, you can control the aspect ratio. You can decide, you can pick from one of the content types. You can make it a photo, you can make it an illustration or a vector. These are like the 4, or none will try to guess it for you. But more importantly, underneath, you have this new list of highly curated, high-quality styles that Adobe Design has picked for us that enable you to stylize your generated images without having to pollute your prompt with a lot of complicated words or names of 3D rendering engines, etc. And what we also did to make sure we help you preserve the identity of the image generated. So let's say you like these cakes. It's a pretty tasty stuff. Thank you.
I got hungry as you're talking, and it's breakfast time here, and so the prompt's just getting more and more on the plate. Yes.
But one of the nice things we do. So let's look at this one. So there's some ham on top. If you start stylizing it on the right, what we're gonna try to do is maintain the exact kind of breakfast plate, stylize it, but it's not going to be a completely different plate. It should be a very similar plate. So if you make it out of layered paper, that's what you did, okay, and you click OK, you would see that the structure, and I hope the demo gods will be with us. So you see, the structure is there, layered paper maybe doesn't really work, and there's a little bit of overlap, but between the concepts. So we're trying to combine concepts that sometimes don't work together. But the idea is we're trying to help you preserve the identity, the personality, the emotion that you've discovered in a particular generation, and then give you the option to stylize it in ways that are powerful, but that are not starting you from scratch. So you need to rediscover the right image, the right emotion you want to send.
Yep, so this is a good tiger, very Lisa Frank, tiger, rainbow colors. But I can change this and go to synthwave instead of layered paper. And you'll see that the style completely changes just with one click. All I'm doing is clicking that popular over here and check it out. Very, very similar, but done in a different style.
Exactly.
Oh, that's very interesting how direct those are and just switching up the styles.
Yeah, we work a lot, and we're continuing. Again, our labs, our research labs, Firefly, we launched it this year. We've been working on it for many years in Adobe Research Department, and they have creating these amazing innovations to make sure we stay ahead, and some of them are not launched yet, but on the style side, this is very important for our customers, so we're really trying to innovate and have the best style engine there is. And these styles are, we could say they're like graphic styles, etc., but they're also usable if you create a photo, like let's put a portrait of old man in front of a house as an example. You will see that you have some styles underneath these popular styles that are basically composition rules or color palettes or light. So if you scroll down on the right-hand side, you have color and tone, you have lighting and composition. So you see, we have this photo and it looks decent, and we are investing a lot in making our photos even better. But let's say we want to use like a vibrant color. Yep. And then go to lighting and make it a golden hour, of course. And yes, from composition, pick close up. And you will see how close up is the third
there
one.
We go.
Or blurry background. You'll see that once you configure those styles and you regenerate, in this particular case, we're going to try to preserve it, that in some cases the close up will make it zoom in. You see, we zoomed in, we brought in this lovely orange light in the evening or morning, and it's just such a controllable output of your photography, that because we know as professionals, you want to control the emotion you send when generating. So we want to give you similar controls on the right-hand side property panel with how you would actually do a photograph or decide for a particular shot.
Yep.
So super powerful style category on the right. And again, there's a lot of innovation in the pipeline that we will be announcing soon that will make it even more amazing.
Yeah, so what's cool is we can take this and then we can click on this edit button in the corner and go to Generative Fill, right? Which this is also in Photoshop, a little different experience here. And let's say that we wanted to add in like a windmill. We would just draw over a space that we want. See if we can get this in here. This is not a good selection for that, but we'll give it a shot. And I'm going to type in windmill here, and it will generate that into the image, which is really cool. So you can take something that has started with text to image and really start to build it out and see what you get.
And see how amazing we respected the bokeh, like the depth of field of the image. I mean, we don't generate like a layer on top. We physically and realistically blend the concept you want to introduce into the scene at the right depth level, at the right bokeh level. So you can create without limits and in seconds. So imagine having to do this in our tools before, even if Photoshop and can allow you to do this, and there are tools we've been building for the last 3-4 decades to make this possible. With generative fill, it's basically taking it to a completely new level. And you've mentioned the concept of a co-pilot. And when we've started working on Firefly, we decided to make it work for you, for the user, and not replace you, but be there and help you achieve your creative intent much faster. So this vision of making the Firefly models serve the creative professional or communicator or consumer as a co-pilot, and it is what fuels us in continuing to innovate. So you can explore and ideate faster and even produce output exponentially faster.
Cool. So let's do some Q&A before we go into the next application. There's some great ones here. Someone was asking, how much input do you get from non-developers and from the creative community as you're building these tools?
Oh, we get so much input. So one of the great things at Adobe, we have, besides Adobe Live, which is an amazing way to interact with the live community, we do have a Discord server, and we have an amazing evangelist and community experts team that go out and engage with, I think it's over 500,000 now users on Discord in multiple languages, and we talk with them interactively. They give us feature requests. So if you want to join the Discord community, you'll see it on the firefly.adobe.com website in the upper right corner. So we do a lot of that engagement, and they compile all of this feedback for our product management team. We also partner really well with the application teams like Photoshop, Illustrator, and they have both the private like customer advisory boards that they talk to users and they give us continuous feedback. We also have these public betas we've launched over the last 6 months where we have continuous feedback, both public and also private, through some feedback mechanisms we have in the tool. So for example, if you go back to text to image, you will see that if we generate something that is great or not great, we have this like, thumbs up, thumbs down icons that enable you, the user, to give us feedback that we analyze to make the Firefly models better. So if you hover any of those generated images, you will see some small thumbs up, thumbs down icons. You'll see a report icon. Those are signals at the bottom. Those are super strong signals that we compile to understand, are we going in the right direction? Is this model version improving versus the previous one or not? Or in particular cases when we generate something that is potentially harmful or incorrect, or we have any problem you want to report, you can give us this feedback, and we have a team compiling all of this feedback and feeding it back into our backlog. So super powerful mechanisms, because we actually, as you guys, I hope you've heard of ChatGPT, which is one of those chatbots that you can talk to and it makes it better. And what makes ChatGPT great is the fact that it knows what its users want as responses. And we're doing the same thing with Firefly. When you like something, we know that that image is a good image, and then we are training future Firefly models to generate more images like the ones our users like. So it's a reinforcement loop, it's a flywheel effect that will continue to make these models better to basically generate type of content at the right level of quality that you like. And same goes for thumbs down. If you don't like some generations, we will use that information to make the model better, of course in an anonymized fashion.
Yes, and there are a couple comments here about things that may be in exploration. And I know that the Firefly team has been pretty open about like what is being explored, what may be on the way. And that's not something that I'm familiar with seeing in past years from Adobe. Is it's usually, here's the release, it's there. We're giving a lot of insight to this. And what's the idea of kind of showing maybe what's on the roadmap and teasing it? Can you give us any like teases on things in development?
I can give you a little bit of that. I mean, if you go back to the homepage of the firefly.adobe.com website, you will see that we have at the bottom these vignettes showing some of the things we have in exploration, like 3D to image or extend images, basically Generative Expand. So you see that we're already following up and launching actual features that we're announcing here. But a very important principle we have when we build this AI-enabled features is they're very powerful. This is a recent development. They're moving very fast. I mean, we've been doing AI for 10 years, but in the last couple of years, it's gone very powerful, and it's improving every day. So we know that in order to build it responsibly, we don't know all the answers. I think the world doesn't know all the answers, and we're trying to engage with you, our user community, get this feedback. And this is why we launched the firefly.adobe.com website in the first place, to get some feedback on how we're doing. And now it's evolving to be its own product, because we've discovered a great product market fit for ideation, for a consumer, even for creative therapy. But we've started with the goal of just getting this feedback loop to help us guide building these models the right way, and building the models, the right capabilities to serve our user base with a very powerful technology that we need to learn how to master. So you should expect to continue to see innovation coming on the firefly.adobe.com first, for this engagement with the community, for the feedback loop, and helping us learn not only how to improve the model quality, but also how to refine the user experience. And then after we're building up that confidence, bringing it inside Photoshop, Illustrator, Express, etc. So we will continue to innovate. I mean, the pipeline of innovation is huge, and I all hope you watch Adobe Max replays. Ideally, be there in person. I have been with Adobe for a long time, so I've attended, I think, the last 20 Max events, actually.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I'm. The first 3, I was actually a partner. I had a company in Romania, a small startup Adobe acquired, but so I was a partner, a sponsor of Adobe Max. But I've been there for the last 20 years, sometimes in virtual, sometimes in person. And we have this thing in the second day called Max Sneaks, where we're showing some of the innovation coming from our labs. This year is going to be an amazing set of Max Sneaks. So I encourage all of you to make sure you follow our social accounts, or watch live the Max Sneaks streaming, or attend if possible, because there's amazing innovation coming from our labs. And we hope to bring more of that in an accelerated fashion on the Firefly web application.
Yes, and that is going to be hosted by our friend Adam Devine, which will be a great time. You can register for Max. I believe it's just max.adobe.com. You can register. There's a lot of online resources, and so you can watch sneaks, you can hang out, you can register for some talks, for some labs. If you want to hang out with me, I have a couple of those. A talk actually about accelerating your workflows with AI. And I did see a comment that I think that we can show a workflow. Jeff is saying this seems more geared for people who are kind of just playing around to try to generate stuff. I think what we've been showing Yes, we've been playing around kind of generating images, but let's show you some real world applications from Creative Professional, right? I work a lot in packaging, I work a lot in branding, I work a lot in social, and so we're gonna show you how I would use this in a real world workflow. So we're gonna hop into Photoshop real quick. And if you haven't updated, actually, let's do that first. Creative Cloud, all you need to do is go to updates and you'll see that you have the updates available to you this morning. So,
and if they don't, there's a check for updates in the upper right corner. You might have to click that small link, check for updates.
Yes.
Make sure you click that first just to make sure you get the latest builds from us.
yes, so let's go ahead and show you the workflow that I am obsessed with right now. I actually learned from Jesus Ramirez, who's gonna be coming up later if you wanna hang out with him. He knows everything about Photoshop, and so he showed me this workflow. And we're gonna use Generative Fill to take this object, remove it, and then replace the background so that we can animate in Adobe Express. That's right, we're hitting all of the things here. So first we're gonna do is we're gonna use the object selection tool, really powerful here in Photoshop. It's breaking apart the image, seeing what pieces I need. And so we are going to select our astronaut right here with just one click. And then we can use the contextual toolbar to expand that selection to just give us some space outside of the astronaut. So now we have this selected, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to hit Generative Fill. And let me get rid of that tool so we can see. So Generative Fill is going to fill all of the selection that we have, right? So
Yes.
every pixel that is selected, it will fill.
Every pixel, and actually, probably there are some secrets with it. If you use transparency in your selection, you might get this blended effect. So there's a lot of control you can get if you start playing out with the opacity level of the selection. Anyway, we'll keep that maybe for a future live presentation. But for now, if you click Generative Fill, yes, we will understand the whole scene. Know this is like a scene in space. Generate basically space.
Cool.
Empty, I mean, star filled space.
So we click generate, and it is going to basically remove that object instead of filling with something. And in theory, it is filling with something, but not anything that I've told it to fill with, right?
Exactly. And this is, I mean, I'm sure you all know content aware fill. This is technology that was in Photoshop for probably more than 10 years. Amazing tech. Generative Fill takes it to a completely new level because it's controllable. Right now, you didn't put in any prompt, so it just understood the scene and filled it in with what it considers the probable pixels in those places. But if you would have put in Starship, it would have drawn a weirdly shaped Starship because it understands both the context and the scene, and it can be guided to generate something that you need to insert in a particular scene. But for now, you removed it and you extracted the layer. So now you have two. You have the layer on top, and you have the scene filled. And you see when you keep the layer in the original position, you don't know that the background is there, but it's occluded by the layer.
Yes, which is really cool. So here's the workflow that I love to do is we did the generative fill, right? And then I just made a copy of the selection of the astronaut. So now the original image that has astronaut, that has been generative filled, fully seamless. I would never see that there was anything there. And now I have the astronaut separate. So what I can do is I'm going to save this as a PSD, right? And we're just saving this into our downloads. I'm naming it space. And I'm going to hop into Adobe Express. So express.adobe.com. I typed it wrong, Andrew. Pull it together. Do I need to sign in?
You might put like a new.express.adobe.com.
Let's try that. We did it. I'm not signed in. That's what it is. All right, there we go. Here we go, everybody.
Express is amazing. Actually, it's amazing not only for creative professionals that want to turn out something fast and you can take it and integrate it in the professional tools, but it also enables other consumers and to achieve some level of initial kind of success with a design.
Yep. So again, I love that Firefly is happening at this time, especially with Express, because it's all about speeding up your workflows, making things go faster. And now with Express, we can do all of our generative fill, generative expand in Photoshop, save that PSD, and then all I need to do is click start from your content, and I'm going to click on my space.psd. I'm going to open it, and it's going to convert that Photoshop file directly into Adobe Express. And because I used It's live, baby. Adobe Live. That's what we love. All right, I'm going to try one more thing. The reason it might be is because the size of this might be gigantic. So let me pull the sizing on this image down and see if that helps us at all. So let me save one more time. I'm going to delete some of these extra layers here. All right, we're saving as space, and we're going to come back here. All right, cross your fingers, everybody. Stream gods, smile on us. We're uploading this as a PSD. Cross your fingers, hold your hearts, and we'll see if it goes. And I think the fun thing about generations in Firefly is we don't know what it's going to be. You don't know what it's going to be. You can kind of explore and try stuff. And as we've seen, it generates 3 options right now. And we've talked a little bit about generative credits, right? So generative credits, something that's included in your Creative Cloud membership. How are those used? What are kind of the uses of those?
Yeah, so generative credits, what we're trying to do with generative credits is to make sure we bundle with the Creative Cloud subscriptions, depending on the entitlement plan. And this goes that if you have like the all app subscriptions, you get more credits. You have a single app, you have fewer credits. If you have Express, you get even fewer credits. And of course, we're offering a free plan too. But we're trying to bundle some of that value in generous numbers that give you the possibility to access those credits and do those generations on the fast lane at the beginning. So you're going to generate, and we're giving you the best GPU time possible. But after you consume those credits, to save the GPUs for the people that haven't used our credits, you're going to be moved in the slow lane, but can still use the feature with a delay that can go from tens of seconds to minutes. But the idea is you can always use the feature in your workflow. And we're still going through the kinks and fine-tuning this. We're starting to count the credits now, but it's not fully enforced until November. So for now, this is happening. We're counting them. We're going to show them soon in the profile pop-up. And the idea is to give you full transparency of how are you using your credits, to understand that we're bundling a good amount to make you productive, but there will be opportunities if you use those credits, if you need the fast lane, to upgrade to higher plans and get more credits.
Cool. So something was happening. Who knows? It's Adobe Live, so we're pivoting. And what's great is there are a bunch of different ways to do what I was trying to do. And so this is another great way that you can do text to image is integrated right here into Adobe Express. So we're in Adobe Express. We're going to generate a square, and I'm going to generate an astronaut floating in space. Astronaut, yes. Floating in space. The amount of times I've said the words as I'm typing them in Firefly, it's going to generate this image for me, and we're going to do a couple things. Adobe Express is really good at removing backgrounds, and so we are going to have our astronaut floating in space. I think that's pretty good. Let's do photorealistic. Let's do it as a photo and see what we come up with. Photo. Realistic. And I believe you've done like studio. What are some keywords that people can put?
I think in terms of keywords, you maybe take the names of the styles we have in our, you could put like a photographic, like close-up, scene, you can put an exposing scene, etc. So use terms you would describe a scene if you would be a creative director. We're trying to understand those, and if you don't like what we generate, again, let us know through the feedback mechanism. But we were trying to understand the language, English language, and in general any concepts. If you want more details, our text understanding modules tries to really be thoughtful and pick up on nuances and the orders of the words, etc. But it's important to just play with it and get a feel of how it behaves, because there's some innate nature of it that you need to learn how to use.
So really cool. We have taken that image, removed the astronaut. I just used the remove background there. And then if I wanted to put some text on here, so we can just type Adobe Firefly, why not? Oops. And with that removed background, we have generated this image using Adobe Firefly. And then I made a copy, removed the background from the subject. It's going to suggest some fonts for us. So I think that looks pretty okay. And then I can drop this by changing the layer and just moving it right behind the other astronaut. And we will get a nice effect that kind of gives us this dimensional effect with our type. pull this there. And so now you can see that it's separated. So we generated the image, and then it's not just flat image. You can start to remove background and pull pieces out of those images, which is really nice. What's cool too, you can copy and paste from Illustrator, from Photoshop, right into Express, and then you can animate, do a whole bunch of cool stuff here in Express. Okay, another real world scenario. A lot of people work with packaging. So what can we do with Adobe Firefly and Adobe Illustrator to maybe work with packaging? Check it out. Actually, what prompts would you use to create a nice packaging mock-up in Firefly?
Okay, you got me on this one. But let's say studio shot of a box of a premium product placement box. Let me try that. But
Okay.
let's see what we get. I am an engineer, not a designer, so bear with me. Let's see.
I'm always excited on what it turns out.
I have a backup one that I tried here. Okay, I mean,
Oh yeah, no, this
there's
is great.
something there.
This is
Yeah.
fantastic. So I think this one is really, really good for what we're going to show.
Let's riff on it for a second.
Let's do it.
Made of recycled materials. Let's make
let's
it
do that.
eco-friendly. Let's see what
Yes.
happens if we try to be eco-friendly.
All right.
Okay.
And I'm actually going to change it out of art into photo, and then we'll regenerate. I also always get so stressed because I generate in the square initially, but I know I need it widescreen, and then I fall in love with one of the ones that I see, and I'm like, oh no, I have to change it.
This is something we might want to solve. We haven't solved it yet. So if you change aspect ratio, that's one of the things. Right now, you're going to get a new image generated. But that's we're thinking of maybe trying to bring that back in and make it more permanent by using Generative Expand is the solution to this. So we will bring Generative Expand to firefly.adobe.com, and then you're just going to be able to just drag to the right and make it change the aspect ratio without losing your box.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can even do that in Photoshop. But let's continue with the Illustrator demo.
So what's cool is I can now, instead of hitting download, I can copy this image. So we can copy and then paste it right into Illustrator. So we're back and forth between here and Illustrator. Now, we are going to do a really cool workflow that is currently in beta. So we are in the Illustrator beta, and it is called Mockup. And what we can do is I'm just going to grab all these pieces that I have here off this background. I'm going to group them, and then I'm going to select that group and our image that we generated over here in Adobe Firefly. We're going to go to Object, and then Mockup Beta, cross our fingers, and hit Make. So, I need to install. Yes. So, we are installing, but we can generate in Adobe Firefly some of these mockups, and I've seen this done with soda cans. I've seen this done with T-shirts. I've seen this done with a lot of stuff, pulling through from Firefly into Adobe Illustrator. So let's generate a couple more things here so we can do a few mockups. Let's do white soda can.
White soda can. Yeah, I would say studio shot, or let's put it in a real on a wood table on a beach in Maldives. Let's do that. Let's dream about some holiday.
Let's see if I spelled that right.
We are trying to actually correct misspell. So you might, even if you misspell something, we're gonna do our best.
Oh yeah.
See, there's something here.
Oh yeah, these are great.
Feels very Maldives.
So I like this one. That one's pretty good. Let's go, I think here. I'm probably going to straighten the background, which is fine. Ooh, actually, I get excited about these workflows. I'm going to show you another workflow to fix this background. So we're going to copy this image and bring it into Photoshop. I'm going to make a new document, and we're going to paste this in. So there is a problem here that I'm seeing that I want this to be straight across and not like tilted. This is my favorite application for Generative Expand, is we can come in here and we are going to grab the crop tool. So I'm gonna hit C for crop, and in fill, we are going to do Generative Expand for the fill. So from here, I can click on straighten, and then I am going to choose what the angle is of my horizon. So you can see there it's like 2 degrees off right there. So when I let go, it is going to tilt that right? And instead of having these weird edges, I want to keep the same amount of space. I hit enter, and it's going to generative fill the cropped portion of me straightening that photo.
Wow, this is cool. Actually, this is, I mean, I knew of these tools. I never saw them used like that. It's pretty magical. Yeah.
It's so awesome because we all know that we've taken that one photo that's amazing, but it's like 3 degrees tilted, and then we have to figure out what the edges are, crop it in. You don't have to do that anymore. You can use Generative Expand. It's not just for up and down and left and right. You can do it in a kind of tilted crop, and this is a really, really helpful workflow. Again, learn from Jesus Ramirez, who's coming up right after us, the absolute patron saint of Photoshop. All right, so we have mockup here looking good. Let's go ahead and select these two. We have our group and our image that we generated, and we're going to go to Object, Mockup, and Make. It's going to analyze the object that we've generated in Adobe Firefly, and it is going to place the art onto the generative box that we've created.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, wow. This
Yes.
is so cool.
It's so good. So let me go ahead and zoom in here, and you'll see if I click in, there are a lot of controls for me. So I can squish it down. I can change the sizing here. And we also can use the scale tool if I wanted to just put this on one side. And you can see as I drag around, it is wrapping around those edges. So I'm going to change the blending mode here to multiply. And that is going to allow me to put this onto the box in a way that looks a little more natural. There we go.
Wow.
Right? And you see that it's wrapping around that edge perfectly. And so mockup is such a good feature for doing these kind of things really, really quickly. So we have our Photoshop, right? We've used Generative Expand to tilt it, to fill in those edges. And now I am simply going to copy and paste into Illustrator. And let's see if it picks up on just this can being the mockup piece. So I'm going to grab all of these. And again, we have to have a group. So it has to be a group for the mockup to work. And we're going to select both. Oh boy, and hope Adobe Sensei smiles on us here. We're gonna click on Make.
I take feature requests too, so let's see. We'll work with the Illustrator team to do the can detection. It didn't.
It didn't. It pulled the other one. Okay, so let's see if we click in here, if we can put it onto the can. There we go.
Yeah. It
So-
understands the full scene. This is what's called a depth map, a monocular depth map, if I have to go scientific, where
Please do.
we look at the scene and we try to understand what objects exist in the scene and then create a geometry that enables you to place those mockups and create an amazing customer RFP just in seconds. Imagine how long would it take you to do this by hand if you wouldn't have this amazing capability.
Yes. This is by far my favorite. And again, this is the real world workflow. This is all answering kind of that question of somebody asking, like, is it just for playing around, generating images? No, it's super helpful for mocking things up. If I had a client, I just did this mock-up of the can in, 30 seconds that would have taken me 10, 15, 20 minutes maybe, and I would have to go do a photo shoot with a blank can. Like, there would be a lot, or get a can and then have to Photoshop all the pieces out of it and then put stuff on. Super easy to do this in just a few minutes. That's awesome. So chat, if you have any other questions, let us know. I loved getting into the specifics of kind of the behind the scenes of what's happening with this tool.
Yeah, and actually, one thing you didn't show here is Generative Recolor in Illustrator. I assume you have that one too. So
yes.
you have it here, you have your mockup, but maybe you want to create a range of color palettes to match the brand of your customer. So just by selecting it and going to the Properties panel, if you select the...
Yep, I'm going to crop in just to the can. Oops, that was the wrong key. Let me crop into just the can here. Object, where are my clipping mask make? Oh, I wonder if it won't clipping mask the mockup. That's fine. All right, let's pull this over here and let's see if Generative Recolor works with the mockup.
Yeah, and actually I didn't try it, but it should be just a... It should be just a standard vector piece. That's the beauty of Illustrator, every single vector. And let's say you want to do in Maldives teal color to match the environment. And
yes, so let's do maybe like blue water at the beach. So what it's doing here is we are kind of pulling words into a color palette. This is a really great thing. And again, this is why I love Adobe Live. I haven't tried this. You haven't tried this. We're together to try stuff, right? We're not here to just like demo and show you things. We want to experiment. It's actually helpful if we do this and it breaks and doesn't work.
Yeah,
then we can go to the Illustrator
product
team.
team,
Like,
yeah, I'm
hey.
meeting them every day, so they're ready to make this work.
Okay,
so
so-
it's using a generative credit because we hit the Firefly service to get the best color palette generated, and this is a mix of generating these images that will be used for inspiration and technology from Illustrator, and you see it worked and it recolored. I don't know, maybe there was an error there.
Oh, that's
but
interesting.
it-
Okay, so what happened there was an error. It did recolor it, but it recolored it everywhere that it was placed on that mock-up. So I wonder if maybe the mock-up is kind of connected somehow, that it was doing that. So we can do it up here.
Yeah, maybe
that is-
duplicate again, create a new group, and then
Yes.
recolor. Yeah, still, you do get this instant, coherent recoloring. So I know how the Illustrator team works super hard to make sure not only they get the color palette from Firefly, but they also try to match it with the original color distribution of your mockup, so it maintains coherence of the scene. So if you have like a background and a foreground and some particular contrasts, it's taking that into account when recoloring to make sure your scene never has similar color overlap that make it hard to understand and read.
Yep, and what's really cool is if you want to go into a professional, little more advanced workflow, you can click on these advanced options right here, right? So I'm pretty happy with the clear blue water at the beach. It's a little too mint for me, and I want it to go into more of like a saturated, bright kind of blue. So we can click on advanced options, and we have these options here. So we can shuffle the order of the color. So here, it's gonna shuffle through all of these colors, and that actually already is looking a lot better to me. This black, not a huge fan of pulling it in there, and so I can double click on the black, and then just grab and drag to a blue that I like, and you'll see it will update live, and now we have this really fun color palette that is, again, Creative Copilot, Generative Recolor, with some tweaks by me to kind of hone it in. So let's do another one. Where else do we want to take this art?
Let's take it on a T-shirt with some creases. Let's
Ooh,
try to
yes.
do like a portrait of a student with a backpack on the hallway of a high school. My son
Ooh.
is finishing high school, and we're all going through the college craze. But let's see if we do that. Let's see if we have enough creases. I'd love to see how Illustrator deals with creases, and maybe let's change the aspect ratio to portrait. I actually
Oh, yeah,
think
let's do
if
that.
you make a portrait and photo, it might portrait and then photo the style.
Got it.
It might generate something better, and maybe we should say viewed from the back. And I think maybe we and put the mock-up on the back. Or do we have enough here? No, maybe let's cut the backpack and scene viewed from the back, so we have some space to place it in
Yep.
a realistic environment.
View from the back. Student in a high school in a white shirt, view from the back. Let's see what happens here. And someone's saying, how do you Illustrator recognize that it's a separate object? Ooh, yeah, that's actually a great question. How did Illustrator recognize that it's a separate object? We kind of talked about that, but can you just recap maybe, how does it know of all the things in the scene that was the can?
I think using advanced algorithms, what we do, and machine learning, using the Sensei services we've been building over the last 10 years, we try to understand how far away from the camera, the virtual camera, each pixel in the scene is, and then create some kind of a clustering of those pixels and imagine those objects. It's called a depth map, and that depth map, we've been playing with it in Photoshop neural filters in the past. The idea is to try to understand the depths of the scene, and then once you understand the depths, Illustrator creates this 3D, has a 3D engine in it. You guys might have played with it, but creates a 3D scene and then intelligently applies the mockup with all the geometric transformations on that 3D scene. Ideally, even respecting the creases in the shirt. So let's see
Yep.
if it does a good job there. But I'm hopeful that it will blend it very realistically.
Yeah, so what I'm doing here with Generative Recolor is I wanted to see if it could get like a more obscure, like ethereal. I know as creatives we talk a lot in like metaphors and vibes. And so sometimes the vibes don't translate when you're trying to do an image. But with Generative Recolor, I found that it actually picks those up really well. And so I did vintage college pep rally as the color schemes. And it's hitting pretty good. Like this is where I want it to be. But what I can do is maybe I have school colors. I can actually designate colors that I need to be in this image, right? So I need to have maybe this teal, and then I need to have this yellow. So we're going to add in the yellow, and then we're going to add in the teal. And now when I generate, it should incorporate those colors into the Generative Recolor, right?
I mean, I surely hope so. Yeah, it did.
Yep.
It does.
Yes, pretty cool. So we have this here. I think this looks good for my school colors. I'm happy with that. And now I can select these two, and again, go to Object, Mockup Beta, and hit Make. And let's cross our fingers and see if it picks it up. I'm excited about the creases and ridges in the shirt to see if it picks up and kind of flows over those.
Yeah, and another thing that maybe we should show after seeing this amazing demo working, I hope, let's do the blend mode trick too.
Yep.
And maybe resize it a little bit. Maybe we should add like title or some kind of a call to action to this. You see, it picks on the creases, and it literally makes it small deformation to go around.
Yep.
I mean,
what's getting me is right here. That's awesome that it's like catching the armpit there. You can see it bending as I drag around.
Yeah.
Even on some of the edges of these creases, you can see the bends on the sleeves kind of pulling through. That's really cool.
So I think one thing we could do, let's take this to Express. Can we import a PDF to Express and then try to put a title, like a text to image, a text effects title on top?
Absolutely. And what's even cooler is we actually can just import this AI file directly into Express. So
let's give it another try. Maybe a third time is a charm.
Let's cross our fingers, y'all. So I'm going to take, I'm actually going to undo a lot of this file real quick. And I'm going to take this into, we're going to Generative Recolor, and then I will take it into Express to see if we can do some animation. So there's a lot of colors happening here. And let's try to do a Generative Recolor to see what happens on all of this. So I'm going to do Generative Recolor. We're going to go back to the one that I've been, okay, we're going to do the one that is my go-to. Oops, that's not the right one. And that is Edit, going to Edit Colors, and then doing Generative Recolor. My go-to has been Burnt Banana. I don't know why, but I feel like I get good color schemes out of here. And maybe popcorn in there. I want those yellow tones.
Nice.
Let's see what happens.
Recolor is also available. You see the property panel on the right-hand side?
Oh, yes.
There's a Recolor button there. I go to as my demo flow.
Right over there. I seem to give myself as many extra clicks as possible when I demo things. Okay, so we've got the Burnt Banana workflow. I like this a lot. I don't like this red though, so I'm going to pull that into a darker brown right here. Hit OK. All right, that looks good. And this red as well, I'm going to take into a really dark brown. So again, Creative Copilot, super easy and fun to be able to work quickly. Oh, that was not what I wanted.
Too white.
I wanted this brown, and I wanted to take the actual black here, and I'm going to make that white just so the eyes look white. Get over there. There we go. That's horrifying, but we'll keep it. All right, so I'm going to save this document, and we're just going to save it as an AI on my desktop. So we're just going to toss this into downloads, sure, resources, save, great. Now let's go back into Adobe Express and cross our fingers that the upload works here. Let's click on Start from Your Content. This is my content, and we are going to click on Resources and hit Open. Now, something as it uploads and converts, something to notice is that in this file, we actually had two different artboards, okay? Express is going to convert both of those artboards into their own pages within the same document. So we're back here, look at that, it worked. We can hit Open in Editor, and now everything, including the type, is here on two separate pages. Pretty cool.
Yeah, and
Also,
this is editable type. Wow, that's
this
great.
is
So let's
editable
apply like a text effect on it, because that's one pretty cool capability, Firefly capability you haven't shown that would really help you create titles that stand out.
Yep, so we can click on text effects here, and maybe with this kind of party zone, maybe we want to do like metallic confetti.
Metallic confetti sounds pretty creative.
Let's see what happens here. So what's happening here, and what's kind of the workflow of using text effects?
Maybe double L? I don't know.
Metallic. There we go. There we go. Thanks, chat. Okay, so what are these options here that we're seeing as we start to generate this? What does the tight, loose, medium mean?
This is a pretty key. This is my favorite feature. When we, as you know, Adobe, we've invented a lot of the technologies that made modern typography a reality through EPS and fonts, etc., Type 1 fonts. But with typography, we know that sometimes you want to control the effects, how they map to the actual glyphs. Sometimes you want to be more creative and allow Firefly to get outside of the bounds and create these effects that will basically get all over the place, but will be quite amazing and creative. This is what tightness feature does. It allows you, if it's set to the right, which I think it's called loose, it will allow Firefly to get outside of the bounds and create something more out of the box, basically. So let's see how this works.
Like. So I'm going to zoom in here so we can really see those juicy details. I'm actually going to move this up. Oops. Oh, Andrew. All right, there we go. So we are going to click on the text effects here. We're doing loose. We're doing metallic confetti. I've chosen the font. I added a pink tint just to make sure that we're good. The style. We probably want to be realistic for now. And then we are going to hit generate. And let's see what happens here. What it's going to do is it's going to basically create these letter shapes with what we have told it to create. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty metallic and pretty confetti, and more is editable. If you say paid resources, you will see that you can actually edit, and edit will go in real time, and will stream in characters as they go. So the text is editable. It's not a raster. It's a fully editable character. It's a fully editable text object that you can basically continue editing. So make this paid or amazing or whatever. You can type in anything, and in a second, now we're regenerating because you changed the capital letters. We have to regenerate those letters. But if you keep typing, we're gonna reuse everything. So if you type A again, it's not regenerated, it's cached. So we're trying to make it so it's super smooth to edit. You can continue, have this interactive experience, but in the same time, new characters are going to be streamed as we generate them. So pretty amazing, I would say.
That's interesting that it's basically caching the letters as it renders them, so that then you can keep generating really quickly. And if you wanted to, there are some sample effects for you to get acquainted with this. If we wanted to, we could change this maybe to embellished and see what happens. So let's generate here and see what happens. I feel like, okay, here's my request. That's definitely not going to be a thing.
Okay.
I want render music so bad. When that little bar is going across, I just want a little like.
That's a cute one. Let us take it in. I mean.
Yeah, we'll talk to the team about it. Yeah. Cool. All right. So we went to embellish, and it's really given it like a little bit of extra, the dimension. It's really cool to play around with all these options. So, if you want to explore Adobe Firefly, it is available. It is for commercial use today, out of beta. There is text to image, generative fill, generative expand in Photoshop. We've got text effects. We also have Generative Recolor, got them all. They are available today, and make sure that you stick around the entire day. We have content coming to you from Adobe Live. We got about 2 minutes left, so if you have questions, put them in chat. But if we have a schedule, can we toss up the schedule real quick to give you a little look at what's coming up today? So we're just finishing up the Q&A with myself and Alex. Next up, we have seamless workflows between Illustrator, Photoshop, and Firefly. So we're gonna be doing a ton of stuff. A lot of what we showed today, just in a bigger way. And then we will be in with Jesus Ramirez, Sin Lagos, Elise, and all of your favorites here on Adobe Live. We're going between Photoshop, Illustrator, all over the place. Stick around, we'll be live all day. So I did see a question come in. Is there a way to put the same effects in objects in an image and not just on text?
Great question. And I think that's definitely something we want to make happen. I don't think we have it now. One way you can achieve this, it's like a secret trick. If you have an emoji, you can create upload your own font with an emoji. You can actually use emojis and stylize them in the same way to give you some control. But definitely stylizing an icon or a vector piece is top of mind for us. So stay tuned. Multiple teams are hard at work bringing Firefly in more and more workflows, including stylization of existing objects.
Yeah, so if you want to see emojis, stick around for 3 minutes because I'll be showing you that at the beginning of the next stream. And the next stream will be a lot of in-depth of what we showed today. So I'll be showing you how to go from Illustrator to Photoshop, Photoshop, Generative Expand into Express. We'll be all over the place, and you, chat, will be leading me. So if you have suggestions for what you want to see, where you want to go, if you have questions about workflows, put them in chat right now, and I will see you all in about 5 minutes here on Adobe Live. Make sure you're subscribed. Bye.
Thank
Silent players. It feels right.
What do
It
I
felt
look
right.
at? Oh, what's
Yeah.
up, everyone?
We're there. Hey, everybody. What's up? Nice to see you in the chat. Hello,
Yes.
friend. Who are you? Introduce yourself.
Wait.
Let everyone know.
I'm Michael Fagoso. I'm an evangelist here at Adobe for the next generation of creative pros.
That's you, chat. That's
That's-
you. If you are
That's
the
all
next,
of you.
if you're the next generation of creative pros, 1, subscribe. 2, leave us. What emoji do we want to see in chat for this stream?
What's my favorite? Oh, it's the inappropriate emojis are my favorite.
No.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Let's do a ghost emoji.
There you go.
So, speaking of ghost emojis, today we are talking all about Adobe Firefly.
Yeah, we are.
And we finished the last stream. We talked, and I promised all of you who were watching that we were going to show emoji text effects. So let's do that. Let's hop
Nice.
over.
Nice.
Oh, my chat. Hold on. My phone was plugged in because I'm going to show you mobile stuff. But
Oh, I
now
see.
my
We got to
computer-
move all. Okay.
All right, we're here. All right, let's go into Adobe Firefly here. I'm so sorry, chat. Chat, if you have questions, let us know. We're here to answer all of your questions.
Sorry, Andrew. I'm supposed to be hosting you.
No, it's
and
fine.
I just kind of make a quick intro on
You
you.
hosted what? Yeah, yes. Quick intro.
So-
Guest spot by our studio manager Paco coming in to solve all the problems that I've created. Yes, please intro. Let me know.
So, Andrew, I met you like a few months ago, and at a
Yes.
conference, and you were like the nicest guy.
Aw.
And you have these massive clients, and you make me so jealous of your work. And you know so much stuff.
I do know a lot of stuff, and I try to share it with all of you. That's where I wanted my camera too, right there. I try to share with all of you. So yeah, and that's what we do here on Adobe Live is we try to give you all of the information, which you have a ton of information
Right.
about that. And someone's saying, are there any AI tools for InDesign? Guess what we're doing on this stream? We're doing InDesign.
Yeah, we are.
It is. I know too much stuff. I agree. Okay, so let's do the emoji.
Let's go. Let's go for it.
We're gonna hop into text effects. So we are at firefly.adobe.com. If you're just joining us, what's the big news with Firefly today? What can we use it for?
We could use Firefly. We could use it in Photoshop.
Yep.
We could generate images in images.
Yes.
We can expand images into backgrounds that, have you ever had those graphic design moments where you're trying to type something into an image, you don't have enough space, you can expand images that way.
Yes. There's
What
all
else
kinds
can
of
you-
magic.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff you could do.
And once you do that, guess what? You can use it for commercial use because it's out of beta today. Ooh,
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna make some money. So we are here and we promised to show you the emoji. So I put in the ghost emoji and I just typed in ghost and maybe like fog into the prompt. So let's hit generate and see what happens here.
Sweet.
I love that like the ghost emoji is
Yeah.
like, it's rendering right now, but it just looks, oh yeah.
Whoa. That's insane.
Yes, so it is rendering as a text effect, and you can do this with any emoji. It's going to take the shape of that emoji and then render it
Oh.
into a text effect. Ooh,
That's really cool.
that's really cool.
Can you spell my name? It's 3 letters.
Absolutely. What? 3 letters? Wait, how many? There are names so many.
It's Fugs.
Oh yes, that's right. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna do this. Do you want Ghost Fog? What do you want your name to be in?
I want flames.
Flames? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let's do exploding flames.
Michael Bay.
Yeah, Michael Bay. Yeah. And maybe like
Transformers.
lens flare.
Yes.
So we're gonna hit generate here, and I'm actually gonna change the setting to loose, and that's gonna give me a lot of extra space. Yes. Yes.
That is oh my gosh.
This is
I'm changing my
explosive.
avatar on Instagram.
Oh yeah, that's it right there. And speaking of Instagram, why are these 4 letters your names? Where can people find you over on the Instas?
Me?
Yeah, you.
This is about okay, this is not about me. Okay, well, they can find me on Illustrator on Instagram if you want to check out my work. Give you all the tutorials. I just posted a really cool Generative Expand tutorial for you all today. Heck yeah.
Magic. So follow along. All right, so like I promised, we are, and someone's saying which features are out of beta. All right, let me give you the rundown. 1, we've got text to image. to Generative Fill in Photoshop, Generative Expand in Photoshop. We have
Generative Recolor.
Generative Recolor, you got one. That's Illustrator. We
Yes.
also have the text effects and generative or text to image in Express. And we also have, I think that's it. I think those are all of them. So everything that is Adobe Firefly now out of beta, open for commercial use. You can get more information by going to firefly.adobe.com to check that out and see. Excuse me. The cool thing about this is creatives first, right? Adobe's putting creatives first. So it is cleared for commercial use because it is trained only on Adobe stock. So there's no IP infringement, none of that. And the stock contributors are being compensated for their help in helping to train Firefly, which is really cool. So Adobe, trying to do this right. We got content credentials, trying to make everything good.
Nice.
All right. What's your favorite Adobe product? That's where we'll start today.
My favorite Adobe product, Illustrator.
It's Illustrator. I know that. We know it's Illustrator.
Photoshop comes in a close second, though.
Yes. So we're going to start in Illustrator, and then we were going to go to Express. Maybe we'll go to InDesign, and then we'll also spend some time in Photoshop. So chat, if you have questions, let me know. I'll answer them with the knowledge that I have. If you want to see something, I'll show you a different workflow of how to do it. Cool. If you're stuck, we can get you unstuck here on Adobe Live. So let's start in Adobe Illustrator, but I'm actually gonna start in stock. Let's do that. So let's go to stock.adobe.com. And what kind of scene do we want to build today? What kind of vibes are we going for?
I'm always about the space stuff.
You are always about space stuff. So let's do some space
every
stuff.
Every post in my Instagram, including the one today, is space.
It's space. So let's just type in spaceship here, and we're going to grab a vector out of Adobe stock to work with today. So we are going to go to filters, and we are going to go into vectors, and it will filter in some vectors for me. So I love this.
Okay, yeah.
I like that one a lot.
The saucer too. Are we going for like a more 3D look, a flat look?
Actually, let's do these.
That one right there, yeah.
Yes. So I'm gonna hit license, and it's gonna give me all of these vectors. Really quickly, we want them as a vector. We'll download, looks good to me. And chat, you can see here that it is saving it into a library.
Yes.
And this is where we're gonna show how Firefly can work in your workflow all over there. And someone's asking, are Firefly trained on generated images? No, it is trained on Adobe stock. So we are going to go into Illustrator, and without having to download anything, without having to upload anything, I can open up my libraries. So going to libraries right here, and you'll see that it said it synced to brand. Yes, it synced to brand library, and let's find those spaceships here. There we go. So right here, you can see that we have our spaceships. Because they're vector, all I need to do is double click, and it's going to open those in Illustrator.
Nice. So I love that they're actual rockets, not like fantasy ones.
Yes, they are like physical, actual rockets. So as you saw, I'm going to paste these in here. Actually, I'm going to make a new document. Why not? And I'm going to paste these in here. And as you can see, there's a lot of different variations with a lot of different colors here. There is a lot of anchor point action happening, which is not necessarily like where we want to be with these, but we are going to change the colors. So these are pretty complex. Let's change them over using Generative Recolor, which is a piece of Firefly. So what color scheme do we want to go for?
I like retro neon type of things. I'm thinking like retro space.
Yeah, let's do
retro.
Retro neon, I think, is a good place to go. So we're going to go to Generative Recolor, and let's go ahead and just type in whatever the vibe is that we're looking for. It's really good at picking these up. So we are going to do retro neon, and maybe let's do like 60s, like faded. Add some extras in there. And so we're gonna hit enter here. It is going to tell us that, hey, generative AI in Adobe Apps is here. And the cool thing is anytime that you are using generative AI, it is adding a content credential. And you can get information about what tools have been used, what has been done to that image so that everything stays copacetic.
Right,
and then you know what's going on. And you also can go to verify.contentauthenticity.org, I believe, is the link. I have it. Hold on, chat. Yes, I was right. Verify.content at authenticity.org, and you can upload an image to see what has been done to that image with Adobe Firefly. All right, so we got our retro neon. Yes,
That is
Oh.
the first one you clicked on was the one to go.
tasty. All right, let's see these other options. That's pretty good too. I love that it turned the white into like a little off
all
color.
of these. So spoiler alert, I have a generative recolor demo for you later.
Ooh.
Where we're gonna do something a little complex, but now I can't use retro neon. I gotta use something else now.
It's gone, sorry. And someone's asking, can you ask it to include specific colors? I can. What color, Drew, what colors would you like to see? Or chat, what colors would you like to see in these compositions? So I'm actually gonna click in here and I am going to grab a few of the rockets here. Ooh, how is this built? Okay, there was one over there. Okay, I'm gonna grab a couple of these rockets just so we have not as many anchor points. Chat, let me know what colors we wanna see. All right, so I'm gonna grab those three and we are going to pull them over into a new document. Right here. All right, so we have the
You got
three
orange and teal
rockets.
on one of them.
Yes. All right, chat, orange and teal.
Orange and teal.
All right, so let's do this one in orange and teal. So I'm gonna select it, go to edit, edit colors, generative recolor, and here's how you do that, is you are going to type in our prompt. So we did retro, neon. 60s, and then we did something else. What else we did? Faded.
Oh, yes.
And if I want, it saved it right there for me. That's pretty cool. And so what I can do is if I want to see orange and teal, and then we'll do forest green and blue, we can click here and we can type, or we can find the color that we want. So let's do this kind of orange, and then let's do a teal. This is a little more blue.
Whoa.
Let's try it there. So we can incorporate these two colors, which is going to be really good. And I hit generate, and it will make sure that those colors are incorporated into the generative recolor. And
That is super cool. Yeah.
ooh, this is very like children's book.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it even did the Oh, okay. It always had the grain effect in there. Okay, nice.
Yep, that's really cool. So I like this one a lot. We can save that there. Someone said banana on fire, and we got
Banana.
the emoji. All right, chat, you got it. Edit colors, recolor artwork. Let's do banana
on fire.
Let's see what happens. The fun thing is, and someone's saying the texture has created all those extra points. Yes, it has.
Oh dang.
Honestly, banana on fire is kind of a vibe.
That the second one?
Yeah, the second
That's
one's really
one.
nice.
That's like
So something that I don't like about this, and I'm going to show you how to like amp this up. So in comparison to this one is much less saturated. I want to have like a boom bam punch. So we can go into advanced options here, and then I can actually increase the saturation of some of these colors, or I can go back to generative recolor here. And with this selected, oh, Andrew, I did it backwards. All right. So recolor, here we go. This is where I want to be. Is with this selected, we can recolor, and I can actually change the saturation. So this is the brightness and hue, and this is the saturation. When I click, you'll see it's a little bit down here. I can increase that, and check it out. Now we're a little more matched with what's happening there. And the brightness maybe also can go up just a little bit to match what's happening on that other side. So instead of going in and having to do individual pieces, you can generative recolor and then use the recolor panel to adjust the saturation, the brightness, all of that to match across the board.
Didn't I tell you he does know everything? Didn't I tell you all that?
I try. Okay, one more color scheme. What do we got? Give me two random words and we'll see what happens.
Gorilla.
Oh.
Gorilla power.
Gorilla power. All right, we're gonna do gorilla power here and see what's happening. And someone's saying, yes, 5 is the limit you can add. Yes, 5 is the limit of colors that you can. Yes, sorry, I'm trying to think of what you're referencing. I got it now, and you are right. Right here, 5 is the amount of colors you can add. Are there any colors you'd like to see included in this composition of gorilla power?
Let's see. Pink.
Pink? Okay,
Yes.
I'm guessing like it's going to be a lot of grays. So let's generate and see what happens here. We also have tropical rainforest, great one there. And someone's saying
Yeah,
you
maybe-
can
yeah.
use generative recolor when your document is set to CMYK. Yes.
Maybe tropical rainforest is cooler than my gorilla one. What do you think?
It did what I thought. It made it like really dark, kind of
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
cool. So let's try to do tropical rainforest. And I want to see some greens in this one. So we're going to take this like lime
yeah.
green and see what happens here. And chat, if you have any questions about anything,
Yeah.
let me know. Ooh,
I
okay.
like that a lot.
Yep.
Yeah. That makes me want to hang out tonight.
Oh, this green is perfect. So I'm going to go and go into recolor here, and I can increase that saturation a bit. There we go.
Yeah,
I think that's good.
Yeah.
So now I've created these 3 rockets, which is awesome. So everything we're doing today is space. I know where I'm going with Photoshop, and it's all going to be space
We're gonna do
themed.
space. Okay.
It's
Sweet.
space.
I mean, that's what I like. I think that's
Yes.
what everybody likes.
So what we can do is we can take this object. This is not a good object for this demo, but we'll see what happens. We're going to go into libraries, and then all I need to do is drag this into a library. So this is the brand library I have set up. I can click and drag, and it is going to upload it into this library. Let's see where it went here. Hello, rocket ship. One more time. Let's see if we can get it in there.
I think Paco
There we
wants
go.
to hang out tonight. Sorry.
We got 2 of them. All right, so let's go ahead and take this into Express, and I'm actually going to grab all of these rockets
Sweet.
just so we have them. Doop.
Nice.
All right, so generative recolor. Boom, 1, done. Now we are going to go into Adobe Express.
Oh, I can add something to generative recolor too. It works with gradients also.
It works with gradients. It works really well with
yes.
gradients.
We're gonna show. I'll show you some of that later in the demo. on
Yes.
Illustrator.
So actually, let me look real quick to see if there's anything. These are all just colors. So it works with blending modes and it works with gradients really
Yes.
well. So stay tuned with the stream with this guy. He'll show you how to do it. So we are going to go into Express here, and we are going to just hit the plus here. Actually, let's do text to image. Let's start with that. Let's do vintage illustration of space on craft paper.
Hey, that's me.
This is your zone.
That's-
This is your zone. I was thinking more of like a magazine. I just want a background that like has that like texture to it.
Yeah.
And something that's like not gonna feel like if I did space, it's gonna look super off with the illustration. So I need something that's like illustrative.
Illustrative.
Yes. Okay. I don't want actual.
Illustrative. No, I like
actually,
illustrative.
Okay, this is I'm
Oh.
not mad about. I think the paper needs to go away.
Yeah.
Space with texture maybe.
It still looks pretty cool though.
Halftone with texture. Let's try that. And see ya, somebody had to leave. Adios, thanks so much for joining us. And is anyone else having trouble with Adobe Express? It does seem like there is some trouble with Adobe Express this morning, so give it a shot. I'm sure the teams are working on it. I'm sure they're aware of it. The Firefly launch, y'all are using the Creative Cloud right now. The Creative
yeah.
Cloud is reigning.
Heck yeah.
So, okay, we're just going to do vintage illustration of space and use that as kind of the background. For content type, we want to make sure that we have,
Ooh.
actually, not mad about that. We're going to use this.
Yeah. You're good call taking the paper away.
Cool. So we're using this, and now we're going to go to your stuff and then go to brands and libraries. From here, we can click on that brand that we just made, the library. Let's do brand. There we go. And you'll see that our rocket ship is there. Ooh, this blue one's going to look so good.
Oh yeah, especially what?
Yes.
Did
So
you plan this out?
I did. I am Firefly. It is actually directly connected to my brain. So we have this here, and then let's go ahead and I'm gonna rotate it. And I think that I want it to like fly in, to be like shh.
Oh,
Right?
you're gonna do some animations.
I'm gonna do some crazy stuff right now.
Oh dang.
So
Okay.
here's another thing that I'm gonna do. This is my hack on giving a bit of, actually, hold on, let me make sure. Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure I was delivering on the promises. This is my hack of adding a shadow to something that can animate. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click here, and I am going to duplicate. Where we're going to animate first. I'm going to click here. I'm going to do animation. I want this to come in, and I want it to slide in. Oh, much slower than that.
Oh,
drift
yeah.
in. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to drift in. The loop, I think we maybe want it to do a bob. Yeah, we're flying through space.
Oh.
Cool. So we're going to do bob, and then out, I want it to drift out as well.
And you can control like how much it bobs, right?
Yes. Flying through
Nice.
space. I love it.
Yeah, that's super cool.
I am going to move it to place it a little more in the center here.
Yeah.
So it looks like that. Looks good to me. And now I'm going to add a shadow that will do the exact same thing. And then I'm going to show you how to use Generative Recolor to fix all of this to be a little bit different. So we're going to animate, looks good, and then it
looks
zooms
sweet.
through. So we're going to select this, and then I'm going to duplicate it right here. So we're going to hit duplicate, bring it over here, and then what I do is we go to effects. We are going to go to a duotone and make both of them black. So now there's it's just black. So from here, we are going to select that, and we're going to go to adjustments and go down to blur and just blur it out, right? So we're going to blur that out quite a bit, and I actually might make it a little bit bigger just so we have the blur there. All right, and then I'm going to change it so that the layer is right underneath. So it's going to move that layer underneath the rocket ship. So let's move the layers. There we go.
Okay.
Right? And so
that
now when I
separation.
animate it, the animation was already applied. So it'll carry over that animation with the shadow.
Oh.
Cool. Okay, so
Okay. Sorry.
magic.
What's up?
So there's a little bit of red happening in this, right? So I think we're pretty on with the color scheme, but there's a little bit of red. And so what I want to do is I want to change the color of this. Of the rocket, right? I think I might want a different color scheme. Let's use Generative Recolor Explore. What we can do is come back into Illustrator, okay? And with this artwork that we just placed, we placed the rocket, right? All I need to do is double click on the rocket that is in the library. It's gonna open that in Illustrator for me.
Sweet.
And now I'm going to use Generative Recolor to present a different option of my artwork without having to change much. So Generative Recolor, and we're going to do maybe faded lava in space. I want to get some of those reds in there.
Yeah. I like that faded lava.
Ooh,
That one.
that one's way better. I like that.
Can
Oh,
you just click on that one real quick? Oh, yeah, the other one.
I'm
the
into
other
it.
one. Oh, wait.
I like this.
You're
No,
right.
I
You're
don't
right.
know.
The other one.
We're just spinning into it. Chat, what do you think? Do you want number
You know-
1 right here, or do you want number 2 right
I think
here?
Andrew got it because it has more contrast and it matches that that planetary background. better,
Yeah,
I
it is.
think.
It is very contrasty, which I think is right.
But
So
I would still love to know the chat's
yeah,
opinion.
chat, let us know. Chat's saying 1. Pretty accessible tool. Yes, super
Yes.
easy to kind of click.
Yeah.
And someone's saying, can you extend the animation so it goes longer than 2 seconds? Yeah, I'll show you how to do that. All right, we're gonna go with 2. Sorry, chat. But I have made that selection again. We have clicked on the library right here, and then we have changed that using Generative Recolor. I'm gonna hit save. And you can see that the title is crazy because it's actually linked directly to this. And you can see it already updated right here.
Yeah.
So it's cool is it's going to update over in the place that is the library. And when I come back to Express, it is going to say, hey, your linked asset has changed. There'll be a little notification. In chat, I actually realized that I might have placed, nope, there it is. So down here, right there, your linked asset has changed. Check this out. We're gonna hit update. And with no uploads, no changes or anything, it is updated with Generative Recolor.
That is super cool.
And what's cool is it updated with Generative Recolor and it's kept all the animation. Everything that we have there is still incorporated using the power of Adobe Firefly, right? So background's Firefly, the colors are Firefly, but then we've used our art to really take this to the next level. Now, we're gonna do one more thing that's gonna be really freaking cool. We're gonna use text effects.
Okay, let's do it.
So let's add your text, and I think that this is just going to say, what should our text say?
Out of this world. No.
I like out of this world.
Okay,
let's
out
do
of
that.
this
So
world,
let's do text, and we're gonna do out of this world. Actually, we got 4 letters. Let me out of with 1 T or 2 T's.
2 T's.
2 T's. Okay. So let's find a good font here that we like. Ooh, good vibes. Yeah. Okay, so that looks pretty cool. We are going to make it white for now, but we are going to use Adobe Firefly. I just want to show you the kind of work on how we do this. So we're going to blow this up really, really large. And we're going to center it right there. And then I'm actually not going to put it behind both of the objects. I'm going to put it in between the object and the shadow.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's going to pull. Oh, come on. Come on. There we go. So now it is over the text. And if I wanted to, I could pull this shadow so that we get some like interactions. And now, check this out. Actually, if I delete this, you'll be able to see the interaction a little bit better. Let's play, and you'll see that the shadow is going to interact with the background there. What's even better is if I wanted to have the shadow interact a little bit more, I can select it and change the blending mode to multiply. And now it's going to multiply just a little bit better on that background. So we're going to move this. Oh, I did too many things. There we go. All right, we're going to multiply this. And now,
This is awesome.
let's play.
Animation is always such a daunting thing for me, so it's like, wow.
Pretty cool.
That's really cool.
So let's do this. What's really great is we can now use Adobe Firefly right in Adobe Express. So we can go and we can add a text effect to our type that we already have. And here maybe I want to do like bright stars in space.
Ooh.
And let's see what happens when I hit generate. Good luck, everybody. Directly into the I got our studio manager to laugh. We did it, y'all. And here we can kind of cycle through and we see bright stars in space. Maybe I want to do planets floating in space. Let's see what that looks like. And the cool thing is, right now, you can generate as much as you want. Ooh, yeah, that's cool. Okay, that looks really cool. Let's add a shadow. All right, and then let's animate that.
We can blow my mind.
We can do everything. There are no rules here. So let's animate it, and this is going to just drop. Yeah, that looks cool.
That looks really cool.
And then it will loop. We're going to do...
Wait, did I like...
That's intense. That's intense.
Yeah.
Pulse is too much. Spin is way too much. Yo-yo? Maybe let's do yo-yo, and I'm going to bring it way down here. And the intensity way down just a little bit. Yeah, everything's going to be real bouncy here. And then we are going to go ahead and play this. Here we go. So this is combinations of what things? What generative Firefly tools have we used? Quiz.
We used Express.
Yes.
Generative Recolor.
Yep.
Text to effect.
Yep. And then text to image for the background. Got it. That's 4. We did 4 of the things, of the 6 things that came out today. All right, here's the fire. Let's make it happen. Out of this world. And then it flies. Everything's bobbing through space.
That is super cool, yeah.
Pretty cool. So we could go in and you can actually just click on show layer timing here. And so the out of this world, I actually want to come in at the beginning, but maybe I want the rocket to come in a little bit later. So I'm going to pull that to 3.5 seconds. Same thing with the shadow. And all I'm doing is just clicking on the layers and it will show me where everything else is. And so now when I play, out of this world comes in, and then we have the spaceship go over it. Super cool. So generative recolor. And someone's saying, can somehow pull the color from your planet background into the spaceship? Chat, I love these questions. The answer is absolutely. Let me make sure that I'm not going to lie to you. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I am going to just grab a screenshot of the background. So in theory, I could export it. We're not going to do that. We're just going to do a screenshot because I'm really boring today. So screenshot on Mac is this one? Nope. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to go to download and we are going to go to PNG because I just want the background and we're going to download that. So we have that there and we're going to use another recolor tool that isn't generative recolor over in Illustrator. And we are going to double click on our spaceship here. And then I'm going to drag in from my downloads, there we go. our spaceship that we just did, which is untitled here. So we're going to drag this in, and what we can do is we can select this art here, and then we're going to go to our recolor, not generative recolor this time. We're going to go to Edit, Edit Colors, Recolor Artwork, and we are going to use the Color Theme Picker tool. So click there, and then we're going to select the image that we want to grab the colors from, and it matches the colors. Pretty magical, if you ask me.
Yeah.
What's cool is we can also shuffle these colors if we wanted to right here. We can change the color order randomly. That's pretty cool.
That's rad.
So you can shuffle through
Yeah.
and it will keep pulling different colors until you find something that you like. I love that.
I like that
yeah.
a lot.
And then if I wanted to, I could increase the saturation, which I want to do a little bit, give us a little more color there. And that looks great. So then all I need to do now is delete my source image, hit save, and we come back into Express, and guess what? We updated that library item using Generative Recolor, using libraries all the way across, and it is going to update our object for us in, I don't know, like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's coming.
It's coming, it's syncing. Let me look in my brands and see if it has synced there. All right, hasn't synced there yet, but it will sync right there. And while we do that, I'm actually gonna close it because that might help. While we do that, I do wanna show another thing that is space themed.
Let's just go, can we go space all around?
It's space all around.
Yeah.
Okay, so the object's there, it's thinking. Express is thinking right now. And yes, as Howard Pinsky said, there are people working on it. There are some issues with Express this morning, but that's why it's Adobe Live, because we do it live. All right, space. This is not space. Chat, I'll give you a choice, and I'll give you a choice too.
Okay.
Do we want to go to space, or do we want to go to technology? I can show you how to edit on your phone with Adobe Firefly, or I can show you how to do some space stuff. Which do you want to see? Which do you want to see?
I
What's your
kind of
vote?
want to see technology.
Okay.
That's just, yeah.
Let's do it. So we haven't, again, chaotic stream. We're going everywhere all the time. What we're going to do.
Oliver, yes.
Thank you, Oliver. We're going to cut back to our headshot so you can see our beautiful faces, but mostly because I need to plug in my phone. All right, here we go. So chat. I'm going to cough away from the mic. Oh, we were right there. We were inside the mic at that cough too. All right, so we are here and we are on, that's right, my phone. Oh, speaking of creatives, I'm just gonna plug this. This is a sticker that was designed by my favorite child, my friend, best friend, whose birthday it is. Happy birthday, Kelly. A little sticker that she designed. She's learning Illustrator.
Nice.
She's a kid. Her dad's an amazing illustrator, so she's learning illustration. So it's a little deer that's sparkly. You can't see it. And this is my friend Victor Davila. Okay.
Oh, happy birthday, Kelly.
Happy birthday, Kelly.
Hey, Victor, what's up?
Hey, Victor.
Sorry.
All right, so we are on our phone here. This is a background by Winston Elliott. If you want to follow Winston, like the absolute best collage artist you've ever seen. And so I'm going to come into Lightroom here, and this is the photo that you just saw in Photoshop. So directly on my phone, I have this photo in Lightroom, and I'm going to do auto here. And what's cool is, yes, not Firefly powered, but it is using AI technology. If I click on presets, it's going to analyze my photo and then give me suggestions for filters that I can use.
Wow.
Right? So I'm gonna go something that's a little drastic. That feels pretty drastic right there.
Yes.
So we're gonna apply that, and then I am going to save this to my camera roll, save a copy to my device. Boom, right there, super easy. And someone's saying a sparse home screen, that's because my phone is on a live broadcast right now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to Safari, and we are here at firefly.adobe.com. And on this site, you see that we have a bunch of options. Let me go back here. As you see, we have a bunch of options now, and I'm going to click on Generative Fill. So Generative Fill, I can upload an image, and we are going to upload that photo from the library real quick. And right there, it is easily on from Lightroom directly into my phone. And this experience is incredible. So we are going to zoom in. Oh, Andrew, no. Oh no, Andrew, okay. Andrew, my fingers. Okay.
It's all good, Andrew.
So we're gonna zoom in, and then I'm just gonna paint over this car right here. And then I'm also gonna find this other car over here. And we're just painting over these pieces that we don't want in there. What's cool is now, Andrew, so I can go to subtract, and that is going to help me just outpaint those. So we have our 2 little areas selected, and using generative fill, I can hit generate with nothing in the box, and it's going to fill in that space for me with what it thinks the generation should be. So, boom, those cars are gone. I can't even see where the seam is there. It also gives me 3 options. Okay, there's the seam. So it gives me 3 options. Can't really tell. That one's fantastic.
Yes.
Over here, pretty much the same thing. We can see that it's filling through. I like that one. And so from here, I hit keep and check it out. I have a fully edited photo. I can save this. I can post it on Instagram. Or if I wanted to, maybe we want to add down in the corner a little fox. So what I can do is I am going to generative fill, and we're just going to paint in a little area here. And I want to paint in a fox. So let's do a fox with red fur. I'm going to hit generate, and it will put a red fox with fur into this scene. Someone's saying, can it do elephants? Yeah, it can. Firefly.adobe.com. Go check it out.
Can it do a fox with 9 tails?
It could, like a little nine tails?
Yeah.
Like a little, we have Vulpix on one side and the nine tails on the other. No is the answer, because Adobe Firefly is trained on Adobe stock, and intellectual
right.
property will not render. So you are safe.
Yeah.
So Pokemon, off limits, but you could probably create an animal like a fox that has 9 tails. Yeah. Totally. Okay, there we go.
Hey.
We got our little fox in there. I like that one. It actually
looks
matched
cool.
the saturation pretty well. It's a
Right,
little
yeah.
saturated, but it made the saturation pretty good to me. And then I can just hit right here, share. I can copy the image. I can send it to a friend. I can send it to a Firefly gallery, or I can download it. So really cool workflow that is available over here on mobile as well. We also could do text to image, where you can just generate an image. And yes, chat, we are going to do it. You asked for it, and we're going to do it. So let's do a small fox with 9 tails and see what happens. So it's going to generate this over here on my phone. This is a great way if you're posting on social. Use hashtag Adobe Live. Yes.
Whoa.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, those are really
that's
cool.
That's my favorite one, right? Well, let's see the other ones really quick. I mean, they're all really good.
Yeah, I think this one's really good. And what we're going to do here is I actually want to see a different style. So I can click on styles, and I really want to see this as layered paper. So I'm going to click on layered paper right there and then hit generate. And it should give me that similar image, but in the style of layered paper. Yes.
Wow.
Oh, that's so cool. Look at the detail.
Is awesome.
Look at that. That is really cool.
Did you choose layered paper because I'm here? Or
No.
Did you? Okay.
Oh, no, I didn't. I just thought the fox,
I was just wondering if you're like just making this special for me.
It's just for you. So yes, really cool. And then again, we can save this. We can post. If you're going to post on social media, chat, I want you to do 2 things. I don't know if we have a graphic for it, but I'm going to pretend that we do. You're going to tag Adobe Live on Instagram, at Adobe Live. Go generate something right now, firefly.adobe.com. And yes, we got it. Man, Studio is on par. So you can go right there. Follow us on Instagram, and from there, we want to see your creations. Tag Adobe Live, tag me, tag our friend Michael, tag whoever you want that is in the Adobe universe. I want to see what you create. I want to see what you generate. And someone's saying, will Firefly work with iPad Pros? It is available on web. So yes, open up firefly.adobe.com and you can do that. Cool. Okay, can you add a headshot of yourself or a selfie eating a picnic? Yes, you could take a photo of yourself, and then you could, camera 2, you could take a photo of yourself, a selfie, just like this, and then we could add in whatever background we want. In chat, guess what? That's exactly what we're gonna do right now. All right, keep it on camera 2. Here's where we're gonna go. All right, camera 2.
We're keeping it on camera 2,
We're keeping it on camera 2. All right, chat, there we go. There's me. I'm gonna keep my phone in this. All right, I took a picture of the screen, and again, this is the most chaotic stream that you're gonna see. I'm gonna go ahead and send this to myself real quick. And once I get this photo, actually, I don't even have to do that. Oh my goodness, I can just add it to a library. So I'm going to add it to a library, and it's going to sync from my phone into Illustrator, Photoshop, wherever I need it to be. All right, you don't get to see this part because I have all kinds of secret things here on my phone. Cosmo birthday, sure. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to upload this photo. This is engaging content right here. All right, so I'm uploading into a library real quick. All right, there is the shot. And now let's hop back into my screen, and we are going to open a new document. We're here in Photoshop, and we're going to use some generative fill. Someone said picnic is where we want to go, right? Okay, so I'm going to open up my libraries. And here, the library I put it in was Cosmo's birthday, right there. So let's scroll, and there's a picture of me on the monitor. There we go. And I'm just going to drag this in.
Hey.
Ooh, man, we got real bright under those studio lights. Okay, so what's cool here is this is a really bad shot of me, but using generative fill is going to be really good. So here we go. Let's crop this.
It's gonna make a good shot into a better shot.
I made so many promises during this stream. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use. I'm going to do a selection of myself. So I'm going to go ahead and just rasterize this layer real quick. And we are going to make a selection using the object selection tool. So hover over me, look at that, it's me. And I do want to keep my phone. So I'm going to click and drag over both of those, and it should, oops, there we go, grab that, grab me, and now we have a selection. I'm going to expand that selection. Actually, we're not. We're just going to extract me. So I'm just going to hit Control J to extract me. Okay, now I have me. Looks great. Good job, Andrew. From here, I do maybe want to add in a little bit more of me. So what I can do is I'm just going to select an area down here, and we are going to use generative fill to generate. And it should analyze me and fill in the rest of my body, maybe my hands. This is going to be a real wild card because the crop is super weird on this one. Let's see what happens. I mean, yeah.
Hey, whoa.
Right? Not bad.
I mean,
the longest forearms of all time. Okay, so not looking too bad. That's looking good. Okay, so what we're gonna do is now we're going to fill in a background. So we can just make a new layer here in the background, and someone said I want to be at a picnic. So I'm just gonna select the entire object, the entire area. We're gonna do generative fill, and we're gonna type in maybe like a field with a picnic. Hey, Sarah Stewart is in chat. Hi, Sarah. Nice to see you here.
Hi, Sarah.
A field.
Oh, Anna's here too. What's up, Anna? I saw Kelsey was on there too. I just didn't want to interrupt what you were doing.
Everybody's hanging out in chat. Love this. Someone's saying so many camera angles. That's true. And yes, someone tried to drop a link in chat. Please don't put links in chat, but you can, if you are generating something, tag us on Instagram at Adobe Live. That's the easiest way for us to be able to see it. All right, so we're here. We got it. We are in the scene, looking pretty good. So something interesting is happening right here. This is going to be a quiz for you, Michael. Why is there a weird white space happening on the edge of this generative fill? Any ideas? Chat, any guesses?
I actually don't know.
Okay, so because my selection is the entire space here, and so it actually fills every pixel that you select. So you have to be careful.
I see.
It will fill every pixel that you select, but that's easy because all I need to do is just mask this out. I can come over here to my generative fill layer. I don't want to do it there. I can add a group, and then I'll just add a mask right here.
Non-destructive editing.
Non-destructive editing. And we are going to just mask this out. I'm holding the shift button here to kind of get the edges a little bit tighter. And I do want that little edge light on there still too. And look at how well it captured my shirt. This is all generated, by the way. Everything I'm going over is generative fill.
It's like from your shoulders down, right? Or from the phone down?
Yes. Yep. Yeah. From like mid phone down. All right. So pretty good. Looking pretty good here. What else do we want to add in? Should I wear a hat?
A bandana.
A bandana. Like around the neck or the, yes, give us a prompt. Thank you. It animates into.
Give us a prompt.
Give us a prompt. What do we want to see on
Yeah.
me? And this is, again, a really, really great way to show how easy it is to work with these things. Also, if you want to add some adjustments, you can click on adjustments on window. There's a great new tool that is adjustment presets. And if we scroll down here, you see there's a ton of different presets, or there are made options for you. As you hover over them, they will show you what the photo looks like. So I actually like this one. It kind of evens me out a little bit. And it's showing you here are all of the different things that are going into that adjustment on top. All right, suggestions.
A UFO in the sky.
Okay, we're gonna
Sarah
do a
Stewart.
UFO. Someone said a gold chain. Love that. Let's do the gold chain first, because I want to
Oh, a
be.
straw hat. I love the references today.
I want to be drippy. That's what the kids say now, right? The drip is like the
Oh.
fashion style.
Oh, you're asking me?
All right. All right, this is not a good selection for the gold chain. We're going to try it. So I'm going to do here, and I'm going to do gold chain necklace. Necklace. Cool. And what's great is as I generate these, something is happening is that, what is it called? Oh no, content credentials. Content credentials are being applied to this image directly into the file as I do this.
That was a
Yes,
great
this is
selection.
So great. It was a great selection. It really
Yeah.
was. I like this one a lot. So we're gonna do that one. I think it looks good. And someone's saying, why doesn't the face change as well? So it will change any of the pieces that you're grabbing. And what's really interesting is if we want different glasses, this is something, again, that I learned from Jesus Ramirez. Actually, I'm not going to show you it because we're going to have Jesus Ramirez show you it next time.
Jesus
I'm
is
making you a
coming
promise.
on.
I'll tell him to show you next time. Someone is saying aviator glasses. So, okay, another quiz for our friend Michael. Why will the term aviator glasses not work, specifically aviators? Any ideas?
Is it coined by another
Yes, it is
institution?
intellectual property.
Intellectual property. That's the words I was trying to say.
Yeah, I like claimed by another institution. I like that. So we're going to do this, and we're just going to do like pilot sunglasses and see if that works. Because I think that is like a style. Is it a style or is it a brand name?
I didn't know Aviator was another brand.
Yeah, let's see. And someone's saying you're going to get a pilot. Yeah, it's going to be hilarious if it generates just like a full-on pilot in there. And someone's saying, yeah, okay. These are
Hey.
very Matrix.
Those are like, yeah.
Okay, my selection was not big enough. What I'm learning here
It's like steampunk
is that-
aviators.
yes,
Okay,
my
yeah.
selection was not big
Yeah.
enough. But what's cool is I can come back in to and you can see this is my selection, is I can actually add to it. So I'm hitting Command over this little thumbnail here, and then I'm going to add to the selection. And I think that maybe I just do like a bigger selection and see what happens. So now we are going to generative fill with those sunglasses and see what happens. Cross your fingers. Someone's
I
saying,
think you're gonna get round ones.
I hope
round-
so. Let's see.
Let's see.
How is this my life? How is this what's happening on my actual job today? There we go. Those are much better.
Wow, I kind of want those in real life.
Okay, those actually look like
The
ones that I
first-
have.
Okay.
I do like the first ones though. Those are cool.
I want someone make those.
All right.
Does someone make those? Okay. Anyway,
That's
sorry.
pretty cool. Also, I'm going to show you this. The only reason I'm going to show you this, just know, is because I'm really self-conscious about it. I'm going to show you how to whiten teeth in Photoshop, completely unrelated to generative fill. So my teeth are like pretty orange here. And what I like to do is instead of trying to like paint white over it, here's the secret: 3 clicks. Make an adjustment layer that is hue and saturation. Then we're going to only select right here on master. We're going to go to yellows. And then I'm going to take the saturation of yellows all the way down. And then
Whoa.
from there, we are going to invert it and paint it just on the teeth. So we're going to paint just that onto the teeth.
Wow.
And it's not affecting anything else, not affecting the gums. Nothing else is changing. It just makes your teeth whiter because it's taking the yellow out. There you go. That was pure vanity. Let's get back to things we're actually talking about. That's generative fill. And someone is saying, can you blur the background to focus on yourself using the generative prompt? Let's try it.
Kind of like a shallow depth of field type of thing?
Yes. So what's cool is you can see over here, I do have my option. So if I click on this layer, it's saved all of this generation, right? It has all of my options here. So I actually can explore some other picnics. Honestly, not bad. I like that I'm wearing my gold chain to a picnic. Let's do that one because the saturation, I think, matches me a little better. And let's do with blur focus. With maybe let's do bokeh effect.
Bokeh.
Yes, that's going to give us like a kind of blurred out. So let's see what happens here. And what's really cool is we may add a puddle in front of that, the table. Ooh.
Whoa.
Okay, so the bokeh effect is what's happening here. It's that kind of like glowing piece. So yes, it is.
I like that. I like it with that. They're like, there's fireflies in the background.
Yeah, so I'm going to do wide angle from a distance. See if we can get a little bit more of a pull back there. And someone's saying, please select the cell phone in your arms and put waving to the camera. I'm very concerned about what will happen there. Okay, so this looks pretty good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in a couple layers on top of this. And over here, I want to put in a corgi. So I'm going to do a little corgi dog running. We're going to generate that. And then right in front of him, I'm going to put a puddle. And I just want to show you how well the reflections work here. And chat, y'all are going wild right now. And I love it. Keep this energy up all day, please.
Yes.
We'll be here all day. Literally the entire day, we will be streaming.
I love the
Okay.
energy.
Sweet little corgi. Sweet little corgi. Sweet little corgi. Okay, sure. Not crazy about him, but what I can do is I can use the object selection tool, and I am going to select just our little friend.
Yeah.
So I am going to...
Are you going to blur him out a little bit?
No. All right. I'm going to do... I'm actually going to change this with dog running in the background. I'm just going to add it to this one. And that way it should give me that
way
rack
it
focus
goes
in there.
with the, yeah.
And see what happens. Someone's saying add an elephant close up, remove the beard. Y'all, we've got like 3 minutes left and I have other things to show you, but guess
3
what?
minutes left?
I'm back later today. Oh no. Okay, so hold on. This is good. This is why it's Adobe Live. Okay, so this is not a good generation. What I can do is I can actually tell them that this is not a good generation, is I can click here and I can click on pour.
Yes.
And from there, it's going to say a whole bunch of options. And if you watch the last stream, this is going to Alex and his team who run all that. Include image. You always want to include image. I would use this result for my project. Probably not. It kind of fit. Doesn't look believable, and it doesn't blend with the rest of my image. And then we can just hit submit feedback. So we got the feedback there. And let's see. This one is a lot better. This one is a lot better. And let's do one here. There we go. We got a little dog in there.
One.
All right, that's looking good.
That's the one right there.
That's looking good. Yeah, let's do that. Cool. And someone's saying that they really want a sandwich, so guess what you're getting? A sandwich. Chat, I have other things and priorities to show you, but they are all going to get pushed because I love you. All right, so we're going to do sandwich. Do we just type sandwich and see what happens? That's a min pin. Oh, thank you.
I'm thinking, you might have to select all of your hands with the sandwich?
You know, I'm concerned. No.
Oh, whoa.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay, I'm concerned about the sanitariness of this.
No.
I'm about to
I like it.
I'm about to chomp that finger. Let's see. Nope. Finger sandwich. Nope. Not that one.
This is like the
Adobe Live. All right. So looks good to me. Sure. We got a sandwich. And someone had said a UFO. So let's do a UFO here.
I love it.
And someone's saying looking like Joey Fatone from NSYNC. Yes, it's gonna be May.
The references today have been on it for sure.
Yes. You look related to that dog. Is that on purpose? Wow, chat getting spicy. Okay, so we've got this here. Looks pretty okay to me. All right. This image has gotten totally insane. Y'all, we have ridden that energy. We have more awesome content coming up. And if you want to get a little more of a professional workflow and a little less chaos, stick around. Let's throw up that schedule. And do you want to let us know what's coming up next?
Right after this, I'm not sure what's right after this, but hey, I got an Illustrator one. Oh, no. Fantastic digital art in Photoshop.
That's it.
Is
with
next.
Jesus Ramirez and Elise.
While talking about my own stuff.
Yes. And when is
Sorry
yours?
about that,
You're coming
everybody.
up a little bit later today.
I'm later, like at 3. If you want to dive into Illustrator, we're going to build something together. Generative
Yes.
Recolor.
Yes.
Use
And that
those
has the wrong
gradients.
person on the slide. Welcome to Adobe Live. I'll fix that the next time you see it.
It's all good because I'm right here.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Stick around. There's more content on the way. Subscribe. Bye.
Boom, boom.
Hi everybody, welcome to Adobe Live. Hi. My name is Elise Swopes. I will be your host today, and today we have a guest, an amazing guest, Jesus Ramirez. I'm so excited. We're gonna be talking about Photoshop and Firefly because today's a big day.
It is.
It's a big day. Can you tell us what the big day is?
Yeah, Firefly, Generative Fill, all that good stuff is out of beta and it's now in the full apps. There's a dedicated website for Firefly. There's a bunch of cool things happening. So I'm very excited to be here with you and with everybody watching. I see Cody Bear in the chat. Good to see you, Cody, Star, Yvonne, Diane. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi everybody, and this is my first time hosting. I am a new employee at Adobe.
Ooh.
You guys would maybe recognize my face. I've done some Adobe Lives over the many years, but thrilled to be on the other side this time. Now I get to hear all the secrets, I get to see all the fun stuff that's happening. So yeah, how about we dive into it?
Let's dive right into it. We're going to create mystical, fantastical worlds in Photoshop, and we're going to do a little bit of Firefly as well. And why don't we start there? Because you can definitely do a lot in Photoshop, but if you prefer, you can actually go into the Firefly website where you can do all these cool things like text to image, generative fill, text effects, and a whole lot more. Also, if you scroll down, you can see some inspiration, a bunch of fun stuff you can do here. There's also some, I guess you would call them sneaks. There's stuff that's in exploration that may be coming along in the near future. I'm very excited about this text to brush feature, whatever that may be. I can't wait to see it. But anyway, if you go into firefly.adobe.com, you have access to the text to image, and you can just generate something by clicking on generate. And by the way, you have all these amazing previews that you could click on and then start from there if you like. So, you know, if you're working on maybe like an underwater scene, maybe you can start with that and then adjust the images to your liking. So for this case, you know, we can pretty much do whatever we want. So
Yes,
I would
can.
ask the chat to just throw out like what would be a good background that we can include for our composite, and
Let us know, chat.
Yeah, let us know in the chat, and if not, maybe you and I can come up with something.
Of course. Hi Carol, hi David.
Yeah, thank you so much. I see in the chat that
Amazing,
people
Diane.
are saying, nice, how do I get hired by Adobe? You have to be really, really amazing, like Elise says.
Or
yeah.
just check to see if they're hiring.
or that, but it helps if you're amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, since I'm not seeing any prompts in the chat, maybe I'll just, somebody wrote space, so what about something with space? Maybe like an alien planet sounds kind of fun.
You know what? Aliens are trending right now.
Aliens are
Everyone's
trending.
trying to figure out if they're
my
real.
TikTok was blowing up with alien stuff. I'm not going to get into that
Let's
here.
not get into it. I heard
Yeah.
Mexico unleashed some
Yeah.
aliens today or something.
Yes,
I don't
so-
know. I need to look into it.
Yeah, apparently the Mexican Congress had like a meeting and like had alien bodies and
Yes.
like scientists talking about aliens. So yeah, I guess that's fitting.
That's our life now.
Yeah, so maybe we can do something like alien planet landscape,
I would love that.
and then we can just see what happens. We can just
Cool.
click on generate. And when you click on generate, the prompt is sent up into the cloud somewhere, and there's, I'm assuming, monkeys, you know, drawing it by hand, I assume is
They're
what
working
happens.
back there.
Yeah. But the cool thing about Firefly that is very different from all other competitors is that we have these options here on the right. One of the biggest competitors, of course, being Midjourney. You have to type in a lot of, you know, almost code like,
Exactly.
you know, AR, you know, for 9 by 16 or something, or If you want to include a specific, style like photo or graphic or any of this other stuff, you have to type it in by hand, and the prompt can get very bloated and it's really messy. So I really like the way that Firefly does it. It allows you to just select from these options to get the result that you want. So for example, if we wanted to work with a 16:9 aspect ratio, we can definitely select that. And maybe I want to use a photo rather than like an art. And I'll just click generate once more to see what happens. You will also notice that on the bottom left-hand side, you have these little buttons that you can click on that X if you want to get rid of that specific thing. Oh yeah, it's right where, or is it? I cannot. Oh, right there. It's right there. Yeah, and this is looking pretty good. I really like what we have here. And you know what? Why don't we just download a few of these? So maybe.
Let's download.
Yeah.
And guess what happens when we download?
What happens?
There's no watermark.
What? No watermark? That's amazing.
There's no watermark, you guys,
No
which is
watermark.
very exciting. But of course, content credentials are applied.
And what are content credentials?
Content credentials just is basically telling us that AI has been involved in the process, which I think is really important,
Yes.
especially when we want to know authentic images on the
Right.
internet.
Absolutely.
Because misinformation, disinformation is really prevalent. So
All
yes.
kinds of stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So back in Photoshop, I can just simply open up any one of those files. So I can go into File and Open. I downloaded them to my desktop, so they're easy to find. I'm going to open both so that I can, really get a better look to see which one I like best. I think that's the one that I like.
That's beautiful.
And there we go. So one of the cool things about Photoshop is that not just with AI generated images, but with any image, we can use some of the GenFill tools to further expand our images. So this is a new feature. It's maybe a month old or so. If you select the crop tool under the taskbar, you'll see the Generative Expand button. And this allows you to, I'll show you guys that way you can see why this is like so cool. So old school Photoshop, you could do something like content aware fill, right?
Yes.
And with content aware fill, you could probably, extend the image. Maybe you just you like the image that you have, but maybe you need it to be bigger for whatever reason.
Of course.
When you click on commit the changes here with this checkbox, by using the old content aware fill, you'll see the result. It doesn't look that bad, but you can see that, right up here, it kind of like started getting some of the pixels from the ground, so it doesn't look very
Right.
realistic. And this is an oversimplification, but basically the way that you can think about it is that content aware is looking just at the contents of this image to generate
Exactly.
that fill.
Exactly.
Now, with the new Generative Expand, I can now use AI to try to figure out what the missing pieces would be. But instead of using just the contents of this photo, it's using the contents of like millions of photos on Adobe stock. Again, oversimplification, but you can think of it that way. And you can go into Generative Expand and then just click on Generate. Also, I'm not going to do that, but you can actually type in a prompt. So for example, if I were to type maybe like water, we can get like an ocean or something around it. I'm not really sure. Why don't we try it?
Let's
There we
try
go,
it.
try it. But if you just leave it blank, actually I'll try it after that. I want to show people what happens when you just expand. We should get a much better result. I'm assuming the planet is going to be completed, those 2 planets, and it's going to look fairly realistic. We'll see.
Absolutely.
By the way, you can see the tip there. You can write into up to
Oh, look
one.
at that.
Yeah.
Way better.
And this is what I really like about the GenFill. It really takes into account the lighting of the scene. So it
Yes.
calculated where these shadows were, and it was smart enough to know that the light source, the sun in this case, will be right here. So we actually have a sun now where we didn't have it before.
Look at
Also, we get 3 variations. So we can click on the variations here to see which one we like best. I don't know. I'm kind of torn. What do you think, Elise?
I feel like that first one kind of hits a little
Yeah,
bit more.
I agree with you. So we'll stick with the first one.
Yeah.
Something I do recommend people is you bloat the file size if you keep all these generations. So if there's one that you know for sure you're not going to use, just click on that trash icon and get rid of it. Now, let me show you the other thing I was talking about. When I expand, oh, here's the tip, by the way. You guys know by watching my streams that I love showing random tips. So when you're cropping, if you hold the Alt key on Windows, that's the Option key on the Mac, you scale from the center. So then you can, just instead of just dragging and then going up here and dragging up, you could just click and drag, hold Alt, and it just scales up like so. Anyway, So there it is.
Gotcha.
And then we'll try using a prompt. We'll just type in water. We'll see what happens. I'm not really sure what's going to happen. I'm assuming they might create some lakes around.
Well,
We'll see.
while we're waiting for this to generate real quick, because I know it'll go by fast by the time I've even done talking, Susan is asking, are we still limited to 1024 by 1024 for the expand and fill? I don't know if that...
So I read something this morning, and the way that it was worded, again, I don't work for Adobe,
Okay.
so I don't. You can look at the official release, and it said up to 2,000 by 2,000.
There we
so
go.
So technically, no.
Okay.
But it says up to, so I don't know. Does that mean that it still generates less than that? I'm not sure.
That is a good...
But yeah, I'm sure that's one of the questions that are going to be answered in the days to come. But anyway, in this case, it didn't necessarily work, but that's fine. I didn't really want water around it. I will tell you, though, if you do want water on something, the best method for that is I would just use the lasso tool and just kind of like paint, or not paint, but freehand, and then just type in water. And I think this will probably work. And that's another thing that's when people say, "Oh, AI is going to take my job," like, "Oh, not really. Like, it's still not perfect. Maybe in 5 years, but I don't know." But see, in this case,
there's a lot of things I have to say about that, but we won't get into it today. Maybe we can.
Yeah, maybe we can.
Maybe we can.
Why
I
not?
mean, the thing about the jobs is that we have to understand that jobs have shifted over time. For many, many, many human years. And this is no different. And we have to understand that AI, at the end of the day, is a tool.
Absolutely.
It's a tool to be utilized by creatives. And I told a story actually recently about how I had met a bunch of photographers who were blind. And they had never been able to see their artwork. But I think considering that AI does have this accessibility factor to people who aren't necessarily the most creative or have access to big spaces or have of different abilities, I think we have to consider a lot of those people as well.
Absolutely.
And not just the artists who may feel like their jobs are being taken, but that there's a lot of creativity being given and provided to so many people.
I completely agree. Talking about like things that AI can do and like people should do, I think one of the issues that they have at the moment is like generating people and things like that. So for stuff like that, I always recommend Adobe Stock.
Absolutely.
And
I
Adobe
agree.
Stock has a great resource, which is under this drop down under free. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of free photos, free vectors, free videos you can use. So even if you are not paying for the Adobe Stock membership or you want to buy them a la carte, you don't have to worry about that. You can have access to the free stuff. So one of the free things, like, I don't know, I'm thinking, should we do an alien and see what they have?
We have to. It's a must.
Let's see, what do they have? Ooh, they have one of these cool guys. Yeah, I love it.
Why do aliens have to be so creepy? Why can't they be like kind of cute? You think? I feel like they're probably cute.
Well, let's type in cute alien and see what comes up.
Oh, now I'm really curious. See, there we are. Look at those guys.
Yeah, they're
friendly.
very cute. Let me see if there's one that would fit the style of like.
Oh, see, I love how they have cats on there.
I know, right? Well, cats are very alien-like. Okay, they don't have any.
They don't have any realistic cute aliens. Maybe it's just not. It's not in our.
It's not
our
a thing
generation yet.
Oh my God! Look at this guy.
I like that guy.
Let me see. We don't have to stick with free images. I was trying to think of an alien.
These are good though. These are. I feel like.
Taking a selfie. I want to see if there's an alien taking a selfie. And I'll just go into
this guy with the hat
with the tinfoil. Oh, this is pretty funny.
Oh, those are cool.
Oh, these are kind of cool.
Those are funny.
Let me see. Yeah.
Oh, this guy right there. That's the guy.
Which one?
The one right there.
This one here.
Yeah. This
one's actually this one's kind of funny. I'm trying to see
really
because I also want to show you guys actually with an alien it doesn't work as well, but there's a way that you can composite things using Gen AI, but since they don't have any hair, I don't think it'll be as impressive. But you know what? I think I like this one because there's that highlight, and then maybe we can incorporate that into our image. So I'm just going to license this. And this is not a free one, so I am using one of my licenses, and I have plenty, so don't you worry. So I'm just going to, this is going to save either on my desktop or on my Creative Cloud. It's actually doing both. Creative Cloud here, or I can choose to save it on the desktop. It really doesn't matter because I can just go into my libraries panel, and this is a great thing about Adobe Stock versus competitors.
Right.
That it's all integrated as one ecosystem. You don't have to be bouncing around from different websites and plugins and all that. It just comes straight here. So there you go. See, there he is. So then I can just, drag them in, press OK, and fabulous.
There they are. There's our guys.
There he is. And
They look like a band.
oh, you know what? I just realized I didn't keep the variation with the sun. So I'm gonna expand out a little bit more and just generate, because I do like that highlight.
Absolutely. I think that was a part of our mission for the little shine and the aliens.
Yeah.
How we feeling, folks? Are we inspired to use Firefly so far now that it's out of beta?
Yeah. And that should be good enough. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back into my libraries panel, drag this guy in here.
Let's go.
And there he is. I'm just trying to scale him properly. And I'm just trying to match, like, you know, where the highlights, so it's kind of similar. It doesn't have to be perfect, but we'll call that good. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to make a selection. There's a lot of ways of making selections in Photoshop, completely up to you on, you know, how to do it. The quick selection tool is like one of my favorites, just because I'm an old person, so I'm just used to old school stuff. But I mean, you can definitely use something like, you know, like the subject selection, and it'll highlight over the subject, and you can click on there, and it will make a selection. Now, it's not perfect, but we can definitely refine it by using other selection tools like the quick selection tool. I want to get that phone in there, maybe get some of those edges in there. If it made a mistake and it selected something that it wasn't supposed to, you can always hold the Alt key on Windows, that's the Option key on the Mac, and subtract. And you have this wonderful, wonderful selection here. There we go. Also, if you want to get like super like amazing edges, what I recommend is pressing the Q key. That's the quick mask mode, and you can see everything that is not selected in red and everything that is selected in its natural color. So it really allows you to see what you selected and what you didn't select. And if you want to, at this point, with the brush tool, you can paint with white to reveal any areas, or I shouldn't say reveal, to select any area. So maybe, oops, sorry about that. If you wanted to, like, you know, maybe refine, I don't know. I mean, even though it's a really good selection, but if we wanted to refine something here, you can paint with white and you can paint with black to deselect. But we had a really good selection, so I'm just going to undo that. We don't need to do that. But I always like to show the quick mask mode because I use it all the time to make selections.
Saving time is everything.
Saving time is absolutely.
Time is the only resource that we will never be able to get back, you guys.
Absolutely.
So make sure you save it as much as possible.
Absolutely. At this point, we can do several things. We can sort of match the lighting with the foreground to the background. If you really want to be like super technical about this, what I recommend that you do is create a solid color fill layer. You can just set it to a close to 50% gray. You don't have to be at 50% gray. 44 will work fine. But if you want to be like super, you know, like I need it to be 50, you can. But, you know, like I'll even show you. I'm just going to go just a little bit, you know, under, over, it doesn't matter. And what I recommend that you do is you hit the oh my God, I can't believe I'm blanking here.
It happens to the best of us.
It happens to the best of us. Why am I? Oh, luminosity. Jesus, I'm so sorry. Luminosity.
Your time.
So luminosity makes it so that all the hue remains, the saturation remains, but all the luminance remains the same. So you can see the colors that are in the image. I know it's difficult to see, but what you can do now is increase the saturation, and you can see that there's a lot of green in the alien, but there's a lot of magentas, blues, and greens elsewhere, and that's to a degree why the alien doesn't really look like he belongs in this scene, because these neutral colors should be closer to the neutral colors in the image. So say blue, magentas, and all of that. So if we create a selective color adjustment layer, any adjustment layer that controls color, completely up to you. I just like using the selective adjustment layer because it allows me to select the neutrals. And from here, I can add or subtract colors. I can add cyan to make it green or subtract cyan to make it red. And you know, you can keep making these adjustments until you see how I'm starting to get some of these reds and these purples that kind of match the background. That's what I'm going for. I'm trying to match those colors so that it has the same color over the neutrals, and when I disable this, it should look more like he belongs. See that? Just by making that subtle adjustment, it makes it more like he's in that that ambient.
I think people are quiet in the chat because they're really blown away by this. I personally am. I'm shooketh.
Love it. And let me know if I'm
Christina is
going
also
too fast.
inspired. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Love it.
Let me know if I'm going too fast. We can slow down. You have any questions? Feel free to interrupt at any moment.
Of course.
Yeah. So another thing that might be wrong with this image, and when I mean wrong is like if this were a real photo, like what wouldn't be accurate? Well, if you notice the background is a lot more contrast than the foreground. One way that you can visually see that is by creating a hue and saturation adjustment layer, just desaturating it, and then the color won't distract your eyes. And notice how deep these shadows are compared to the rest of him. It doesn't really match. So he just needs a little more contrast to, be a more realistic subject in this scene. And just by making those two adjustments, it feels like he really belongs there.
Absolutely. Natalia said, nice tip. And Diane said, that edge though. Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
crazy,
that edge,
right?
Though.
Now at this point, we can start, and this is why I love GenFill AI, because at this point we have our scene and we can now start working with things that, quote unquote, mistakes that we need to fix.
Of course.
Right? So
and the first thing that comes to mind is that arm right there.
Yeah,
obviously,
I know.
Right?
So we can let Gen AI figure it out, right? So if you don't want to think, what do I do? Why isn't, okay, here we go. I need it to be in a layer. By the way, if that ever happens to you and that it's disabled, it's grayed out, the GenFill button, it's because you're probably in a layer mask or like on an adjustment layer. You just need to be in a regular pixel layer.
Absolutely. So question for you, and I'm assuming this answers my question, and I don't know why I've never even considered this, but when you're doing a generative fill, you don't necessarily need to be on the layer that you're trying to use to fill. It'll just do the whole kind of file or
So like had I been on a different layer, it would just generate that new GenFill layer on top of the layer that is selected. In this case, we have adjustment layers. So, as you can see, when I select an adjustment layer, it just doesn't like it.
Of course.
So just create a blank layer. I'm not sure if it'll use that layer, but it'll generate on top of that for sure.
Awesome.
Let's try that. And this is when you don't want to think. You're like, what, Photoshop here, figure out for me. Let me know how.
Please. I need more time.
Yeah.
I love it. We've got, Aiden said it's helpful. Hakeem said it's nice. People are loving this. Oh, look at that.
Look at that. Like, we didn't even have to think.
Yes.
But like, if we wanted to be like, I don't know, maybe like kind of funny or something, we can say something like, I don't know, like, what do you think he'll be holding? Like a cup of coffee or something?
You guys, what should he be holding?
Yeah,
Tell
us
real quick. What should he be holding on the other hand?
Yeah.
I think a cup of coffee sounds pretty good, but I'm curious what our friends may suggest.
It's gonna probably give him human arms though. Coffee cup.
Probably.
We'll see.
I'd be curious to see. And it generates fairly quick. And
I know.
So starting November 1st, they will be doing the is it called credits? Credits, right? Credits.
Yeah, I believe so.
Of course.
Right. Yeah.
Which is going to be changing the way that we anticipate generating things a little bit more. But I think I'm excited to see, I forgot what my point was, but there was a point to that. There was a big point to that had to do with this, and now I can't remember.
Stick around. The point may come at some stream today.
It will happen.
Here's another tip. So we generated these coffee cups.
Yes.
But if we, like I see in the chat that somebody said, oh, do pizza. Well, we can do pizza. We can just, here under where it says prompt, we can just change it to pizza, click on generate, and it'll generate 3 more variations, and it'll keep the 3 previous ones. So now we can decide between pizza and coffee cup, which is incredible.
Absolutely. Oh, I remember my point.
Your point.
It's about the time of the generation. So once the time comes on November 1st, when the credits come into action, if you have all apps in your subscription, if you go over your month, you got 1,000 you've done, you're like, oh my gosh, I've hit my thing. How am I going to continue? Well, you can. You can. Technically, they don't want me to say it. Don't say unlimited. But the thing is that it just will generate slower. So that time that you see right now may be a little quicker. But if you have all app subscriptions, specifically just all apps, it will get a little bit slower if you go over the 1,000. So that's pretty nice to know.
Absolutely. So what do you guys think? Coffee or pizza?
Oof. feel like the coffee kind of hits.
I agree with you.
Because it's got this like really pretty reflection in it that I just think ties the whole thing in.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
I agree with you.
Yeah.
So another thing we can do is also like I don't know, maybe he needs like a haircut or something, so we can give him what kind of like hair should he have? I don't know.
I feel like they should have hair. It'll probably make them a little bit more friendly and cute.
Sure. We'll just do. I was looking at your hair, so curly
Wait,
hair.
Please, yes.
I'm so
the green
jealous.
screen is not doing me justice, but that's fine.
Oh man, I so jealous of people with curly hair.
Are you?
My hair is so straight. Like it's
I
just
think the
straight.
grass is always greener because I grew up like crying about my curly hair. It was so difficult. Look at that. That is adorable.
I
love him.
Yeah. And let us know what we should name him in the chat, by the way. What do you think his name should be? Yeah, I definitely like him. Now, you don't have to do this, but like my eye always goes to like, oh my God, if this was like a real project, like I would change this, I would change that. So for those of you in the chat that don't know, one of my jobs, I have so many jobs. One of my jobs is a finisher in the Hollywood industry. So I create movie and TV posters. I don't think I've updated my Behance recently, but if you go into my Instagram at Photoshop JR Training Channel, oh no, that's my personal Instagram, JR from PTC, you'll see some of the recent projects I worked on, The Deadliest Catch and Ghost Adventures.
Yo, I love those shows.
Yeah, so I've the two latest seasons, I think they're the latest seasons, are two of the most recent projects I worked on, and I actually just finished another show that I can't talk about. But anyway, the point is that there's another,
So cool.
I'll be posting it soon. The point is that when I'm working on those projects, I have to think about these things. So when I see it like on Adobe Live, I'm like, oh, I should probably talk about that, just in case somebody who like really is thinking about doing it professionally, you can think about these things. And one of those things is, if you notice the depth of field on the sleeve, it doesn't match the depth of field on the cup. Because if this were a real photo, this cup will also be blurry.
Correct.
So what do? Well, we blur it. That's all we do. So we can go into filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and then we can blur it, to whatever degree we want to blur it. It's also going to
Look at that. Already looks so much better.
I know, it looks a lot better.
Oh my gosh.
And what we can do now is just work with this layer mask, because the layer mask also blurs those edges, but that's okay. We can come in here, and with black, we can just paint on these edges and, bring those edges back into focus on the background there.
Absolutely.
And, maybe even, I kind of, actually I don't want to do that because I like that edge there. But anyway, you get the idea. You can just adjust it any way you want, and this becomes more realistic. Now, we also have the same problem with the background, because if he's this much in focus, about like like these rocks back here, like way in focus compared to everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So what we can do is we can take these two layers. You can hold Shift and click on both, and we can convert them into a smart object. For those of you that don't know, a smart object is simply a container that can hold one or more layers, and you can apply non-destructive adjustments, distortions, filters, and transformations. What that means is if you mess up, you can come back and try again. So no harm, no foul. So now that I have the background as a single layer, I can apply a filter, blur, gallery, and whichever one of these you want to use. People swear by one or the other. It really doesn't matter at the end of the day. I'll just use tilt shift because it's like the easiest in this case. And I can just drag this down, and the rocks closer to him are probably the ones that would be more in focus, and then it gradually gets out of focus. In other words, it gets blurrier the further
this looks so good.
we recede it into the background. Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
And all this is very subjective at this point. Obviously, this is not a real photo, but you want to.
It feels like it.
Well, that's the point. You want to create the feeling that it's real.
Yeah.
So you can blur it a lot. You can blur it a little. In this case, I don't know. I'll eyeball it and say about that much. Now, this filter has a fantastic feature that I really, really like, because you can add grain to the blur. So when you import a real actual photograph, it's gonna have grain, whether it's digital noise or like a scan from like an actual film photo, it will have noise. When you blur something, you get rid of the noise, and it looks very fake, it looks very digital, it doesn't look real.
Absolutely.
So I always like adding noise. So we can add a little bit of noise now to that blur, or we can just add it on top of everything else at the end, which is what I like to do. But I always like to point that out just in case you don't add noise at the end, you add it at this point
Of
to
course.
maintain some level of realism and not keep everything so smooth.
Yes, I have always been a grain gal, and I always edit at the end, but this shifts my mode, I think, a little bit.
Absolutely. And I'm saving the file just in case. You never know. Question from YouTube. Is it possible to generate
Yes.
different turns of the alien character? Like, for example, so that you can... Oh, right. No, you can't take... Well, first of all, this wasn't originally generated in AI. And even if it had, I can't create a seed, like in other programs, where you can say something like, all right, take this seed, this character, and then flip it to another side. So at the moment, we cannot do that.
Correct.
But I'm sure it'll be coming at some point. Just out of curiosity, what the banana tool do in Photoshop? The banana tool is something I like to add to my toolbar. I've been doing it ever since it came out like 8 years ago. It doesn't do anything. But if you want to add it to your toolbar, you can click on the 3-dot icon, go into Edit Toolbar, hold the Shift key and click on Done. When you do that, you will get a banana in the toolbar. There it is. And if you want to remove it, hold the Alt key on Windows, the Option key on the Mac, and click on Done. But it's just for fun. It's one of the Easter eggs, and it's
banana.
more interesting when you do it to like a friend's computer when they go to the bathroom or something, because then they'll be like, "What the heck is that?" So yeah. So if at any point you get up, I will add a banana into your
I feel
toolbar.
like I've seen that on TikTok, but I've never seen it like live on a computer. That's impressive.
Yeah. Cool. So, at this point, we can keep generating anything we want, right? Like, we can come up here and, maybe I'm going to try to generate a spaceship. Or I'll actually say something like UFO spaceship.
Amazing.
And it'll generate. And then we can see what we can do.
Yes, yes. And I love that you brought up the work that you were doing and showed us that you had been doing those flyers. The nice part about being out of beta is commercial use.
Commercial use,
right?
that's absolutely
Yes,
right. Yep,
commercial use. So
Yeah.
you can create all your flyers and all the things for your jobs.
Yep, and that first generation is amazing. There's a question in the chat. It says, I think Jarno is asking if we're in the studio at Adobe. Yes, we are. We are currently at the studio in Adobe
Yes, we
in
are.
San Francisco. Beautiful San Francisco, California. You're from New York, right?
I am.
Yeah.
I'm from New York. Yep.
I was
so
just
I flew
there
in
last
yesterday.
week. Oh, I just flew in 3 days ago. I was there for a speaking engagement.
Nice.
But yeah, what is that?
I'm in
where you're-
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn? Okay, cool. I was in
Yeah.
Times Square.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
Yeah,
But I'm
it's
from the Bay
wild over
Area.
there.
I grew up just not a mile, like maybe 5 miles down that way. But the cool thing is with GenFill AI, it generates these really cool graphics, or not graphics, but elements that match the lighting, the perspective, everything in our scene, right? But what if we generate something like this spaceship? We love it, but you know what? Maybe I don't want it here. I think it might work better over here. Like, oh my God, now it no longer works, right?
Right.
Unfortunately, I can't ask Photoshop to regenerate this same UFO in this same spot, but I can click on the generate button and it'll generate a whole new UFO that has the new background. So that's one of the solutions if you decide to move one of the generated objects.
Okay.
And I'll show you the second solution. I don't like these UFOs at all. So you know what? I like the first one better, but we still have the problem, right?
Yes.
Like, what is the problem? Well, the problem is that we have the original background, but we like the new foreground, which is the UFO. So we can do a couple things. We can try going into select subject, and we can see, yep, it selected the UFO. I can delete this layer mask and then just click on the layer mask icon, and there we go. And obviously we can refine the selection. Let me show you guys a couple refinement techniques. I'm going to go into black and white just because it's super easy to see what the mask looks like. And look at how jagged the mask is. I always like to smooth it, so I just smooth it a little bit. And then after I smooth it, I just feather it a little bit, which is just a little blur, and then add a little bit of contrast. And that's usually what I do to most of my masks. And that helps create smoother edges. And obviously it needs a little bit of work. One of the issues this particular image has is that it has this outline, and you might see that on a lot of masking. It's called fringing or whatever you want to call it, an outline of some sort. One of the pro techniques of getting rid of that is by going into the filter menu and then going into, am I on the right? Yep, filter, other, and choose minimum. And from here, you can minimize that line. So I'll select roundness. The difference between squareness and roundness is that you get decimal points.
Right.
So 1.5 as opposed to just 1 or 2, right? So I just want a little more control. And then as you drag this radius slider, notice how it contracts the mask, right? So then you can contract it as much as you want. And what I like to do is probably go more than I need to. And then in a subject like this one, just paint the areas that I think need work back in, right? So maybe some of this light, paint it back in. Maybe some of the edges here, you know, whatever you think your subject needs. There you go. And another cool thing about Adobe Stock is that it offers a lot of overlays. So for example, if I go into the free section again, I can do something like a lens flare overlay. Flare overlay, right? And then, you know, see the one that I like the best, right? So for this one, I don't know what we like. Let's try this one. This one probably good. So I'm just gonna license it. It's free. I don't have to worry about it. I'll license it. I'll keep it, use it for whatever I need. I'm not gonna save it onto my desktop because as we discussed earlier, it will go into my library and there it is. You can see it loading. And now I can drag this over here and you can see now how we have this overlay. Well, how can we blend it to everything else? Well, first of all, we need to have our overlay on top of all other layers. Here's a super cool shortcut that a lot of people don't know. Control Shift right bracket key on Windows, Command Shift right bracket, Command Shift right bracket key on the Mac, all the way up. It just jumps that layer to the top of the layer stack, all the way up. And if you do Control Shift left bracket key, it goes all the way to the bottom. Or if you just want to do one layer at a time, Control right bracket key, Command right bracket key, and it just goes up the layer stack.
Jealous of people like you.
Why is
Not
that?
good, because I have long nails.
Oh. Yeah,
and I just can't do any of those.
I don't think my nails are nearly as. Yeah,
No.
you guys tell us.
This is why I can't do shortcuts.
Yeah. I'm jealous of people without nails. But once you have your element, you know, you can work with it. So the first thing I want to do is blend it with everything below. One of the best ways of doing that is by just using a blending mode. The screen blending mode hides everything that is black, keeps everything that is dark, that is bright, excuse me. And then I can press Control T to transform. Oops, I was already there. When something is not working, like right now, that was because when I selected the screen blending mode, look at the focus, the blue outline here is on the blending mode. So my keyboard shortcuts don't work. So all I needed to do was just hit the escape key. The escape key. I call that the whoopsie daisy key because if you don't know what's going on, you're like, whoopsie daisy, what do I do? Just hit escape, and odds are is that whatever it was active, it'll be not active anymore, and then you can do whatever keyboard shortcut.
That's great to know. We have a couple questions in the chat. People have been asking. Well, someone asked. It's scrolled up quite a bit now, but someone said that they do not see Generative Expand in their Photoshop. Well, the updates are rolling out.
Yes.
You should be checking in your Creative Cloud.
Yes.
And Ivan asked, do you need to buy Photoshop again? No, you do not.
Right.
Simply just update. And
Well, to be very clear,
Yes.
as long as you are on the Photoshop Creative Cloud.
Exactly.
If you're like on Photoshop 6 or something,
I
or
see.
like Photoshop Express, or like, you know, or what is it? Photoshop Elements.
Okay.
Yeah, you definitely need to get the Creative Cloud.
Your girl is learning.
Yeah. But yeah, so if you have the Creative Cloud, you should have it this morning. As Elise was saying, you can go into your Creative Cloud app. I don't know if they're rolling it in batches. I don't know about that. But if you don't see it, say by later on today, just make, sometimes what's helped me in the past is logging in and out of like the Creative Cloud app just to like refresh it, and hopefully it'll be there. But yeah, you should be able to have access to all this now.
Yes. Right now.
Right now. Cool. So now I can just place this wherever I want. Control T, Command T to transform. I'll flip it horizontal. And you know what? Maybe you can just, okay, I guess there's probably two suns. There's like a sun here and another one there. You know what? Why don't
We're in space.
Yeah,
you
we're
could
in
have
space.
many suns.
Maybe there's
You don't know where he's at.
Right. Maybe the brightest one is like right behind them. So, by the way, I don't know why Adobe did this like 5 versions ago. They decided to uncheck this button by default. and I use it all the time. So I always toggle it on, and it stays on all the time. The reason it wasn't on right now is because I updated and haven't clicked on it again.
Yes.
But basically, what this allows you to do is change what I call the pivot point. Adobe calls it the reference point, and it allows you to place this point anywhere on your canvas, and from that point, you can rotate. It rotates from there. This is why I call it the pivot point or reference point. But in this case, I'm going to click and put it right here. And now when I hold Alt and Shift, I can just scale from that point, right? And there you go. Also, here's another trick. If you go, and remember, we're using the screen blending mode on this particular layer. That means that if we make this layer darker, we can make it less intense. And if we make this layer brighter, it'll become more intense. So if you go into Image, Adjustment, Curves, I can drag down and less intense. See that? How it's less intense? Maybe not as cool, or way more intense. Completely up to you. So in this case, I'm just gonna bring it down just a tad, just a tad. So maybe he's just stepping, like just stepping over that light, and he's about to take a selfie, and his friends are here. And here's another shortcut. If you have the Move tool active and you right-click on a layer, you'll see the layer names. This is why you always want to name your layers. So if I wanted to select that particular layer, I'll select the UFO spaceship, the layer selected, and I can place it anywhere else. Also, here's a trick. This is either a really tiny spaceship or the atmospheric perspective is off. And what that means is Photoshop, at the end of the day, and I know Photoshop is 3D and all that, but at the end of the day, or used to, at the end of the day, Photoshop is a 2D program where there is no Z axis. We have Y up and down, X left and right. But if we want to place something in the background, if we want to recede something in the background, what do? We do the same thing the old masters, like the old Renaissance masters used to do, which they discover, I guess is the right word, or created, atmospheric perspective. It just creates the illusion that something is further away from us.
So you wouldn't just make it smaller?
No, because that would just be like a really tiny spaceship close to you, right? So if you go and look out the window, depending on where you are, like we're in the San Francisco Bay Area right now, if we look out the window, we'll see some mountains. And some of these mountains, because of the time of day, you'll see that they have less contrast, and they'll take the color of the sky, which is probably blue. So when you look out and see the mountains far away, they kind of look blue, because the atmosphere between your eye and the mountain, there's a lot of particles of water, smoke, who knows what else, air in between you and your eye. So that's kind of what you have to like replicate in Photoshop, and you're like, oh my God, how am I going to do that? Not, the easy way. This is like the super easy way. Right click on, or double click on the layer, and then click on color overlay, and then just select the color of the sky. Boom, that blue, and then just bring it down. And notice that now it looks like that is further back into the background. It doesn't look like it's like super close to us anymore. See that?
Absolutely.
That's like the super easy way. If you wanted to be a little more complex, you can go with the curves adjustment layer, and then basically do the same thing, right? Like kind of like reduce the contrast, and then add those colors. So I know there's some, cyans in here, so I'll reduce the reds, maybe add a little bit of blue, and then continue adjusting the contrast so it's not so dark. So those are two methods you can use, but you can see just by doing that,
It makes a huge difference.
it makes a huge difference, and it makes it seem like that UFO is really here, but it's further back, right? And the more it takes when you do this, like what I just did and screwed up everything, you can always just reset your workspace. So I'm going to do that. And anyway, doesn't matter. And actually, that was not my default workspace. My workspace, I usually just drag everything here if I'm working on the laptop, and then just close that one because I never use it. But what I was trying to say is that you can just keep adjusting until you get something that, that works. So I don't want to make it too... If you start going that far and it starts becoming gray, you're going to have to go into like either the red or blue channel and then just make this black point here. Just drag it. If you drag it up, it'll turn red. And if you go the other way, it'll turn cyan, and then maybe add a little bit of blue. That's why I said the other method was probably easier, but this one obviously gives you more control. And at the end of the day, that looks more like it's really further away. And if you want, you can always reduce the intensity by reducing the opacity, and it still, gives you a good result. So atmospheric perspective, and if you took an art class in high school or college, you definitely learn about that, but with like pencils and paint. But, all that stuff still translate over into Photoshop. People often ask me, how do I get good at Photoshop? Learn traditional art. Like at the end of the day. Yeah.
That's
learn
good to
traditional
know.
art. Yeah.
I should probably do that.
Well,
Nice.
the thing is that they figured it out, right? It's just a different medium. You were talking about how AI is just a new tool.
Yes.
So Photoshop is a tool at the end of the day, but the art principles are generally the same across everything.
Of course.
Cool.
Yeah, I am self-taught, and I pretty much went to Google University. So a lot of the things that I do in Photoshop aren't necessarily like good, because I didn't use like masks until like a couple years ago, especially because I have been an iPhone creator for more than a decade and haven't had Photoshop or anything on my phone, so I've had to create destructingly and have these bad habits. And now when I get in here, I'm like doing all these things, and people will be in the chat like, "Don't do that."
And I mean, I am even though I did get a degree in it was called guys, I went to college in 2000. It's 23 years ago, so like
College was different then.
This means nothing. But I did get a degree in multimedia, which meant one Photoshop class, one Dreamweaver class, basically one class for every Adobe app, and boom, you have a degree. So that was my degree. And I got a C in my Photoshop class. And if you're from the US, you know that that's not very good. If you're from another place, just think of like...
Look where you turned up.
Look at me now. Stay in school, kids. But yeah, so...
I feel like you're a success story.
Thank you.
You got a C in Photoshop. Now you're on Adobe Live.
There you go. Look at that.
That's the goal, you guys.
That's the goal. One thing I should mention now that, because at the end of the day, this whole class was about creating a composite using multiple things, Photoshop, GenFill, Adobe Stock, and other tools in Photoshop to make it all look realistic. But what happens if we're this far along into our process and we decide, you know what, we do want to keep that water that we talked about earlier. This is something I have to be very careful with Generative Fill, because it looks at the composite image. In other words, it looks at everything.
Exactly.
So if I were to add water on this scene, what I will do is I will start disabling the layers that probably would interfere with that, right? So maybe at this point, I think the only one that I was really worried about is probably that one. I don't have any other adjustment layer affecting the overall image, but let me show you what I mean. Let's just assume that we were happy with that, and at some point I said, hey, you know what? Let's add a color lookup adjustment layer, which is basically a filter. You can think about it as a filter. I know the people that really know film that are going to say something like that's oversimplified. That's not what it is. But for the purposes of the stream, we'll just think about it that way. And let's just say that we love that look, right? We were super happy with it, we want that, but now we want to add the water. If we add the water on top of here, it's going to add it on top of that filter, and that necessarily wouldn't be a good thing. So what I would do is I would just disable the layers that I really don't want to be affected by that generation, and then just generate on top of that. So maybe I can come here and, I don't really want to affect the cup. And I'm just going to type in the word lake this time and see what happens. Click on generate. And then when I enable all those other layers on top of that, it'll create a cohesive composite.
Jacob said, gets a C in Photoshop class, has Photoshop training YouTube channel with millions of views. I'm telling you, man, it's an inspiration. You should be telling that story more.
Every time I come on, I'll mention that story.
Good.
You sound like a broken record.
You should.
No. And there you go. I can add these layers back on, and now, it just...
It looks great.
Creates a cohesive look. Again, I don't necessarily like this particular LUT, but there's many others, and maybe there'll be one in here that we like. I'm just using the down arrow key to, you know what? That one could kind of make it seem like they're on Mars. This one's actually kind of cool.
It's pretty.
And and then you can always reduce the intensity and adjust it any way you like. Now, the way that I like to finish my composites is by selecting the topmost layer, holding shift and selecting them all, and then putting all that into a smart object, assuming that my file size is not huge. Like, I don't do this with the movie posters that I showed you, because those files are like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 gigabytes. I wouldn't do that for those, but for something small like this, I would just put everything into a smart object. Now, what do I do with an image that's not a small image? I press Control Alt Shift E, and that just basically creates a copy of all my layers onto a layer. You can basically smash your forehead up against your keyboard, and I'm sure you'll hit all those keywords. Control Alt Shift E, Command Option Shift E on a Mac. And usually I just call this layer final. This is my final, result, and I convert that into a smart object so that I can then go into Filter, Camera Raw Filter, and from here, and from here, we can just start applying all these adjustments as if it were one single image. One of the things you and I talked about earlier, at least, was the noise, right?
Yes.
So we can go into effects and add a little bit of grain, and if you can't see it, zoom in, and there it is.
Oh, I love grain. It just ties everything together.
I know, I love it as well. And I usually add two things. I add grain, and I always like to add a little bit of vignette. I just like it.
Of course.
These little arrows, when you click on them, they expand to give you more options. And one of the options I like for vignetting is increasing the highlight. So I'm just going to bring the vignette all the way to the left. And watch what happens with the highlight slider. See how it just makes the highlights come through? So that's what I like. I like the highlights to come through, and obviously the vignette not so intense. And I don't know, it just gives it that look that I like. You may not like it, that's cool. For sharpening, if you hold Alt, click and drag, it makes it into a black and white image. Color can be distracting. Also, when you sharpen, view everything at 100%. It gives you the most accurate representation. Click, drag while holding Alt so you can see the sharpening effect being applied. Also, click on that little arrow there. And look at this masking slider. If I hold Alt and click, it's completely white. So with a mask, white reveals, black conceals. So if everything is white, that means that sharpening effect is applied to everything. But once I drag to the right, it's only applied to the edges. And that's what I want. I don't want the sharpening applied to the sky and the clouds and all that. But I want the sharpening applied to the objects that have detail. So you can use this slider accordingly. So now the detail's only applied to those specific images. And that also helps with noise. So if your photo has a lot of noise in it and you increase the sharpening, you'll see the noise getting sharpened, which you usually don't want.
Absolutely.
But with that masking slider, it'll contain the sharpening to the edges.
Dude, you've taught me so much today. What the heck?
What the heck?
You guys, I'm literally shook over here. I can't even, I feel like I'm supposed to come up in an hour, and I am nervous now because there's a lot that you have shared that I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to get into it. What have we done today? We have used Firefly Web.
We used Firefly Web to generate the background.
Yes, we did.
And as you saw, it gave us a lot of options to get what we wanted.
Exactly. And then we went into Adobe Stock to grab our alien. And then we went into Photoshop. And of course, it's Firefly's out of beta today, so we were able to use Generative Expand. We were able to use a Generative Fill. And it's been so fun because now we've created this fun selfie of an alien.
Drinking coffee, offering us coffee.
Offering us coffee.
Yeah.
I know the coffee's good. There's probably a ton of good stuff in there.
Yeah, stuff that you can't get at Starbucks, I'm sure.
No, absolutely not. And I'm sure Starbucks will be on top of it soon. Well, we are coming to the close. Just to reiterate, you guys, Firefly is out of beta, which is huge. And it's very exciting because now it's up for commercial use. You can go onto web. You can use it in Photoshop, Illustrator, and Adobe Express right now. So have fun, enjoy. We will be here all day to assist you with whatever you need. Stay in the chat, ask questions. We're here to help.
Yep, and I'll be back at in 2 hours. I don't know when, but I have another stream. Is it with you?
Maybe. I hope
don't
so.
know. Yeah, I hope so too.
I hope so. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. I am thrilled again. This has been my first time hosting, and it's been just so much fun. Thank you for being kind to me. Thanks for being patient and wonderful. See you
Bye,
guys
everybody.
soon.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, it's Torrin Reeves here. I'm going to be hosting the incredibly talented and super gifted Sin Lagos.
Thank you, Torrin. I'm super excited to be here. Oh my gosh, this is like quite the space. I'm so pumped to be accompanied by you two because I got to host you once upon a time.
Yeah, it's super fitting that you're the first person who I get to host because you were the first host that I had on Adobe Live. So this is super
circle.
cool. Yeah, it's
Full
super
circle
cool.
moment.
So yeah. Why not we just dive right into everything and take me through what you got in your mind.
So y'all have been keeping up. It's been a full day of incredible insiders of Adobe Firefly's workflow, which has been really exciting. For me, particularly, I want to be able to explore the photography perspective. I've been really thinking this through because it's such a peculiar question, right, for photographers to be delving into the space of AI. Such a existential question almost. But I found it really interesting for me to find AI as a tool that I could use for my post-editing workflow. So already I know very intimately my post-editing workflow. I'm already accustomed to it in different ways. But what I want to accomplish here today is learn how we can optimize it with Adobe Firefly tools. Optimize it for speed, optimize it for just the efficiency of it, right? So I'm going to be exploring some images today, some of which have already been post-edited and some that are completely raw. So we can explore the post-editing process. And yeah, we'll explore this existential question.
Yeah. Now, are these original photos that you've taken?
Yeah, so I've taken all of these photos in different scenarios. It's been super fun to explore. So as you may not know, actually, let me just say a little bit about myself. So my name is Sin Lagos. I am focused on mentoring aspiring artists in the spaces that I've taught myself in. I've taught myself graphic design, photography, and now film, venturing into this world. So photography is a special place for me, and I've ventured quite a lot into different spaces. Hospitality, street photography is my love. Yeah. So you'll find a little bit of everything here, some portrait photography. And so what happens when I do that is I often have to reduce my post-processing to something very specific so that I don't get boggled up with like all the different genres of photography that I work with on a regular basis, whether it's for client or just for self-exploration. It's important for me to have some degree of structure just so that I know how to improve on my workflow as cool tech stuff like this pop up, right?
Yeah, we were talking earlier about like setting time limits for ourselves as like creatives. Like, is that something that you've incorporated into your workflow, just like to make sure that you're not, pouring like 8 hours into a certain photo or whatnot?
Yeah, I do try to structure myself even when I go out to do any degree of street photography where I just want to explore a neighborhood. I give myself some parameters, whether it's a shot list or some ideas of what kind of neighborhood I want to capture. And this one, you can see here, is actually called characters because I was aiming to find different characters during my trip in Italy. And I think that's so interesting that you can just give yourself one parameter and find yourself in a whole world of just like different versions of that one goal. So I got this fella here at his store. It looks like his bodega. And he's holding a drink. It's just his characteristic because I love his hand, just the way he's gesturing, his foot, right? Everything. But then on top of that, the graphic design in me is all like, whoa, look at all of these cool signs. These signs are so awesome. And so they're so telling to the characteristic of the environment in conjunction with the character that I was aiming to photograph here. However, in post-editing, once I enter the editing lab, I often ask myself the question of like, wait, hold on. So how can I improve this photo? Outside of just color correcting, there are two different elements I often think about is correction and then styling, right? So correction and styling. What can I correct in this image to improve it? So already I can see some things here are not absolutely vital to the storytelling within my photo. So for example, I'm looking at these really interesting people
These
here.
fellow photographers.
These fellow photographers.
These fellow artists.
Or videographers.
They're just trying to get theirs too.
For all you know, yes, they're on a mission as well.
They're on a mission as well. You got to applaud it.
But ultimately, it's not adding. It's actually distracting from my original image or my original purpose. So I want to be able to remove this. So I'm going to show you a few of the approaches that I traditionally would have used.
Yeah.
So the lasso tool is one of my favorite things. I know there's this. I'm using the mouse pad here, but I suggest something like a mouse or a tablet would be great. But something about this is cool because it doesn't have to be perfect. I can even add by holding shift to that area. And I've been doing this for a long time. In the past, I would have to be very, very precise to my selection. But in this case, I don't. I actually almost need that level of how would I say, context on the outside area. So I'll show you how I would traditionally approach this. I might do the selection, then right click and go to content aware fill, right? So, and then you can see there, it does a pretty okay job. Let me see if I can go a little bit wider. It does an okay job. I mean, it's nothing, you can sort of tell it's messed with that, that window or balcony. So it's kind of tricky to say, okay, it's not invisible. It's actually pretty discernible that there was some post editing that occurred here. And most of the time you want to be an editor, as a photographer, you're a curator out there in the street, but once you're an editor, you're really trying to curate the story to its finite points, right? The details really matter. So those details being so clearly visible is not the way to kind of orchestrate this storytelling. You really want to kind of make it feel like natural to the environment. In content aware fill, I don't really get a lot of options either. I would have to kind of try it out a couple of times. And I know this is a tool we've been using, and potentially you can continue to use it too. But in from my perspective, for complex objects, I rather use generative fill. So here we're gonna go into generative fill, but before that, to set yourself up for success, you can go to Windows and find the contextual bar. And just in case you don't have that there, that is what you're seeing down here, the contextual bar.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's go into generative fill. And there's something funny to me about generative fill, is that generative fill isn't just to fill in areas, it also removes things from the space. Of course, it's going to substitute it with something else, so nomenclature is still there. So I'm just gonna hit generate because I don't need to tell it to do anything particularly. I'm not adding a particular element. It will be able to discern that. This is the magic of the smart AI that is introduced within our Photoshop UI, our program, right? So what I find really cool here for the efficiency of my workflow is that not only do I get a pretty accurate result, but I also get other iterations. So I'm not having to do that over and over, hoping to find something that works for me and having to kind of find something that matches. Instead, right off the bat, I get 3 options.
That's so wild. And like I think before the content aware, it didn't capture the lip of like the ledge from the windows above. Assuming that's a Windows. Yeah, and here it is, which is one of those details, especially like when I found, at least like when I'm spending like time with the photo, when you have like those little like differences, it drives me crazy. So to see that like addressed here with the AI is super impressive. And I was meaning to ask you, with content aware, especially towards the edge of a photo, have you had much trouble with that? Because sometimes I feel like it's just it'll give me a tough time.
So it is sort of like a gamble here. Nevertheless, you will find yourself like getting different results. But we are working, like, even though this is at the very start stages, and today we're very lucky because we're just advanced even more so. We are able to have any of these edits that I make today here available for commercial use. So if I wanted to use this, for a client's job, like I can. It's amazing. But even though we're so far into that, there's still a lot of developing happening. So we are just testing it out as we go along. So you will get different results every single time. I do notice that. But you have some things that you can work on. For example, for me, I noticed that if I select a little bit more of the context of the outside area, I'm able to get a better result. So for example, again, discerning what I like to remove, right? So I'm sorry about that. There you go. Okay, so I like to approach my post editing with AI with a rule of the REA, right? So I want to be able to remove, expand, and add. And that gets me thinking about, wait, what do I want to remove? Because this is a photo that potentially I have to question whether it's something that I want to keep as is for journalistic, purposes. However, if I want to use it for commercial use to promote for tourism, for example, I've had those kind of clients, and we want to be able to add elements. There's a certain level of post editing that keeps that in mind. So if I want to remove something that isn't helping my storytelling, or I want to remove something to create more space for commercial use, then I have to think, okay, REA, remove first, right? Expand after, and then add towards the end, right? And that usually helps me mitigating my workflow a little bit better. So for example, this here, it was kind of interesting at first. I was looking at it, I was like, what does it say? It's kind of, am I reading a love letter here? I don't know. But it's mostly not doing much for my scene except creating more of a busier environment. So I rather take this off. So I'm going to just hit generate and start removing some of that there. And of course you can see that on the outside area, I've selected that frame as well to give AI some level of context. It's almost like we briefed AI before we got started. It's like, here you go, this is where we're at. And so again, I get 3 options for that too. Something like this, for example, it says something that isn't really relevant. I don't find it to be romantic in the story that I'm telling here. Like this sign is actually really beautiful. There's typography that's being utilized here that I like. I love for somebody in the future to be able to denote, and see and examine. This here, not so much, it's not doing much for me. So I have to have that level of filtering when I'm considering the things I want to remove, especially when it comes to street photography. Am I hurting the image if I'm removing something that is busy and obstructing the storytelling? I don't think so. So that's the way I've been able to discern when I can do something and when I don't want to do something.
Yeah, as a fellow aspiring street photographer, there are times when you go out and like you have here, you can't control for what's in the background. And I've been editing photos before and have realized I inadvertently took a shot of somebody's license plate or somebody's address in the background. It's like, I don't want to, they're already giving me this moment. I don't want to put them on blast by accident, so to speak. So having the ability to remove things like that in a much more expedited way is such a time saver. Yeah,
that's a good point. I used to have to photograph jet planes, and they're so private that we couldn't have that license plate. So I would have to go in there and manually edit each one. And mind you, some of them would be fine, but then some of them have shadows and light conditions that I would have to then discern per edit. Whereas here, every single time I'm using generative fill, AI is actually taking into context also the color value, the light sources that are in my image. So even if this image had been post-edited in the with color, it would have been able to discern that part too and added a substitute that makes sense for that image. And I find that to be just very efficient because I don't want to spend too much time with hundreds of photos unless I'm truly, genuinely spending the time to work on a hero shot. I want to really spend a lot of time there. But if I'm trying to output, my time is important, and I find it to be really helpful to be efficient with time. I think that's been one of the main elements we've been talking about.
Especially when working with clients where sometimes, depending on the client you have, they want 20 options just to tell you which one, out of the 20 they want. And the time sink, like you're saying, to invest the time into 20 different photos, knowing that only one will be selected, can be a really tough hurdle to overcome if you're just like a freelancer or a solopreneur. So this is huge.
Yeah, that's a good point. Another point that I wanted to make, which you just reminded me of, is sometimes let's put ourselves in the headspace of we want to use this for tourism, and we want to be able to export for a vertical marketing campaign, which is, we all know, we all participate in our social media storytelling. So oftentimes that is a vertical experience on our vertical phones, right? So I will find that I often shoot in horizontal. So being able to expand that image for these scenarios is really important, but I don't want to have to, remove that spacing or sacrifice some of the elements that I want here. Instead, I'm going to potentially add. So let's expand here this image. And I want to just show you here how traditionally we would have expanded this. We could expand it with transparent default, so we just change the canvas, not so much the image. We could expand it with content aware fill, and we can do that here and just see how, okay, that didn't, content aware fill is not working, so there you go. Let's move on to generative expand, right? So if I want to do generative expand, it's going to work in the same fashion where it's going to keep in consideration how the environment is at the top and the bottom, depending on how you're changing the sizing. So this gives me more room for me to be able to, I think I did something weird there. But this should be able to give me more room for me to think for different marketing spaces, right? So let me see here.
No, sometimes it's just like when you're shooting horizontal, like I fall so in love with how it's balanced that way that when you go to like crop it to vertical, like sometimes it breaks my heart. So having the ability to do the generative expand is, it's so gratifying.
Yeah. It is really gratifying, and I've been kind of experimenting with it too. If you keep up with me on social, you've probably seen this. Experimenting with photos from my archives. So we all remember once upon a time, the demand for ratio, the popular ratio was 1-to-1 ratio, not horizontal, not vertical. So I have a lot of really cool photos that I took in 1-to-1, which is a square, and today I regret it because there is no more information there.
Yeah.
But I can bring it into Photoshop now, completely out of beta, and potentially use it for some degree of commercial use if I want to, and just expand it to a different ratio, horizontal or vertical, for my website, for my marketing efforts, for clients' marketing efforts. I often find myself licensing some of my photos from different locations, and there are moments where you reach a halt because you don't have the right ratio, and there's no way to revisit that location again in that same exact episode or that same exact moment that your client liked. And so either you go and travel to Europe and reshoot, or you can just have AI generate these extra pixels that are not your core element, right? Because my core element is my character in here. It's just the outer bounding area. So of course that's a subjective decision. You have to discern which images you're willing to do that for, especially as a photographer. But if you're working already with your work for commercial use, having that versatility, it's going to be really, really helpful.
Yeah, especially if you're using it, like you said, as like a supplemental additive to older photos. Speaking of your website, I can tell that you're killing it because I've seen in the chat a few comments saying like how beautiful your website is. So please check it out if you haven't already.
Yeah, definitely check out my website. I tried, like I said, I am focused on mentoring aspiring artists in the same way that I felt like I grew as a self-taught creator. So I keep up a lot of resources there for courses and classes and the latest emerging technology like what we have here. And I love exploring how it would work for us. You know, we're so used to certain ways of doing our workflows, but it's okay to evolve, and it had to be a question that I had to ask myself too. But it is okay to evolve, and I think that's going to be helpful down the road. You just have to find how it's going to work for you specifically.
Now, you're being very humble. I heard that you had a major breakthrough with providing resources to kind of guide people's evolution as artists. Do you want to talk a bit more about that?
Oh yeah, so I've been working on Skillshare courses that have been like working so well.
Congratulations, by the
such
way.
a wonderful community there. I love it because we're all trying to learn something, and we're contributing to each other's like path during that process, which is something I didn't really have personally throughout my journey. So I find it really special to be able to be on the other side and providing that level of knowledge and hopefully comfort and like seeing if they're in the right direction, right? But yeah, things like, for example, looking back at my photography, I think about all the techniques that I already know that can help inform me how to create prompts, because prompts is kind of a learning curve. So I made a sort of a very humanistic selection here. You just saw it happen. It was magical. You know, not really. It's not that crazy, but you could just make a regular selection. And in the prompts, I'm gonna actually add a plant here. So when it comes to photography, one of the things I often do when I'm shooting is I'll look at a plant or something in the foreground, so foreground elements to help frame my shot. But maybe I forgot to do that. Maybe I think about that in my editing zone, and I'm like, what? I wish I would have done that. So I'm gonna add a plant here, and I can say, actually, I'm going to be more specific and add a photographic technique, and so add blurred plant, right? So that would be me setting my f-stop, you know, to create that blur effect on my foreground. But instead, I'm going to be doing it here in post-editing, just informing AI what to do so that we can create this potential new option.
Wow, so you're giving it that
framing.
depth of field.
Yeah, so you get that depth of field as a result. And again, we get 3, but you should know that these are not the last ones you get, right? So if you don't like this one, we could always delete it. You can continue to let the programmers, everybody here on the Adobe team know whether it's a good result, so they continue to evolve. Your opinion really does matter on that regard. But I'm gonna remove that one and keep this one and just hit generate again, and it's gonna give me another result. And it's so cool. It's like, sometimes I find myself, it's almost like being in a casino. You're just like trying to see what result you
play
get.
The slots.
Yeah, I say that, I did it once. But anyways, so like I find myself getting all these different results and then end up with something really, really curious that I didn't even expect to begin with, just from like just hitting generate and seeing what else I can do. So you'll notice that up here, by the way, you get tips on how to improve on your workflow process. And from there, I've gotten some really interesting tips, like being able to create the blur effect, to consider how to expand your selection with a bit of feathering could be helpful. And those are tips that are included while you're waiting, which has been really curious, because before I would wait like, okay, how long is this gonna take? And now I'm like, oh my God, don't go too fast. I'm still reading.
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny. I love that they included that, because I look at anything to find a little nudge of information to just set me apart and help me improve even faster, because this technology is evolving so fast.
That's such like a good characteristic to have. I'm such a knucklehead. Like when I play video games, I never like read the tutorials. So like I once beat Kingdom Hearts, the first one, for the very first like weapon loadout, because I never read the tutorial. I didn't know you could change swords. So here I am fighting Xehanort with the original Keyblade. Nobody cares, but I just feel like I'm very envious of people who are patient and learn. And that's such a savvy prompt.
That's a self-taught, experience too.
Yeah.
So it's kind of helpful to have these little things here, like to remove content, try generating without a prompt, right? So sometimes we get confused with that. Like, do we have to save remove? You don't have to save remove, so that's great. But you can see here different elements. So you notice that my order of ops has been to remove, right, expand, and then add elements, and that keeps things in order. So it's not just a shock factor that I created this scene. It's rather I'm being meticulous about what is the purpose of this image. Is it going to go to a commercial space? Where is it headed? Where is it going to be experienced in a vertical space and a horizontal space? And this is going to help me make those decisions. Do I want to expand this image at all?
Yeah.
Of course, I always welcome people to experiment, because most of how I found this workflow has been through experimentation.
Just trial and error.
I was shocked. Like,
Yeah.
how will this work for me? I didn't know, is this me for me? I wasn't really sure, you know? So it's been a lot of just informing myself on how this works and how I traditionally work, and then finding that merging space. So now I have this image, which is super cool, completely different result every single time, mind you. This is live, and so you're seeing this result exclusively for you. I don't know if there's any questions on the chat, because I'm like not that great at seeing from far, but you can let me know.
Yeah, no, I've seen a few questions regarding the prompts and just different techniques that you've had, or just the rhetoric used within the text prompts. I know for me, that's been, like you said, like a learning curve. Do you have any tips and tricks on more prompt techniques, or what language to put in there? I think like the blurred image to kind of give that depth of field is huge. Like I had no idea that was
I kid you not, I keep a list of everything because I find it so important to discern what is it that makes my photography great to begin with. I started experimenting and asking people like, okay, so you show me your favorite photo, right?
Of yours or just in general?
Like your favorite photo. Show me your favorite photo, and then I would ask like, why is it good? Do you know why it's good? Because sometimes we arrive at these like, you know, happy accidents, and we don't really know why the photo is great. But I've had to like meticulously like understand what techniques went into my photo to almost deconstruct it and develop prompts from that alone.
So you're doing like a connotative,
like reverse,
like engineering, like your own work. Yeah, that's so smart.
Yeah, so because the part about creating AI generated elements within your photos seems a little bit like, where do I even begin? So I do find it to be helpful to consider those options. Like, what techniques am I already using in post editing that I can consider? Let's open this one up. Consider so that I can generate prompts that are unique to what I already do in post edit and in the production process. Right, so this is almost giving us more room to continue to express ourselves and experiment even after you come to the editing lab. Like the job isn't done yet, and it's not just about color editing, it's sometimes correcting. So this is a good example of that. Let's rotate it first because I always forget where it goes. Oh, okay, so counterclockwise. Multitasking is tricky, y'all. Okay, so this image, for example, this was a table that has a transparent glass. So then we were experimenting with this, but you can see that I have all of these obstructions, and you know, I can do this in a few ways to attempt to fix it. Like I can use the stamp tool, grab a source out here and start to clean that out. And mind you, what's so interesting is that we have Generative Fill, we have Generative Expand, but we also have other tools that are powered by AI. So one of my favorites is the Remove tool. I use that so much that I set it up as my top. So I hit the shortcut J, it goes primarily to that one. So the other ones are here secondary. So I like this tool. You can see there that I've made a selection, but nothing has happened. That is because I removed this remove after each stroke option, right? Or you can select it so each time I make a stroke, it's going to remove an element. So what's interesting about this is that because it's driven by AI, the differentiator is that it has context in mind. So it's able to know what is the surrounding pixels in the same way that Generative Fill does. So you kind of can figure out in which moments you'd rather use this over Generative Fill. Like for example there, I'm like creating these strokes that maybe I don't really have to. That can take a little bit longer, especially if I'm on the go and I'm editing on my laptop like I am right now. I don't like the pad as much, so I don't have my tablet and my pen, my stylus. So, you know, it can be a little bit harder. So you can make a circle and it also will select that subject. It would understand that's what you were trying to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have that remove tool option, but of course, it always comes down to my ultimate favorite these days is Generative Fill, because it just knows how to like figure out all of these elements all together. So I can go and create like a bigger, broader selection. I'm actually going to remove this here.
By the way, your freehand selection skills are actually
God,
blowing
it's
my
so
mind.
hard.
You're so good at it with a trackpad. Like I wish people could see me just sweating angry in my office trying to do this. This is incredible.
I know, that's so funny because this is the thing. You don't have to be so precise. We don't have to use. I used to pride myself in knowing how to use a pen tool so good, so fast. Right at the beginning of my career, the pen tool is still there for other things, other workflows.
Just making me
but
upset.
it's nice to know. It's nice to know that I don't have to rely on a perfect selection in these moments. I can actually select outer spaces, and I have a 5-pixel feathering on purpose so that it, like, when it makes that selection, it has a little bit of a of blending happening as well. So that's something you might want to consider. There's a bit of an art when it comes to making selections. If I make too broad of a selection or too big of a selection, it might not give me the right result. Like I see that vignette there. I'm just hitting generate. It's going to remove and substitute. I think that would probably be the better word, substitute those pixels to something more accurate. And so that looks way better, right? So oftentimes I remove vignetting because that is a lens distortion. That's a caveat that comes with certain lenses, right? So I don't want it, and I can choose to remove it in these occasions. So let's remove this here. And by the way, I think I didn't do this earlier, but you could have made all those selections at once and hit generate once. So that is another option. Don't have to make each selection and generate, and each selection and generate. And each time
so cool.
We do have different options here. So let's see, I'm gonna expand this scene because you can see she's a little bit crowded in this ratio. So let's clear this ratio so we can go freeform and maybe go back to our old school 1:1, back in the heyday. I still like it, it still works out for certain things. And I'm gonna expand it even more so because her foot was cut off. And I think sometimes when it comes to hands and feet, it does have like funny results. So we have to kind of bear with it and see how it goes. But this is changing quite rapidly. So I notice even from the beginning, my results are improving in that context, in those spaces. I'm creating like almost a bar that the day that gets like perfect.
Yeah.
Then we have some really cool tools, at our leisure.
Going back to your comment about the like selections as an art, like sometimes like if I select just the hand and ask it to generate it, like if I give it less to focus on, then I'll get a better result with the
More
AI.
precise. Yeah, so that's something to think about. Like you want to be very precise with your details and how you're removing elements, or you want to expand that selection so you give context. So it's sort of up to you of how you go about it. So now we have a completely different environment. Excuse me. And then you can see that this entire time we are working non-destructively because we have our file here, our original file, right? We expanded our canvas, and each step is recorded along the way, right? All of our different edits are recorded along the way. So if I want to keep some elements, if I decide, maybe some things I wanted to go back a few steps, I still have all of these options. If maybe this option wasn't that great, I can still go to properties, select that, and select a different option. So all of your options are still living there. It's worthy to know that all of this can start to create a bigger file, so that's also important. However, having that control, I think it's also really helpful for me as I'm working and figuring out what I want to accomplish at the end, like especially if I'm experimenting with the environment. So at this point, I like to hit Shift-Command-E to create a version that is completely flat. And I want to be able to make an object selection here. The object selection is also powered by AI, so it's super smart and it makes such an amazing edit. I envy the generation of today that did not have to go through, I'm going to age myself, but did not have to go through like having to make these selections that were so difficult.
I wouldn't have survived. I literally can't. I get so upset it's like trying to draw inside the lines. Like I don't have that ability. So
right, you were color outside the lines.
Oh my
color.
gosh, yeah, it was it was wild. My daughter has like these picture books now that like they use like a white marker and it just automatically fills in the lines like perfectly. If I had that as a kid, I would have thought I was Picasso. It's like, oh, I can just scribble anywhere and everything's shaded perfectly. And yeah, I would have needed tools like this to get started. It's much more.
There's something about this that because it's not the core of like your artwork, it doesn't like hinder your creativity because in general what it's doing is speeding up your process in the parts where you don't have to sacrifice your creativity. This is the part where because you're being slow, you're sacrificing your creativity. So instead, let's speed it up.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to spend my hours trying to make a selection when I could spend my hours actually coming up with a really cool concept, discerning what's my purpose, like, you know, printing these images for my shop. Like there's so many other spaces that now I feel like explore a little bit more freely because I don't have to take into account, oh, well, I have to spend hours on that shot. That project now goes from like an hour to 30-minute execution.
Yeah.
And I could also potentially bill in that headspace. It's like, yes, I can meet your deadline, right? And those are all the spaces I've been thinking about. And this thing that I'm doing here, I created a selection of my subject and the object, and holding shift, I selected both with a back bracket, this backspace bracket, what is this called? Goes like that. You can see your selection, and I continue to brush in there that selection so there's no random little pixels. Her hair there is fine, it's no biggie, but you can see the selection a little bit better when you do that, right? So I created a mask there, and so now, wait, I'm gonna delete this mask. Did I wanna delete that mask? Here, okay, yes, that's good. So now that I've made that selection, I think that's a pretty good selection. That is the inverse selection, so that's the sky. I can make a request now to generative AI. I really hope that is the opposite. Yeah, I think that's the opposite. Okay, so let's say we could ask for motion, blur, clouds, and let's see what we get.
Your prompt game right now is really blowing my mind. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, I think some ingredients are important. I have this thing where I make food analogies for the process that is our design process. So you do need ingredients like in certain categories. Like what do I do when it comes to photography technique? Okay, blur, motion, got it. I would have done that. What is the object? Clouds. And everything else doesn't matter. I don't have to ask for it to remove, add. I don't have to add those words. They're not necessary. They're fluff. It already understands that you're trying to do that. So we just need really specific nouns and actions that's going to create a different effect.
I'd be writing novels in mine. Oh my goodness. It's so refreshing to see that you're so concise.
Yeah, it's really helpful. Look, sometimes you get some gnarly results. But you can see I'm going to remove that one so it doesn't generate again. I noticed that it keeps that in mind, that I've removed that, so that the next generation is going to be similar, close to the previous one. So this gives me so many different options, right? Like I can start to play with and get creative. And this is a little bit closer to conceptual art and conceptual photography, not journalism or street photography, right? So I'm giving you options here for you to expand your imagination and consider what spaces you want to get really excited about when it comes to generative fill and generative expand in Photoshop, because there's just so many options. So I've got another image here, and you know what? Her foot came out good. I'm proud of this output. It was great.
No, that's awesome. It's I like really genuinely have fun going through the options like that it presents with you when you do like a text prompt.
I'm not gonna save because I'm not gonna spend time doing that, okay? But I have saved some iteration of this, and we'll talk a little bit more about what happens after we've saved. So let's open one more here and see how we're doing with time, just to be sure.
Yeah, I think we're good so far.
Yeah, okay. So I want to talk about like the selection. There's a bit of an art form to selections. So far we've been using the lasso tool quite a bit to make our selection. This is a drone image that I took here in San Francisco, which is where we are. I'm super happy to be in San Francisco. It always brings me really good memories. So this is a beautiful shot. It's already been post-edited. I already did some color correcting on this image. I wanted to create that vintage, look, because that's what I think about when I see these houses and this architecture. So let's talk about the selection process. Instead of using the lasso tool, I can be very, very specific and make a selection that is based on a shape, right? Like a circle. And I can do, for example, if I draw a circle here and generate something that mimics that shape, like for example, a moon, it's going to create and blend an object that is in that exact shape and that exact size. Something that I used to do is I would say a big moon, a small moon, but instead what you want to do is make a big selection or a small selection and not say the size at all. So that is going to give you a better sense, like this moon is no good. So for example, if I want to make a tiny space, I don't know, Saturn doesn't come out really good. I'm just going to create the sun, maybe. We'll see. Experimenting. But it's a small selection, so I didn't have to say big sun, small sun. That's going to discern. I can create teeny tiny stars all over the place, right? And that will give me the size exactly to what I've created. So I'll just do stars. So you do think about your selection process. If you're trying to create a building, then a building is shaped in a square rectangle. So you might want to make that kind of selection. If you're trying to make something that is a little bit more freeform, those stars were not visible, they're too tiny. If you want to make something that's a little bit more natural, like plants, for example, then you might want to be able to do something that's a little more natural, like with the lasso tool. So let's remove these here and let me show you another example. I can create a big selection here on this one, and I'm gonna create something like one of my favorite things of Generative Fill, when it was just fun and kind of random for me before I started to really like examine it, was reflections. So I'm gonna put reflective orb and see what happens. Right, so it's not gonna output something that is square or rectangle because I created a circular selection. So so you can trust that something like this will happen. And if you followed my work, you know that I love mixed mediums. So I do not shy away from creating things that are, surrealistic in combination with my photography. I think of my photography as a foundation for anything else that I can do in the future. So I love that I can just like experiment and find new ways to see. At this moment, it's an experimentation, but down the road, it can actually click with an idea. It can actually click into being a developed concept for a campaign, or maybe a story I'm trying to tell. Maybe I'm talking about the earth, and in some respect we have this conversation about earth and how we want to take care of it. Maybe I photograph a space that is nature oriented and we create this orb in the center reflecting that same sentiment. So I just came up with this randomly, but you see, you got to kind of begin at this level of how can I use this tool for my purposes, my current storytelling, and allow room for evolving that workflow. Because if I don't allow room for it, I know we want to be fixated because we're so good at what we do that we want to stick to that workflow, but what if you're missing out on something cool?
Yeah.
That's something I think about.
No, I love that what you said about kind of using your photography as a foundation to express your ideas in mixed mediums. It's really inspiring to see that you get the most out of every frame that you take.
Yeah, and it's super cool to revisit some of my photos that I took a long time ago, and I didn't really have the skill sets or tools that I have today, and kind of merge that past with today's current futuristic tools, which is like amazing and mind-boggling sometimes that they exist in the way that they do.
Don't you love that feeling, like when you go back through your old frames, you're like, oh, like I didn't have a use for this photo then, but now like 5 years
Oh,
removed, like I can like pull
absolutely.
it into the future and use it for something that's really bespoke.
Absolutely. That is often why I end up looking at my archives, because I think about those photos that I didn't really know what to do with them. And I joke that they just collect digital dust in a folder. And then, you know, when it comes to it, it's maybe I didn't have the skill sets or the tools available then to help it evolve away from just being a file, one more file amongst the many files, right? This image, for example, it was an image that at first look, I love blending my graphic design like geometry brain into like things I find in the street. So I'm looking at these shapes, this triangle shape at the top, and then I was looking at this red here. So it was something really cool there, but I think in my execution, I didn't really, I mean, there was color and shapes and I like it, but in my execution, I didn't like that her feet are behind there. They're kind of cut off. So I've started to really dislike this element at the end. I wish I only had this and just have it cropped potentially. But now I can do a couple of things to help improve this image for me to actually enjoy it and make it feel like a hero shot. So the first thing I'm going to do is remove this because I no longer like it. It might export something weird because it's red. I'm just, you know, saying it because it's always a little bit strange. Like it sees an element and doesn't immediately know that you want to remove it all the time. So especially something like this, it might output something similar to it. But outside of that, I think most of the time it does a pretty good job at understanding that you want to remove an element. Bravo, thank you for doing me proud. So I still have some elements here that come out in this image and all of the other options. So let's continue to generate, generative fill, generate. And it says you can write a prompt in more than 100 different languages.
Girl, you'd be reading those tips. I'm so impressed.
I am. They're like, I don't know what they remind me of, but it's kind of one of those things like when you open a fortune cookie, just like what's going to come out, you know, something obviously relevant to whatever you're doing in that moment. But yeah, over 100 languages. So that is pretty amazing because I remember when it first came out, it was only in English. Yeah. So I felt really, really lucky to know English, and I'm bilingual. I know Spanish and English, but I'm super happy that now it's like open to so many people because ultimately that democratizes this tool for any creator out there to play around with it.
Yeah, we were talking before about the beauty of Colombian Photoshop and how I'm going to switch my language to Spanish. So I can have a refined, very cool Colombian experience.
Yeah, I have, I'm not Colombian, but I have a lot of fellow friends who are Colombian and they speak Photoshop in Spanish. And I'm always like, wow, this sounds awesome.
Sounds so much cooler.
Sounds so cool. You know, it's so cool to hear it in a different language, like everything you know. So let's see. I'm going to hit, Generative Expand and check that mark. That's another way to just make sure to have it. So that I find it to be really like helpful to have that order of operations. Like every single time I feel a little bit lost in an image, I just remove, I expand, and I add. You feel welcome to break that order. But first, if you want some kind of boundaries and some kind of structure to how you're approaching your workflow and reinventing it and boosting it, then with these tools, then definitely start there. It has been really helpful for me. So I have this. I love her mid-motion movement there. So I'm curious if I can like add some of my reflections. I can use like a circle shape potentially here.
Yeah, I really relate to what you said at the top of this photo, where it's like you had the inclination, like you knew that something was there in this photo, but maybe at the time like you didn't have the space or the skill set or the technique to like really make the most of it then. But like you said, like you can't go back and repeat the moment exactly sometimes. So to be able to use these tools to kind of lift the photo to where you were hoping to get it when you first took it, I think is it's really, really cool.
It is super cool. And if you're wondering, by the way, just going back to like how to get these tools too, is if I see a question here, I have 24.02. I think the latest update is 25. So make sure to have 25. And it's no longer beta, which means it's not going to have all of these Adobe Firefly tools are part of our Adobe ecosystem are no longer in beta format. This is the big, amazing thing for us now, because that means we can use it for commercial use. No more watermarks, no weird things. We can actually start to derive a business out of this. And honestly, I was saying just now, we were having a conversation outside about, I don't really believe in the starving artist. I think all of us should have a chance to develop a work that we love, and also develop a nice income from it, because it's fair. We put so much hard work into these things. So having it be commercial use just opens up my brain into like all of these different possibilities for business collaborations and partnerships with clients that I already have. So hooray for that, because
hooray for that, for
it's
real,
not
for real.
it's not a light note at all.
No, it's so important. Like when you're a freelancer, at least I found like the biggest hurdle was scalability. Like you want to have more clients, but you have a finite amount of time. And so have anything that like expedites the process even a little bit, because you're replicating it, ends up having a compounding effect. And so like all the things that you can do in here now that make the workflow faster, pardon me, is I'm thinking of it through the lens of like a solopreneur who I was working 18 hours a day at first, and it just wasn't tenable long term. And so now to have something where it's like, oh, I could have added 3 more clients and saved myself 6 hours per day, that would have been huge. And so
Yes.
yeah, it's really incredible.
If you can walk away with anything today, is definitely how can you introduce these tools, ask yourself this, in whatever medium you're in,
That's so cool.
that is going to help you achieve speed, so that if you're a solo creator, a small business, a freelancer, you're able to have more time for peace of mind, which is so valuable, right? In order for us to keep that fuel going, for you to create more things that you really have been intrigued to create, but you just have them in ideation right now. You have more room for that, right? And 2, how can you create new collaborations and new partnerships? Because now you can, because it's not just a toy to play with. It's actually fun and part of a potential career move that you can improve upon.
Yeah, no, it's very well said.
Yeah, I think this has been. I think we have a minute.
Yeah, I think we're coming to the close of our time here, but I just want to say thank you. Pardon me. This was really, really enlightening, and I love your whole approach and your perspective. Can you share with the audience where to find you, what you're working on now, and anything that excites you?
Okay, y'all. So I really keep up my website for all my fellow artists and my students on Skillshare. I'm focused on visual mentorship, so I've been focusing on creating tutorials on YouTube, courses and classes on Skillshare, and live streams here on Adobe Live. So I'm always listening to your feedback and potential spaces that you're trying to evolve in, because that's always going to help me create concepts for us to explore here live and everywhere else. So I'm super happy to have been here with Adobe and with you.
Oh yeah, no.
It's always fun.
Yeah, we did it. Yeah.
We did it. Thanks everyone on chat.
Thank you so much.
Good job, y'all.
Hey everybody, we're back. This is Torrin Reeves, and I'm joined by the mighty Elise, and she's going to be taking us through a workflow today from start to finish, making a campaign using Firefly, and I think we're gonna
Photoshop.
dabble into Photoshop and maybe even
hop into Express.
Hop into Express. I might cartwheel there. So yeah, let's go right into it.
Hi everybody, how you doing? Can't wait to chat with you in the chat. Feel free to let us know any questions, whatever you got. Very excited today because it's a big day, right?
It's a very large day.
Big day at Adobe. We just launched Firefly. It's officially out of beta, and that means that it's free for commercial use, right? We are able to utilize it in Photoshop, utilize it in Web, utilize it in Illustrator, utilize it in Adobe Express, and I'm excited to show you how.
Yeah. Now, like Pinocchio, it's a real child now. We've wished it into existence. It's here.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm really happy. Hi, everybody. We've got Oliver in the chat, Steve, Christian, Joshua. Hi, guys. Nice to see you.
Also, shout out to Val, Voodoo Val. I heard it's a birthday today, so happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I don't know if we have rights to that, so don't.
Stevie's going to sue us into oblivion. We just got demonetized.
Of course. Hi there. We got Clever, Oliver. I think Oliver already said it. But anyway, so let's get into it. So today I'm going to be doing something fairly new.
Shout out to Ivan Alejandro Oliveira Garcia.
Yeah, that's a good name, isn't it?
That's
I
a
saw it in the chat
powerful
earlier.
name.
Yeah. That is a powerful name. So today I'm going to be doing something that I've pretty much never done. I did a couple studies on it, obviously, before coming here, but I wanted to really kind of navigate these different programs and these different web apps with you to really solidify how much opportunity there is for all of us to really learn and digest and just dig into what is happening on here. So right now, I am on the official, I mixed up Firefly and official, Adobe Firefly website, firefly.adobe.com, and this is where you will find a ton of amazing web opportunities from text to image, to generative fill, text effects, generative recolor, and of course we talked about this all day, but I'm just going to reiterate because it's important. We've got tons of other sneaks, so to speak, on here for you to kind of see what is in store for the future with a Firefly and Adobe. So today we are just going to start off with text to image. And the reason for that is because I really kind of want to just create an idea, right? I mean, I don't even know, like in my mind, I am a creator, and this is the character I'm creating. I am a creator, but for some reason I'm just a little stuck. I don't. I can't figure out like what to do for this project, and this fruit market has come to me and said, hey, we need a poster, but we also want this poster to be able to become social media. Can we put it on Facebook? Can we put it in Twitter? Can we put it on our TikTok? Like, how can we utilize this one kind of piece to amplify our message? And so
they only have budget for so much. Your character sounds a lot like me.
Of course.
Way cooler. It's the fanfic version of me.
I love it. We could probably create that character in Firefly, which is hilarious. But so what I'm gonna do is I've got like a what's it called? Creative block, right? I mean, that's basically what's happening to me at this moment, and I want Firefly to show me some concepts. So I'm just gonna do fruit market poster, okay? And I'm gonna hit generate. I just hit return, but you can do both. And I am now going to see tons of examples here. Now, how pretty are these already?
Yeah.
They have nice composition, which
They're
I
very
think is,
wholesome.
Are they wholesome?
Yeah, it's like this, what a pleasant, jolly time here at the fruit market.
Wouldn't you want to go to one of these fruit markets?
I get anxiety when I'm at like a public market because I don't like haggling, and I feel like
We were
they
just
want
talking
me to.
about that.
It's
Haggling is tough.
It's not a skill set of mine. I will just pay the number next to the thing. I have like no street hustle whatsoever.
No, you don't. And I was telling him, I don't think we should be haggling with people at fruit markets because they're at a market. They're a small business. We just got to pay them what they asking. But we know older folks love to haggle.
My dad is a haggler, a chronic haggler.
My dad is too. So the nice part about this entire page right here, now that we've generated these concepts, and this is what's so unique to Firefly and Adobe and our AI, is that we have these amazing opportunities here to really navigate how we want those generations to be output. And so the thing that I had difficulty in experiencing, especially before Firefly had been a thing, I was in Midjourney and I'd have to type in 9:16. I had to do all these different things, all these different elements of how the color and all that kind of stuff. I want a photo, I want a graphic, I want art, and I'd have to save those very long prompts in my notes folder, and then I'd have to bring them back in and then readjust whatever. So the cool part about this is that Adobe makes it so easy for us to really consider the aspect ratio. From landscape to portrait to square to widescreen. I'm going to do portrait because I do want this to be like a long poster, and it could be printed, it could be put up somewhere, and then potentially graphic. But I think our output may be photo. That's
I had no idea until recently how many style options there were. I fell onto the first page and then kind of was operating out of that and seemed like that was a robust number of options. And then I hit one of the drop downs and I was like, oh, there's a lot here, and it's all very well done.
Yeah, because you can close out the styles here. Sometimes it's a little closed out so people may not see it, but if you tap this to open it, and you'll see all these different styles, you can click all, and that's where you're going to get all the different styles, right? So at first, it's just popular. It's going to give me a couple ones that are the most, used, or if I want ones that are a little bit more movement-based, themes, techniques, all that kind of good stuff. So I'm just going to click all. And I do like minimalism, to be honest with you, for this. And then I'm just going to delete that. Color and tone. I'm feeling like a vibrant color. Lighting. Let's go. I don't think we need lighting. Composition. I don't think that matters as much for the poster. So I'm just going to generate again. Give me something a little bit more specific. And I would love if you guys could choose which poster we're going to recreate.
Oh, I would have said let's do an etching for a Industrial Revolution themed public market where everybody dresses up in penny loafers and top hats.
Okay. Have you been watching Peaky Blinders?
No, I've never.
Okay. Apparently that's what's happening in that. I've just been hearing about it. I haven't watched Peaky Blinders either, but it may not be on the same level.
Yeah,
my mom was telling me about it. Okay, so I really am not loving the minimalism that it's given me. I kind of loved the way how chaotic it was. Maybe not chaotic, but just a little bit more full. So I'm going to try again to get something else. See, yeah, this is that stuff that's hitting for me right now. So there's a few options here. We've got 4 different kinds. I'm loving the background of this one. I think it's really interesting, really beautiful.
It's well framed.
It is well framed, isn't it?
The use of oranges here is appreciated.
It is, because it really makes every color look so intricately beautiful together.
I feel like the orange is a very approachable fruit.
I think
I
so
feel like
too.
Pomegranate thinks it's better than everybody, but yeah, I like
think because it is.
Yeah, well, that's probably true.
I'm gonna refresh one more time just because I do want to get one more lull. It's not hitting for me. And the nice part about what's happening here, and the reason why I am so adamant about really getting a complete idea from Firefly is because now AI in Firefly is for commercial use. It's available for commercial use, and so that will allow us to really be able to utilize any and all of these in any way we see fit.
Yeah, just going back to the character that sounds like me but cooler, in just getting options in front of a client. I remember I would spend hours I'd have clients go, well, yeah, just give me anything. and then I would do like, okay, like I'm weird, so I'm just gonna come back with something weird, and then they would send me what they wanted me to go, like what direction they wanted me to go in to begin with, after I'd spent 20 hours on something that they said no to. And so just to kind of streamline that first process of like, let's just all get a sense, I'm your freelancer, you're my client, let's just get a more grounded sense of what my mise en scène is, so to speak. This definitely expedites that process. Yeah, and I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, 100%. And can I also say that I have been using a lot of different AIs, and I don't think I've ever seen an actual word spelled out. So the fact that I see fruit there is pretty impressive.
It's a start, yeah.
It's a start.
Fruit marqué.
Yes.
It sounds French.
Fruit marqué.
Fruit marqué.
Okay, so I'm kind of loving the one all the way to the right. And I know it's probably the most simple, but it just is giving me a little bit more like cleanliness and potential later use for Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok, because these pieces in there will be able to move later. That's kind of my hope.
It reminds me of like those posters that they had like in front of the cafeteria in school, like knowing full well I was going to get like a tray of chicken nuggets, like please 8-year-old Torrin eat something that was at one point like a fruit or grew.
Absolutely. You're so funny. Okay, so I'm just going to choose this one, and I'm excited about this one because it's just got such beautiful composition.
It's well balanced.
The fruits look beautiful. It's even got kind of like a type that I may use at some point, and I'll show you how that's going to happen. And among all else, I think I'm also seeing the future. As I said, I think it's really important to think about how those other pieces can move, because when I'm bringing it into Adobe Express later, especially pulling that PSD into Adobe Express, all those different layers are going to be able to be moved, and I'm already imagining that these fruits or the words or different things can kind of bounce up and down or do a little something. Yeah. So that's kind of the vision that I see here. So I'm going to go ahead and just check out a few of these options here just in case I want to do anything. Now, I'm only doing this just to show you what's in there, and I really don't need to use it right now, but I'm just going to show you anyway. When I go into Edit, Adobe Firefly, you'll see Generative Fill or Show Similar, right? And then it can do more in Adobe Express. I could apply filters, I could remove the background, I could add text in more.
So many options.
Isn't that amazing that we have all those options and they are inside the web app? So I'm just going to save this first. Download. We've got the content credentials. You know why the content credentials are so important, don't
Please,
you?
no, talk me through that, please.
Well, they're very important because at the end of the day, authenticity is key.
I think that's at the start of the day for me. Right
At
when
the
I wake
start
up, I'm
and
real.
the end. And I think, especially in this day and age, we're in such a strange time with so much misinformation and disinformation and confusion that we can only hope that there are these amazing opportunities for us to tell if an image is real or not. So, those content credentials are really important for behaving for anyone and really everybody to understand that whatever image we're pulling out and sharing will, be said to be AI. And so that's what I love about Adobe, honestly, because there's so many things at the end of the day that, are really interesting and difficult about AI. And a lot of people talk about it. There's a lot of different things you can say about, artists maybe having difficulty with work or, all these different things that they say. But I think it's amazing that they have the ability to pay the creators that the stock is based on, or that the generation is based on. They actually sent out those payments today, which is amazing. Yes. And so that, for me, is what's so crucial. It's not just about, Adobe adding themselves into this entire new thing that's happening. It's about allowing us to make it right. How do we really make this into as ethical as possible. And so that's kind of what, in essence, all of that is about. So
yeah, just like kind of future-proofing both ends of the relationship between creator and the recipient, or rather the audience. Is pretty forward-thinking in a way that I find impressive.
Agreed. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and open this. And I just want to make sure.
This is the bravest thing I've seen all week. Just somebody opening their recent downloads
but you have to,
on the
because
live stream.
this is
Not me. Not here.
But this is the Adobe computer, so we're fine. But the one thing that I just want to make sure that when I drag this image in here, that I'm not going to open up the Finder, and I don't know what else is in there. So I'm just going to go here, and it opened. Thank you, Jesus. Okay, so
Praise be.
So we have our template, basically, that we're calling it here in Photoshop, and I'm just gonna start recreating it. And the fun part is that I love that it's a piece of art, that it's graphic, but I want the brand to have something that's more realistic, right? So potentially, I think what's going to happen is I would love to recreate every little different piece of this in the web, potentially, and then maybe we'll pull it into generative fill as well down the line. But I just want to show how you can kind of create different isolated, stock, realistic images without needing to go outside of your comfort zone. So I'm gonna go right back in here, go back into our generate. I'm just gonna clear this out. And now I'm gonna go to square, photo, and one of the first kind of fruits that I'm really seeing is an apple. I know we talked quite a bit about orange, but that's like the finale.
They're just so approachable. No one's like, oh, I don't like oranges. You'd have to be a sociopath to not like oranges.
I had someone I know doesn't like oranges.
Well,
I don't want to
I'm
name
glad they're
names,
out of your life, because we
but
don't even know who they are
no, they're
anymore.
still in my life.
Oh, well, goals for 2024. Cut out the toxicity in our inner circle. It's growth.
It's my fiance.
Oh, well, then I've never liked oranges, and I fully support not ever eating them ever again. That's how I've always felt. Authenticity, start at the day.
Okay, so I'm getting a little thing that says prompt is too short. The only reason why I put apple in here is because I want to be really specific, okay? The reason why you have to be specific about what you want. So I put apple in here, right? It's giving me apple pies. I want an apple isolated. Now, it's going to give me a true apple. Look at that.
That's a real apple.
That's a real apple.
Those are real apples.
Apple and AI, but it's giving real apple. So you see in here, we've got our apples, different types, different shapes. I don't know if I want a different style or color tone. Maybe I wanted a little bit more vibrant, since that is kind of what we anticipated. Now, I am having a blast here, just generating things willy-nilly, okay? Don't willy-nilly it later, because they'll add up real quick. Because right now, it's Firefly is available, but of course, starting November 1st, credits will be implemented, and we'll start learning how that will change the way we create. Now, I'm going to go now into here, drag my fruit, boop, boop, boop. We've got our fruit. And what about this fruit do you notice? It's not a trick question, I promise.
It's not a transparent background?
That, 100%.
Okay.
But also, most importantly, there's no watermark. There's no watermark.
No
I
watermark.
could have said that for the other one, but I just want to say it for this one.
Yeah, no. That was a trick question. That was
It was a trick question. I'm so sorry I lied to you.
Oh, that's all right.
But I think the coolest part, obviously, with Firefly out of beta is that now we've just got our images ready to go. Don't have the watermark. Okay, so you'll see I've got that background, like Torrin said, but I want that out. So let's go ahead and remove background. Boom. Boom. we've got our apple. So what I'm gonna do also right now is just change this to temp. Now, as I was talking to Jesus on our live, he was like, you should have, it's really important to have like a background in traditional art and blah, blah. And I'm like, I'm self-taught. And what I also told him was that the way that I have learned design was not good. To the point where I didn't use masking for a very long time. I was a destructive editor, you guys. I was just erasing stuff.
Happens.
And can I tell you why?
Please do.
Because I've been an iPhone creator for over a decade, 12 plus years, and there hasn't necessarily been an app where, unlimited layers, any of that kind of stuff. So I've always had to limit myself by creating on my phone.
You were not limited. You were taking a different path.
So that's funny that you say limited, because the first thing that I did at Adobe Max, I had like a talk during 2020 when it was online.
Small
and they
flex.
Did it. Yeah, it was a small flex, whatever. But the whole message behind my talk was that my limitations are my inspiration. And the only reason why I am a creator today is because I started with my phone. I didn't wait for that perfect moment. I didn't wait for that perfect, technology. Whatever I thought I needed to get started, I didn't need. Whatever I had was what I could use. And I don't really know the point of that, but I felt like that was. If you see anything,
we're very similar in that regard. We both got our starts on our phone. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we both dislike oranges, and we both started our journeys on our phones.
Of course, I like oranges, by the way. My fiance doesn't.
Oh man, okay. We both love people who dislike oranges. Is what I meant to say, and always have.
Of course. Okay, so that being said. Obviously, when I am in the program, if you guys have any tips, tricks, things that you think that I should be doing, please tell us in the chat, because I love to learn. I was learning with Jesus the whole time. I was just like, dude, you are a genius.
Jesus, first of all, I met him in the lobby maybe, 2 hours ago?
Yes.
I was like, Jesus, can I just tell you everything that I've experienced in life? Because you seem like you're a great listener.
He is a great listener.
That you got to stream with Jesus, because he seems like, I just want to tell him my story. Like, I got dumped in 8th grade, and by a girl named Courtney Ego, and I never got over it.
We literally were talking about that in there. Not about you and the breakup, but, just like life.
Yeah.
He's really easy to talk to, extremely easy.
He seems like he listens because he cares.
Yes. Okay, so what I basically did is I just copied like the color of the background for this fruit market and just put it in there. So I'm just going to lock that up. Make sure it doesn't move around. So basically what I'm doing, as you can tell, is I am just recreating this image. And by the time, hopefully in the next 20 minutes or less, I will have this somewhat finished in the way that I can imagine. And then I'm going to bring it into Adobe Express. So we're just going to keep piecing away. And it's almost like I've shot these little images. And I know for a fact, as I said in my character, the person came to me for the fruit market. He said, I want real fruit, all right? I want real fruit on there, and I want people to want that fruit, and it's going to needs to look delicious. So now my next step is let's see if we can create like a little bowl of some sort of these fruits. What do you think those fruits should be? Are those blueberries or peaches of some sort? Feels like that.
I was gonna say maybe a blueberry, or a raspberry, perhaps. Yeah.
So let's go. We're gonna mix it up because we're gonna mix them together. So let's go blueberry, peach. What else was on there? Looks like raspberry for sure, like you said. Raspberry. How do you spell raspberry? It's almost like that, where it's like Wednesday or like
spelling
champagne.
live on a live stream. People don't understand. This is bravery at its
Of course,
highest.
Absolutely. How are we feeling in the chat? I feel like is that the chat down there? Or is that the chat up there?
They're both chats.
Oh, they're both chat.
Everybody's been super encouraging.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, Adriano, doesn't matter where you started, it's where you are right now, and more so where you plan to take yourself as a creative.
Yes.
So if you were destructive in the beginning, no sweat, you made it here.
See where I'm at? I'm on Adobe Live, you guys. I work at Adobe now. Like, I was a destructive editor. Anything is possible.
It's not surprising whatsoever. You're so talented.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Okay, so we've got this interesting looking little fruit plate. I like this one, to be honest. This one's
It's like a nice little like parfait that you'd find
Isn't
on
it
Grubhub.
pretty?
It's like, yeah, like I'm gonna need this delivered immediately.
I'm just gonna do this
I'm gonna
one
spend the
'cause
extra
I
$2.99
like
for
it.
priority. Because that's how well plated this is.
I love it. So we are, again, just recreating. Wait, is this a photo? Yeah, it is a photo. It looks kind of like a graphic a little bit.
It's got a little bit of haze to it.
It
which
does
gives,
have
like,
a little bit of a haze,
Yeah.
which I think is
It's a smoky
it's a little different
parfait.
than the apples, but that's okay because we'll figure that out later. Because I know it looks like I'm like a little kid with a collage, but honestly, it's kind of how it is. So let's see if this will actually remove. Oh wow! 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 I'm just gonna put this there for right now. And I know this looks crazy, you guys, but it'll get there. Because you know how you got to clean up your room sometimes, and then it just like you got to put everything everywhere.
Yeah.
And then when you come
I've
back,
had
you
that,
put it.
that specific blend of panic attack. Stop everything. I have to clean my whole room. Yeah. Right now.
I think I know what that is, but I don't want to say what it is. Because I'm the same way.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just get in like, I'm a little ADHD, so
Yeah,
I'm
it's-
like,
I'm very much, yeah, it's like I'm sweating through my shirt. I have to clean up my room. It's the only thing that's going to make this stop.
it's the only way. Okay, so I'm curious, what are those you think? Are those watermelons or are those, because there's these green things right here. I'm just going to blow it up for you guys. You can kind of see what's going on here. There's like these green things. Are they like leaves? They're kind of giving leaf.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to do like lettuce of some sort. But why would there be lettuce at a fruit market?
It's like the leaves that are on the fruit
Oh
vine.
my god, okay. You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
Wait,
like a
fruit
grape leaf.
Leaves
That's where I was getting to.
isolated. Let's
Also, I
see.
feel very validated by the chats right now that are like everybody's sharing their experience of being super destructive at first, like when they first started out.
I'm so happy you guys relate to me.
We're on this journey together.
Okay, look at these. These are kind of pretty and bright and nice. And I know that if I bring it in here, it'll like kind of, but I kind of want like a single, will it give me like one leaf? You know what? Can I show you something too in here?
Of course
Let's
you
go. Let's see. Oh no, it's gonna bring me into Adobe Express. Actually, let's just see. Oh yeah. Okay.
Misty with the pro tip. You can buy lettuce at the farmer's market. I really like, I'm going to start going to the farmer's
Can
market.
buy
and report
lettuce.
back. Yeah, because I never go.
And I keep calling it a fruit market. It's easily a farmer's market, you guys. See, that's the difference that I'm making here is that farmers is all good things.
Oh,
Like you can do candles, you can do honey, you can do clothes.
I always like the woman with the jewelry lady is always my favorite. She's so
Absolutely.
wholesome.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys just saw what happened, but I got rid of the background in actual Firefly on the web. So I basically just, and I'll show you maybe again. Can I go back and do it again? No, I'm not gonna do that. Okay, so I'll just show you what it looks like here. So I'm in it, I click edit, boom, boom, come back,
Boom,
click
boom.
background, and now I've got my leaf. So that's amazing, and I could download that. And you know what's cool, you guys? It's a PNG. So when I pull it in, it's gonna be ready to go. Oh, let me make sure this is done. Drag her in. Oh no! She wasn't. That's fine, you guys. I don't know the answer to why that wasn't like that, but that's okay.
I'm just so impressed that when you're dragging and dropping it, it's a layer onto this and not like a new window. I can't seem to like master why that is for me, but whenever I drop a new image in, it's like, oh, here's a brand new
Interesting.
PSD file. I know it's something I'm doing, or rather something I'm not. So I'm just impressed with your
Well,
your
thank
skill
you.
set there.
That means a lot. I'm actually also doing this without a mouse. I know I could have used a mouse, but I was just like ready to go. So that's what's happening. Also, I think my nose is running. So if you see any drippage,
I will make sure to wipe.
you let me know.
I'll just do a silent, like, nobody will notice.
Just wipe it across my face.
I'm a new
and
dad,
don't
so
say
anything. That does not bother me at all.
Okay, so right now I'm just gonna do a little bit of light rework. Oop, we want to go the other way. Black removes and mask. So now you guys are kind of seeing where my noob is. So we're just gonna mask this little part here. And keep our fruits a-growing. I'm just gonna move this around. Is this like a mint leaf? What kind of leaf is this?
It looks like a grape leaf.
A grape leaf.
For my limited leaf knowledge.
Absolutely.
I'm always so impressed with people who just like know plant names like off the top of their heads.
Oh, don't even get me started on that one.
Yeah, it's like plant names and like dog types, like cat types. People just like know. And it's like, when did we learn all this?
I'm kind of a cat type, but I'm also not at all.
I don't know anything about any like breed of cat or dog. Like I wish I did. I'm so impressed with people who are like encyclopedic.
Encyclopedic. I don't think I've ever heard that word being used, but I really like it. I now strive to be encyclopedic.
I think you already are.
You think so?
Yeah, with Photoshop and the creative process, you are encyclopedic.
I like it. And I'm a little bit
you,
better
Misty,
with Grammarly.
Yeah, thank you, Misty, for the shout out for being a new dad. My daughter is 18 months, so it's relatively new. Yeah, she said her first sentence not too long ago. She's very independent, so you can't feed her, like she has to feed herself, and she loves goldfish, and so she's always toting around like a family-sized bag of goldfish. And she was walking into my office like about a month ago, and she dropped her family-sized bag of goldfish, and they just went everywhere. And she goes, "Oh shit!" I was like, "Oh shit!" She's like, "Oh shit!" There we go. I'm a new dad.
How did she know that?
Yeah, no, having kids is a real reflection into like what your habits are. She's been doing this lately. She goes, "That's like, do I do that to people? Like, am I rude? Like, am I low key?
Am I rude?
Like, am I kind of like unpleasant because I'm doing this to people all the time?" So I gotta work on my approach.
No. Okay, so we have got our leaves in, which is nice. I feel like I've kind of put them all in the way that I think they seem kind of fit. I see some green beans in here, so let's get crazy with the green beans. Green beans. And then once we get our green beans in, we can hopefully start putting the rest in and get to our text. And then we pop right into
Those are
Adobe
some very
Express. These are serious green beans.
Those are
These are
serious. Yeah, those are serious green beans.
I'd eat these.
Those are already washed. So like on the bag it says triple washed. You just eat them right out of the bag.
That is. Do you still not wash it when it says that?
Yeah.
I trust it. I just
assume. Yeah, like they sold it to me.
They...
It can't be poison.
For some reason, in the back of my mind, I'm like, maybe I should still try to wash it.
No, I got time for all that.
All right, so we've got content credentials applied and pulling the green beanies in. Now, these green beans are a little bit different than the guys we had there, but as I said, my guy wants me to keep it realistic, right? So I'm just going to pull the green beans up to the top of the layers.
Yeah, your client was very adamant about these fruits and veggies had better be photorealistic,
They better be
or
real.
I'm going to flip a desk over at the farmers market offices.
You see what I'm saying? And I don't want him to do that because it's very important that we keep his sanity. So we have a mango. How we feeling, folks? All is well?
Unknown browsers. Yeah, no, it's definitely, you learn very quickly that your kids are sponges, and so you really have to monitor like your own like perks and like behaviors and what you do. So
I saw like a reel of this little kid. He had like his arms behind his back and he's walking like thinking like
an
this.
old man.
Yeah, and then I guess they showed how like the grandfather walked like that too. And I was crying. I definitely cried. Okay, so this mango's like a little colored. I kind of want like a little yellowish. So let's go with a yellow. Oop, and I spelled it wrong. So let's see if it'll do it. Before you click generate, make sure your words are spelled right, okay?
It's new.
It's still new.
Yeah.
It's still new. So
Does that mean that the mango's ready to be eaten, or yeah, is it like?
I think so.
Okay.
That's what I assume. I think
for
the
me, it's all
yellow
feel.
to me. Well, you have because what I realized what you need to do is you squeeze it, and then a little juice is supposed to come out of the top.
Oh, it's a pro tip. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so that's how you know it's like juicy.
Oh,
But
okay.
sometimes that mine just like goes too far, and it's like way too juicy.
Am I a weirdo? I enjoy a firm mango chunk.
It depends on the firmness, because sometimes you bite into it, it's too...
Like fibrous?
Yeah, it's too fibrous.
It's like I'm eating a sweater in 3D.
It's exactly what it's like.
And I love it. A cold sweater.
Okay, so we've got our mango, and this is like chaotically coming together, but like we just have to do our little final touches to make sure that it doesn't look like we're crazy.
Somebody's asking, how are you getting the photos from Firefly and adding them straight to your Adobe page?
So I am pretty much just downloading them, and then I go to my downloads here, and then I just drag it on over and then place it on top of Photoshop, and then it's ready to go. And so I basically just have to resize, and then I'll just do a little check up there to make sure I'm committed to my choice. And that's how we put her in there. We might use that mango, because is that the same one? Yep. Okay.
I love how adamant Photoshop is about you. It's like, no, tell me if this is the right size before I let you do anything else. And then once you go, yeah, no, this works, then it's like, okay, now you can change the blending.
They're so intense. I love it. Okay, so let's just actually cover this guy up. I'm just gonna push this in there.
Is this for a farmer's market in California? Don't put a mango as there, not grown in CA. I feel like it's flown in.
Flown in. I mean, there may be some GMOs here. I'm not gonna judge. Sometimes, kale has to be made. And did you know kale is GMO?
No.
Did you know that?
No.
Kale is not a natural thing, you guys. And everybody loves kale. Kale is not natural. Kale is not real.
I'm gonna go to the local Whole Foods and just take all the organic kale off the rack and
It's
say,
a
no,
lie.
it's a lie. How
It
dare
is.
you?
It actually is.
Wake up, people.
So we're gonna grab an orange isolated, and you'll notice I keep putting isolated in there, just because it's really important for me and for it to understand that that's all I want. And that's something that I've been doing in even searching for stocks my whole life, is just when I go into a stock, I just, type in, like, especially with giraffes, I do a lot of giraffe edits in my artwork, and I would just specifically say giraffe isolated. And if I did not do the isolation, I'd get group shots, I'd get different things. So I think just isolated is just really crucial to be as specific as possible.
What was the creative path that led you to the use of giraffes?
Oh gosh, that's a great question actually. And yeah, love you. So I think what happened is it was an accident. It was very much an accident, and I was putting a lot of different animals in my artwork, especially because I just backstory. I started on Instagram in very early 2011. I was creating on my iPhone, and I would take photos of the cityscapes, and then I would pull them in the iPhone and do weird stuff to them, like surreal stuff. And at first, I was doing like monkeys and zebras and elephants and stuff like that. And I just put a giraffe in one day, and people were obsessed with it. And there'd be time passing where I wouldn't put a giraffe, and they'd be like, "Where's the giraffe?
Where's the giraffe?"
And I'd be like, "Oh my god!" So now it was like a friend to us. It still is. It's a thing now. People send me pictures of giraffes. People give me gifts of giraffes, and it really just started from people just asking me. And I think down the line I started understanding really how important it was that it was just about how beautiful giraffes look in cityscape compositions. Because you think about just the way a giraffe is so tall, and it's just this beautiful, bright looking kind of thing, but then at the same time you contrast it with these very tall, kind of dark, gritty kind of buildings, and I think something like that to people just, I don't know, signified beauty and essence and like some kind of human element to understanding what we're all doing here.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like the deep end of it, and
No, I super appreciate that. Thank you for sharing.
yeah, no, it's my literal pleasure.
Have you been like invited yet to like interact with the real giraffe? Like,
So I actually did. I dropped an NFT collection in 2022 that was a collaboration with Giraffe Conservation in Kenya.
oh wow.
And so I used their photos to put the giraffes in different places around the country. I went on a 5-city tour, and I was promoting displacement in giraffes, because the giraffe gets displaced, they die, and that's why extinction is coming. And so my idea was, is if I displace myself and put myself in all these different cities in a short amount of time, that I would take photos of these spots and then add the giraffe photos there. And so a huge donation, or a huge part of our sales went back to them. I did interviews with the doctors there who support and are on ground with the giraffes. It's a lot. It was a very beautiful thing, but they invited me to go there, and hopefully soon I will see a giraffe in person.
Oh my God, tell me what they're like. Because
I
sometimes
will.
animals.
Oh, they're kind of scary, but that's fine.
They're super. So like at the local zoo, like one of like the first times like we brought my daughter there, the giraffes were out, and there was like a young baby giraffe. When they run, it's very floaty. You're like, that's so graceful.
They're so cute.
Yeah, how's anything
Well,
so
the
big,
babies
so,
are
like-
cute.
Yeah, but no, I feel like I'd be intimidated in the presence of a real.
Well,
giraffe.
the big ones, I've heard, are fairly violent. They could potentially kind of whip the neck around.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So I don't think that anyone would want to be around them when that happens.
Yeah. I wonder what their temperament's like. I'm very curious. I can't wait to hear. Hopefully you report back.
I will 100% report back. So we're getting somewhere with this, and I'm just trying to pull. See, now I'm having a difficulty. I can't pull it in because this one's still active. So let me try again, and we're almost there to the finish line.
Shout out to Wade for the use of the word fake believe. I wish I had that in high school to describe my girlfriend. So it's super helpful now
Sometimes, Doran,
to be armed with that. Or just friends in general.
I love it.
She goes to a different school forever. And I run her MySpace.
Forever. Her MySpace?
Yeah. No, back in 2006 when I was in high school.
Yo, did you know that, well, you wouldn't have known this, but I was pretty famous on MySpace back in the day when I was like 13. Yeah, and I would sell MySpace layouts to people.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
You're just
and
an entrepreneur.
I had about like 250,000 friends at the time, and I would sell MySpace layouts, and I made a pretty good living doing it, because I would like
Wait, pause.
sell them.
I'm
I was
so-
13.
Can we just pause? At 13, this is like literally
I did
doing like,
say a
like
good living at
like a bombing run on my self-esteem.
don't worry, I became
At
broke again right after that.
At 13, you are literally like demonstrably cooler than I was at 18. So I'm gonna think about that for the next 7 days, and if I never report back in on Slack, now you know why.
Of course.
I'm reporting to HR.
You're so funny. Okay, we're slowly coming out of time a little bit, so I'm just gonna rush through and just show you a little bit of my fave things about all of this. So let's just do one more little end piece. I'm gonna just do watermelon because I can't leave my watermelons out. Watermelon. Boop.
Sorry to cut off your story about your MySpace explosion,
Oh,
but
please,
please don't
no.
ever remind me
Absolutely.
of how much cooler you were in like an actual, objective, quantifiable way.
You're so funny.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
cut watermelon, isolated. I mean, middle school was pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Oh, I need to dig up photos of me in my emo phase. with
I
my-
was emo.
Oh,
no,
yeah,
I
with
had
my-
I had gauges and everything.
You
I
had
had like snake
gauges?
bites. I had
You
both
had snake
sides.
bites?
Yes. Yes.
At
I had
13?
gauges. No, not at 13. At 15 or 16.
Oh,
Not at 13.
okay.
I was in middle school, but then when I was in high school, I was scene.
Okay.
I was a scene kid,
Okay.
and that's how you
Scene.
know it was legit because I said scene.
You said scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, mine was like a My Chemical Romance t-shirt that was
Oh,
4
I saw
sizes
them.
too small.
I saw them in concert with Fall Out Boy.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, I wasn't that cool. I was too busy with my 8 friends on MySpace, not doing anything, and wearing a t-shirt that was for a baby.
Well, at least it
At
was
least
probably
my girlfriend
affordable.
was fake believe.
I can't. Okay, so
It's been a rough day for me here on the live stream.
we've got a lot of your backstory, and I'm really glad because now
We're just
we
getting
know
started,
what.
sister. If we want to get into the real dirt, just you wait until I graduate from college.
You're so funny. Okay, so I'm just gonna do something pretty interesting. I'm just gonna check out if we can find this font anywhere on here, because I would love to see if we can utilize it. So basically, I'm just gonna type
It reminds me of
match
like,
font.
Avatar.
This one.
Yeah.
Let's see what it
Papyrus.
finds. It probably will pull up Papyrus, and I'll be like, oh gosh, no, I don't think we'll do Papyrus today. No Papyrus. Oh, see, this one's pretty cool. Imaginary friend. Yeah.
It's like it knows. It knows about my backstory.
Let's
Fake believe in the
see,
imaginary
brother.
friends. I'm targeted.
All of a sudden it was 24 when MySpace launched. I can't, like, what was it like growing up, like, in the 90s as, like, an adult? Like, I'm like...
Probably
like,
so cool.
Probably so cool. Because
Yeah.
I think about 90s New York, like, if you were in college or in high school in 90s New York, like, jealous. It's like
Imagine
serious...
like having friends and be like, I guess I'll talk to you if I'm by the phone when you call at some point, and otherwise I have no clue what you're doing.
Absolute dream.
You ever see that movie Singles?
Singles?
Yeah, it's like what Friends was based off of.
No, I don't think so.
It's a good watch. A lot of footage from Pearl Jam, like early Pearl Jam, before their Pearl Jam is like at the start of that movie. But that's what I imagine everybody's social scene was like in the early '90s.
Absolutely.
That and the, like Encino Man, like something with Pauly Shore.
Oh yeah, that to me is like the epitome. So I found my type, and obviously this needs a lot more work because we only have an hour. That your girl is not gonna rush it and make you guys miss out on what I'm trying to do in Express. So let's just show you how it's possible to kind of play with what we have already. Now I've got this fruit market text, and I'm going to colorize it as what they... Ooh, let's just lift that one up because your girl can't see that. All right, and I have a feeling it's way easier to reference things like this, but I am doing it difficult style today because that's what we about. And then also I think it's really interesting about this is that it does have kind of like this painted kind of effect. But again, I think that would probably be a lot more fun if we weren't going into Express right now. So let me go ahead and just delete our template. And I also want to make sure that if I bring this into, you know what, I'm just going to test this out. Let's go ahead and test this out.
Let's just test it.
Let's see. If I go save as, okay, and I'm going to go to desktop because, again, this is not doing
Like, this is the bravest thing I've ever seen. Because I would have put myself on blast by accident 4 times.
So funny. So I'm going to go into Express. And I don't know what it's about to pull up. Oh, okay. Thank goodness. Oh. Okay, so I will also say that there are some difficulties happening in Express right now. Apparently, there's some CSOs or something like that aren't working. I don't know what that means, but...
Me neither.
Basically, that there's some difficulties with certain types of things that are happening, but we are on top of it. So I am going to now start with creating a... Let's go with social media up here. If it lets me.
And while you're doing that, shout out to Claddy. I see that she has joined the chat.
Yes! Welcome! I don't know.
She has some of the most incredibly well edited Instagrams, like tutorials and like demos for new stuff with Adobe products. Every time she posts, I'm like, oh my goodness, I need to step up my whole game.
Absolutely. I feel the same.
Your reel this morning did that as well.
The reel went crazy this morning. I'm really proud of that.
Yeah, I posted mine 5 minutes before, and then I was like, yeah, everybody's going to think this is the hottest thing ever. And then I saw yours, I was like, son of a goodness. Can't do anything right.
So funny. Okay, so I'm just going to go up to start for my content because Express is giving me some trouble. So we're just going to go ahead and open up our weird little file that we have somewhat created. And it's converting. So this is basically the whole fun thing that I'm really showing you is
This
that
entire workflow.
you can put PSDs in Express.
Which is so helpful,
Which is so
especially for
helpful.
me, yeah. Like, because I hate exporting. So, like, if I change it, so like I'm exporting it to like a smaller size, and like I'll forget to change the settings back when like I need to export like at full, like 100% resolution. So just being able to drop drag, so nice for people like me who are pretty forgetful. And look, all of your layers.
And the font
The
stayed,
font.
and it's here. It's the same font.
Is it live?
Yeah.
It's editable?
It's editable.
Get out of town.
It's editable.
You don't get to go to this
Look
market 'cause
it.
you have to
And you
move.
can change it too. I could change it to a different.
That's incredible.
Okay. This is the first time I did that, so I'm happy about that. Okay, so
Can we text effects this font?
yes, we can. We can do anything, and that's what we're trying to do right now. So let me just make sure that I've got this adjusted again.
Luis Castillo wants to know who you are and where they can find out more about your story, because it genuinely is very inspiring.
Thank you. That means a lot. It really does. Especially after making this strange fruit market poster.
I think it's
I do. 'Cause you know when it's personal to you and you're like, please don't judge me by this.
Oh,
and when
no.
it's yours, you gotta be like, all right. But man, where do I even start? I mean, I've been a designer since I was 8 years old. I owned my first website by the time I was 10. Taught myself HTMLs. Then I got on MySpace and
You just
helped other people.
way more popular than me to this day.
No.
It's awesome. No, it's fine.
See, this is, we're just
I
gonna
find
trade Ls.
validation in my solidarity.
In your solidarity?
Because there's so much of it.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm usually pretty alone. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. But these people check in.
So, yeah, I mean, I to be honest, and then I got started on Instagram when I was a college dropout. I found Instagram with nothing to my name. I was a college dropout. I was homeless. I had no money, no job, no nothing, no computer. And I went on Craigslist and I found a broken iPhone 4 and I signed up for Instagram and posted. And that's how we're here today, which is crazy. But
amazing.
that's why I always just...
You've earned it.
Thank you. I just want to iterate to people. It's not about that perfect moment. Please start where you are with these amazing programs, with these amazing things that we have in our palms now. I mean, when I first started on my phone, we did not have these apps. We did not have these abilities. I really, again, was working in this destructive mode where I didn't have any ability to really do anything I wanted to do. So it's just really so inspiring to be able to have fun and do these amazing types of things. I wonder if I can do a little text effect to this. Let me see. Maybe if I can add one or do it to this. Let's see. Fruit. Give me some fruit. Give me some fruit. Can you see it? I think the font's too small. But you see the little fruits in there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't it so cute?
It's in there.
They're so cute.
They're like little baby fruits.
They're adorable. I love them.
Just little niblets of fruit.
Oh my god.
Fruit
I'm like
niblets.
literally tearing up. You see?
She actually literally is tearing up.
I cry about everything, even if it's like the cutest little thing. I'm like, oh my. Okay, so we've got our text effect, and this is really what I wanted to show you guys. You know, I know we rushed through this a little bit.
You
but
really are crying over this, how cute this fruit is. You know what gets me? Just so like we can be on even terms. Like the America's Got Talent, like Golden Buzzer compilations. I don't survive 2 Golden Buzzers before I'm like drenched in tears.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's like these people are like living their dream. Like, yes, I can't do it. But yeah, this as well. Very moving.
Oh my gosh. Oh, there was a movie that I watched recently that was pretty tough, but Guardians of the Galaxy. Did you see the new one?
No.
You guys, don't give anything away in the chat, but if you've seen it, let me know if you cried because, whew, serious. Okay, so let me show you really quick just some fun stuff in Express before we wrap up because I know we don't have much time. This is my favorite part. We've got these amazing animations you've already seen. I've made my fruit text so fun. And now if I want to put some fruit in, we could drop it in. make it kind of interesting. I don't think I want the fruit
The flicker?
to flicker.
It's a
You ever
neon
seen a
sign.
flicker apple? So let's put the grow in. Yeah. I mean, you guys hopefully get the gist of these amazing opportunities that you can really experience within Express, within Photoshop, within Firefly. I hope I've opened your mind and inspired you to really think outside the box. And remember that we're in commercial use.
Yeah, we're commercial use.
Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Use it up.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Take care, everyone.
Posting. Hi everyone, welcome back. We're here. I'm so happy that we've been on the chat almost all day. I've seen a few familiar chat names in there, so keep it up. We're here with Andrew Hockrattle.
Hi. It's going to be a fun day, but I do want to jump in. This is live. This is Adobe Live, and we are usually live from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. every single day. And someone's saying two things. What is this? That's what this is. This is Adobe Live. Today we're going to be using Adobe Firefly, and I'm going to show you like a million ways to do a million things. But we do have a question from Creative Expressions do you have a list of everything going on that's covered in advance? Yes, schedule slide. There we go. So this is everything that is coming up right now. We're at 2 p.m. Pacific time. Endless variations in Illustrator is what we're doing. After this, create stunning designs in Illustrator. And then at the end, the magic of generative AI in Photoshop and Illustrator. So all that stuff.
All that.
Content.
Definitely keep up with that.
Content for you. Okay, so.
What are we up to today?
Y'all, I know that if you've seen a design stream, you're used to seeing Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign. Today we're working with spreadsheets. I know that that is like the craziest thing to talk about, but I'm going to show you how to make endless variations in Adobe Illustrator using Generative Recolor, spreadsheets, and the variations tool. I haven't seen anyone do content on variations, so we're doing variations.
Okay.
It's going to be a lot. In chat, if you have questions about Firefly, if you have suggestions about what you want to see, if you are stuck on a project and you need help, I'm here to help you.
If you have theories about what Andrew's up to, definitely drop them in the chat.
Yes.
Let's see who guesses it right.
Okay, so let's do this. What we're going to do is we're going to start out and everything's going to look really bad until it doesn't. And that's the magic of using Generative Recolor here in Adobe Illustrator, is I'm going to throw everything into a random color. So I just need to make sure that they are different colors, and I'm not paying attention to any color harmonies, making sure it's readable, because Generative Recolor is going to do that for me. Now, this is where it gets fun. Chat, if you can give me some 2 or 3 word phrases that we can incorporate, it's going to help us a lot in the workflow today. But right now we have 3 different, or actually we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 5 different phrases here. And this is the way that you need to lay things out, is think about it as
so organized.
Puzzle pieces, right? It feels nice.
You think you're chaotic, but actually this is pretty organized.
It's so organized. I love a good spreadsheet. So what's going to happen is think of each line as a design, right? And so we're going to use typography. We're going to use Illustrator to flow these in. So each line is going to be its own design, and each of those words will be flowed into Illustrator seamlessly so that we can have a bunch of variations. So we have stay happy, stay creative, kind and creative, get inspired, and inspire your friends.
Oh, nice.
It's a good start, right?
It's a great word soup.
Yes. So we're going to start there, and someone says pink elephants are fun. I love this chaos. Okay, so what we're going to do is we have our columns, word 1, word 2, word 3, and we are just going to save this as a CSV file. So we're downloading as a CSV right here, and it is downloaded. Great. And now I can come into Illustrator, and we're just going to show you real quick how this CSV, this spreadsheet, turns in to a design. So the first one, what we're going to do is we're just going to type in word 1. And let's get this in a color. There we go. Great. And remember, it's going to look bad until it doesn't. And let's find just a fun font here.
Trust the process.
Trust the process. I'm actually know that I'm just going to use Hobo. I think that it's going to be really fun for this. So right there. So we've got word 1, and then we want to do word 2, and then maybe word 3. We'll see what happens. Word 2.
We have some words in here already. Banana, silly, dark, minimal, techno.
Ooh. See, chat. Yeah, you think that you're giving me suggestions for our colors. We're actually making designs with these words. So we'll use some of these to generate the color schemes, but we're gonna make sure each of these is a different color. All right, and with just a few clicks here, this is not readable, but we are going to take all of the things on these spreadsheets and put them in, and they will become designs.
I'm
Magic,
following. I'm
right?
following.
So check this out. What we're going to do is right here, we're going to select all of these, and I'm going to turn on the variations. So right down here, variables. So variables makes it so that each of those words in our spreadsheet is going to be assigned to one of these 3 words in Illustrator. So we are going to hit import, and I am going to grab right here our spreadsheet that we just created. Hit open. That's an interesting development.
I think I've done this once in InDesign.
Yes, this is very much an InDesign workflow. I'm going to rename that sheet and just make sure to see if that helps us here. Quotes, CSV. Let's see here.
So many words coming through.
Data
Pixel,
source.
candy, chaos, war. I love all of these words also for your prompt generation.
Yes.
In Photoshop.
I do as well. It's
I'm gonna
not.
make a spreadsheet on my own.
Yep, it's not working because I can't have blank spaces. See? Look at me.
There you go.
We're learning
Troubleshooting.
together. So let's try this one more time. We are going to download this as quotes final.
XSV.
And I'll just delete those. So CSV
CSV.
right there. And now I should be able to import, come down here, quotes final, open. Andrew. I'm so... Okay, well, I know that this one works because this is what I was practicing with. There we go. Don't know why. But we have stay happy always. There are 2 variations in this. So what I can do is I can select this first word, and then we can select the column that it is in, and we can, boom, assign that. So all it is this little button, Make Text Dynamic, is going to help us assign each of these to one of the variables. Oops.
So I imagine you should be able to change that word in the
Yes.
worksheet and then still have it applied.
Yep, so check this out. Now, these are each assigned to a specific word. And so when I click, and I can do data set 1, be creative forever, data set 2, don't forget creativity. And so
Magic.
each of these is going through. So I am going to go back here, and I really want to make this work.
This makes me just want to like create invitations, business cards, things just to create different variables, different variations.
Yes. Okay.
Makes my design.
So this is really good for name tags, actually, is
Name
what I use
tags.
it for a ton, is making just unique little name tags. All right, let's see if I can change the
Carolyn.
data set.
Design, eat, repeat. Yep.
Yes.
That's a great t-shirt right there. Pixel mixing.
All right, chat, let's give it one more shot here. We're going to import that CSV. Hold on, cross your fingers. Please work this time. Yay! It worked. Okay, so now we can assign word 1 is going to be right here. That is assigned to word 1. Word 2 is going to get assigned as well. Oops. I want to make sure word 2 is selected there. And word 3 is selected on our little panel as well. All right, so now I can come into my data set. You see we have 5 lines. Those are the 5 different words sets that we have. And now stay happy, stay creative, kind and creative, get inspired, inspire your friends. So super quick, super easy. What we're gonna do now is we are going to add some effects to these to give it a little bit of spice for each one. So we're gonna turn this off, turn off our preview. We'll just sit with data set 1, I think is good for now. And we're gonna select the top one, and we are gonna add effects. So any effect that we add to this type will stay anytime that we do anything to it. So we're gonna do warp, and I'm gonna do...
So you can change the word and the effect will populate.
Yes.
Will still be a smart effect.
Yes. So let's do wave. Let's get it way more wavy. Looks good to me. Let's do one down here. Warp. Let's do...
For those of you just joining the chat, we're experimenting with Andrew in Illustrator. And with a bit of a plot twist, we're using spreadsheets.
Yes, spreadsheets. Okay, so this looks good. In this lower one, I'm going to add an effect there as well. Let's do rise, I think. Let's do way less.
I know it always goes all the way to the other side.
It does. Okay, so you can see we have one design here. Looks pretty okay, but I think the stay happy we can kind of work with. But with those effects, check this out. It is keeping those effects through each of the data sets. And so if you want to have some like weird wonky type, it is going to keep that on every single one that you generate, which is really cool. So we're going to now use Generative Recolor to select these. Go to Edit, Edit Colors, and Generative Recolor. And what were some of the suggestions we had? I think...
The words.
Yes.
We had design, eat, repeat. We had dark, minimal, techno.
Ooh, I like that one. So we'll do dark, minimal, techno.
Dun, dun, dun.
Right?
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
That looks a little bit more legible than the previous one.
Ooh, I'm not mad about that. Okay, so this looks pretty good. So what's great is now I can just make a copy of this and pull it over to the side, right? So we're gonna leave that over there, and I think it looks fine. And I'm actually going to make outlines of this by hitting Command-Shift-O. And that only affects that one. And so now I can come back over here, and you'll see I can cycle through to my next variable, and now I have another version of that poster, right? And so the same thing, I can select this, and then go to Edit, Edit Colors, Generative Recolor, and we can do another version of it.
This would be great to creating like emblems, like special tailored emblems for, I don't know, maybe a wedding or a design of that, something that's encompassed into a single one, and just change the words every single time. Change the color.
Yes, let's do that real quick. That's a great idea. So we're just gonna do a type on a path here. This is actually gonna work really well. And I'm going to grab my circle, grab the type tool, and I'm gonna hold Alt or Option, and then click on right there, right on that line. And so I'm gonna type in word 1 here. I need to increase the size of that quite a bit.
Annika's a fan. She said, I love variables and data merge. Sorry, not sorry.
Yes, it's great. So I'm using the align to path, or type on a path, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Sometimes it gets a little finicky. There you go. And I kind of just like shake it around until it works. I don't have a better workflow for you, chat. That's just how it works. And so we are going to
push it into submission.
Yes, exactly. type on a path options, and we are going to align this to the center right here. So that looks good. I am needing to format all of this as we go. So I'm just kind of keeping in mind what the formatting needs to look like. And then I'm going to go into outline mode, Control or Command Y, and create a nice little border around this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to make this a compound path. Command 8 is the hotkey for that. Let's make it blue. And right there. All right, that looks pretty close to good. I want to make sure it's kind of centered in there. Yeah. All right, so let's make this green. And then let's do a copy. And this is where we're going to start plugging in those extra words. So we can copy, and I'm going to go to Edit, Paste in Place. This is a great idea, actually. Oops. Especially if you're in marketing and you're doing like a bunch of different things, or like have a lot of different copy. We're going to do word 2 here.
Or just often we find ourselves remixing a design so that it still has a refresh, but you don't have to do the legwork from scratch.
Yes. All right, so 1, let's do that. 2, oops, I need to grab the other one. Let's move that, word 2.
Somebody's word was, get this, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Oh, that's a lot.
Oh my God, I did it.
Stay happy, stay creative. Cool. So this worked, and this is a really, really smart workflow. So if we want to create a bunch of different badges, I'm actually going to turn on Open Type right here, sorry. I'm going to go to my type options, and we are going to make this all caps. Cool. And then let's make those larger. Great. And then if I wanted to add like some little dots, some fonts have that, and you can select your type and go to type and then open up glyphs, and it will show you everything that is in that font.
Oh.
Ooh, it has this little like...
So it has extra characters.
Yes, that's really fun.
Perfect.
So I'm going to add in this extra little character right there, and I think that it will stay...
It's like its version of a bullet, Shift Command A.
Yes. Oh, I'll need to do that separately,
That's
which is fine.
interesting because, yeah, font families often have those extra glyphs, but we don't ever use them because we don't see them in our keyboard. But
yes,
this makes them visible.
Yes, and it's really, really helpful to be able to see everything that is available to you.
Especially if you paid for the font.
Yes, exactly. Get your money out of that font. All right, so we've got Stay Creative. So what I'm going to do is I am going to shrink this down 1, and then we are just going to make a few copies of this. And each time that I want to kind of lock it in, I can just outline, and then I will go to the next piece. Oh, did I lose it? I lost it. Why did I lose it? Oh no, it's staying down there, but I want it up here. Oh,
You
chat.
have to relink it.
Sweet, sweet little chat. All right. Yep. Okay. It was relinked. All right. Well, we're going to keep this one here. Stay happy. Looks good to me. So we can do this. This is the best for doing name tags, or even like you can flow in like images and stuff as well. But let's go ahead and
Refresh the color.
yes, let's refresh the color. So we can go here again, edit.
Somebody said it looked like a lifeguard, one of those lifeguard savers.
Ooh, fun. So let's go maybe like beach lifeguard.
Beach. Those tan color palettes. Sometimes I just add like terms like monochromatic or even just triad color palettes. Even just inserting that word alone can give you different results.
Also, let's do this. So if we have something like this, and let's actually move down here, we have multiple colors. If we have something like this that we want to be in like a triad, you can use Generative Recolor, or you can go to Edit, Edit Colors, and then Recolor Artwork. You can actually set right here that you want it to be a certain amount of colors, or you can set like a certain style, all that. So I do want this one to be 4 colors right there. And then down here, we can kind of click and drag, and you'll see that you can lock it in and kind of explore different color palettes by just clicking and dragging around. I like this one a lot.
When you go from generative, because I see Generative Recolor right there.
Yep.
If you pick one, you can then specify it.
Yes.
And be like, okay, I like that yellow, but not really that yellow. Maybe I can just change the 1 hex.
Yep, so we got trippy disco lights, and this is a little intense for me, but what's cool is I can unlock right here, and the reason it doesn't work is this green. But if we pull it into a triad and it goes blue, now it's great, right? And you also can change the prominent colors. So maybe we want more yellow. You can grab that and it will start to incorporate more of that yellow, more of that pink. You can play around with customizing your different colors, which is really cool.
And getting like familiarized with just the color wheel and what generative color is creating.
Yes.
It's almost like reverse engineering color theory.
It really is. Okay, chat. So what we're going to do is let's go ahead and create some stuff. And we're just going to create a type poster maybe and play around with some colors here in Adobe Illustrator. So chat, what do we want this to say? We need an inspirational phrase.
We need one of those. I mean, are we going to dare to supercalifragilistic? No.
I mean, we can.
Cat. Candy Pixel Chaos War. I kind of like that one. Pixel Candy.
Ooh, Pixel Candy?
Pixel Candy, like a...
Ooh, Pixel Candy is kind of fun, like just as like a thing. Yeah. Okay, we're going to do Pixel Candy.
If I had a store that sold digital goods.
Pixel Candy.
Pixel Candy.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm going to show you, chat, this is a quiz for you. What is terrazzo? Give me a definition for terrazzo. Do you know what terrazzo is?
No, you're...
Ooh. Okay, so terrazzo. I'm going to show you a technique for it. Terrazzo is basically like actually, terrazzo is a lot like my shirt, to where it's a spackling of different things, but they don't touch. So they look like they go together, but they're not overlapping or touching each other.
So it's a pattern.
Yes.
Pollock
in
the digital realm.
What we're going to do is we are going to grab our pen tool and create some utter chaos here. We are going to grab pen tool and just click everywhere. So we're just clicking randomly, creating a lot of intersections, and you want to make sure that you are creating as many intersections as you can going across the area that you kind of want. So you want to make sure as you click through, there are no areas that are too big or too small.
I think Pollock would be proud of this process. Just like go for it.
Yes.
All over, just the canvas, don't limit yourself, and then just creating cross points looks like it's the key.
Yeah, so it's creating crosspoints. So we're all over the place. This is totally insane. And someone says it sounds like a burrito. Yes, it is definitely a burrito. So what I can do is now I select both of these, and we're going to go into the Pathfinder panel. So Window and then Pathfinder. And then I'm going to click right here on the first one, which is Divide. And what that does is it has now divided all of those pieces into separate pieces, right? So what I can do is I can just grab my direct selection tool, and I'm going to go around the edge, and you'll see that it made these weird shapes. We're just going to delete everything around the edge. And I'm just hitting delete twice there to get those. Boop, boop. And then one more down here. Boop, boop. And you can see now we have all of these unique kind of shapes. Now, here's what we do. Chat, you've probably scaled stuff before, but what we're going to do is we are going to go to Object, Transform, and Transform Each. And now instead of transforming it all together, it's going to transform each of these individual pieces. And check this out. We can simply click right here on Random, and it is going to randomly shift all the pieces to the minimums and maximums. So we want this to maybe be 70%. There we go. And then move, we don't want any move. Rotation.
It looks like a map
360.
almost.
Yes. So
An aerial
now,
view.
if we hit random, it is going to randomize the rotation on those as well as the sizing and scaling, right? Which is really cool. So I'm actually gonna take this down to like 40 and see what happens there.
Somebody said it reminded them of Italian tiles.
Yes, Italian tiles are definitely a terrazzo kind of pattern. So I really like the way that it's randomizing these. There's a couple that are too big. So we're gonna hit OK, and then we're gonna delete kind of these ones that are giant, or go in here and kind of do this sort of thing.
I wonder what they would look like if you like select them all and curve those edges, and it would be like a curvilinear version of, what is it, terrazzo?
Yes.
Sounds like an Italian dish.
It does. So we're just gonna select all of them. We're gonna go to Effect, we're gonna go to Stylize, and we're gonna do round corners. I like to just set this at like 100. And then hit OK. There we go. Now we got a lot of really cool blobs.
Now it really looks like what you have on.
Yes. Ooh, I am like kind of obsessed with this. And I'm going to be more obsessed with it because I know exactly where we're trying to go. So the next thing that I am going to do is I'm going to grab...
Where else are we going after
Yes.
it?
We're going to grab a bunch of these, just kind of randomly clicking through and grabbing different pieces. What we could do is just grab the magic wand tool and kind of grab little chunks, but I'm just gonna do selections here. And I'm gonna make each of these a different color, right? And I'm kind of just trying to mix it up a little bit to grab a little variation here. Oh, this is gonna look so good. All right, one there, and then there's a little too much green, so we're gonna do a fourth color. And the reason I'm doing this is I am going to be using Generative Recolor here to do a, like, I want like a 70s inspired, like kind of...
this is giving me Miami vibes.
Yes. So we're gonna do the background, and I do want the background, I know, to be kind of this like light tan color. So we're just gonna make that a light tan color, and then I'm gonna lock it. So now we can select all of our pieces here. We're gonna go to Edit Colors, Generative Recolor, and let's do vintage... space poster 50s.
Oh yes, I love introducing like the 50s and era, like 80s.
Yes.
Gives me different, really cool results.
Yeah, so let's see what happens. Ooh, I like that one a lot.
Oh, I love that.
So I like that. I like that one.
I can see that being repeated on like a blanket, a t-shirt,
yeah,
a pillow.
This is kind of fun.
And just tile it together.
Yep. So let's see. Let's do one more. So I'm just going to click on Generate, and it'll give me a couple more options. I may want to incorporate some orange, and so you can tell it to. That's what I want. Yeah, yes. That's really cool.
I can see that in a water bottle.
Right? And then I can go in here and
rock climbing vibes.
Move these pieces around if I need to, so they're not as overlappy. And what's cool is now I can save this color palette that I just created right over here by just selecting everything and clicking on this little folder. We're gonna name this Vintage Vibes.
So nice.
And now I've got this really nice color palette. Let me unlock the background.
So you can repurpose it in another
Exactly,
design.
yes. So it is from Generative Recolor, but then I'm able to repurpose it for something else. And
Savannah says, very blast from the past.
yes,
vibes.
blast from the past 100%. And someone is saying, I have a question pertaining to the commercial use of generative fill functions. Specifically,
Yeah.
can use images that are some generative fill in stock, like can it be resold in the stock assets? Ooh,
That's a really good question.
that is a really good question. I don't know the answer to that. I think that the answer is yes. Content credentials will be attached to it and it will show that it has been edited with Firefly. I don't know the answer to that.
But it's like a possibility, whether we've explored that possibility or not. I can see how you're saying it just becomes a different criteria of photo. It's an AI edited with content credentials in the metadata. So it's still a valid photo, whether we have a place for it for a stock photography yet. We don't know the answer exactly, but I love where your head is going with this.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Right.
I'll check with the team and try to get back with you. So we are going to use the Generative Recolor that we just had. So we grabbed that palette off of Generative Recolor, created it. Now let's go ahead and come into vectors, and I've just done vintage add here. And I'm gonna try to grab just a cool little vintage add to use. Ooh, these are great. Okay, so these vectors are awesome. And we are going to license this and then bring it over into Adobe Illustrator to make sure that we can use the color palette that we used on this. So we're gonna download, and then we are going to pull that into Illustrator. And this is our color scheme that we made. And so we are going to go on our computer, downloads, and let's find it right there.
Creative Expression says, I can't believe all the fun I've been missing. Yeah, I dare you to do this 5 times faster. This has been such a workflow.
Yes, and if you love this, guess what? We are here every single day from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Doing lots of fun. So this looks pretty good. I'm gonna grab one of these. Let's see if I can just select this one. Yeah. So I'm gonna select this one and we'll bring it over here.
So many layers, it looks like.
Yes, lots of anchor points here. And what's cool is I can assign this color scheme that I just pulled from here using Generative Recolor to this. So if I like something that I've made in Generative Recolor, I always try to save it as a little folder because then I have the colors. And we can go to Edit, we can go to Edit Colors, Recolor Artwork, and from here we can go to Advanced Options, and we can just click right here, Vintage Vibes, and it's going to replace all those colors with our Vintage Vibes. And we can change the order of the colors until we find something that we like. Ooh, I'm not mad about that. So I liked that one, but I want this to be blue. All I need to do is click here and I can drag and put that blue right there. And then that looks good. Maybe the clouds I want to be that gray. And this looks pretty okay to me. So we can hit okay. Looks good to me. And then maybe I want to do another variation with Generative Recolor, right? So we want to do like summer night sunset. So let's do Generative Recolor and do summer night sunset.
It's great for keeping consistency with all your designs. So if you select the color palette and you just want to find different variations of that color in all of your illustrations, it can help create that like brand establishment if you have like different illustrations but the same color palette.
Yes. Faded, vintage, bold, flag colors. Let's see what happens. It's really good at picking up like the general ideas of what you're talking about. Ooh, okay. Okay, a little weird. Ooh, let's do a fall
I think
one.
anything red tends to give me like, okay, yes, I'm hungry. I want some barbecue.
Yes. Let's do Halloween. Let's just do Halloween and see what comes up. So I want some like greens and purples maybe. I know that it's not like
Sometimes
a spooky
I
thing.
put the time of day, so midnight, daytime, summer.
Oh, this is very Halloween.
Yeah.
That's very Halloween. I like that palette a lot.
All of the oranges.
Right? So Generative Recolor here. If you would like to see something or you have a question about anything, go ahead, put it in chat. I want to play around with some texturing techniques using Adobe Firefly in Photoshop. So let me see. Let's do this one. We'll use this here. and I'm going to delete that texture, and we're going to bring this into Photoshop. So I'm just going to copy and paste into Photoshop. Oh, no, it shouldn't be that tiny. That's not where we want it. Let's do this. Let's scale it up here. Let's just do 1080 by 1920. Actually, let's do 18 by 24 in inches. 18, 24. Let's do 300. All right, paste that in there. Looks good to me.
It's vector shape, so it should be fine. I think.
Yes. So here's what we're going to do, is we are going to use Generative Expand to see if we can get some of the pieces, or at least get this a little bit larger. So I am going to crop this in to the size real quick. And then we are going to rasterize this by just going to rasterize layer. And then I'm going to expand to a little bit of a bigger size. So we have our fill here, change to Generative Expand, and we're going to use the crop tool to crop out right about there. And when we hit enter, it should generate the extra part of that. And it usually, I'm saying it, we'll see what happens. It usually does a really good job with patterns that are happening like this. So it may pull some of the helmet, but it may just create some really good patterns for us. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think like resizing illustrations or posters has always been like so time consuming, especially for, you're trying to meet some specs for print, but doing this is so quick and easy.
And you can't even see those seams. Look at how seamlessly it did that. That's incredible. So now I'm going to kind of create some texture. And what I like to do, this is my little hack, is we're going to make a selection, then we're going to fill that with white. We're going to turn everything off, and we're going to fill the white selection with a texture. And here's how we do that. So we're going to use our magic wand tool right here. And I'm just going to make a selection of this kind of yellow that I have here. All these little pieces. And we're going to add in some texture to those pieces. So one more right there. So I'm going to make a new layer, Control-Shift-N. And then we are going to fill that with white. So I'm just using the paint bucket tool to fill that with white. I missed a piece.
Or you can leave it.
Get in there. There we go. All right, and we're going to fill that with white. We got all the pieces. Looks good to me. So now we turn everything else off. Okay, this is the hack chat. Is we are going to make a selection of that helmet of just what we want on white. And then in generative fill, we are going to generate a texture. So not an image, not anything special. We're just going to do like halftone, gritty texture and see what happens.
Wow, that's interesting. I love that you created the selection. I often create textures on the entire canvas and then do a color mode to blend them together. But doing this ahead of time makes sense too.
So we've got something. Ooh, that's going to look cool. Okay.
It's like fabric. Almost.
Yeah, right? So we have this here, which is looking pretty good. And I'm going to turn my other layers back on. And you can see that we have it in that yellow portion. So because it's on white, we have so much flexibility to play around with this. So I'm going to change the blending mode to multiply, and we should get already, it's blending in with that kind of yellow, which looks good. Mm-hmm. So we're going to go ahead and maybe just take the opacity down to like 20. There we go. And we've already got some nice texture happening on that piece right there.
I love that. Yeah, because it all just looks so digital now. It starts to look a bit more analog, and it blends together.
So what we can do as well, and this is a nice little hack that's fun, is we are going to create another selection here. Oops. So we're going to turn back on the white selection that we had here. And we are going to make that selection and then start painting on a new layer. And what we're going to do on this layer is we are going to set it to black. And then we are going to make a super soft brush. So the way to do that is use your bracket. So this is the right bracket. And then you can make it really soft by just bringing the hardness all the way down. So now when I paint, you can see that it's a very soft brush. What we're going to do is we are going to change the blending mode to dissolve and watch what happens here. So we get this really cool kind of stippled effect. And the larger we make this, we can kind of really play around with stippling some of these edges to get this really nice look on the edges, right? So it looks Cool,
It
right?
looks like shading almost. You're creating those highlights and shadows, but with texture.
Yes. So what we're going to do now is it is only, right, we were painting on a blank layer. And so what we can do is we have this texture layer on, but I only want it in the stippling, right, which is going to get really crazy, is we can hold Alt or Option, which is right down here. I'm pointing to it on my. You can Alt or Option, and it's going to lock it onto this layer. So a little hack that I like to do is make a layer underneath my stippling and then merge it down, and it will make it into this nice kind of like offset. And now when I do this, it should
Right in
filter.
between the layers, Alt and Shift.
Yes. So it should filter only into that space.
That's how that's accomplished. I'm always. You can layer so many textures on top, and it just starts to look really robust and more professional.
Yep. Let's see. What do I want to do here? Something isn't quite working right. Let's do this. Let's put it in a group with our selection. There we go. That worked with the stippling. So we had to make it a group, and then I masked it into that selection. You can see that we have this really nice stippling of that texture kind of bringing it into our composition.
So both textures are in one, basically.
Yep. So this texture is the generative fill texture that we had, and then the mask is this kind of shading that we had here. Magic. Okay, let's pivot and do something else. Chat, do you have any questions? Do you have any things you want to know about?
Yeah, I'm super curious, especially seeing our cross application workflow. Do you often find yourself using Illustrator in combination with Photoshop? Do you create your textures natively in Illustrator? What's your favorite workflow? I often find myself using Photoshop for like last minute touches, even if I'm working on a vector file. I love creating a digital piece and making it feel analog before I go to print. That's my personal preference. I know a lot of y'all like vector. Let us know.
And if we wanted to recolor this and make sure that we still had the some of the like blues and reds, we can actually generate here, and let's do like neon future glowing kind of stuff. And we can click here and just add in some colors that we might want. And so maybe we want to include, oh, this has spot colors on it, which is going to be tough. Let's kind of do, we want a red, and then we want to do a blue as well. So we can just use the color picker there to grab the blue. And now when we generate, it's going to include the red and include the blue within my recolor. So there we go. We have the red, we have the blue.
Okay, so if you have brand colors that you want to include by default, that they need to be included nevertheless.
Yes. And I do want to maybe have white in here. I like that we're doing like red, white, and blue full on, but then it says future neon glowing. So it'll incorporate those, but it's still going to try to match the neon future glowing and see how good we can get. All right, that's not bad. That's insane. That's not too bad. I'm not mad about it.
Yeah, I like that one.
Something else you can do is we can simply clip into here and grab a color. So let's say this white color or this like cream color is what we want. We can go to select, same fill color, and then everything is selected that is that color. And I can come over here and I just want to pull that up to a white.
Oh, cool.
And then it will change everything that's that color. So super easy.
So you can modify it.
Yes.
Do you ever bring any of these vector files or vector posters into Express to animate?
Yes, we can do that. Let's see. This is, okay, yes.
I feel like I've been doing that nonstop.
Yes. Okay, let's do
I know
this
is
one.
a complex layers, but oftentimes it does really well with files like that for
Yep,
me.
let's do this one. I'm gonna kill this type and we are going to use this. So I'm gonna get rid of all this type because I don't want it. I'm gonna put type in
Yes.
Express. And I'm looking here in Illustrator just at the different pieces to make sure that everything's going to be copacetic.
Yeah,
so,
we're copacetic.
Copacetic.
We're cross-pollinating here. So being able to just mix different mix your workflow within all of the Adobe ecosystems. I mean, it's one of my favorite workflows. I know a lot of times I find myself at least in two, if not a triad workflow. This is going to be super cool.
Yep. So what we're going to do is we need to make an artboard for this. So I'm going to hit Shift-O, or I can use the artboard tool. And with this grouped or selected, all you need to do is click on it, and it will lock an artboard directly to the closest edge.
Oh.
Magic, right? So we can delete that very easily. And from here, we are going to just save this file. And I want to make sure that everything here is looking okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. We're going to make these all one shape. The bottle and the grass are all going to be one shape right there.
Okay, so you're making them more manageable.
Yeah, so I'm trying to make my vectors a little bit more clean. And so a lot of these pieces that are separate, I'm going to kind of just pull together. And you can go to Command Y, and that will show you the outlines. And I'm just thinking of as I animate this, it'll be a lot easier.
Yeah, so it doesn't animate those like micro shapes.
Yep.
It's a little bit of taking care of the file before you step into the new application.
Yep, so we're going to save this as Grill. And then we are going to go into Adobe Express. We're going to go to Express, and it is an AI file. And so I can find Grill right here, and it should convert that for me into a file. So it's saying, can you...
With layers.
Yes, with layers. Can you knock out the texture if you wanted to stipple pattern to be transparent, like you were making a t-shirt? Ooh, I don't fully understand the question. If you can give me some more clarity on that, I can help out there.
Can you knock it out?
I'm not sure. So we're going to open this in Editor, and we'll come back to you. We'll open this in Editor, and you can see everything is grouped together. So I can ungroup. And now I have all of my pieces here on the grill, right? So the grass down here is its own piece. It's going to load these in. And yes, if something goes wrong or something looks weird, Express is having issues right now. The team is working on it. That's why it's Adobe Live, because we are live. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start out in the background, and we are going to animate. We're going to animate this in. We're going to do a pop. And then once it pops, I'm going to have it spin. And then I'm going to have it pop back out. So super easy animation. And again, we're going straight from Illustrator into Express. We hit play. Check that out.
Wow. By the way, you can restream this stream as many times as you want, because I think there were so many little hacks all over.
Yes.
And they're just so worthy for you to try them out. Yeah, this animation, you did it in a flash.
Yes.
That's amazing.
And even these little pieces, they are all scalable here. So I can scale these up if I want a little bit more kind of uniqueness. And the bird, same thing. I'm just going to animate these so that they drift in over a long amount of time. So it looks like they're kind of flying through. And again, we are just taking an Illustrator file directly into Adobe Express and animating, which is crazy. Once I hit play, y'all minds are gonna explode. All right, animation here. We're gonna do drift there. And chat, again, if you have any questions about workflows, things you're struggling with, stuff you are trying to figure out, let me know and I can help you.
What is the Adobe Firefly URL? Firefly.adobe.com.
Yes, firefly.adobe.com is the place that you want to be if you are trying to access this. It is, again, available to everyone. With the Creative Cloud membership, it's there, and you can use it for commercial use now, which is really cool.
Yeah, I often step into Adobe Firefly to just see the different inspirations of how everyone is experimenting with all the different features. But the features are also included natively in Photoshop, Illustrator, and Adobe Express for different categories. So you could probably already find them in the program you use.
All right, we're going to animate this, and the same thing is going to happen. We are going to have it rise. Oh, this is cool. This is going to be good.
That was nice.
This is going to be good. Okay, these little...
And those should also rise.
Yep.
So there's like 3 different animations. There's like intro, what is happening during, that is just going to keep looping, and then there's an outro. So you can choose to combine all 3, which I see you doing, or you can choose to just do an intro and let it be static, or you can choose it to just be looping the entire time. So experimenting with different combinations can give you a different result every time too.
Yep. So I'm going to zoom out, and what you saw there is I was just doing like an Illustrator. You can click and drag using Option. Super easy to do. So now I'm going to hit play, and everything's going to move at the same time right now, but we're going to time it out a little bit differently. Watch this. Ooh, right? All of our little pieces. I missed one right here. What did I miss? Rise. rise in, blob, and out. Let's see if it just didn't animate right. Oh, interesting. It's not animating right. Let me turn this off and then turn it back on and see what happens. So we are going to rise. Yep. All right, let's play and see what happens, and then we'll time everything.
So everything's playing in the same cadence because they're all starting at the same time.
Yep. So we're going to click on Edit Timeline right down here in the corner, and I'm going to grab each of these individual pieces, and you can see Show Layer Timing, which is right underneath the timeline right here. And someone's saying the lines need to animate individually.
Oh, gosh.
Fine. Fine. I'll do it just for you, chat. So it seems like it's going to be a lot of work, but it actually won't be. I can come in here and I'm going to ungroup these, and I'm just going to grab one of them. And if you apply all of the animation to one, every time I copy it, it will keep that animation. So we're going to rise, we're going to do a blob, and I think we'll have it rise out. Why not? So now, I didn't do the right animation there. There we go, yeah. Okay, so now I can simply grab this, and I can hold, I'm holding Option to just click and drag, and we're gonna put a few of these kind of floating over each of these burgers to give them some motion lines. And you see that I'm putting them in different places, different locations. Super easy, and all of the animation will stay. So check this out. When I hit play, all of them animate, right?
Wow.
And I'm gonna have to change the timing on them so it looks a little better, but it's gonna look great.
Craig says, challenge accepted.
Easy. I rise to the occasion, chat. That's what we do. All right, so chat, help me out here. I think that the ground should be first, right? And then maybe the grill comes up second. But let's have the clouds come in, maybe. So let's have the ground come up and the clouds come in. And then maybe let's have the grill just come in a little bit later. So we can pull this over to the side and it will make it so that it comes in later. We also can click and drag and it will show us all the points that other animations are happening. And so now when I click and drag this, I actually want this to come in later. And that's the starburst in the background. We can hit play, we get the ground. All right, so the timing is still a little bit off. And I do want these to animate a little bit later. So I'm just gonna grab these so they come in a little bit later, maybe randomly.
So every time you select a illustration, it shows up as a layer.
Yes.
They're not stacked up layers.
Yeah, so every time I select something, I'm changing when it comes in the animation. And so all these little guys, I need to change the animation for, but I do want to get the grill a little bit later here. So let's see what happens if we wait on the grill. All right, here we go. Okay, so I think somebody said the grill needs to roll in. That's a great idea.
Like roll with the wheels.
Yes, so let's see if we can get it. Yeah, slide I think would be the one that we want. So let's have it drift. I think that's pretty good. Drift, slide.
Somebody asked, why does Illustrator load into Express rather than Express features being accessible in Illustrator? I'm curious which features.
Yes. Let me know which features you like. We can pass it along to the Illustrator team. You actually can export a PDF out of Express and then take it into Illustrator and it will open. So that does work. All right, so let's go ahead and hit play here. All right, yes. All right, everything looks pretty good to me there, except for the steam. So I'm going to go ahead and animate some of this steam, and we're just gonna pull this way to the end here. We're gonna make those kind of come in at the similar time. Actually, let's have them all come in at the same time. Why not? It's getting steamy.
I wonder if you can do something to the background too, to change the color.
Oh yeah.
I never usually change.
Ooh, let's generate some texture. Let's generate some texture that goes over the whole thing. We actually can put let's put a video texture over the whole thing. That is going to make me very happy. And I need to
You take a nugget and just
change
go down to video.
the timing on all of these real quick. All right, here, there, and here, there. All right, the timing on these is not something that I should be worrying about. All right, here we go. And let's hit play. Yay! Okay, let me fix these. Oh, it's so fun. Chat, I am so excited. And you know what's the best, chat? If you're good, I'll give you some voiceover on this as well in a few minutes. Okay, so let's zoom out here and let's see what happens. Here we go. Ready? Yeah,
Nice.
that was so fun. And so let's do some
Yeah.
type right at the top.
Yeah, Julia's asking for quick font style generators.
Yes. So let me go ahead and see this.
Text effects is going to be up next for sure.
Yeah. All right. So let's go into text and let's add, maybe we just do summer. Summer sizzle. Yeah, summer sizzle. We are going to put this in that font that we had used before. And it does suggest some fonts for me, but I do know that I want to use this. And then we are going to pull it up here. And what's going to be the most fun about this is I am going to make it so that it goes behind these clouds. So we're going to set it up right there, and then I'm going to pull it really far back in our hierarchy. So the clouds, let's put them behind, keep going. Ooh, one in front, one in back. I think that is going to look really cool.
Gives some more depth.
Yeah, so we have summer sizzle right there. Now let's go ahead and make it so that this animates. And we'll have this one, yes, bungee in. That is the correct answer. Have it do a little bit longer of a bounce. Yes. And we'll have it come in right at the beginning. All right, and let's zoom out and chat. Let's watch our creation animate. Here we go.
That's great.
It's pretty
now
good.
You can use it on a reel. Now it goes beyond print. You can also use it on social media marketing.
Yes, and here's my little hack is we can do let's see here. It is paper texture. There we go. And what we're going to do is we are just going to click and drag all of this up here all the way across. And then we need to do a couple little variations here. So we're going to go to adjustments.
Blend mode.
We are going to do, yes, high contrast, high brightness. The shadows we're going to have a little darker. Highlights are going to go up because I just want a little bit of texture on there. And then, yes, change that blending mode right there to multiply. And now watch what happens with this really cool paper texture.
Wow, that's so cool.
It's really good. And it is, again, just an Illustrator file that I've directly put
brilliant
into Adobe Express. So I'm going to add, I said if you were good, I would give you voiceover. And here we are. We're going to give you voiceover. All right, I'm going to put on these headphones and chat. Hopefully we will all be able to hear this together. So I'm going to go to media and click on audio. And here I'm just going to type in summer, maybe. And let's see here, summer future. That's too much. That's it. That's it. All right, and this is now going to be an ad for like a block party. So we have our music, and I'm going to come back, and we are going to do a little voiceover work. Here we go, professional. All right, chat, here we go. This Sunday, join us for the Summer Sizzle right here on Adobe Live.
Wow.
All right, chat, you ready for this? You ready to hear the whole thing? Here we go. This Sunday, join us for the Summer Sizzle right here on Adobe Live. Yes, so the music is a little too loud, but I can simply grab that, click on it, and then bring the volume down.
Balance the
We'll do
music.
one more. This Sunday, join us for the Summer Sizzle right here on Adobe Live. It's pretty great.
That's great.
It's pretty great, and it's super easy. Again, sorry, my computer was probably so loud. Summer Sizzle here on Adobe Live.
Oh my gosh.
And you can see it was right here. We literally took it from Illustrator directly into Express and then animated it into like a full-fledged ad, which is really cool.
That was great. We refreshed the colors and we made it possible for both print and digital.
Yes. So thank you so much for joining us today. What do we have coming up? You want to look at the schedule?
Yeah, let's look at the schedule.
See, we are 3 p.m.'s next. It's
I
almost
was like,
3.
where's-
Yeah, I know,
okay,
right?
great.
It's a long day.
Create stunning designs in Illustrator with Michael Fugoso and Elise Swoops.
Yes, so check that out. And at the end of the day, the magic of Photoshop. So stick around. It's going to be a great stream. We will see you again. And moderator Wade, bring out the band hammer. We'll see you in about 5 minutes. Bye, everybody.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Adobe Live. My name is Elise Swopes. I will be your host today. Today we have a guest, amazing guest, Michael Fugoso.
I'm the guest?
You're the guest.
Whoa, nice. Heck yeah.
How does it feel after being a host quite a bit today?
Well, I was only a host once,
Okay.
and it feels different. I feel different right now.
I love it. And we're both newbies at Adobe.
Yeah,
right?
the
Yes.
best. No, we're not the best. There's a lot of great newbies.
You're amazing. We're getting this started off real strong. Hi, everybody in the chat. Welcome, welcome. I
hey,
see
everybody.
a couple names. We got Julia, Alice, CJ, Christopher. Welcome, everybody. Feel free to send some questions, thoughts,
Please.
suggestions, literally anything you think. Add it into the chat. We're here to talk about it and discuss and answer your questions. Today, I'm really, really excited because we are going to be creating a stunning piece of art in Illustrator. Right?
Yes, we are. We're mainly gonna show you what's new in Illustrator, and what's out of beta is Generative Recolor. That's what we're gonna be focusing on.
Correct.
But we're also gonna be building an illustration from scratch. And if I'm moving too slow, then spoiler alert, I have it built out already.
Perfect. We've got a backup plan.
Well, I don't have a plan if I move too fast, though. That's what I don't have a plan for. But it's okay.
Well, you're a creative guy. We can
Yeah.
make another one, maybe.
Yeah.
No pressure. Thanks for the welcome, Paul. Hi there, newbies, he said. Thank you so much. Hi, Joshua. Still hanging in there on a long day of streaming? Yes.
Oh,
Yes. Thank
appreciate
you all for
yeah.
Yes. We're jinx, basically. We were just
Big.
about to thank you
Oh.
all for hanging out with us all day. It's been a long day, but a really fun, amazing day because today has been a huge day for Adobe, a huge day for Adobe Firefly.
Right.
We're officially out of beta, officially on the web, we're officially in Photoshop and Illustrator and
Yeah.
Adobe Express. So how about we get into it?
Well, yeah, and we're here for you all, our next
Yes.
generation of creative pros, or already creative pros. Heck yeah.
Pros.
So we're gonna jump into it.
Yes, we are.
Nice.
So what are you doing for us today? What is happening here
So-
in Illustrator?
If you're familiar with my work, you don't have to be. It's all good.
Tell us a little backstory. What's going on with you?
I'm mainly an illustrator, and prior to me working in Adobe, I was an illustrator for the aerospace industry. So I did a lot of rockets. I swear it's not a lack of creativity that I draw a bunch of spaceships. It's just that was my job, and now it's like I could draw spaceships for the rest of my life, and that's what I'm gonna be doing
I love it.
today.
Good. I'm excited. It's been a very alien-esque space day. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
I love it though.
I think I hosted
Aliens are
space stuff
trending.
too. Yeah.
They are. I'm telling you. I think it's coming. Things are changing.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll be illustrating this rocket badge for you all. If you want to see the results, I always like the spoiler alert. You know what I mean? Spoiler alert. This is everything. Oh, that's not it. But this is everything we are doing today. We're not really going to go over this right here. I just wanted to show you that we can do this in 3 different styles within Adobe Illustrator, and each of them can be used with Generative Recolor super easily, and it works really good.
These are really beautiful, dude. I love
Are you
that you're.
serious?
Yeah, I'm very serious. I just we've been over this. I
Yeah,
have very sweaty
elbow.
hands, and I keep telling him stop
My
high-fiving
bad. I'm a
me.
high five person.
Literally, look at my hands are wet.
Oh, so are mine.
We're not going to connect wetness right
Yeah.
now. But I love that you showed us the different perspectives and the
Yeah.
different ways that it can kind of pop. Do you know the names for these types of styles? Because I think it's like flat lay, and then there's like...
I might have my own names, but I'll tell you my own names.
tell us.
This is called aligned style, which I think is generally what it would be called.
Of
right?
course. Seems like lines.
You would work this way if you want to be very merch friendly. So if you're making patches and you need a line to separate one color from the next, you make things in lines. And the challenging part is making the lines thicker, which is really cool too if you can pull it off.
Okay.
So, this is like a medium width line.
Yeah.
So a very merch friendly pins, patches, t-shirts, screen printing stuff, all good. This is the flat style. You know what? These are general terms, but these are not my own
I feel
terms.
like you're killing it. You know what you're doing.
Oh, that's what happens when you've worked for yourself for so long.
You're like, wait, I actually do know what I'm doing.
Yes. So this is a flat style. I think it's mainly used for like user experience stuff, branding. It's very brand friendly style because it's the change of color is easy, which is awesome with this generative recolor.
Yes.
Because it's easy.
Well,
with
speaking
all
of color,
styles.
Val just said love the colors.
Whoa,
Are we gonna
Voodoo
play
Val?
around? Yes, that's Voodoo Val. Happy birthday again.
What?
We got Val in the building.
Happy birthday, Val. I've never met her in person. I wish I could.
You will.
I met her on the screen. So the last style, I think the one that most people kind of talk to me about is this one right here. We probably don't have time to build this entire thing, but I will give you all the tools you need to know how to make something like this with all this depth. I think back then they called it a skeuomorphic style, which I just like to call it a realistic looking style, just because skeuomorphic is like, hey, what? But hey,
I've never heard that word, but
I think
like it.
neomorphic is the other one that people use too.
Neomorphic.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So what I wanted to demonstrate today is all three of these styles. Not only are we going to build them, they're all easily recolored,
Wonderful.
no matter how much gradients, shadings, blurs there are.
Absolutely love it. Love it, love it.
Cool.
And Ivan said, how? So the drawing was converted automatically in a logo built in vectors. I think you'll explain at some point how those changed.
Yes, I will. Yes, we so will.
He will
We're
show
totally
us.
gonna do
We're
it.
going to dive
Let's
into
start from the
it.
beginning.
Yes.
Okay?
Now, how about you just expand your screen for us real quick?
My bad.
No, you're fine.
Sorry, everybody. I like working in teeny little windows.
I do too.
You know? All right, so we're gonna dive right into this thing. Here's my process. I start with a sketch. I find this the easiest. Okay. For this one, I'm kind of lying. I created the sketch after just for demonstrative purposes, because like sometimes I just like to make the shapes right away.
Of course.
You know what I mean?
When inspiration strikes.
But the normal way to do it is to make a sketch first. You know what I mean? And I think it's the best way because it gives you that guideline. Your sketches never have to be perfect. They can just be guidelines.
This one's pretty perfect.
I know. I messed
like
that up.
this.
I needed to make it messed up, you know?
It looks really great.
Ugh.
You're amazing.
Okay, no. All right, I'm sorry. Enough stalling.
You're fine.
Also, name your layers. I'm going to name this sketch.
Cute.
Yeah, let's get
Really
used to naming the
professional
layers.
of
Oh, can I
you.
shrink this down a bit so I can see my... Oh, hello. So I can see the bottom part. Hold on. Sorry, everybody. I'm just going to shrink this down a little bit there.
Boop, boop.
You
There
saw
you
how
go.
unorganized my windows are? That's cool.
It's
all good.
okay.
That's real life.
It's very
All
real
right.
life. Adobe Live
So-
has always been real life.
I'm going to lock this sketch layer. You know what? Before I lock it, let's get the properties panel. Turn the opacity down a little bit so I can see what I'm drawing on top of it.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to lock it so now I can't mess with it no matter how much I click on there.
Amazing.
I'll create a layer above that. Guess what I'm going to do next?
Are you?
I'm going to name that layer.
What?
I'm going to name that layer Rocket Ship.
Michael. Very creative.
Yes. You'll find that the creativity doesn't go into the naming the layers.
And Leah says, love both of your energy. Thank you so much,
Seriously?
Leah. That means
Oh,
a lot.
nice.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You are. Michael loves to doubt his wonderfulness. He thinks he's a bother, but he's
I
really the
appreciate-
funniest, amazing person ever.
No, you are. You are. You. Okay,
at
so
us.
let's get the pen tool out.
Please. I'm just
So I'm gonna first I just start with a line like this. Some people usually start with their handles with the pen tool and do that. I like to start with like a point.
I do too.
Whoa.
I really do. And I just
Okay.
like to point, and then I go, and then I drag, and then I.
And Elise, you could tell me if things I'm doing is because I've been doing this for so long, I might be doing
don't.
some archaic ways.
I said the same thing when I was
Okay.
in Photoshop earlier. I told people I am a self-taught creator. If I do something that is destructive, first of all, not using a mask or something of
Yeah.
the sort, tell me, because growing up on my phone, I was using different apps that didn't allow me to mask and all this stuff. So I had these bad habits. And so now I'm getting back into it where I'm, really utilizing Adobe for all the amazing things that it has.
Right. So I think that's most of us, to be honest. It's just like we have our ways of doing things. But I mean, we're also here to show you some really cool, efficient ways to do stuff. So what I'm doing here is I took my half of the rocket here, and I'm gonna right click on this, transform, reflect.
Cute.
So, because it's a symmetrical design, this rocket, so we could kind of copy and paste the same thing. And I'm gonna move that there to where it's kind of centered. Get my direct selection tool here, drag over these two. Command, Option, Shift, J.
That joins the paths?
It joins it. I forgot why I do that whole Command, Option, Shift, J, because I know you can do Command J too. But it's always worked for me here. I have the node. Oh, where did node go? Oh, there it goes. So I can, I can curve it down if I want to. I can move it. Whoa, hello. I can move it to the side, which I'm not going to be doing here. Hey, that's kind of a cool, funky rocket ship. So, okay, I'm going to grab this point here, right there, and then I wanted that curve at the end. There we go. So that's the...
I've never seen someone make a line so fun.
Really?
This is a blast. This is kind of like what's the guy with the afro who used to paint and he's like, we're just gonna paint some happy trees. That's what you're giving right now. You're giving me that.
It's not Bob Saget. It's
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross.
Bob Saget.
What's up? Props. Yeah, shout out Bob Ross and Bob Saget. Okay, so we we got this part of the rocket. All right, once the laugh attack starts, it's gonna keep going. Just a heads up. So
keep it going.
I'm gonna turn this into a fill, okay? And I will make this into maybe like a lighter gray. So heads up, I make everything in black and white. I think that's kind of how I learned color. I know we're gonna be using a Generative Recolor tool, but if you make it in black and white, you can judge how one color contrasts from the next color in the best way.
Absolutely.
I think, in black and white.
I respect that.
Yes.
It's all about dimension.
Yeah.
Yes.
Contrast.
Oof.
Contrast gives you depth and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
Let's go to the properties panel. You all let me know if I'm moving too slow, too fast, too.
You're doing great.
Ask me questions. Yes,
We've got
please.
some good feedback here. Oh, Clever said you can copy directly in the reflect window. Interesting. Okay.
Teach me how to do that, please.
Next time. Got you.
Heck yeah. All right, so I'm gonna create this part of the rocket, which is...
Which part is that?
This is the thruster.
Do you know what each part is? No pressure.
No, okay, so for each part of the rocket. The plume of the rocket is the fire that comes out.
Okay.
The livery. That's the name of the rocket shape. And then the body of the rocket.
Interesting.
And then I don't know what this is called, so I'm calling it a thruster.
Okay.
So.
Because it thrusted into the air.
Yes.
Seems pretty common sense.
Yeah. For sure.
Clever said Bob Ross, happy little trees, Bob Saget, dirty little jokes. That is true. Absolutely.
Oh, I
love
it. The
chat's
if
I'm saying your name wrong, you tell me, but I love your name.
The chat has been so cool today.
What a great name. It has been.
Yeah.
It's a great chat.
So I use a lot of direct selection tools. It's like, it saves my day in Illustrator. I get it, it's daunting to a lot of people, but I like deleting points and adding points. Are you all the same? Are you the same, Elise?
I
It's all good if
am.
you're not.
So usually when I'm in Illustrator, I will I'm very, very bad. I will just outline and just tap, 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 and then at the end I'll go in and curve it, and then I'll add the different things. I don't curve right away.
Tappa tappa.
Yeah. I'm a tappa
I like that.
I'm a tappa tappa.
Hey, that's.
Just made that up.
So am I.
You tap it too? Oh, see, that's what I do. I'll click the little thing and then I'll just tap and keep going.
Okay. I think you kind of said in a different way the things that I do.
Yeah.
Which is really cool.
Absolutely. And then even sometimes when I do the little click, I'll simplify the path. because then it'll get like soft and curvy.
Oh,
Yes.
so you're a fast.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, see, I'm
one of those.
I'm one of the slow line makers.
Okay, that's
as
fine.
you will
Take your
see.
time. It's an art.
Yeah. So so basically I think you'll kind of get the point with this. Yeah.
Yes.
Just so we have enough time to cover some of the other stuff. Arrange, send to back, so that's gonna be behind. One thing I want to show you before we move on to the next part, if I turn my opacity back up here, my favorite tool, which is a tool that probably most of you all know, and it's what I depend on for my life. I call it the Fruit Ninja tool, but that's not what it's called. It's called the shape builder tool. And so if I select both of those and I hit Shift M, you can hover over each one of these to punch out, or you can kind of swipe across like you're like slashing it with a sword. That's why I call it the Fruit Ninja tool.
Fruit Ninja.
It's not the Fruit Ninja tool. It's the it's the shape builder tool. Boom.
Oh,
Sliced.
wow.
So
So you did
was
that
it?
so
Yeah.
that later they're separate, and or it's together but separate.
They're two different shapes. Sorry, they were the same color. That's why they look like one thing.
Yes.
So
yes.
if I grab this, you can see it's a whole other thing. And if you're familiar with the way I do these like layered style stuff, I separate the shapes into each layer and do the texturing individually. So this shape builder tool, like I said, I depend it on my life. Am I saying it right? My life depends on it. There you go.
There we go.
I kind of like, it's kind of similar to building Legos, I think.
It is.
Just shapes over shapes over shapes. And I always say that you don't have to be a brilliant hand drawer. Like, I would never be hired to be an illustrator for a comic book, for example, because there's like the amount of detail. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I really do.
Like I can't draw like Wolverine's claws coming at your face. You know what I mean? Like the
Absolutely.
perspective angles. Like I rely a lot on these like flat shapes. So you can all build a career doing very simple stuff like this.
Absolutely.
You know?
We've got a couple of compliments in the chat, in the live chat. DXRT said nice. Julia said nice. Savannah gave it a little emoji with heart
Wow,
faces. So kind.
You're all so awesome.
Yes.
So do you kind of have the idea with this rocket thing here?
I've got an idea.
Do you have any questions or hello? Do you have any questions on any of this stuff so far? You two
Let us
elites?
know, you guys. We're always here. What are you most excited about eventually coming to Firefly when it comes to Illustrator? Do you know?
Ooh.
Because there's so many things in the sneaks there.
Yes, there's text to vector.
Yes.
I think is probably.
I can't wait.
Yes.
I cannot
yes.
wait.
That is something I'm really excited about. Like I do like building stuff. It's awesome building it like this too. But there are those days, especially you work in the industry and you work for an agency. You do agency life?
Yeah,
You
I
have done
have
an
an
agency
agency,
life?
worked for agencies.
Oh, you have an agency? That's so awesome. I just want to make it the star because I have this fun way of making the star. It's like I don't use the star tool because it only has 4 prongs.
Right.
So I just do that. It's just, like I said, it's like building Legos. I just wanted to confirm that it's like
You're
building
doing great.
Legos.
You're building it wonderfully.
That's the star, everybody. That's how I build the star. Does it? Yeah, okay. Okay.
That's a good job. It's a great star.
Everything I demonstrated there is pretty much how you build the shapes.
Lovely.
For
and
sure.
what is the word? When you combine them, would you combine the star
Yes.
into one shape?
Yes.
What is that called? Simplify?
Pathfinder.
What is that, Pathfinder? Yes.
I use a Pathfinder tool. Boom. So look at this. Unite.
Yes. United.
I love that word.
It has been dubbed.
Unite.
Paul said, I am so sorry that I do not know the presenter and guest name. Well, I am Elise Swopes. I am the host. And this is Michael Fugoso. Thank you for asking and appreciate the welcome to the Adobe family. We're very happy to be here. extremely happy.
Oh, thanks, Voodoo Val.
And Voodoo sent the link. Thank you, Val.
Oh, thank you.
Always linking us up. Val's the best.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to the next part because I could spend the time building this whole thing, but I want to make sure we cover all the stuff. Okay, so let's move on to the gradient workflow. I think that's what most people get.
Mm-hmm.
Do people get excited when they see? I don't know.
I love gradients. I'm a gradient gal. I really do.
To create the depth and stuff. It's that's what we're doing. It's all about highlights, midtones, and shadows. That creates when your clients say make it pop, make it highlights, midtones, and shadows.
Make it pop when they're like something's not right. Just add a couple gradients.
Okay, so before you even get started here, the thing I wanted to tell you. What did I want to tell you about that? So the agency thing. So yeah, I do like making things from scratch for the most part, but these generative tools, what's so awesome about them is 90% of the time you're on a time crunch.
Yes.
Right? Especially with agencies. So, this is needed. What was the phrase I got was, this is needed yesterday.
Goodness gracious.
So
that would make me nervous.
That's why text to vector is something I'm excited about. Generative fill is one of my I posted today that Generative Expand in Photoshop is my favorite tool ever.
It's going to change the game for so many people, and not just in a way where we're trying to add different elements, but just expanding our photos, making them fit on different platforms. I think that's a huge thing for me. It's been so hard for a lot of my work to be shown different places. Like, I work in 4x5. I love 4x5, and Instagram shaped me that way, unfortunately. But then someone will say, oh, I need a 16:9 or a 9:16, and I'm like, oh my God, no, I don't make like that. And that saves my butt.
All right, so I have my gradient panel open here. I'm gonna hit this right here. You're like, wow, Michael, that looks great. Well, we're gonna change it, okay?
Okay.
So we're gonna make this less harsh. I'm gonna double click on that. I'm gonna click this white area here.
What we got going on over here?
I'm in a different workflow than I'm used to here, but it's all good.
Interesting. Is that because you updated Illustrator today?
No,
mine was different, by the way. That's because I updated after the update.
It's okay. All my stuff is moved, but it's all good because we're gonna figure this out.
Yes.
On the fly, because we're creative pros.
Absolutely. Yes, we are. So what are you doing right now? What's happening? What are you looking for?
I'm looking for what do you call that? The swatches.
Swatches. Yeah, it is in alphabetical order.
Yeah,
so that's good.
Okay, so this will do here. So I'm gonna get my white value. I'm gonna move that down here.
Nice.
Actually, let's get like kind of a light gray.
You're just dragging them on in there. And then when you don't want a color, you drag it off.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna get like a darker gray, put that right there. Boom.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Whoops. So my magic number, I forgot to tell you, like before I start this stuff, I pick a light source. So my light sources is usually coming from the top left-hand corner. And the reason why that's important, so imagine there's like a ray of light coming from the top left of this rocket. So it tells you where to place the highlights and where to place the shadow. So my magic number for the top left-hand corner on the angle here is -33. So you can see like the light is up here and it gradually goes darker down there.
Gotcha.
Yeah!
It looks beautiful.
So yeah, this is pretty much the workflow for that. We're gonna do a bit more. So if I turn that to a gradient here, I can choose a bit darker tones for that gray and maybe.
It's already shaping up well, my friend.
Yeah.
Looking good.
Don't you like that when you can kind of see the finish line?
It's like, ooh, yeah. Oh no, I love the finish line.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
It's painful when you can't see it.
Oh.
But
usually you can't.
Work through those times, right? Like,
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Paul says, Michael, you should design mission patches for NASA.
I have in the past. So NASA was one of my clients before. Yeah, that's a
big deal.
Check it out on the Instagram, homies.
Check it out. Look
so
at his work.
I love making mission patches.
That's so
mainly
cool.
on the NASA Endeavor. That was the main. So here's a quick tip: if you all want some space clients, make space stuff based off of rocket ships that exist.
Mm-hmm.
You know, celebrating engineers' achievements. Don't make these like I mean, you can make fantasies fake because
Of
it's
course,
fun. Because
of
it's fun.
course.
Do what's fun. But if your goal is to have clients, just celebrate an engineer's life work.
Absolutely.
And yes.
Can I also tell you that that is a cheat code for any creator, in any business, any industry you want to get in? Fake it till you make it, to an extent. You know, if you want to work for Nike, make some Nike faux work. If you want to work for Adobe, make some Adobe work. You know, like consistently if you feel like it. And I think, you know, I think that's such a huge advantage and a huge like little secret that a lot of people really don't take advantage of.
Right.
So
It's like find out what the need is and then go full force on it. Yeah, for sure. So, okay, I'm sorry. I haven't been talking about what I was doing. So what I did here is I used the eyedropper tool and it just copied the same gradient here. And what I'd have to do...
you put that on like the wings.
On the wings,
Okay.
yes. And the same thing I'm going to do here. I'm going to get the eyedropper tool and then eyedrop the darker shade because you know the light's coming from the top left-hand corner. It should be darker on the bottom right-hand. So what's my magic number? Negative 30.
Negative 33.
Oh, shoot. Why did I even... Okay.
I already know it.
Yeah, you do. You totally do. Check it. On my Instagram, everything is negative 33. You'll see.
Amazing.
You'll all see.
You're the funniest person.
No. Thanks. But
Yes.
um,
Bye, Clever. I said, this has been really nice. Gotta go, though. Thanks for all the streams. So many. Yes, thanks for
you
hanging
can
out
totally
with
check
us.
this out later too if need be. But happy to help. Happy to answer any questions now too. So as you can see, like a lot of the stuff I do is actually very simple in Illustrator. Like I really rely on very simple tool sets. I don't know if you all knew that, but you know?
Yes.
So I'm gonna keep building this stuff out here. I switched that to gradient. I'm gonna make the moon white here on this side. And then we can maybe choose like, it doesn't get that much darker if it's light. So a lighter shade of gray.
This is so nice. It's like popping.
Right? It's just like the simplest things.
Yes.
Make your, you know, I understand it. I know it's like kind of a meme, right? When your clients say make it pop, but it's like, I understand it. It just means like, just put more contrast, you know?
Yes, I get that.
Cool. So let's do this part right here. We can probably copy this shade of gray right there. See?
Lovely.
You can also adjust this right here to see if you want it like if you want the darker part to expand more through the shape. So I'm not doing negative 33 here because it's a crescent shape going downwards, and I figured, you know, a left to right blend. It kind of fits.
Absolutely.
You know? Cool. So we're gonna do that with. You know what? Let's finish this off because it won't take that long. We have we have a few more to go.
We do.
How are we with time? We're pretty good.
We're pretty good. We got about 30 left. You're killing it.
Oh.
You're killing it.
Yes. So thank you. So I'm gonna grab my circle. I'm gonna copy that right there. It's a little too light. So I'm gonna take these darker tones here. Darker. We need to go darker than that. So here we go. Take that one out. Take that one out.
It's just a feeling you get.
Yeah.
Okay.
Negative 33, right?
Is that for this guy too?
Yep. Because yes. So.
Yeah, this is looking great, dude.
Do you like it?
I love it.
Oh.
And it's crazy because we were even gonna level it up. I don't even know how, but we are.
We're gonna level it up to the max. You know.
To the max.
So I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna drag that over here because I don't want it too light. I don't want they call those hot spots when it's like when the highlight part of the shape is too bright. So I want it more of a gradual blend. So that's getting it. I like that. Okay. Let me know if the light source thing didn't make sense to anyone, because usually when I do this tutorial, yeah, heck yeah. People are like, what about light sources? It's all good.
I think it's one of the hardest things for any creator, especially, I mean, I've been working in Photoshop for a long time as well, and I think the shadows, the light, all that kind of stuff has been really hard sometimes
Yeah.
to get right.
Right.
But I think even cooler is that now we have AI, generative fill, generative expand.
Yeah.
That if we do want to figure out those light sources in Photoshop or beyond, it's kind of nice that it may help us
Right.
away.
Yes. That's like one really cool thing I like about the generative tools, that it puts the light source into account.
Yes.
Right?
It's huge.
Did you just say that? You did.
You're
okay.
backing me up.
I'm sorry.
No, this is how conversations go. Usually you say, yeah, that's what that
you
is.
totally just said that, and I repeated the same thing.
That's okay.
But that's
Made it just as
yeah.
more true.
It's like,
You solidified it, if anything.
oh my gosh. Okay, what I'm
do we
doing
do
now
next?
is I'm going to represent the plume, right? The plume
Okay.
is usually very glowy, you know?
I did see a glow when you showed me before, so I was curious how you were going to accomplish that.
Yeah, so this is a very unorthodox thing to do in Illustrator, but we're going to do it because I like how the color blends. This is my top secret, which I told you all to do before, which in the past if you followed my Instagram. So if I take this shape and I expand it from the center like that,
Okay.
I'll make it.
And how are you expanding from the center? Are you pressing something?
I'm holding Shift and Option
Okay.
as I drag the corner out.
Lovely.
I'm gonna turn this into white there. I'm gonna go to Effect, Blur, Gaussian Blur, which is a Photoshop effect. This is why I say it's a very unorthodox thing. But it it just blends so well, I think. It gives it almost like a painterly look within Illustrator. That's why I do it, you know? So if I just turn this, if I turn that up a bit, you see how it kind of
look
like,
at that. Yeah.
kind of like blossoms that way?
Yeah.
You can do it with a gradient mesh too. I just like how fast easy and how it looks like in the end using the Gaussian blur.
Absolutely.
So if I hit OK, it's like okay, the bloom is nice, but it's a little harsh. So you just go to your properties. You could turn the opacity down.
Sometimes it's as simple as that.
Yeah. Turning the opacity down. Maybe I should probably work with the blur a bit more. Boom.
Wow.
One thing though is when you do
That
this, for sure, you might want to put it in its own layer with Gaussian blur. So I'll put this in the very top. Command Shift V pastes it in the same exact place. So the reason why I do that is to put it in its own layer is because I want to lock it so I don't touch it anymore. And the thing with Gaussian blur in Illustrator is like once you like hover around right there, it's sensing the amount of feather there is.
Right.
You know, which is a good thing. It's just that if you have a lot of them stacked on each other, and if you're familiar with this style, like I stack a lot of blurred shapes on top of each other. So it's important to kind of separate these into layers.
Of course.
I give my Illustrator files to people sometime, and sometimes they think I'm a crazy person with the amount of layers I have in there. It's like, making this style look really good is all about organizing the layers.
I believe it.
Bloom highlight. That's what I'm naming that layer. I'm gonna lock it.
Lovely.
The cool thing too here is like this piece, I can turn the opacity down there, and you kind of get like an even more transparent. You can even blur those if you want to, but I think they look fine like that.
I do too.
Because I think the bloom is kind of like doing that. It's almost like a fake candle that's
I love it.
stylistic. You know what I mean?
It's so cozy.
Yeah.
I like being cozy.
It's all about character. It's not about realism.
No.
Anyway, I'm just joking. Realism is cool too. It's all cool. Everything is cool. So I'm gonna select all the pieces of this rocket.
You're also cool.
Oh wait, sorry. I was like looking at one of the chat stuff. Okay, so if I take this whole rocket here.
Oh, Patrick's in the building. What up, Patrick?
What's
he said,
up,
hey,
Patrick?
Swopes, thanks for teaching us. Patrick, you're the best. Thank you for being here. Paul also said, Michael, we have not led you astray today. When you get the questions, you can go all sorts of places you didn't plan to. So don't worry about your answers. You can say whatever you want, my
I
friend.
will say
See,
whatever
we're
I
here to
want.
support you, Michael.
Thank you.
Don't
You're all
know?
so awesome. The stream has been
We're
so
fans.
cool today.
We're fans.
I'm not telling you what I'm doing, which is I should probably do that.
Tell us every step.
So I took the rocket of the shape of the rocket.
The rocket of the shape of the shape
I took
of the
the shape of the
rocket.
rocket. I'm gonna push Command X. I made it a dark color. I'm sorry.
Now, why did you do that?
Because I'm gonna. Okay, you know what? Let's lock all of these.
Okay.
For this part, I'm gonna create a layer below rocket. Command Shift V. Oops, I didn't have to do that because I'm actually putting this below that. We're creating a shadow.
I see.
So if you want to make things pop, you create highlights and shadows within the shapes, and then you take the whole thing and have that whole thing cast a shadow. That's how you make things really pop in your face. So.
Pop-a-loppin'.
Have you used Adobe Aero before?
I have. I love Adobe Aero.
Yeah, that really makes things pop in your face.
Adobe Aero is the AR. It's AR, correct? It's not VR. Virtual reality would be in the headset, digital. VR is virtual reality, which means that it is placed into an environment that you are in with the device that you have in your hand. So for example, recently I created something in Adobe Substance, and then I took it into Aero, and then I took my phone and I did a little video of my office, and then I had the little 3D design sitting on my floor, which was super cool.
Can you show that to me later?
It's on my Instagram.
Okay. How many posts ago?
Probably like 4 or 5. It's there.
Okay.
I'll show you after we leave.
I love Adobe Aero. A lot of my followers are like, do more Adobe Aero stuff. I'm like, yes, totally.
It's so fun because especially with illustrations, the cool part, what you can do is pull all those kind of apart, and people can kind of, navigate through those different layers.
Yeah.
In real life, so to speak.
Right. You create these interactive experiences. Yeah, it's super, super cool. Yes. Okay, so we created that extra level of depth. I don't know, did I talk about this much? So I created the shape of the rocket, placed it underneath the rocket, made it a very dark gray, and I blurred it out using Gaussian blur.
Amazing.
One of the reasons too why I'm using Gaussian blur for this, I'm really trying to trick generative color as much as I can, throw in it gradients and blurs.
I can't wait to see what happens.
See if it all works. You know what I mean? Because I'm a trickster like that.
Let's see.
Cool. So that's probably the biggest thing creating depth. Let's do it to the moon too really quick.
All right.
See, we just locked that. We'll call that rocket shadow.
Being really organized. I love it. Couldn't be
Everything else in my life isn't organized.
At least it shouldn't be a quote actually on a shirt. Like, my layers are organized, but my life isn't.
Oh my gosh.
Yo, Adobe.
That is.
Hit me up. Let me know. I'm just kidding.
It's
I'm
like,
already
my
here.
layers are organized, but my life is a mess. I love kind of like a little bit of dark humor. It's not super dark. I just like kind of a little bit of dark humor. So sorry if that's.
That's okay.
If you need to get used to that. It's all in good. It's all in fun. So, oh, okay. I lost track of what I was doing here. So.
Doing the moon?
Yes. Command Option V to paste in place. And then I'm going to make this into a dark color that's darker than the circle above it. So you can see the shadow being casted, like right there.
Beautiful.
Another thing is you don't have to blur these. Like having them like hard shapes, it still tells the story that it's a shadow.
Absolutely.
It's just the more you play with the blendings and the blurs, the more realistic it looks, and yeah.
Absolutely. Joshua said, yeah, you will never be mad at your past self for properly naming your layers. I always like to thank my past self for setting me up for success, because sometimes I'll be like, where did I put my keys? And then it's already in my bag.
Oh.
Like, oh, she did that.
Do you have one of those, what do you call that? Those tags that like since, you put it on your keychain so...
No.
Yeah.
No.
Me neither.
I don't have an air tag or anything.
Me too. If I lose stuff, I lose it. It's gone.
For sure.
Anyway.
What's the last thing you lost? Let's dive deep.
I left the iPad in an airplane seat before. Have you done that?
No,
That's,
I have not.
Yeah,
And I would lose my
it's the
mind.
best feeling ever.
I almost thought that I left my Nintendo Switch at TSA through the, like when you have to take your stuff out, and I was traveling out of country, so I'd take everything out, and I put my Switch in there, and then I walk to my gate, and I look in my bag, and I'm like, where's my Switch? Like my heart dropped. So I ran all the way back over there, asked them if they had it. They were all looking for everywhere. While they're looking, I look in my bag, and it's in there.
Oh yes, those are always.
I was like,
Yeah.
okay, so we're just gonna walk away.
It's like you beat yourself up, but it makes you so happy that you have it.
Gosh.
So look what I'm doing here. So if here's something that's I'm not talking about again, but I will tell you in a second.
Ooh, something just happened. You super popped it out.
That's a little too much contrast over there. But yeah, so if I double click that and I turn the opacity to 0, now I have the white blending into 0.
Oh, wow.
And here's what I was thinking. So I'm gonna drag this down here. More. And then I'm gonna move this there because the plume of the rocket is like it's hovering over the circle. The circle has to be lit too, right? So like little details like that is really what makes your artwork pop.
Absolutely.
Hey, Voodoo Val's playing Animal Crossing. What are you playing on Nintendo
Yes,
Switch?
Val said that she almost lost her Switch on an airplane too. Oh gosh, I would lose my mind. Yeah, how are we gonna pay our Animal Crossing mortgage now? I'm behind on my rent in Animal Crossing, so I haven't got on in a while. The little raccoon guy is like, where are you at?
I need to get my life together in Animal Crossing. You know, that's a.
That's what's so crazy is my
Set my
life out
priority.
here is like really organized and good, but when I get into Animal Crossing, I'm like, I don't even know where to start. I have to build this place to collect these things. I don't even know why they're telling me to build it now. It needs to be organized better.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not gonna tell them how to organize their tasks.
Right. Yeah.
I'm micromanaging Animal Crossing.
I'm creating more blurs and more. I'm making this look more and more. I'm giving you all ideas on how to light your objects and make things look more. I wouldn't say realistic. I would say hyper realistic because the exaggerated look is really, I think, what catches clients' attention rather than
agree.
making things too real.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. If I was a client and I saw this already, I'd be like, wow. He's making me
Seriously?
something like legit. I mean, he worked hard on this. Now, if you gave me the line one, I'd be like, what does he want me to do? Make a t-shirt?
Yeah. What is it?
What does he want me to do? Make a t-shirt? No, just kidding.
Oh, yeah.
But probably, yes.
You know what's funny though? The line style probably takes me longer to do.
Does it?
Which is weird. I think it's just
It's a
because.
little more intricate because the lines have to be perfect.
Yeah,
and,
that's with minimal designs. Like
Mhm.
they have to be perfect.
Yes.
Right. Like the littlest imperfection is
Yes.
becomes so noticeable on minimal designs. That's why logo design is so hard.
100%.
You know.
Absolutely. Bruno said, I'm a lawyer. I'm Brazilian. I can't understand what you're doing or talking about, but I'm really enjoying it. Thank you, Bruno.
I love that. Thanks, Bruno.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting us. Means a
I
lot.
dude. Oh, that makes me feel. That's like the best compliment I've
It
like
is.
ever got in my life, probably. Like, basically,
So
you didn't need
kind.
subtitles to have fun. You know what I mean? Like that's. Yeah. That's.
Energy speaks. It really does. Good energy and a smile. You know, a smile it's boundless. There's no language to a smile.
So I can't get this out of my. I have to say it because we were
Say it.
talking about Nintendo stuff. Did you watch that Mario movie?
I did, and I cried. It
I
was
will.
so
Oh,
good.
that's what I was gonna say.
It was so
I thought I was the only one in the
good.
world that cried in that movie.
No, I definitely cried. It was so
Okay.
good. But also, I didn't realize how nostalgic I would feel. Like, I really was like, I love everything about this movie. Like,
Yeah.
everything gave me goosebumps. Everything made me feel, like, so happy. And I didn't think it would do that. I don't know how that happened.
Right. It's just. And then, like, you know, like, I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah, no, I don't either. That's why I was like, it's just going to make you happy.
Well, okay. It's called Mario Brothers, you know what I mean? Any story about brothers is just gets me so choked up.
Do you have siblings?
2 brothers.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, they are the best.
Oh, shout out to the fam. What are their names? Let's shout them out.
Paul and Francis.
Paul and Francis, what up?
What's up, Paul and Francis?
Amazing.
Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on. What I'm doing here is supposedly.
Joshua said, none of us know what they are talking about. Yeah.
Hey, another great compliment. That's like.
Genuinely,
I love the
makes
chat.
me
The
happy.
chat's been like so awesome today.
Yes.
Like,
I don't know if that
They're
chat on the
awesome.
top is for us or not. It's moving, but it does. Savannah did say this is my fave tutorial today. Very helpful.
Really?
I don't know if that's for us. I don't know if that's for the last one, but Savannah, if it's for the last one or for this one, doesn't matter. Thank you so much.
You know what? A big part of it.
I think it is. Potentially.
Okay, I'm thinking about the Mario movie so much that I'm
Don't
messing
tear
myself
up. I cried when I was on the live with Torian.
Okay, so
because he literally showed me, I did like a text effect with fruit, and I cried because the fruit was so small and it was so cute.
Oh!
It literally made me cry. Oh, excuse me. I
Dude, I
choked on
wish
my
this
laugh.
stream was like 2 hours. We could just like illustrate and
That
talk
was for
about.
you, by the way. Savannah said it is for you.
Oh.
But now we see it. Thank you so much, Savannah.
I
Thanks
could
for
do this-
confirming, Val.
I could do this stream for like 3 hours and just illustrate and talk about movies. You know what I mean? So, but okay. So what I did here is, oh, you know what? I'm gonna change this to -40. The reason why I'm like being so specific with these numbers is I just been doing them for so long that I
Yeah.
kind of know. So you see, like,
So what difference did that make? Can you just show me real quick? Like maybe a little undo. Okay.
There you go.
All right, there we go.
so
Oh, I
I'm,
see it
I'm
now.
matching the
Okay.
light where the okay. So we have here's a tricky part with this is we have a light source coming from the top left-hand corner, which is a general rule for all of these, right? But we have another light source, which is the star that glows. So that causes light too. So there needs to be some light interference here and light interference on the rocket, which the glow is taken care of. And then there's light interference here. Light interference. Sorry, I never said that in my life.
Light interference.
And then I just caught myself on how ridiculous that
You ever
sounds.
notice like when you're live or talking to someone you've never met and then you say a word or something that you've never said and
Like,
you're like, you know what,
whoa,
that's not
light
me. I don't know what
interference?
happened.
Oh.
It happens a lot.
So, light interference where the blast off is.
Yes.
And so that's got to hit this circle. So you know what I mean? That's kind of how I see the lighting play out of this. If I was going really, really extra and we had a lot more time, I would light the window too. I would put little extra slivers here.
I believe
There's
you.
a lot of things we could do.
I believe you.
Shall
So
we?
we only have a little bit of time
Yup.
left, about maybe 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes. Do you want to
Perfect.
show us Generative Recolor?
Yeah, I almost forgot I was going to
I
show you all
know.
that. But let's go.
Let's go.
Let's do some prompts here. This
Okay.
is where we're going to have fun. Aha, spoiler alert, I already did one for you here. But see, I mean, that's how...
okay, because the color's going to change.
Okay, let's do it with this line one first.
Okay.
Select that.
Okay.
Okay, properties. Whoa. Hold on for a
Did it
second.
change? Did it flip on you?
Wait a minute. What's happening?
What are you looking for?
Recall, I guess, is it because... Okay. Apologies. I think this is kind of like a flat image in a lot of ways. So it's not reading the vector properties to it.
Interesting.
My bad. See, when
Why
I
is
click on
that?
it, I think I pasted it. I'm not really sure, but we can move on to this
You
one.
can't expand it?
Yeah.
No expanding. Yeah, let's just move on.
Yeah, since we don't have a lot of time, I'll just show you it with this one here. We have, if I go to properties and I hit recolor right here.
Nice.
Okay. Don't you love how my
You have so
panels are
many
set?
little panels up.
I
and
love my little panels.
I'm impressed by you.
It just takes me so much longer to do stuff.
It's okay.
I'm just kidding. We hit generative recolor right there.
Lovely.
What's a cool vibe you're feeling?
Have you updated your Illustrator?
Oh, I have not. Yeah, so
okay,
it's not
because
supposed
it
to
still
say.
says beta. So
apologies
if you
there
go
too,
to your
yes.
Illustrator, it will not say
It
that.
will not say beta
it
on
will
there.
be a legit generative
It
recolor.
would be the real thing. This is the real
Yes.
thing, but in beta. But if you updated in Illustrator.
Okay.
You guys get my vibe. I get it.
Michael.
So let's talk about the vibe with this rocket.
Let's.
So, what are you feeling?
I personally am feeling we need to do Alien Supernova.
Alien Super Nova.
It's very Beyonce.
And then we're gonna hit. We're gonna hit. Okay. Hello. We're gonna hit. Hey, panels. That's my
Let's
fault.
go.
Hit generate. It's gonna give us a few variations here. Alien Supernova.
Oh my gosh, beautiful.
There we go. We have this. Whoa.
Ooh, honestly, I like the one next to it. That
This-
one like
'cause this-
immediately caught my eye.
You know why you like this?
Why?
Because it has the contrast.
It does.
It
It's
has
like
the
doing
depth.
the contrast.
It has the pop in there.
Yes.
Boom, and boom.
Lovely, lovely.
I like this. Okay.
Me too.
I'm gonna move this because I'm gonna actually save this for myself later. Inspiration for me.
Love it.
So, okay. So I can just keep on generating. Sorry, I exited that one. It was called Supernova.
Alien
Alien
Supernova.
I'll just retype it really quick.
Bruno said, I think you need another monitor to put all these little panels. Yes.
You know what? I have another monitor, and it's just playing YouTube, or it's just playing YouTube videos.
Is
all
it?
day. Or Netflix? Yeah, it's like yeah. Like I said,
Absolutely.
the only thing organized in my life is the layers. So.
So
All right,
funny.
so we have more options here. You can just keep hitting generate if you're not satisfied with those. Which I mean, honestly, they all look pretty great. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do think that the more contrasted ones are the best. I mean, that one down there is like really nice. The black with the pink. Right there. I like that one. That one's
Yes. Let's move on to this.
cool. Okay.
So this is kind of like we built this out, right? Sort of. We kind of
So we wanted, we wanted to test out the Gaussian blur, right?
We did Gaussian blur. We did gradients. I really
You
tried to
said
trick
Gaussian,
you.
right? How do you guys say it? Well, no, I guess you can't type it, but what do I say? I say Gaussian. Gaussian. I don't know if I'm
Gaussian.
supposed to say that. You say Gaussian? I don't know how you say it.
I'm gonna say Gaussian from now on.
Gaussian. I think it is Gaussian.
No. Okay, recolor. Okay, you're gonna get used to. If you see me on here more, you'll get used to my weird noises. Okay, so what are we thinking here? Can I pick pick one? Neon Tokyo. Oh no, I did Neon Tokyo earlier this morning. Retro Tokyo.
Cute, cute.
Retro Tokyo. I should have done Retro Japan.
We also had a suggestion for magenta blue.
Oh, whoa.
Ooh, I like that one.
Oh my gosh.
That's beautiful. Also, that blue one down there. I just have to say that blue
What
one
I wanted
is
to show, like,
poppin'.
look how cool, like, the most impressive thing about generative recolor to me is how it behaves with gradients.
Look at that.
And if you, like I said, if you create your illustrations like I do, where you set the contrast in black and white, you hit generative recolor, it will put into account the levels of contrast you have from one shape to the other. So, yes.
Yep. We've got some good feedback. So
This
cool.
is okay. I am not letting this one go.
We do have one question though, and it says it's a two-parter. It says, how is placing a masked cutout of a real person in the design? Would this keep the layers if you put it into Photoshop? How is placing a masked cutout of a real person in the design? Would this keep the layers if you...
That would be a Photoshop thing, right? You wouldn't do that in Illustrator.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest placing a mask cutout of a real person in Illustrator. I mean, you can, but it may... I really don't use a lot of images in Illustrator very often. But you would... yeah, would this keep the layers if you put it in Photoshop? Yeah, no. If you were to add that in here... I think they're saying the seamlessness. Is that what the question is? I think that's what's happening.
Would you... Okay, so the second part of that question... so I don't know about the real person thing is I wouldn't do that in Illustrator. But if I understand the question right, if you organize the layers in Illustrator, you can export it into Photoshop and it'll keep all the layers intact.
Correct.
That's how I do most of... because I have another texturing and lighting thing I do in Photoshop, and that's the exact process. Yeah. So
Absolutely.
anyway, let's just generate a few more really quick.
Generate. Super. Someone's saying, "Where's the
Oh my
homies?" I am
gosh.
the homie.
This is the best Retro Tokyo. Hey everybody, Retro Tokyo is like the best
Oh,
prompt
this is
ever.
cute. That's beautiful.
Oh my god, let's keep generating.
Gorgeous. Okay, well, we need to wrap, unfortunately. I know you could be doing this all day.
I know. Dang it.
Well, today we had so much fun in Illustrator, right? Okay, back
Yes.
up off the mic. Okay, my God,
Yes, we
Sky.
did. We had a great time.
And we used Generative Recolor, which is now launched in Adobe Illustrator.
Yeah.
And available in Firefly Web. Have fun, everybody. It's now
Yeah.
out of beta. No need for watermarks. It's all
Yeah.
commercial use as well. So enjoy.
If you have questions, more questions on this stuff, hit me up in the DMs. What's up, everybody? We're back. You just saw me.
Just like a second ago.
Yeah, but we're back, and I got Jesus Ramirez here. Awesome Photoshop tutorials. If you check them out on Instagram, like probably, if you want to learn a ton, just check out his Instagram, and he's always been super helpful. He's had another stream here. He's done some really cool stuff. We're pretty much gonna wrap this up, showing you all the cool stuff we've talked about today with Firefly. What's up, man?
Man, a lot, Michael. Well, as you mentioned, we had a fun-filled day with a bunch of generative AI stuff, Firefly, Photoshop, Illustrator, all that stuff. So
Yeah.
I figured that for this stream, I would just show things that people may not know, may know, just do a recap on what you can do with GenFill in Photoshop. So
I love it.
why don't we get right to it?
Generative Fill is such a game-changing tool too that like, okay, I can't wait. Let's jump into
Let's
it.
just drive right into it. So here we have basically, and I'll delete these extra files because that's like the finished product. You know, have to make sure that it works before I actually come here. But as you can see, we have all these files, only 2 layers really. We have the selfie and this photo of the Eiffel Tower. So one of the things that you can actually do with GenFill AI is create composites. So it allows you to merge images by combining the lighting and perspective and all that of the scene. Of course, you have to do a little bit of that on your own. In this image, you can see that the foreground element and the background element have very similar lighting styles. If this was a nighttime shot, it probably wouldn't work as well, but it's very similar. Also, wherever you place the tower, it needs to kind of match the scene, right? We can see that the horizon line of this particular image is here. Her horizon line is right about here. So we need to match those so that it's in the appropriate area so that it becomes realistic. Now with Generative Fill, we can now merge these together. So you have to take into account a lot of things. Like for example, in the image of her taking a selfie, you can see that the sky is overcast, not really blue or anything. The sky here is blue and has clouds and all that stuff. So we're gonna have to replace the sky as well. How are we gonna do that? Very, very easy now with GenFill AI.
Here we go.
Look at that.
Yes.
All you need to do is lasso tool, and I'm gonna make a selection, and I'm actually gonna go into the tree line because again, we want to replace the sky, right? And also, I want the sky to be visible behind her head. So I'm just gonna go just in here, just inside of her hair, not too deep in, but you know, just enough to get it. And actually, I kind of made a mistake, but I'm gonna go back and fix it. I'm just gonna go into the Eiffel Tower now, and then just select all of this. So there you go, selection is there. Now I want the same thing here at the bottom. So I'm gonna hold Shift, click and drag, and make a selection. And I'm gonna go into her hair as well. And I probably don't need to go too deep in here. Or maybe I do, I don't know, I haven't decided yet, we'll see. I'm just gonna make sure that I select everything here because I wanna merge the grass from the Eiffel Tower to the grass where she's at. And maybe do a little bit in this area as well. If you feel like you go into an area where you made a mistake, you can hold Alt on Windows, Option on the Mac, click and drag to subtract, boom. There we go.
Can I ask you, like, how perfect do you have to be with your selections, or what's your
very
threshold?
loose for this very loose, and the reason being is that I don't want to be pixel perfect to the edge because I want the GenFill to take into account her body. In this case, it doesn't make much of a difference, but imagine if there were like a strong light source. I will want that light source on her body. So in this case, this is pretty good. And maybe even add more of her hair in there just so that we can really get it in there. And all I need to do now is click on Generative Fill, click on Generate, and don't type anything in the prompt. Let Photoshop do its magic.
What's gonna happen?
We'll see. So let's take a second here.
This is like...
And there you go. Look at that.
Oh my! It blends the sky.
It blends the sky, the grass, and everything. And that looks very, very realistic, right? So now we can select from one of the variations, right? What variation that we like the best? The first one, the second, or the third. I don't know about you. I'm liking the third a lot.
I like the it has that perfect mix of blue and clouds and everything.
Right. And something I tell people is when you're working with GenFill, if you're gonna, you can, keep adding variations as many as you need, but that's going to bloat your file size. So I tell people, you know what, I know for sure I'm not going to use this first one, so I'll delete it. Maybe I like the second, I like the third. You know what, this one has this stuff here in front of the Eiffel Tower that I don't like, so I'll delete it. So I know for sure I'll like that one. And if I want to just give it one more go just to see if something else pops up that's better, just click on generate one more time. It's going to send it back up to the cloud. There's going to be some magic happening behind the scenes, and it's going to send it right back down to us. And then now I can decide, oh, which of these is better. Now, for example, I like this one, but I now like that one a lot as well. So, you know, maybe I can just keep this one. So you can keep experimenting. But the important thing is that I don't really have to do much work. You know, I basically made a couple selections, and it created this composite that is very, very realistic, very convincing, and I have a lot of options to choose from. So that is one of the cool things about GenFill AI. It's not that you can just generate one thing over another, is that you can combine things. And also, for example, I don't know, what could be fun that we can add here? Maybe this is probably not realistic. I know there's no body of water here, but I can just make a selection here, click on Generative Fill, and I'll just type something like lake. You know, maybe there's a lake there to the next to the Eiffel Tower now. And hopefully this will generate a lake that has the right lighting, right reflections and all of that. We'll see what happens.
It's just that easy.
It's just that easy. There you go. Look at that.
Oh, and it mirrors the tower. It mirrors the tower. That is. You didn't have to type in like mirror lake or anything.
None of that. It's smart. It's smart enough to figure it out. Oh. And again, you can decide which of these elements is the one that works best for your project. Super, super cool, right?
We did have a question. It was Voodoo Val already answered it. But I want to let everybody know the question was: Is this already included in Photoshop? Yes. Mm-hmm. Download the latest Photoshop now. It's there, available for everybody.
Full version, no longer in beta.
Yes.
And best of all, available for commercial use. So you can go ahead and make some money with it now.
That agency work. I was just saying this in the last stream. It's I wish these tools were there when I worked for these agencies, because there's always these like last minute deadlines, last minute changes.
Yeah.
For mood boarding especially.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And another cool feature is with the crop tool, we now have this option here called Generative Expand. Previously, we had the content aware fill option. So let me show you the old way and then compare it with the new way. So how about that? So I'm just going to set it to content aware fill, which is what was there in the past. And basically in the past, if I wanted to make this into a horizontal image, maybe for like a Facebook cover or something like that, you know, I would expand and then commit the changes, and then Photoshop will, actually what I need to do now is, let me show you. I'm going to make a selection of all the layers, let me see, Control Alt Shift E to put it all into a layer. And then now I'm going to expand.
What was that? Control Alt Shift E? What is
that? Control Alt Shift D, Command Option Shift D on the Mac makes a new layer based on everything below that's visible.
Oh, wow.
What I like to tell people is you can just smash your forehead up against the keyboard. I'm sure you'll hit those keyboard shortcuts. So again, Control Alt Shift E. It's merge visible is really what the what is properly called.
Oh, I see.
And the reason is because I need to have it all in one layer to do the expand. But you don't need to do that with the new Generative Expand. But anyway, so once again, I'm going to go into Content Aware Fill, and I'm just going to expand this. Like I said, maybe you need a Facebook cover, whatever you need, YouTube thumbnail, whatever it may be.
Especially for thumbnails. You know what I mean? Like...
Yeah, so this is the old stuff. Clearly not very good. Now, this is an oversimplification. The content aware fill is basically looking at the current image to generate the additional pixels that we need.
Okay.
Which is why we get this result. GenFill AI is looking at not just this image, but at millions and millions of other images that are primarily found through the Adobe Stock library, and there's other sources as well, but primarily through the Adobe Stock library. So that means that when we expand, we have access to all that information. So let's now compare with the new way of doing this. So with the new way of doing this, I don't need to create a new layer, do anything like that. All I need to do is select the crop tool, and then change the drop down to Generative Expand and click and drag out. I'll do the same thing, and then I'll generate, and then Photoshop will use AI to fill the areas on the side. So I'll just give it a moment here. And by the way, that includes that fake lake or fake body of water that wasn't really there. You know, it looks at whatever the image is. It didn't do a good job in the hand, but that's okay. We have other variations that we can select. This is definitely much better. It's not perfect, so I kind of like this one, but I really don't like the hand. So what we could do is we can just come in here and we can, leave it blank and we'll see what it does. And if not, we can give it a prompt. So maybe like holding phone or something like that.
I mean, you can just imagine how long that would take.
Right.
Just doing it like.
Yeah. Oop. Not the best. But why don't we try a different prompt like holding phone? We'll see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, like. It's just really cool. It's as simple as just selecting something.
Mm-hmm. Maybe, none of the. Oh, she is holding a phone.
She's holding a phone.
Maybe selfie. It was probably, and that's. I guess that's the problem now. We have to figure out the words that'll get us what we want.
Yeah. Do you have like a list of like awesome prompts?
You know what? No, not really. I kind of just try to figure it out. I mean, I guess I do have some off the top of my head. Like that was not terrible. But yeah, and this is what I was talking about earlier. You can click on generate and keep generating until you find something
going until something
that you like. But as you mentioned earlier, we're doing this as we're talking, as we're explaining, and we did it in just a few seconds. Like something like this would have taken hours in the past.
Just to do one, and you're not, right? Like, what do you call it? Clone stamping and all that stuff.
Yeah, so, not terrible, but there you go. We were able to expand it. In the expand, we can keep going, right? I don't know how well this is going to work, but let's go.
We did get a question. Can you just fill one side only?
Yes, you can. There's two ways you can do that, and I'll explain them as soon as this is done generating.
Okay.
But when I generated the expansion, notice that I expanded outwards equally on either side. And there you go. This is what the... oh, look, she's wearing a skirt in this one. So pick the one that works best. Right? Isn't that incredible?
That is
so let's answer that question. So... Can I only fill one side? Yeah, if I just want to fill, say, the right side, I can just click and drag here. And now this area is transparent. There's nothing on the left. What I did earlier is I expanded outwards at the same time. So both sides needed to be filled. This is what I did earlier. But we don't want that this time. We just want one side, which is what the question was asking. I don't know who asked it in the chat. But I'm just going to commit the changes. And what's going to happen now is Photoshop will fill that right side.
Creative expressions and GIFs. Ask the question.
Okay, thank you for that question. Yeah. And there you go.
Yeah, that is, oh man. That second one, oh, wait a minute.
I think I like the third one. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, the third one.
Yeah.
Don't listen to me.
As you can see, it's very, very incredible. So that's one of the things you can do. Another thing that you can do in Photoshop that a lot of people don't know about is you can actually import video. So I have a video file here of this bicyclist coming along. And wouldn't you know it, you can do the same thing with video. So if you just have a regular cell phone footage that you shot portrait, this will be the footage, right? I'll play it again. That's the footage, right? Portrait. Well, what if I want to, again, use this for maybe like a video and I don't want to have the black, on the sides or whatever.
Right.
You can now just expand this out like so. And I'll commit the changes. And it's going to use GenFill AI to generate the sides, and it will still be a video. So let's see how this works.
I did not know you could do this. That's really cool. So it's
Oh, okay. So people are like, wait, that didn't work. It did work, but we have to realize that when video, we're now dealing with a time. So notice that the generator fill layer here, it's not going to the beginning of the video, right? So I just gotta drag that over here, and look at that.
Oh my gosh!
There it is. I'm gonna hit play, and there's
no.
Crazy,
that is
right?
So awesome, yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
That is so sick.
And same as before, we have variations, right? Which one do you like better? I think the first one was probably good enough. But you know what? Let's just say that we'll stick with the first one. The other ones don't matter.
Wow.
We'll hit play, and there she is. Now, a couple things. Number one is this only works if your footage is stable. Photoshop does not motion track. But think about it this way. This is why I think Adobe is incredible. The ecosystem, right? I think, in my opinion, that's why Adobe is so powerful. The ecosystem.
For moving from one app to the next app.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You can make the argument. I wouldn't agree, but I guess arguments could be made that there's a better app than Photoshop for images, and there's another app that's better than Premiere for video or whatever. Maybe, but there is no ecosystem.
Right.
There is no ecosystem. This is far beyond this class, but I could now take these layers and take them into, say, After Effects or Premiere.
Yeah.
And if I had footage that was moving, then I could motion track in those applications. But the file here, this layer, it's already a layer that I can import anywhere, whether it's through a Creative Cloud Library asset or just open up a PSD in Premiere or After Effects, whatever.
Yeah, it's the same with Illustrator and Photoshop. I use them hand in hand together with smart objects, importing from Illustrator, and opening it in Photoshop, and all the layers are intact for extra lighting. It's
pretty cool.
Yeah.
And the cool thing is now that we can say something like, oh, you know what? Maybe I want a red barn here. Why not, right? So I can type in red barn. So now I can. This is almost like dressing up your set, you know. So you can create some pretty convincing graphics here for video, not just a photo, which I think is something that a lot of people don't think about when it comes to these tools. That's not a red barn. That is indeed a barn, but not red. So I can try again. I'll click on generate. So if you don't get what you want, you can click on generate again.
It's still, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, and someone, Joshua in the chat wrote, the Adobe ecosystem is why I'm still a customer, and I completely agree. I think that's really what separates Adobe from other brands or other competitors,
Right.
is that whole ecosystem. Yeah, it's not giving me red, but whatever. It's giving me other barns that I think could work. And again, when I hit play, again, same issue. Timeline, you have to work. We're dealing with time now.
Okay.
So we got to make sure that the layer is long enough to cover the entire clip and that it starts in the beginning. But when I hit play, look at that.
Yeah, wow.
And something that will not work for this is it'll work on a frame, but not as a video. If I come in here and I'll do the same thing and I'll type the word lake once again. We're gonna get a bottle of water, but unfortunately, it's not gonna move. So that is one of the limitations
I see. Yeah. So it's kind of, it works perfectly with static images onto a video.
Right.
Yeah.
So as long as the thing that you generate doesn't need to have any motion, obviously water will, for like a 2-second clip, you might be able to get away with it,
Oh yeah, like that looks perfect. Especially if the water is like still.
Still, right.
Yeah.
But if we were doing something like this where there's actually waves, then it doesn't work. But again, we go back to the ecosystem, right? So maybe I can take all this, go into Premiere, and then I'm really not going to do this because it's take forever. But one thing I will do is if you go into stock.adobe.com, you have this free option, and you can just type in like water, and you can go into videos, and now you have video. So you might be able to find something that works, right? Maybe not water. Maybe this one. Yeah, I mean, obviously that one's too much, but you get the idea, right? You can find stock images of water that would work, and you can just mask it out in Premiere or After Effects and just overlay it here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the base, the most important thing, is already there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
So
this is like blows my mind. I don't have a lot of words because of just. I was always wondering like how people were doing the videos and the generative fills. This is super awesome.
Yeah, there you go. And you can do as much or as little as you want. And at this point, you can just get creative, right? So like maybe, I don't know if this is going to work, but maybe there's like a dirt path going to the barn, right? So I'll type in dirt. Dude, that's not how you spell dirt. Dirt. That's one thing. Now I have to learn to spell things. I became a designer not to spell things, and I have to spell everything. But the point is that now we can simply just get creative and the videos that works, right? It's just a simple dirt path, right?
Yeah.
And there we go.
Do you know a lot about video workflows? We do have a question about can you add a green screen into it for editing a layer?
I guess you are overlaying an image into a video rather than CGI. Could you add a green screen into it for? Yeah. Okay. So the short answer to that is it'll be very difficult to generate specifically that with the prompt. So what I probably would do is, let's take this red barn, for example, right? If for whatever reason you wanted to have green screen behind it, I would literally just, make a green layer.
Yeah.
And, fill it with that color. And, oops, I got to bring it up. There it is. And then just mask this out if you needed to, and then save that as your file. But I don't even, to be frank with you, I wouldn't even green screen it because Premiere can open up PNGs which are transparent. So just export a PNG with transparency and that has the right masking. So I wouldn't even worry about green screening it. It's just too much work in my opinion.
Right.
But if you wanted to have green screen, you definitely could. And that's the beauty of it, right? You can do whatever you want.
Yeah. I was saying that in the last live stream too. It's like I'm typically someone that does stuff the long way. So yeah, it's not the wrong way. It's just maybe it takes a little bit longer, but it might take you to some really awesome places.
It's whatever makes you happy.
Yeah.
Let me show you guys another. This is actually an example that is on Adobe's website. I made a course for Adobe. It's on the Firefly website on how to use the Firefly site. Although I'm not going to use the Firefly for this, this also works on the Firefly site. But basically, one of my favorite things to do with Photoshop and AI is just add content and replace content from an image. And I think it's like incredible how that works. Like for example, in this image, we have this gentleman walking through the street and he's wearing, white jeans and his hand looks a little distracting.
Oh, okay.
Like if you're thinking about that, you're like, you know what? His hand just looks weird there. Why don't we make him hold something? Okay, well, what is he going to hold? Well, I don't know. Let's have him hold a cup of coffee. And by the way, selections are important. So like I usually like to draw it out, more or less. Doesn't have to be perfect.
Okay.
But because, and I'll show you guys another example. So like a cup about that big, I would say generative fill. And I'm just going to type the word coffee. Like sometimes if you just type the word, Photoshop understands the context. Obviously it's going to be, Photoshop will probably assume that we want a guy holding a cup of coffee, right? So there you go. So look at that. Holding a cup of coffee. So it doesn't look so weird now that his hand is just, just coming up there, right?
So if you elaborate a little on how you make your selections, specifically with hands, you're saying you had to be a little careful on the selection part of it?
The shape of the selection.
The shape of the selection, okay.
So I'm going to open up a new document and see if this works. I guess the background doesn't matter. We'll see.
Yeah.
But for example, if I just make a box, right, and then just say the word dog, it'll give me a dog, but there's no context to that, right? Like if you're going to be facing left, you're going to be facing right, how big is he, like all of that. Like, okay, he's facing left, no, facing left on all of these, right? Mm-hmm. I hope this works. So like if I make something that looks like that, that's his tail, and then this is like his head right there, theoretically we're going to get a dog that's facing right. So let's see if this indeed works.
Okay.
So so this is not like an exact science, but you can definitely influence the shape of the object you generate based on a selection. See, they're all facing right.
Wow. My gosh. Okay.
So
Jesus, this is the tutorial I needed. I know. Sorry, everybody. I want to be selfish. I needed this.
Yeah.
No, I mean it's awesome. It's super helpful stuff, especially with the selections and the video stuff. It's just blowing my mind.
Well, I figure that now you guys saw how all this stuff works. I just throw a few advanced tips and tricks if you really want to dive into it deeper.
Yes.
But yeah, so this is why I was a little meticulous when creating the selection, because in my mind I'm like, well, if this is a real coffee cup, it wouldn't go up that high, and there's no need to.
Oh, that'd be like a tumbler, like a
right.
Yeah.
And even though the AI could be smart enough to say, hey, this is not appropriate to scale, then everything here will be AI generated. But I don't want that. I'm very happy with the natural, so like there's no need for that extra stuff. So there it is. And what if okay, maybe I want a green cup, so I can say green cup of coffee. I don't know. The only reason I said green is because it's the opposite of red and complementary colors.
It's my favorite color. You knew that?
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, just for you. Just for you.
Yes. It's actually. Is it my favorite color? It's either
mine is blue, orange.
Oh,
but see, it.
Hey, yeah, it's matcha. That's like a lime. That's like a lime slushy.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think I like the original one better. But anyway, so there you go. Cool. And also, you know what? I don't like white. I'm not okay. So I'm gonna tell you guys a story. When I was like a freshman in high school.
Okay, I love.
Freshman in high school.
We got to hear this story.
I thought I wanted to be cool, so I got my parents to buy me white pants. And I was always in art class. I was an art kid, so I showed up to art class and we were working with pastels.
Okay. Let's see where this is going.
I got up after my class and I had a rainbow on my thighs. because my thighs were like rubbing up against the table,
yeah.
and I assumed kids will touch and put the pastels or whatever on other periods, and I just had rainbows on my thighs the whole day. And that was the first and last time I wore white pants.
You know what though? You strike me as someone that has the confidence to just rock it. If
Oh,
that
God,
if that were to
no.
happen to you today,
Oh, today, not when I was 11 or what, 13.
yeah, no, I think you would enjoy those pants
Yeah.
today. I would say bring back the white pants, but we're gonna take his white pants away, right?
Yeah, we're just gonna make them, blue jeans. Why not? So again, General Phil, blue jeans.
Creative Expressions and Gift says, I feel like I just took a masterclass since I've been on this live. This is a game changer. I feel the same way.
Awesome.
I was focused so much on Illustrator. I knew all the Photoshop stuff, but the stuff that you're showing me now is just like, oh, okay. Look at those designer jeans.
Yeah, there you go. I like those jeans better. They're not gonna get so messy with that coffee, right?
Yeah.
But the cool thing about this is not only that, look, we added a new element, a cup of coffee. We changed an element, meaning we changed his pants. But we can also do things to the background. Like we can do something fun. Like let me select the polygonal lasso tool here, which allows you to create these straight selections. Pro tip, if you are ever in the polygonal lasso tool and you want to freehand something like this and then go back into the polygonal lasso tool and create those straight lines, what you do is you start with the polygonal lasso tool, click, and it draws these straight lines, right? I'm sure we've all seen that before. But if you hold the Alt key on Windows, which is the Option key on the Mac, it'll allow you to just freehand.
Oh.
And then you can go back by releasing the Alt key to the straight lines. Anyway, so I'm going to do a combination of that. That's why I wanted to point it out. So
I call that the Spider-Man tool.
Spider-Man tool.
Because you're like,
I love it. And Spider-Man's my favorite superhero. I'm sure that's why you brought it up.
Yep, you know it.
You know it. See, so I switched from those straight lines. I kind of went too deep into his arm there. That's fine. And I'm just, not being super perfect, but, close enough.
Yeah.
I just want to get those edges so that Photoshop knows that I want to, oops. And by the way, that right there is called overscroll. If you press Control K, Command K, you can go into under tools, overscroll. So I have that enabled. If I disable it, I can no longer do that. Watch with the hand tool. Like, see, I cannot move it anywhere. Right. Control K, go back into tools, overscroll enabled. That's what I prefer. I can just move it anywhere. It just allows me to be, I don't know, it just feels more real to me. Kind of like a piece of paper, you can move it anywhere. Anyway, so I kind of went too deep into his arm there, and I didn't want to do that. I like to keep enough of the original, but also get enough of it so that Photoshop uses it as context. So I made that selection there and includes that couple walking there. And now I'm going to type in something like, I don't know, like a Venetian canal. Make it seem like he's in Venice. Click on generate, and we're going to get the lights. We're going to get the reflections. Hopefully, we'll see. Yeah, Joshua says he always has overscroll on. It's my favorite, so I always leave it on. Oh, definitely not Venetian. That's more Venetian.
Oh, there you go.
That's not Venetian. Did I spell Venetian right? Venetian. Yeah, I did. Wow. So it only gave me one Venetian option. So I'm going to click on generate again. But you can see how we were easily able to change essentially the location of this photo, right? Because now when somebody looks at this, people will say, oh yeah, this is definitely Venice. It's not, another place. Yeah. So, and you know what? The incredible thing is the reflections in the water match what's on there, which to me is it's just like, incredible.
It's not just the reflections too; it's the depth of field. When it gets blurrier back there, and you know me, I just love bokeh in every single image. Like, you buy a camera, you buy the expensive lenses for those that bokeh effect, and every photo has that. And the fact that it can generate with that in mind is just awesome.
It is just incredible, and we can keep adding whatever we want, and that's the beauty of it. Also, like
you want to add a shark? Don't add a shark.
Let's add a shark. Why not? Let's add a shark. Let's just add a shark. I don't know why I chose that shape.
A shark in Venice.
Yeah, why not? Let's just say shark.
Never stop learning.
I'm hoping that it's like sticky. Okay, so that's it. It's not in the water. All right, see, the thing is, if we wanted to place them in the water, we have to do something that's a little more advanced. And let me show
Okay.
you guys what I mean by that. Because
Oh.
by default, we're generating this at 100% intensity. We need to create the intent. We need to have an intensity that is lower. And I'm not talking about opacity. I'm talking about intensity of the generation. So what we need to do is press the Q key, which will get us into the quick mask mode. You'll know you're in the quick mask mode because your layer will turn red. And that means that we can paint black or white to make a selection. So we'll just do the same shape right there. Oops, sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. I'm gonna fill with black. Black means that it's gonna deselect everything. Okay, so now I'm gonna make a selection. And I just want this to be 50% selected. So 50% gray will give us 50% selection. So I'll just type 50 here. I'll press OK. And then I'll fill with my foreground color, which is that gray. Alt and backspace to fill with the foreground color. There it is. I'll press the Q key again. So now I have my selection with 50% gray there. Now I'll type in the word shark, and theoretically we're gonna get a shark that is not as intense as the previous shark, meaning it'll blend in better with the background. Okay, so look at the difference between that one and this one. See how this one really didn't blend?
So you would just play with the levels of gray to get it more. Yeah.
Absolutely. So let's do that again because I wasn't happy with that. So I'll press Q, fill with black, and then make my selection.
Didn't I tell you this is the tutorial I needed? This is the tutorial we all needed for sure.
So the closer we are to white, that gets closer to 100%.
Yeah.
The closer we are to black, that gets closer to 0. So why don't we just say, I don't know, 35%. Press OK, fill with that gray, Alt and backspace, that's Option Delete on the Mac. Sorry about that, guys. Oh yeah, no, I did it right. Deselect and press the Q key. The reason that that's not visible is because for the marching ants to show, the selections need to be 50% or more in terms of intensity. We did something that was 35%, which is why it's not showing, but it's still there. So now I'll click on Generative Fill, type the word shark, and theoretically we should get a shark that is even less intense than shark number 2.
So the question is there an important announcement about Firefly? Yes, it's officially out of beta today, and it's available for commercial use for everybody.
You can see now that how we were just the shark now is like really in there. I'll generate again. So you see how it's now less intense, and it's not lower intensity, lower opacity. It's intensity. So, look, I guess you can kind of see how they are. Oh, that one's all right.
Bad news for you is we became friends today. You're gonna be getting calls from me. Hey, hey, Suze, how do I make this?
How do I make this shark,
How do
bro?
I make this and blend this thing in?
Yeah, and I have another example. I wasn't planning on showing it, but we're talking about it. So let me just quickly find the file that hopefully illustrates what we're talking about now, just a little better. I did a tutorial that was the first one on the internet on this. Now there's a whole bunch, but it was the first one on how all this stuff works.
Yeah.
And oh man, I thought I had the file here, but the file doesn't matter. I'm sure I have a library asset that will work. I think one.
So also, Cody Bear is asking, could you fake the bokeh with generative fill? I think in a previous stream, I think we demonstrated that you would just generate a different background with bokeh.
Mm-hmm.
That's that's similar. So I think we had a picture of a picnic, and you would just pick your prompt would be shallow depth of field.
Yeah.
Picnic.
Yeah,
background.
and again, that'll be hit and miss. So you might have to try a few times, but eventually you might get something that works.
Yeah.
So the example that I've shown for this is if I do something that looks like this and just type the word fish. I probably made it a little too wide because I want my fish to be sticking up. So I should have probably made it narrower. But actually, this one's really good.
Whoa! Off the bat.
This is really good.
Oh, with a koi fish too.
But notice one thing: if this was a realistic photo, the intensity underwater will be different than the intensity on top.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. So then, what we can do is we can do exactly the same technique I showed you earlier. Make it all black because you don't want to select anything. And then this top part here, where the fish is going to jump up, that one will be completely white at 100%, right? Completely white at 100%. And then down here where the fish is underwater, we can do a different percentage. So we'll go so it's probably a little heavy-handed.
I like this. I want to be thinking of everything in grays now.
Yeah.
Like shades of gray. Is that a no? Yes.
And there we go. You might be thinking, wait, why is the top part selected? Is what we talked about earlier. 50% or more, you see marching ants. 50% or less, you don't see it.
Marching ants, the ant trail.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'll just type the word fish. So now if everything worked correctly, the top part of the fish will be 100% intensity and the bottom part will be 35 or whatever. I already forgot what percentage I put in there. And we can probably keep generating a few more times to see the result. But look at this. This is actually a good...
Whoa.
See that? This looks more realistic now. See the bottom part? Because the water particles and the density of the water wouldn't allow you to see the fish at 100% intensity when it's in the water. See that? And you can, we can try again, do another one and see what happens. But this one's probably the best example out of the three that we got. The top part is 100% intensity.
Yeah,
the bottom part...
I mean, yeah. The results, especially for this photo, is pretty awesome. Oh.
I mean, that one right there. And compare again. These look great, but when you start really analyzing it, you're like, oh yeah, the bottom part's quite not working that well. How can I fix the bottom part? So these are those little tricks that like really separate you from like, oh yeah, I'm just going to type in a prompt and really getting into it. And this is what I tell people when they're telling me, oh, well, I'm afraid it's going to take my job. Well, not really. You still need to know all these different nuances and little different things to like really get it to that next level. Like,
if you're a really good designer using these tools, you'll totally optimize these tools rather than an average
Absolutely.
person, So, and developing that eye as a designer is the hardest part.
It is the most difficult part.
Yeah.
And it's funny when, I don't know if this happens to you now, but it really bothers me when like I may be working with a designer next to me like you are, and you might point something out and I'm like, how did I not see that? Like, like what, like 20 plus years of experience, how did I not see that? And it's as clear as day,
Right.
So yeah,
that happens to me all the time.
Yeah.
I think it just happened to me in the last stream.
There you go.
But we have a really, really important question for you. So Creative Expressions and Gifts really loves your tutorial style. I need to know, where can this person find?
Yeah, Photoshop training channel on YouTube. Here, I'll show you guys. And actually, I have a YouTube channel where I teach Photoshop, believe it or not.
Bring it up. Yes.
Yeah, Photoshop.
I mean, I'm subscribing today.
Thank you.
Right now, maybe. I have a computer.
Thank you. Photoshop training channel. I'm very grateful to have 2.5 million subscribers, and I have a whole series on I mean, there's that fish example. There you go. And
well deserved. Like, okay.
So a lot of, the Eiffel Tower example, all that stuff, like it's in there, but it's obviously more in depth. But the advantage of having me here now is you can ask a question and I'll answer it. The videos, you're kind of just stuck with whatever.
So ask those questions, everybody.
Definitely. And let me show you guys a couple of, how much time do we have? We have, okay, cool, like 10 minutes or so. Let me show you guys. Oh, you know what? Since we're also talking about Firefly today, let me show you guys something in Firefly that's super cool.
Yes.
And it kind of relates to what we're talking about now, because I'm just going to do text to image and I'll explain what I mean in a moment.
Okay.
I'm just going to do something like modern living room with a fireplace. Well, hopefully this works. And I'll make it into a widescreen and a photo.
Sweet. I was just, trying to buy all these mid-century modern furniture.
Okay.
I'll show you a picture later.
Please.
I did
Where do you live?
Austin.
Okay, Texas. Cool. I'm local. I'm an hour away from here.
Oh.
Yeah, I grew up.
I
grew up like really close to here.
Okay, I was gonna say you're welcome to
come
by anytime. Teach me some Photoshop stuff.
Perfect.
Yes. Okay, sweet. Okay.
Yeah. So one of the cool things about this whole thing is the whole use as reference image, right? So actually, before I do that, I should point something out. I'm just picking one that had a fireplace obviously on the left. The fireplace is not on the right or in the middle. It's obviously on the left, right? So use as as reference image. So then it's going to get us here, and it's going to create similar images where the fireplace will be on the left and everything else is more or less in the same spot, right? Which is great. Now, what I was just showing you guys was intensity. And Firefly, the website, has something very similar. You can think about the whole, you were talking about talking in gray, so 0 black, 100% white.
Yeah.
There's something very similar in here. When you click on this thumbnail, you'll get this little reference image thing, right? So by default, it's right in the middle. What that means is I can now come in here, and instead of saying modern living room, I can say something like Victorian.
Oh.
Victorian, did I spell that correctly? Living room. Now, do I want it to reference more the reference image or the prompt? Well, maybe the prompt a little more.
That's cool. You have the, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just going to slide over a little bit. So this is maybe like 70%, you know, in the whole grace thing.
That's cool that it still references, the source imagery too.
So when I click on generate, now it's going to generate something that hopefully has the fireplace in the same, there you go. See, fireplace on the left, and it looks like a Victorian living room, right? What happens if you go all the way to the prompt? Well, it's no longer going to take a lot of cues from the original image, so the fireplace may be somewhere else, on the right, middle, who knows. So we'll see what it does. See how the fireplace is now in the middle?
It changes the perspective a bit too.
Right, because it's no longer referencing the image that much. Now, if I come all the way to the left, this is going to look like a fuzzy image. See how it's fuzzy? Because it's now trying to apply my prompt image on top of that. So the intensity is so low that it just kind of like, you can't really see it. So, 50% or a little bit over is ideal for situations like this where I want to use the reference image, but I want to apply something, create something that's a little different.
Yeah.
So there you go. The windows are more or less in the same spot. Couches are in the same spot. Fireplace is in the same spot. So this is another way in which Adobe, in this case Firefly, is using that intensity that I was talking about, but more on another feature, on the reference image feature. But this is very similar to the Photoshop stuff. You can just think about this slider in Photoshop. 0 will be here and 100% will be here. So this will be black and this will be white in Photoshop. Same idea.
The grays.
The grays.
Thinking in grays.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Any other questions? If not, I'll open up the next slide. And I know you have something to show, so let me know when it's your turn.
I mean, you want to take a break? Or actually, no. Let's show all this stuff first.
Okay.
And because I want to keep all the photo. It's Photoshop, right?
Right. This is all Photoshop.
Keep all the Photoshop stuff together.
Keep all the Photoshop. Okay. Cool. Let me see. I have another tip here. Okay, great. So we have this image here, and just to make everything like more concise and don't confuse anybody, I'll just delete all these layers because we don't need them, right? So a lot of times when we're working with GenFill, we might want to add an element, right? So in this case, why don't I add like an old red truck, right? Old red truck, and it's gonna generate and
an old red truck.
Yeah.
That's
there you go.
Oh.
Old red truck, right? Which one do we like best? I don't know. We'll go with
the first one.
Yeah, the first one.
The first one was
amazing, right?
Yeah.
Look at the lighting, the shadows, everything's great.
Where do you even get that?
Adobe Firefly.
That's right.
So
down payment on that thing. Okay. Sorry.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
So this is a great truck.
Yeah.
It's whatever. But you know what? I don't like the positioning and I don't like the scaling. So what if we just move it here and maybe make it larger or whatever? Like, oh my God, like this is not going to work because now the background doesn't work. You can click on generate again, but the problem is that it's going to generate a new red truck. It's going to look great, but it's not the same red truck. Watch. See, it's a different truck. It's not the same one.
I mean, that truck is okay.
It's okay, but we we like that one.
That one is so yeah.
So what do we do now that we moved it and scaled it? How do we make it work? Well, just like we did with any other photo in the past, right? So select subject to have the AI make the selection for us, and then we can click on delete the layer mask, the original layer mask, and then just make that into a layer mask, and there it is.
Boom.
And now we can, with the brush tool, we can work on like the details, right? Because the grass, you know, we still want some of those shadows, right? So we can just paint with white on
This
that.
is insane.
On that truck,
Right.
and
You
there it
even
is.
like created like a mound right there.
Yep.
That is, oh.
And then right there's a harsh line. So we, you know, have, again, just like in the past, just
Yeah.
Photoshop that out. Or if you really wanted to, you can come here and make a selection around that area and then just have Generative Fill take care of it for you. Up to you. But that's, again, I keep driving this point home. Yes, AI is amazing. It can generate things for you. But you being a master of your craft, you should be able to take that even further where the
Right.
AI won't, quote unquote, replace you.
Yes.
And there we go.
Yes.
Whatever works best.
100%.
Pretty cool. Now in this case, if we wanted to say, hey, you know what, maybe I want to have the truck like, you know, come down even further, what I probably would do in this case is just maybe like regenerate this. I'm hoping, I don't know if it will happen, I'm hoping that it generates the reflection. We'll see if it happens.
Will this be available for replay? Yes, it will be.
Yes, it's on YouTube as we speak.
On
and
Adobe
on
Live.
Adobe Live, that's right, the Adobe Live YouTube channel.
Perfect. Did the perfect tutorial to end this on, just because it's like so mind-blowing.
Yeah, and see, it added the edge here where the truck is standing, and it added the reflections. Look at that.
That is
so, I mean,
insane.
The sky is
I'm
the
like a
limit now, as they
breath
say. Pretty cool. I guess I can show, I have a couple more examples, and I know I want to give you at least 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, I just wanted to cover Illustrator. It'll take really quick, so feel free to do what you do.
All
Because
right.
actually, I mean, it's incredible.
Thank you. Let's see. I know I have a file here.
I feel like I want to like grab a drink with you after this.
Let's do it, man. There's a bar down the street.
Let's invite everybody in the live
let's go.
stream.
Yeah,
Hey, everybody.
Can you imagine if we just invited everybody to the bar and we walk over and there's like 1,000 people there?
Take the bar over.
Yeah, why not? Let me see. Oh, here's a fun fact. Actually, no, I won't talk about that now. I want to show something else. Oh, this is the one. Is this the one? Yes, this is the one. So cool.
Here it is.
So here it is. So empty room, right? And we can use GenFill to create all kinds of cool stuff, right? Like you were talking about furniture earlier.
Okay.
You know, we can add a couch here, and we can just say something like, I don't know, like we talked about the color combinations we like. I like orange, so I'll say orange couch, orange and blue couch.
Yeah, green wouldn't be great in this one, I think.
Right.
We need some contrast in here.
Right. So we'll say.
Oh, you're like I'm holding my tongue because I just want to talk about furniture all day. Because
is that your thing? You're a furniture person, or
not usually? But I'm just in that mode right now because I'm trying to buy some cool stuff.
And this is a fun couch without any legs. Why not, right? Why not? And also I can do something like, oh, you know what? Maybe there's like a wooden table here, right? Like wooden table, whatever you want, right? Let's see what type of wooden.
This is great for like inspiration on your home decor too. Like
yeah.
You know, I typically go straight to the leather couch, but I've realized lately that like this looks way more comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah.
And
you know what? But what if like, you know what? Maybe we want like a really, really, let me look at the other tables before. Yeah, that round one works fine. I know it's not perfect, but whatever. But what if we want like a really, really like reflective table, like something that's like really shiny? I can mess around.
Glass or yeah,
like just really polished wood, right? And sure, we can definitely mess around with prompts until we get something that will get us where we want to be. But we could also try to get creative, and I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'll try it. I'll just make that selection there, and I'm literally type the word mirror. I hope it works, mirror, because I want Photoshop to generate a mirror. I made it bigger than the table so that I have opportunity to mask it out. So let's see what it does here. I'm hoping it generates a giant mirror. Perfect.
Ooh,
it generated a giant mirror.
Gosh,
perfect, right? So what I'm going to do now is just fill that with black. Alt and backspace, fill that with black. Now I can paint with white on the surface of this table, and obviously I can get a better selection or a better edge if I had more time. But you know what? This is going to be good. There we go.
Oh.
There we go. So now I have it's like a glass top, right? But I said really polished wood. So I can now change the blending mode to something like screen, and then reduce the opacity.
It's like that.
See? So now,
Dude.
there you go. Look at that. You have old school Photoshop tech, blend modes, layers, opacity, all that mixed in with new technology. But notice how I thought I need a reflection. How can I get a reflection? A giant mirror, you know? There you go.
That is incredible.
Right? And also like, I'm sorry?
I don't know. I love that you're like mixing traditional Photoshop techniques and with this, it's just, yeah, you're just an endless mind blower.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm lost for words there. It's been a long day, but a great day.
Yeah, and you know what? Why don't we do the same thing? Like I'm gonna try to create like a really like a very like glossy floor. I don't know if it'll work, but this selection, of course, is very, very loose and not the best in the world. But with the time frame we have, I just noticed in the chat that was it Joshua that said that they would
wants to grab a drink with us.
Drink with us, yeah. If you make it down to San Francisco tonight,
yeah,
sure.
Joshua, let's go.
Yeah. And the thing is I take these opportunities when I come and see you guys here at Adobe San Francisco to talk about Photoshop, because nobody at home wants to hear, like my fiance doesn't want to hear me talk about Photoshop. And
I bet she secretly loves it.
Oh no, she doesn't. She doesn't. No, she's never seen me. I've done over 50 conferences, but she'll see me present at Adobe Max this year for the first time. So we'll be married by then. So by then, she says she'll.
Oh, congratulations!
Thank you,
man.
Let me see if it works. Reflective wooden floor. I don't know if it'll work, but we'll give it a try.
Oh, okay. We're doing. Oh.
Because I want to get the reflection of the couch and all that, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I do like...
All right.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'll do?
It makes me...
I don't like it. I'm going to just type in the word mirror, see if that works.
It still kind of did it, but yeah. You got the window. You can still kind of see the couch in there.
Yeah. I was hoping it will keep the... I can probably do that whole intensity thing and maybe get it to work, but I like the original wooden panels, you know? Oh, the mirror definitely made it work.
Yeah. Oh, with the rug too.
Yeah. Okay, well in this case it wasn't very successful, but you get the idea. You know what I'm wondering now? How much time do we have? You know what? It's your turn.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to just cover what's available on Illustrator. It's really Generative Recolor. If we could switch over to my screen here. We just went over this about an hour ago too. This is out of beta as well. Ignore my, I think if my window says it's in beta, ignore mine. Right here, I can make any selection of anything I make in Illustrator. And if I click on Recolor on my Properties panel, and under Generative Recolor, I can type in any prompt to change this. Can you give me a really cool one really quick?
Why am I blank? Like, how about...
I know, I put you in the spot.
How about something like colorful pastels or something like that? Like, I just saw the Barbie movie, so I have that color scheme in mind.
Oh, colorful pastels. Oh, colorful pastels. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're short on time, but I just wanted to show you that this is available and ready for commercial use on Illustrator. So we got some. We got some here. We can keep generating if we didn't like those results.
How about this? I was thinking of like autumn, like something with autumn or like fall. I'm thinking like now brown, reddish color. So like
fall season.
Yeah, fall season.
We need one more word.
Fall season.
Fall season.
There we go. We're too tired.
We're 90s
But
neon.
there you go. See, that's what I had in mind, the top left.
Right here. Boom, boom. And really quick, because we're going to have to wrap up pretty soon, everybody. Really quick here, I just want to show that it works incredible with, even if you have a ton of detail like this. I have a bunch of highlights, a bunch of shadows. We go to Recolor, Generative Recolor. Someone said 90s neon. Boom, let's do it. 90s neon.
That's a good one. That's much better than we came up with.
Oh, dude. Okay. Okay. I can tell you this last one is going to be killer. Yes. Like, look at that. It just retains all the detail in Illustrator. Like I said, that all the stuff that we're showing you today is available for commercial use. All right, let's wrap this up, everybody. Thank you for coming in. The big news today is that Firefly is out of beta and ready for commercial use. Thank you, Jesus Ramirez, for jumping on. This was the best. This is exactly what I needed. I think this is what everybody needed. It's the perfect way to end the show.
Off the shirt. I love Photoshop.
Oh, and I like my sweater. But heck yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.